As soon as Rayon left the Lord's manor, he turned around to look at Wendy. My squad members haven't eaten dinner yet. Can we start by having dinner? Ooh, what's up with you? Wrath jolted out of the bracelet, not expecting to eat so soon. His bright face showed that he was looking forward to eating. Since you are ordering food, tell her to get the regional product. Tell her to offer the best food in the area. Offer your fat instead. Rayon pushed Wrath away and asked her to prepare a meal and lodgings. Of course, Wendy nodded with passionate, burning eyes. Her strong voice sounded like she was impressed by the conversation between Rayon and Weijin. Dinner. Did you just say that we are eating dinner before we work? I can't believe he just asked for food the first thing he did. The sun must be rising from the west tomorrow. Are you also giving us time to sleep? Buran, Martha, and Runan stared at him with round eyes because they thought that they would immediately start their mission. I've never starved you before. Rayon shook his hand with a frown. He did make them skip sleep many times before, but he never failed to feed them. But you made them feed on the grass from the mountain. That also counts as a meal. Grass was good enough as food. It still counted as a meal. Prika. Wendy shook her hand to the side, and the Rangers' third team leader, Prika, came towards her. He was the one who disappeared after guiding the squad to the house. Guide the light-wind swordsmen to their lodgings and the restaurant. Please come this way. Prika carefully bowed and guided the light-wind squad to the right. Rayon went to Wendy instead of going to the restaurant. Amber Blade Division Leader, we should talk. Understood. Wendy nodded and pointed towards the left. Let's go that way. She went ahead, saying that she knew a suitable place for the talk. Hey, you fiend. Rayon was about to follow Wendy, but Wrath grabbed him by the collar. Why aren't you going with them? I need to gather information about this place. Conversation with Weijin made him realize that House Arian was in even more ruin than he thought. The head of house and the executives became corrupt from their stagnant lifestyles, and the entire house was buried under the mud. Is this why he told me to take responsibility? Rayon had the feeling that Glenn wasn't simply asking him to deal with the anomaly in the swamp, was actually ordering him to change the declining House Arian. Do you know what kind of person is the vilest of all in the world? I wonder, a demon maybe. It's the ones who give hope just to take it away afterward, and that's what you did. Wrath violently shook him by the collar while screaming. I'll be eating today no matter what happens, don't worry about it. As Wrath rampaged, Rayon flicked his forehead with his finger to smash him into the ground. Quay. Rayon ignored his scream and examined people inside the house. This is rather reassuring. Unlike the executives, whose pupils were glowing with laziness and desire, their families didn't look too bad. The situation was still worrisome, but he could tell that they'd been living a diligent and earnest life. Wendy Arian was the only tree that was standing straight in the garden called House Arian. If it weren't for her, even the family members on top of the Amber Blade Division members would become as corrupt as the executives. Wendy stopped walking while Rayon was putting his thoughts together about House Arian. We've arrived. Shed guided him above the western castle walls where they could see the Swamp of Death. The moonlight shining through the fog and the dim lighting created a pleasant atmosphere. If Buran were there, he would have said that it was a lovely sight once again. It's not too bad, isn't it? Wendy leaned her back against the castle wall and smiled faintly. This is a nice place. Rayon nodded and went to the edge of the castle wall. Even though it was in the middle of the night, he pierced through the Swamp of Death with his perception, which had surpassed the human limits. There are only zombies and skeletons. He couldn't observe too far because the fog was too thick, but he could only find the swaying zombies and creaking skeletons around him. However, there are too many of them. Despite Weijin's claim that the number of monsters had only slightly increased, he could feel a significant number of presences. There were enough monsters to completely block the western route if they gathered at once. Rayon looked at Wendy while pointing at the Swamp of Death. When was the last time you scouted? It was October last year. Wendy lowered her head in shame. October last year. Since 4 months had passed since the new year, she was telling him that hadn't scouted for over half a year. It was a serious matter that he couldn't simply laugh off. Moreover, we didn't scout all the way. Wendy bit her lip, saying that they'd never reached the end of the Swamp of Death. Was the head of house stopping you? Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Wendy's flushed face. It really could have happened, as the head of house had mentioned that they couldn't enter the Swamp of Death without his permission. Yes. Scouting normally requires a scouting party and 2 executives or the head of house. I need one more person to go with me, but no one wanted to go. Yes, I tried to convince them, but the head of house claimed that scouting was unnecessary. He couldn't be bothered, I guess. The executives of House Arian were no different from their head of house, Weijin, according to what he saw in the audience chamber. While the Light Wind Squad gained muscles through continuous training, they'd been gaining useless fat while drowning in pleasure. It was obvious that they didn't want to move their heavy bodies. They were so bad that Wendy looked like the strange one. Indeed, Wendy sighed and nodded her head. That's why I feel even more admiration towards Sir Rayon. You immediately took the upper hand against the head of house as soon as you arrived. It wasn't a big deal. I've just seen lots of people like him in the past. Rayon smiled faintly and looked away. How is the swamp right now? the water level has increased by more than 50 centimeters. The swamp might start seeping through the gates if it increases any further. Wendy furrowed her brow, saying that she couldn't even guess what kind of problem it was going to cause because it had never happened before. Then what about the increase in the undead? There are at least 5 times as many as last year. 5 times. Both the increase in water level and undead have happened before, but such a huge difference is unprecedented. That's why I had to call for reinforcement even though my superiors were against it. It was a good decision. Rayon nodded. House Arian was weak in his honest opinion. It would have been fine if it wasn't a big deal, but if a powerful monster was born from the deep swamp, then people from Arian would have been unable to defend against it. That's why I'd like to apologize. Wendy bowed deeply. I am the one who asked for reinforcements, but I won't be able to join the scouting tomorrow. I'm pretty sure the head of house will stop me from leaving by saying that I need to stay to protect this place. Rayon quietly waited for her to continue since he expected that to happen. Instead, I'll send the 3rd scouting team with you. They should be helpful with the investigation since I have a lot of influence over them even though I'm not in perfect control of them. Wendy bowed once again to apologize. It's fine. Rayon smiled coldly while looking at the Lord's manor behind him instead of the swamp of death, because I realized that there's more than one thing that I need to eliminate. Inside the audience chamber of House Arian, Rayon and Wendy had left, but the head of House Weejan and the executives were still there. My lord, the general administrator with a bulging belly ground his teeth while raising his head. Are you going to leave that arrogant young bastard alone? I concur. He's going to rampage in our house like it's his home if we leave him alone. The financial officer, who nodded, was wearing rings on every single finger of hands that were as skinny as a skeleton's. We can't leave them alone. We have to stop them no matter what. The matter is going to escalate if there's an issue with the swamp. The other executives also came up next to the general administrator and the financial officer to raise their voices. What will you do if you don't want to leave him alone? Weejan lowered his gaze while wrinkling his nose. Are you going to fight a monster who's reached the intermediate level of master at the age of 20? About that. The financial officer bit his lip, unable to respond. You should think before you talk instead of venting your anger. Weejan continued while piercing him with a cold gaze. How am I supposed to stop them when their actions are justified on top of being the stronger ones? He would have continuously refused if Rayon was pressuring him with his power alone, but his actions were justified because Glenn had bestowed full authority on him. There was nothing he could do, as Rayon wasn't giving them any room for plotting. Did you see their eyes? What? I'm talking about those damn Light Wind Squad members' eyes. The gaze coming from the Light Wind Squad behind Rayon felt terrifying enough to make his heart skip a beat. He almost felt like he was looking at the eyes of mad dogs instead of humans. The moment that Rayon Bastard refused the banquet, their pressure became deadly. They were literally mad dogs. Weejan's lips trembled as he remembered the ferocious madness he had seen from the Light Wind Squad. What can we do? As the executives failed to find an answer, the audience chamber's door opened, and a middle-aged man with a nicely trained body entered. He was Bainder, the head of the Rangers. Don't worry about it too much. Bainder bowed at Weejan. I took some appropriate measures, as the Light Wind Squad is obviously going to take the 3rd team of Rangers with them tomorrow. But your measures didn't work today. They managed to arrive here without getting a single person wet, so what's the point? Weejan clicked his tongue at Bainder. That's why I bribed the team leader this time. Prika, yes, I promised him a promotion to executive and told him to guide them to a deserted location. Since the Swamp of Death is extremely foggy, even the White Sword Dragon should be unable to find the direction. Bainder smiled, saying that the Light Wind Squad was going to return without finding anything in their investigation. After that, we can just send the youngest lady to deal with any problems that might occur. Weejan slowly nodded. His thick lump of fat trembled from the movement. Moreover, I've also contacted that person. Already? Yes, it's better to do it earlier than later. Bainder bowed nonchalantly. You are the best. A broad smile appeared on Weejan's face as he tapped on his armrest. You will be rewarded lavishly if this incident ends without any issues. Bainder rolled his lips into a smile while lowering his head. I'll be looking forward to it. Yalm Crane yawned loudly and placed the form on his empty plate. Our vice squad leader doesn't know what a rest is. He just never rests. He sighed, saying that he could have accepted a welcoming banquet. He refused it on purpose. Burren furrowed his brow while looking at Crane. You must have seen it, but the executives here are different from the leaders we know. It's obvious that things will become annoying if we interact with them, and that's why he removed the possibility. He shook his head, saying that Rayon did the right thing. Rayon is clearly insane, but he's insane in the right way. Martha licked her lips while supporting her chin with her fist. He would never do anything that would be problematic for us in Zeeghart. I know that, but it's regrettable. We could be resting. Crane frowned, saying that his shoulders and knees were aching. I was also looking forward to resting for a day at least, but I'd rather fight right now. I also want more training. Dorian smiled while rubbing his belly pocket. What? You must finally lost your mind. You became a training holic like that monster. But couldn't you feel it today? We've gotten stronger from it. Ah, that's. Crane slowly nodded. True, actually, moreover. Because they'd practiced their footwork on water, their proficiency with footwork had increased drastically. Their martial arts realm had also increased, and their swordsmanship and footwork were on a whole different level from before. Do you know what that flower is? Dorian pointed at a blue flower in a vase at the center of the restaurant. Every member of the Light Wind Squad looked at the flower. It's called malline, and it blooms with a red color in normal soil that has enough nutrients and a blue color in acidic soil. He smiled cheerfully while touching the malline. Unlike this flower, we are growing in the soil called rayon, which has an insane amount of nutrients. Dorian raised his finger while looking at the petrified crane. I learned this while hanging around the vice squad leader. He never does anything for no reason. He just needed to follow rayon. He was bound to be rewarded accordingly. Mark Goten nodded while putting down the tea he was drinking. I came to know Sir Rayon a lot later than you, but I don't regret it. My skills have grown even more during the short time I've spent with him than in the dozens of years of my training. He smiled, saying that he needed to repay the gratitude for the rest of his life. Well, that's not wrong. No one we saw today looks stronger than us except for Lady Wendy. I can indeed feel that I am getting stronger. The Light Wind members nodded while smiling. It can't be helped. Burin clenched his fist with a faint smile on his face. We have to keep following him before that monster starts sulking. He swirled his finger, saying that the Light Wind Squad had to be patient since they were the nice ones. Yeah, Martha snorted while standing up from her chair. No one other than us is going to follow that damn bastard. She stood up, saying that they should move on from the meal. Let's go to sleep. Run-On nodded while wearing a sleeping cap on her head. Once everyone left and the staff finished putting away the dishes, Rayon appeared from behind the restaurant's pillar. How commendable. Rayon had thought they would hate him because he kept forcing them to train, so he didn't expect them to think that way. When it comes to a relationship between human beings, you need to talk to know what they are thinking. You can never tell what they have in their minds just from thinking about it. You are so knowledgeable despite being a demon. The King of Essence has already told you. He's closer to being a human than you. Wrath snorted, saying that Rayon wouldn't be able to comprehend humanity for the rest of his life. Let's start eating since that is settled. As he was asking him to order the food already, the light turned off inside the restaurant. He could see the staff leaving from the back door. They seemed to have cleaned up in a hurry before they left because the Light Wind Squad had made them work overtime. What? Why are they leaving? We still have another person here. You bastards. Wrath barked, but obviously no one looked back. Hey, you damn cicada. We are about to skip a meal because you took your damn time. Ah, but I still have other stuff to eat. Rayon smiled faintly and took out a loaf of bread from his subspace pocket. Yuha, Wrath's face turned pale. Do you want some Nadine bread instead? Put away that evil stuff. House Arian before sunrise. The Light Wind Squad and the Rangers were gathered in front of the western gate. Rayon pointed with his chin, and the third team leader of the Rangers, Prika, nodded and opened the gate. Rumble. The gate was opened with a huge vibration that shook the land. The dust that had been accumulating soared toward the sky and created a thick gray cloud. Probably because the water level of the swamp had drastically improved, a very small amount of mud was leaking into the opened gate. Rayon turned around to look at the Light Wind Squad. Their unwavering eyes showed the same determination they'd shown the day before. Are you ready? Yes, the Light Wind Squad replied firmly without a single exception. Their powerful voices, filled with determination, made the people around them tremble. Sir Rayon, Wendy Arian came up next to the Light Wind Squad and bowed at him. Like I said yesterday, I was ordered to stand by. I am sorry, but in return. Her eyes sparkled as she pointed at Prika and the third team of the Rangers. They are going to guide you to the best of their abilities. Please count on them. Rayon nodded while looking at Wendy and Prika. Let's go. He went ahead to advance on the swamp and the Light Wind Squad followed him. The slowest ones were the Rangers who'd been living there all their lives. Probably because they hadn't scouted for over half a year, zombies and skeletons started to gather from all directions even though they didn't even advance that much. There are so many zombies. I never expected this number. That's a lot. The Rangers frowned while looking at the swarming undead. Light Wind Squad. Rayon tapped on his scabbard without slowing down his advance. Eliminate them. As soon as he made his declaration, the Light Wind Squad at his back dashed forward with their eyes glowing yellow. Wham! Even though they only attacked once, the entire swamp around them was devastated. Not a single one of the undead remained alive even though there were easily dozens of them before. Let's go. Rayon shook his hand towards the panicking Rangers. We have no time to waste. Rayon scratched his neck while watching the zombies and the skeletons fall like autumn leaves to the Light Wind Squad swords. This is a bit strange. The undead monsters were characterized by their powerful regeneration and weak defense. Zombies and skeletons were the lowest-ranked undead, and their defenses were pretty much inexistent. However, those zombies seemed to have bodies surpassing a warrior's durability. Sir Prika. Prika came up next to Rayon upon hearing the call. What's the matter? Prika was terrified by the violent wave of aura from the Light Wind Squad and came up to him with trembling shoulders. Those zombies and skeletons seem sturdier than normal. Do you know anything about this? Prika's eyes widened in surprise. Boo, but they are destroying them in a single strike. How could you tell? His chin trembled as he pointed at the Light Wind Squad slaying the zombies and the skeletons effortlessly. Because there's a difference. Ordinary zombies and skeletons should have shattered into pieces just from the aura wave of the Light Wind Squad. The undead they were facing were multiple times sturdier than a normal undead. You are right, Vice Squad Leader. Prika nodded while looking at the zombies. Their bodies became sturdier after the water level started to rise in the swamp. There were multiple occasions where they didn't die from getting hit in their head with an arrow, even though it's supposed to be their weak spot. And did you still not scout the area despite the situation? Lady Wendy naturally reported it to the head of house, but he said that there was no reason to be afraid of some zombies and ordered us to fire 2 arrows if one wasn't enough. 2 arrows. Rayon laughed bitterly. His evaluation of Weijin lowered even further than the day before. What about the leader of the Rangers? Why didn't he take any measures? See, Sir Bander is the one who hates scouting the most, and he still managed to remain as the leader. About that. Rayon twisted his lips while looking at Prika, who was speechless. Tusk. Wrath also wrinkled his nose at the ridiculous situation. They all stink like trash, just like the swamp they are in. Indeed, they can't even be recycled at this point. There were plenty of hints about the abnormality. The water level and the number of monsters had increased, and the undead became sturdier than before. Even one of the 3 occurrences deserved an immediate investigation, but Weijin must have ignored it because he was too lazy and believed that nothing bad was going to happen. I can imagine it. He could imagine Wendy begging for an investigation, and the Jelly Belly head of house ignoring her along with the other executives to enjoy their banquets. The King of Essence can also see it perfectly. Wrath clicked his tongue while putting his hand on his forehead. Something similar happened in Devilldom before. Those morons caused trouble and the damage went straight to the people like always. He gestured to cut his head, saying that they didn't deserve to be spared. Yes, that issue is even more compelling than the swamp. Rayon decided that he would make sure to eliminate Weijin and the executives for the sake of the people in House Arian regardless of his mission. How long are you planning to take to kill the zombies? Rayon advanced by pushing the land with his left foot. He pierced through the fog filling the swamp and wielded his right hand like a blade. A storm was created as a result of his arm stretching in a flash. Wham! The swamp caved into the point where the bottom could be seen and the soaring mud became a reversed waterfall. Rumble. By the time the mud fell back on the ground, none of the zombies and skeletons were still standing. Rayon turned around. He stared at Arian Castle, of which he could only see the shape, with a deadly gaze. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of excuse you pigs are going to give to maintain your position. The 3rd team leader of House Arian's Rangers, Prika, grasped his temple while running through the swamp in front of the group. What should I do? The leader of the Rangers, Bander, came to see him when he was resting after guiding Rayon and the Light Wind Squad to the Lord's Manor the day before. Since he didn't exactly like Bander, he was going to leave after saying that he was too tired, but Bander grabbed his shoulder. Prika, you should be rising higher by now. He had asked whether he was interested in becoming the leader of the Rangers since he has been the 3rd team leader for long enough. Prika couldn't keep walking. The leader of the Rangers was one of the executives of the house, and he could obtain everything including money, position, and honor. You only need to do a simple task to gain such a great reward. You just need to slightly alter the location of the investigation. Bander smiled gently and spread the map. He told him about a direction towards the right instead of the Swamp of Death to make them go to a completely different location. Don't worry, the change in direction from this location will be extremely small. He won't notice. He smiled, saying that Rayon couldn't know the direction of the swamp even if he was a master. Prika asked what was going to happen if something dangerous was occurring in the swamp, and Bander responded that they just needed to send the Amber Blade Division after the Light Wind Squad returned to deal with it. Our lives take priority. If the Light Wind Squad finds out about this, Sieghart will become aware. Even the Rangers won't come out of this unscathed, let alone the executives. The stick came to him after the carrot. Prika bit his lip because he wasn't exactly clean himself either. I'll notify Wellies about this, so I'll be looking forward to a wise decision. Bander left after saying that. Refusing the offer for the sake of Wendy, who'd helped him a lot, was the right thing to do, but he couldn't say anything. Hey, team leader. Wellies came up next to him while Prika was biting his lip and contemplating the matter. He spoke to him in the Ranger's secret language. When are you doing it? Wellies anxiously rolled his eyes and made a hand signal that implied that they needed to change their direction to go further away. Ha. Prika closed his eyes, remembering the conversation he had with Wendy at daybreak. I leave it to you for what's going to happen tomorrow. Our house won't be able to escape from this swamp forever if we miss this opportunity. She didn't give any carrots or sticks, unlike Bander. She was simply making a request, one human being towards another human. Wendy Arian, she's the most foolish woman that I know. Even though Wendy was entitled to the most comfortable life, she chose the most difficult path. While the other ladies wore jeweled bracelets on their arms, she wore sandbags instead, and while the ladies were holding parasols, she wielded a sword to run under the sunlight. Because she was a warrior who earnestly wanted to change the house with her body and soul, he was attracted to her words even without a carrot, and he felt the pain even without a stick. That damn woman. He wasn't feeling any affection or pity towards her. It was Wendy's life that he'd been witnessing ever since his childhood that was stopping him from following Bander's suggestion. Team leader, Prika returned to his senses and opened his eyes upon hearing another shout from Wellies. It will be too late to change the direction after we pass this point. I am sorry, but... Prika smiled while looking forward with an honest gaze. We will continue this way. What do you mean? This is our last chance to change the house. Arg, do you believe you won't be harmed after doing this just because you are a team leader? Wellies glared at him, saying that Prika also had stepped on the mud. Did Bander tell you to threaten me like that? It's okay, I have no intention of pretending that I am clean. Prika nodded while looking at Rayon running behind them. I am also going to pay for my sins. I don't want to do anything that tightens my heart anymore. Team leader. Wellies called out to him, but he didn't even look back. He increased his speed instead and ran through the swamp. One day had passed since they had entered the swamp of death. Because the Light Wind Squad quickly destroyed the hundreds of undead, they would soon reach their destination, the end of the swamp. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at Prika's back. His burning spirit could be felt from the sprint. This house isn't completely ruined. He was already aware that Prika was plotting something. He waited without questioning him because Wendy had asked to believe in him, and Prika managed to make up his mind. There was no more hesitation in his footsteps. Was the leader of the Rangers the mastermind? Since Prika and Wellies were both Rangers, Rayon could guess that the one who gave them the orders was the leader of the Rangers, Bander. It was probably the direction. Since the Swamp of Death was a vast place, a small change in direction would make it so that he was unable to reach their destination. Bander must have been trying to lead them to the outskirts instead of the center to show them that nothing was happening. It wouldn't have worked, though, since Rayon had the Ring of Fire and the perception of the snow flower. The fog and the swamp in the area were meaningless to him. If Prika had decided to alter the direction, he would become a target for elimination after they returned. Rayon turned his head to look back. They don't have any issues either. Even though the Light Wind members had been fighting and running all day long, none of them looked tired. Instead, they seemed to be venting their stress by destroying the undead monsters. Ewer and Julius are also doing a good job. Those two were sweating a lot but still managed to run while gritting their teeth to avoid falling behind. They were laudable children. I'll make a special training schedule for you after we return. Boo, but that's not a reward, it's a punishment. It is a reward. I'm giving them an opportunity to grow even faster. That's your opinion. Pineapple Girl doesn't want a life like that. Wrath ground his teeth, saying that he wanted to try opening Rayon's head, then Il asked them late. When Rayon was turning his head back, a powerful pressure appeared from the front. The energy of death was on a whole different level from before. It must have been a high-ranking undead monster, incomparable to zombies and skeletons. So there was such a powerful monster here. He could only laugh. Its existence alone was enough excuse to mess up the jelly belly of House Arian. Light Wind Squad. Rayon smiled faintly and raised his hand. We have an enemy ahead of us. Get rid of it as fast as possible. Yes, the Light Wind Squad responded in unison, dashing ahead of the Rangers. They ran for around 10 minutes, and a corpse came running towards them from behind the tree on their left side. It looked similar to a zombie, but it was moving at least 4 times as fast. A skeleton with turbid gray bones was walking towards them from the opposite side while holding a sword and shield in its hands. A ghoul, a skeleton warrior. Ghouls and skeleton warriors were sturdier and faster than zombies and skeletons. They were also poisonous. Underestimating them and treating them as zombies could be dangerous. Kring, the Light Wind Squad kicked the swamp even harder. The aura blades shining in various colors were unleashed from their swords toward the ghouls and the skeleton warriors. Wham! The surface of the swamp cracked like a spider web, and the ghouls and the skeleton warriors were cut into dozens of pieces before sinking beneath the swamp. They keep coming. Focus. Byrne and Martha started to charge towards the ghouls and skeleton warriors as a huge horse appeared from the bush on the right. Kiig. Its dark body was at least twice as big as an ordinary horse, and a huge man clad in red armor was riding it. However, he was holding the head that was supposed to be on his neck with his left arm, and his right hand was holding a huge axe that was as big as an adult man. Dullahan. Burren increased his aura to the maximum upon finding the Dullahan. "I'll slay that head." Martha violently kicked the ground and dashed ahead of everyone else. "Isn't your head heavy?" Run-On raised her sword above her while looking at the head the Dullahan was holding. The team leaders advanced before the others and attacked him with their swords. The 3 lines of aura blades combined like a constellation, and the Dullahan swung the axe from his right hand. Clong. The energy of death spread from the axe and perfectly blocked Burren, Martha, and Run-On's aura blades. Whoosh. The Dullahan wasn't satisfied with playing defense and slashed his axe upwards. The dark power of death was unleashed towards the 3's necks. Thud. Run-On went ahead and unleashed her frozen aura. Coldness spread around as smoothly as flowing water and engulfed the power of death before freezing it up. Hop. Burren dashed from behind Run-On to slash it down like lightning. The barren wind of his blade pierced through the Dullahan's deadly energy and severed his armor. GRR. Crimson light radiated from the eyes in the Dullahan's left hand. He spurred his horse on, intending to crush Burren with it. Rumble. When hooves clad in the energy of death were about to trample Burren, Martha charged towards it. She unleashed all of her remaining Titan's aura and slashed down with her sword, which she was holding with both of her hands. Creak. The Dullahan raised the handle of his axe to slash upwards toward Martha's attack. Wham! The clash between powers created a violent explosion at the center of the swamp, and the Dullahan and the 3 team leaders were pushed back to their respective sides. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the Dullahan's armor, which was cracked and torn apart. This makes it clear now. The undead in this location have a powerful energy of death. He couldn't say as much before because the zombies and skeletons were too weak, but the Dullahan made it clear. Even though the Dullahan's physical strength and defense were extremely high for an undead, the amount of damage it took from Burren, Run-On, and Martha's combined attack couldn't be explained otherwise. The undead in that location were clad in a lot more energy of death than the average undead. He's too sturdy. I can't find a good spot to attack because he doesn't have a head. Burren and Martha bit their lips while stepping back from Dullahan. Start with the horse's head. Run-On unleashed a large amount of coldness while glaring at the horse that the Dullahan was riding. GRRR. Even though the Dullahan's armor was crushed and he had lost his bones and flesh at different parts of his body, he unleashed even more energy of death than in the beginning. Why are there so many of them? Wasn't this supposed to be an easy task? Shut up and kill them for now. Because the team leaders were occupied with the Dullahan, the other Light Wind members were unable to advance due to the sheer number of ghouls and skeleton warriors. Rayon was quietly watching the battlefield when Mark Goten came towards him. "Vice Squad Leader, I am also going to fight." No, Mark Goten was about to draw his saber, but Rayon shook his head. They can do it. It was true that the undead were powerful, but they weren't strong enough to call it impossible for the Light Wind Squad to defeat them. Light Wind Squad. Rayon inhaled a little before using aura in his voice. "Did I go too easy on you during your training?" The Light Wind Squad's hands flinched at the same time upon hearing that cold voice. "There are still so many of them even though I ordered you to quickly deal with them. I'll need to come up with a new training method." As soon as he said those words, a powerful madness started to emerge from their shoulders. And no, anything but that. Dorian thrust his sword while screaming, and the wall of skeleton warriors in front of him crumbled at once. Charge, kill them all. The Light Wind Squad started to tear the ghouls and skeleton warriors apart with their eyes blazing with slaughter. The way the undead were easily defeated by a single strike of the swordsman made it look like they were dealing with zombies instead of ghouls. Yellow aura burst from Martha's sword and destroyed the Dullahan's shoulder entirely. "I don't want a new training method." Burren sniffled and stabbed the horse's body. A small storm occurred from his blade to pierce into the dark body of the horse. "I want to sleep." Run-On extended her snow flower. Silver flowers spread from the silver blade to surround the Dullahan's body. Whop! The shards of coldness were like a different type of flame spirit and managed to freeze the Dullahan's body before it regained its balance. Clong! Burren, Run-On, and Martha dashed at the same time, aiming to mercilessly destroy the frozen body of the Dullahan. Rumble! The 3 team leaders and the Light Wind Squad tore all the undead into pieces before they turned around. Gasp! They killed the ghouls and the skeleton warriors so easily. The Dullahan was torn to pieces. I know that they were powerful, but this is unexpected. The Rangers swallowed nervously while looking at the Light Wind Squad that managed to easily defeat the undead clad in a powerful aura of death. Rayon leisurely nodded while looking at the Light Wind Squad. "See, you can do it if you try. Why were you wasting your time?" The madness in the Light Wind Squad's eyes intensified even further upon hearing that. That damn bastard. He didn't do anything the whole time. It's my fault for being weak, damn it." Their fists trembled because they couldn't even talk back. Surprika. Rayon shook his hand at Prika, who was watching them with his jaw dropped from next to him. It's almost over. Let's quickly finish this off. Ununderstood. The Rangers took the lead once again and guided Rayon and the Light Wind Squad. The fog was getting thicker and thicker, but no more monsters appeared. 3 pillars came into view from afar, signaling the end of the swamp before they encountered a single zombie after the Dullahan. Was the Dullahan the last monster here? It looks like it. It was fortunately an easy mission. Everyone was getting careless and they were about to smile when Rayon raised his hand. Stop. The Light Wind Squad and the Rangers stopped walking upon hearing his order. Rayon, what's the problem now? Rayon smiled while pointing under the pillar. The master of the swamp is surfacing. As soon as he made that declaration, the swamp under the pillar started to boil. The yellow-green mud turned dark and a white skull started to emerge. The white skull was clad in dark red armor and crimson flames were bursting from its empty eye sockets. Rumble, because its energy wave was on a whole different level from the undead they'd encountered up to that point. Even the Light Wind Squad's breath caught. Gasp, a Death Knight, why is such a monster in this place? The powerful aura of death emerging from the Dark Knight made the Rangers step back with trembling chins. The Death Knight, also called the Knight of Death, was glaring at the Light Wind Squad with blazing eyes showing signs of intelligence. Is this the Death Knight? There's really all sorts of things here. With the 3 team leaders starting it off, the Light Wind Squad released their pressure to resist the Death Knight's aura wave. Rayon rolled his lips into a smile while looking at the Death Knight and the Light Wind Squad. A perfect target for practice has arrived. The Light Wind Squad's shoulders trembled even more violently than when they first saw the Death Knight upon hearing his cold voice. Are you sure you should be saying that in this situation? Unlike the other undead monsters, Death Knights and Archliches were divided into different ranks. Since the power of those 2 highest-ranking undead depended on how powerful they were before they died, it was impossible to tell how dangerous they were just from the name of their species. Those who were as strong as a novice level to intermediate master were called low-class fiends. Those between intermediate to advanced master were called intermediate fiends, and the powerful undead above the advanced master level were called advanced fiends. Rayon rubbed his fingers while watching the crimson light burning from the Death Knight's eyes. A low-class fiend. He could guess that a swordsman at the intermediate realm of master perished, and he was lowered to a novice-level master upon becoming a Death Knight. It's not so simple, I know, Rayon nodded at Wrath, because this swamp isn't an ordinary place. Despite the name Swamp of Death, there was no energy of death in the area. However, the undead in the swamp were enhanced. The same went for the Death Knight. It was better to assume that it was going to be stronger than a novice master. Burin, Martha, and Runnon, the 3 of them won't be enough. The 3 team leaders of the Light Wind Squad managed to win against Warring Steel's 1st Vice Division leader, Kamen, without taking much damage. However, that only happened because they weren't fighting to the death. If Kamen had been prepared to die, he would have killed at least one of the 3. Moreover, the Death Knight was even stronger than Kamen had been then, and the entire Light Wind Squad needed to face it together. Light Wind Squad. Rayon raised his finger and pointed at the Death Knight, who was drawing his longsword from his waist. Eliminate it. Yes, the Light Wind Squad kicked the ground without questioning Rayon's orders. As they dashed towards the Death Knight, the only thing reflected in their eyes was their determination to slaughter their enemy. Are you really leaving a Death Knight to the Light Wind Squad? Prika's jaw dropped as he witnessed the unreasonable decision. They should gain experience since it's a perfect opportunity. But none of them is a master. How? It doesn't matter whether they can win or not. There will be no path if they never challenge anything. He swallowed nervously. His eyes looked like he had been enlightened. Open formation. Burin raised his sword while advancing at the front. Open formation. Upon hearing his shout, the Light Wind Squad nimbly spread around like snowflakes in the wind to create a circular sword formation. It was the Great Light Wind Formation, which was performed with the entire squad. We have to kill it somehow. I'm going to die if we don't kill it. What we have in front of us is just a Death Knight, but we have a Demon King watching us from behind. Everyone's against us. This life is damned. The swordsmen fixed their grips and increased their aura's output to the extreme while thinking about what was going to happen to them if they lost. Rumble. Once the entire Light Wind Squad gathered their aura in unison, the energy wave bursting from them became as powerful as the Death Knight's. Whop. A crimson flame burst from the Death Knight's long sword. It was the Sword of Purgatory, rumored to summon the fire from hell. The Light Wind Squad unleashed the central green whirlwind, the first form of the Great Light Wind Formation. Their auras gathered at the center of the formation and engulfed Burin's sword before being released. Wham! The clash between the Death Knight's Sword of Purgatory and the central green whirlwind created a tremendous shockwave. The swamp of death split apart, and a bunch of mud started to rain down from above. Tap, tap. The Death Knight and the Light Wind Squad were pushed back into the swamp at the same time. Convert, Burin ordered, and the Light Wind Squad's position changed. The third team went to the back as the first team moved to the front, and a powerful energy gathered around Martha. They were as slow as a snail before. Wrath rolled his lips into a smile while watching the Light Wind Squad change their formation at the speed of light. They've gotten better at switching their formation. Indeed, Rayon smiled faintly and nodded. They've changed a lot. They took a long time to switch the positions of the teams in the past, and the displacement of their auras was too shabby. However, they were doing it as naturally as flowing water. Rayon could tell how hard everyone had been training. It'll start by destroying your head. Martha screamed and twisted her sword while slashing downwards. She was momentarily activating. Berserk, however, she didn't run ahead on her own even though madness was engulfing her. She slashed down to the best of her ability, alongside the first team who were supporting her. Wham! The tremendous noise sounded like a building was collapsing and the Death Knight was pushed back. Anger appeared in his burning eyes. Beef Girl has grown a lot in terms of willpower, even more than her might. You've been watching her. She's the king of Essence's subordinate after all. He said this before, but he takes care of his subordinates. Wrath was right. Martha's willpower had increased even more than her might. That was how she managed to activate Berserk in the split second that she gathered her power and regained her sanity right after, preventing her team members from being harmed. Crack! The Death Knight's chin opened up while creaking. Powerful flames burst from his eyes as he charged towards them. He seemed to be extremely angry. Kring, the Light Wind Squad's position changed once again. It was the most defensive formation they had, one with the second team at the front. It was the fifth form, the Snow Cat's Descent. Krong. Run-On stepped forward and swirled Snow Flower. The coldness was unleashed like a ribbon and covered the space to create an elegant sword barrier. Clang! The head-on clash between the frozen blade and the Death Knight's flaming sword created a huge amount of steam. The silver blade soared from the intensified fog. Swoosh! It wasn't the Death Knight's attack. Run-On had thrust Snow Flower from the edge of the formation to stab the Death Knight's cheekbone. PSSH. She failed to significantly injure him because of the aura of death he possessed, but a small trace of the blade was left on his cheekbone. Ooh, Wrath clenched his fists. What a nice counterattack. Ice Cream Girl has also changed. Indeed, Run-On was only focused on defense before. Because of her kind-hearted personality, Run-On had always protected everyone from the front by polishing her aura of ice. However, her tendency had changed. Her shield was created in order to save her companions, but she didn't hesitate to thrust her ice needle hidden behind it. Creak. The Death Knight looked extremely angry. He tapped on his scratched cheek and fixed his grip on the Sword of Purgatory. Flame burst from his dark blade and stormed around like a tornado. Clang, clang, clang. The head-on clash between the Death Knight and the Light Wind Squad shook the entire swamp. The fog filling the space was ripped apart and the sky was revealed. Whop. Under the orange sky signaling the sunset, the huge sounds of clashing blades resounded one after the other. Rayon smiled faintly while watching the Light Wind Squad's attacks. The team leaders aren't the only ones who have changed. Everyone has. It wasn't just Burr and Martha, and Run-On every single member of the Light Wind Squad had become far stronger than before. It wasn't excessive to say that Dorian was the biggest coward of Sieghart, let alone the Light Wind Squad, yet even he was clenching his sword at the center of the formation and fought without leaving his position. His eyes had become teary, but he kept supporting the team. Everyone was doing a great job, but one swordsman was sent flying while screaming like a dying pig. Damn it, it was Crane. He spat the blood from his mouth and returned to his position before the Death Knight's next attack. Since he had always been the first one to fail, he returned as fast as a flying squirrel. He's hopeless. He's the incarnation of bad luck. He does have that side to him. Crane was the third team's vice team leader, and he was one of the 10 strongest in the Light Wind Squad. However, he was always the first one to be defeated and collapse for some reason. It wasn't even the question of his willpower. He was just unlucky, and you should get ready. After all, that skull is rather special. I know. Rayon nodded while looking at the Death Knight, an undead that gets stronger at a tremendous pace. Undead monsters were normally slow in their growth. They were bound to be slow because they were human beings who abandoned life and chose death instead, but the Death Knight didn't seem to be affected by that curse. He was getting stronger as he fought. Moreover, it's not just his aura of death that's getting stronger. Even his swordsmanship is getting better. Rayon could understand that the energy of death was growing because of the swamp's power, but he couldn't explain why his swordsmanship was improving so quickly. Honestly, the Death Knight was getting used to the Light Wind Squad a lot faster than the Light Wind Squad was getting used to the Death Knight. Klong, he could predict that the Light Wind Squad was going to receive internal injuries and be defeated soon enough. Vice Squad Leader. Mark Goten clenched the black hermit sword around his waist with a serious gaze. I'll join the fight. So. Rayon was about to give his permission when Yua ran into the battlefield from next to him. Yua. Mark Goten tried to stop her, but Rayon shook his hand to stop him. Vice Squad Leader, hey, stop Pineapple Girl. Let's watch them for a bit longer. Rayon shook his head while circulating the heat inside his mana circuit so that he would be able to save Yua at any moment. Yua gathered her hands and controlled her aura. The blue flow emanating from her looked like antique silk. Yua's choice of weapon wasn't a sword but her voice. The holy voice that sounded like the descent of a white-winged angel created a new wave in the swamp. Creak. The Death Knight's face distorted in pain, even though it was simply angry when it was attacked by a sword. His evil eyes were directed at Yua instead of the light wind squad in front of her. What? Are my internal injuries being healed? I thought I was running out of stamina, but I can last longer now. I was going to faint until a moment ago. Is this Yua's power? On the other hand, the light wind squad had a better complexion. Their internal injury seemed to have healed. It was Yua's ability that Eden was trying to obtain, the siren's voice that was capable of damaging enemies while granting vitality to her allies. Kua, the Death Knight roared while clenching his sword, and multiple ghouls and skeleton warriors emerged from the swaying swamp. Kaya. The ghouls and skeleton warriors dashed toward Yua while completely ignoring the light wind squad. Slash. When the poisonous claw was about to pierce Yua's neck, the deadly light of a blade sparkled. The ghoul lost its entire arm and got smashed into the swamp. I won't let you be the only one who gets a highlight. Julius gritted his teeth while standing in front of Yua. I'm also doing it since you did this. He unleashed the straightforward swordsmanship that he learned from Roan, the Crimson Sword art, and cut down all the undead approaching her. He was drenched in cold sweat because of how nervous he was, but he endured by gritting his teeth. Rumble. The swamp on the right surged like a tidal wave and a Dullahan surfaced. He immediately ran towards Yua, clad in with even more power than the previous one. He can even summon a Dullahan. Death Knights could summon different species depending on their rank. Considering the fact that he had just summoned a Dullahan, he must have grown into an intermediate fiend in that short period of time. I'll take care of that one. Mark Goten unsheathed Black Hermit Saber and ran ahead. He blocked the Dullahan's path before he could stab Yua with his long spear. Clong. The powerful saber strike from Mark Goten pushed the Dullahan's huge body back. He scattered the Anarchic Lightning Saber-esque technique to shatter the long spear into pieces as if he was trying to tell Rayon that he didn't need to worry about his side. He looked so unsightly in the past because of how dirty he was, but he's gotten a bit better now. Rayon agreed with wrath. Mark Goten's Anarchic Lightning Saber used to be all about power and didn't provoke any emotion. However, a frightening amount of sharpness was dwelling in his saber strike. Crack. Mark Goten's saber struck down like lightning to sever the Dullahan's body in an instant. Dullahan sank under the swamp before it could even groan in pain, but the Light Wind Squad's battle turned even worse in that short period of time. Wham. They couldn't overcome the Death Knight's strike, and the intermediate expert swordsmen were pushed back while coughing up blood. Even the ones at the advanced expert level were bleeding from their lips because of their internal injuries. The only ones who were still standing with difficulty were the three team leaders and Dorian, who were at the highest level of expert. Yua's face was also becoming pale because the Death Knight's energy was becoming stronger and stronger, while Julius was catching his rough breath in exhaustion. Vice Squad Leader. Mark Goten returned after killing the Dullahan and furrowed his brow with a serious expression. I was wondering, but is that Death Knight actually getting stronger? Yes. Rayon nodded. He was at the novice level master in the beginning, but he's about to ascend to the intermediate now. He'll join the fight in that case. Mark Goten bit his lip and went around the right side of the Light Wind Squad to join the fight. He unleashed the exact same saber strike that severed the Dullahan in a single strike, but the Death Knight effortlessly fended off his blow. HMPH. Mark Goten seemed to have expected it to happen, as he turned his body mid-air to unleash a second strike. Anarchic Lightning Saber-esque technique had a complicated trajectory that was difficult to read like lightning falling from the sky. We should join him. The Light Wind Squad transitioned into the 11th form with the strongest attack and granted their auras to Martha. Whop, powerful energies surrounded the Death Knight from both sides, and it slashed diagonally with its sword of purgatory. The powerful energy dwelling in his simple strike spread around like a wave. Wham. The Death Knight couldn't win against the Light Wind Squad, and Mark Goten's combined attacks and was pushed all the way back until he hit his back on the three pillars. The way he was creaking showed that he was significantly damaged, but the aura of death was burning even more fiercely than before. Wham! The crimson blaze in the Death Knight's eyes became green. At the same time, the aura of death rising from his feet soared to reach the sky. He surpassed the wall. Yes, he reached Intermediate Master. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the Death Knight. He clearly reached the Intermediate Master after the previous impact. In fact, he had taken another step from there. It looks like he gets stronger the more he fights. The King of Essence agrees. It's been a long time since the last time he's seen an undead like that. Wrath licked his lips, saying that it was a rare species even in Devildom. Wham. Because the Death Knight reached the intermediate master, his sword of purgatory slammed the Light Wind Squad and Mark Goten into the swamp. Kua da damn it. That skeleton, it feels like he became unreasonably strong. I can't last any longer. Mark Goten and the Light Wind Squad stood back up, even though their shoulders were trembling from the intensified energy of death. Ouch. Hey, hang on, it's not over yet. Yua fell on her knees in exhaustion, and Julius' hands were also trembling for the same reason. It looks like. Rayon put his hand on Heavenly Drive's hilt for the first time after he entered the swamp. I need to finish him off. The Death Knight in front of him was dangerous. Since the Light Wind Squad managed to gain some experience from the fight, it was better to finish the battle as fast as possible. He advanced while controlling the 10,000 Flames cultivation and the divinity blooming from the underworld. Step. Even though he was walking on a liquid swamp, his heavy footsteps sounded like he was stepping on dry land. The Light Wind Squad immediately withdrew without hesitation upon hearing his footsteps. Creak. The Death Knight's green flame of destruction and anger turned to look at Rayon. His mind and soul were being tightened by a frightening amount of energy of death. The Death Knight was continuously getting stronger. I'd like to test how strong you can become, but I have many people that I am responsible for. Let's put an end to it now. His declaration must enrage the Death Knight since he immediately kicked the swamp. He rushed like a green flash and swung down Sword of Purgatory. The blade's trajectory looked simple at a glance, but profound principles were seeping into it. The single blade multiplied into 10 and surrounded Rayon from all directions that could be blocked. The flame of hell from Sword of Purgatory was causing a pain that felt like his skin was melting down. The blade of Requiem around his waist warned him of the incoming danger, and Rayon clenched Heavenly Drive with his right hand. Heavenly Drive's blade was quietly unsheathed, and the flame bursting from it was even more intense than the Sword of Purgatory. The line of fire soared like the tail of a shooting star and created a majestic trajectory. Crack. The crimson blade severed the Sword of Purgatory that was brimming with the energy of death and pierced into the center of the skull. Rayon strained his arm to stab all the way in. Wham! The energy of death that had seemed impenetrable was cut apart, and the Death Knight's hellfire heart was shattered. Rayon caught the Death Knight's skull that was falling from its neck and turned around. He smiled at the stunned and bewildered people who stared at Rayon with dropped jaws. Let's go back. It's time to take care of the pigs now. Burren's chin trembled as he watched the Death Knight's body sink under the swamp. Did he just slay the Death Knight in a single strike? How is that even possible? He could tell because he fought against the Death Knight. He was powerful. It wasn't just his energy of Death High's swordsmanship was also advanced. The monster had revealed the green burning eyes that were the symbol of an intermediate fiend. After easily sending the entire Light Wind Squad and Mark Goten flying it, he was slain in a single strike, and Burren couldn't believe that it had just happened. What the hell is wrong with him? He was fully aware that Rayon was powerful. He should have known about that better than anyone. However, he never imagined that he would kill the Death Knight in a single strike when it was an intermediate fiend and even had the power of the swamp in him. That fucking. Martha's hand holding her sword was trembling as she glared at Rayon. Monstrous bastard. Rayon stepped forward when the great light wind formation was about to break because the Death Knight's energy had become more and more powerful. She was frustrated because Rayon's gaze was telling them to stay back, and she secretly hoped that he would experience the same pain. Since she'd never seen a Death Knight that could get stronger during a fight before, she believed that even Rayon wouldn't be able to defeat it so easily. I thought he was going to do all his fire and ice shit like always. Rayon's combat was as flashy as his face. She thought he was going to unleash fire and ice to fight the Death Knight, but all he did was a single sword draw to sever his soul. Even though she saw it from the closest spot with her very eyes, she still couldn't believe it. Wow. Ranon's lips parted. Her eyes were even more blank than usual. Rayon is really damn handsome today. She'd been saying damn handsome without much meaning behind it because Insia had asked her to call him it, but he really looked damn handsome because of what happened. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the way Rayon lowered Heavenly Drive with his black dragon coat fluttering in the wind looked like a beautiful picture. However, his sword draw that slayed the Death Knight in a single strike left an even stronger impression than his beautiful appearance. The destructive power and precision of that strike sent a chill down her spine. Vice Squad Leader, we are going to look like shit if you defeat it so easily. Was that really a Death Knight? He was. We almost died to it. Moreover, he was a monster that grew stronger over time. But why did he die in a single strike? The Light Wind Squad was also staring at Rayon in disbelief, their eyes wide. What did I just witness? Are those the White Sword Dragon's true skills? I heard the rumors that even the 12 stars of the continent are below his feet. The rangers, including Prika, had fallen on their knees in the swamp as their chins trembled. Wow, young master, it was an impressive sword draw. Ewer and Julius were jumping around with bright smiles on their faces while Mark Goten quietly bowed at him. Rayon smiled at the two children and looked at Heavenly Drive where the heat still remained. Not bad. He tried mixing the 10,000 Flames cultivation and the divinity blooming from Underworld for the first time in the sword draw, and it was even more effective than his expectations. The Death Knight was an intermediate fiend and was further enhanced with the power of the swamp. He didn't think it would be crushed to death before it could even resist. I've gained great power to pierce the Black Tower. The amount of divinity was small enough to be exhausted after a single sword draw, but it was going to be extremely useful in future battles. You are such a snake. Wrath shoved his face onto him while grinding his teeth. What's your problem now? Why would you defeat him? You also said that it was getting dangerous. Rayon couldn't understand why Wrath was complaining when he even pointed at his endangered subordinates. Throwing some daggers would have been enough. You didn't need to straight up kill it. Wrath wrinkled his nose, calling Rayon a weasel who took the opportunity away from the others. That doesn't sound right. It aroused Rayon's suspicion because Wrath was a psychopath who couldn't even put up with a short moment of boredom. Why is he hating so much? Rayon rolled his lips into a smile while looking at Wrath. You are complaining because I'll be getting the rewards for slaying the Dark Knight. Hiccup. Wrath's trembling eyes confirmed that Rayon had hit the mark. His fluffy body was trembling as if a powerful wind was blowing on it. Boo bullshit. There's no way the King of Essence would be thinking like that. I can tell I was right because of how surprised you are. No, you aren't. The King of Essence doesn't care about that at all. His voice became as small as the crawling sound of an ant before he hid in the ice flower bracelet. Rayon's guess was correct. Wrath was complaining that Rayon should give him the opportunity to the Light Wind Squad because he didn't want him to get those stats after slaying the Death Knight. He's not being cute. Rayon shook his head and looked at the Death Knight's skull. Extremely small green fires were burning from the empty eye sockets. This is what you call a loot. The skull was the loot from slaying the Death Knight. The small fires in the eyes served as proof of killing a Death Knight, and it could be sold at an extremely high price. I should get some more just in case. Rayon shook his hand at Mark Goat. Can you bring the heads of the Dullahan and the horse that you killed a moment ago? Understood. Mark Goten brought the head from Dullahan's corpse that was thrown onto the vines floating on the swamp. The eyes were sparkling in crimson on the hideously distorted face. Those two should be enough. The skull of a Death Knight that was an intermediate fiend and the huge head of Dullahan were more than enough to get the upper hand with House Arian. Whop, Rayon unleashed Glacier-esque coldness to the maximum output and used the perception of the snow flower. He spread his aura perception in all directions, but he couldn't feel any presence of undead monsters, and the swamp is subsiding now. The water level was decreasing at an extremely slow pace, probably because the Death Knight was the source of the abnormality. We are done here. The mission was complete since they managed to defeat the Death Knight, dealt with the increased number of undead by killing them, and the swamp was subsiding. Returning was all he needed to do. Rayon put the Death Knight's skull and the Dullahan's head in his subspace pocket and turned around. Light Wind Squad. The Light Wind Squad that managed to suppress their internal injuries lined up upon hearing his call. Arg, they must have had a bad feeling about it since they kept swallowing nervously without looking straight into Rayon's eyes. It was a shame, but it was nice to see you fighting to the best of your abilities. The Light Wind Squad raised their gazes because Rayon's voice was unexpectedly soft. Good job, Woa. I know our vice squad leader would say that. Because Rayon said good job instead of announcing additional training, the Light Wind Squad immediately became cheerful like a flower petal carried by the wind. However, as the Light Wind Squad was getting excited, Rayon raised his hand. It's also true that you didn't manage to slay the Death Knight. My order was to kill him. Boo, but you just said good job. Yes, you said we did our best. The Light Wind Squad tried to argue against him with trembling lips, but it obviously didn't work against Rayon. I prefer that you do your job rather than doing your best. You should have killed him by any means necessary. How were we even supposed to kill him? He was a Death Knight. Moreover, he was a monster that kept getting stronger over time. It wasn't an ordinary Death Knight. His head was getting stronger and stronger. Burin, Martha, and Runnon shook their heads, saying that it was an impossible task to begin with, and it happened because you didn't train enough. Look at me, I killed it in a single strike. Damn it, my sleep. Because Rayon did manage to slay the monstrous Death Knight in a single strike, they couldn't argue anymore and lowered their heads. I'll prepare a special menu as soon as we return. You can look forward to it. Sniff. Damn it, what is life, huh? The Light Wind Squad sighed deeply while thinking about what was going to happen to them after they returned to the house. Your personality is so nasty. Wrath climbed back onto the bracelet and frowned. An evil fiend like you is rare even in devildom. While he was calling him evil, messages suddenly appeared. You've slain a powerful opponent in a single strike by combining two different powers. All stats have increased by 5. Sword draw's proficiency has increased. The divinity blooming from Underworld has increased in rank. It looked like the rewards were given to him because it was his first time combining his aura with divinity to kill a Death Knight. By the way, what a perfect timing. He could only laugh because the messages appeared as soon as Wrath came back from the bracelet. It was as if they were waiting for that moment. This is why the King of Essence didn't want to come out. Wrath ground his teeth violently while looking at the messages. Stop bullying those kids and the King of Essence. In the audience chamber of House Arian, Weijin licked his lips, his hand placed on his pot belly. He looked like a frog. It's going well, right? He seemed to be anxious as he extended his hand to start eating a large piece of grilled beef ribs. Don't worry about it. Bander raised his gaze and smiled. Our boys will take care of it, but I have a bad feeling about this for some reason. Weijin frowned while licking his greasy lips. It won't matter even if the plan goes awry. Why would it not matter? My lord's excellent eloquent speech can easily control children like them. Bander raised his finger with a faint smile on his face. Moreover, that person is backing us. Even the white sword dragon won't be able to do anything reckless. Ahem, that's true. Weijin nodded while clearing his throat. We've been bribing them for this purpose, after all. The reason House Arian could neglect the mission they'd inherited from their ancestors was because they'd bribed a lot of Sieghart's executives. It was time for them to harvest the fruit grown from their money. Bander is right. We are now aware of what kind of personality Rayon has. We should be able to easily deal with him now. They won't be able to pressure us even if they want to. We are backed up by even greater people. The general administrator, financial officer, and even the quartermasters bowed at Weijin while flattering him. That person also said that we don't need to worry about it. I'll be counting on you, my lord. Bander lowered his eyebrows to hide his gaze and lowered his head. Yes, leave it to me. Weijin nodded while smiling at the flattering executives. While the executives of House Arian were laughing in harmony with each other, Wendy clenched her fist from behind the door. She left the Lord's manor with a determined expression on her face. Rayon put his hand in his subspace pocket while watching the slowly opening castle gate of House Arian. He took out the Death Knight's skull and Dullahan's head from the pocket and gave them to Burin and Dorian. Burin casually accepted the Death Knight's skull, while Dorian freaked out while holding the Dullahan's head. Why are you giving those to us? The people also need to know. Rayon looked inside the castle coldly. That Weijin and the executive almost drove the house to extinction. When he was about to enter through the open gate, Wendy hurriedly came running towards him. Sir Rayon, you've returned, huh? She started to bow, but her jaw dropped upon noticing the Death Knight's skull and Dullahan's head that Burin and Dorian were holding. Death Knight, it's even an intermediate fiend. Wendy started to tremble like crazy after she saw the Death Knight's skull. A Death Knight? Look at that. It's true. The green light from the eyes means that it's an intermediate fiend. Did they find that in the Swamp of Death? The swordsmen and residents behind Wendy stepped back in shock. In no way. Was there really a Death Knight in that swamp? Yes. We found him at the pillars located at the end of the swamp. Rayon explained what happened in the swamp. He used his aura and his voice to allow everyone around the gate to hear him, not just Wendy. Prika. Wendy looked at Prika, who was standing on the right side. Prika nodded, implying that everything Rayon had said was true. Arg. She bit her lip and lowered her head. She seemed to be having various feelings. Her cheeks and earlobes were turning red. Wendy controlled her mind and raised her head. She raised her hand with a determined gaze. Let's go to the audience chamber. Rayon nodded and followed Wendy towards the Lord's manor. The residents were thanking the Light Wind Squad while cheering for them like it was a hero's return, but they gradually started to suspect the executives, a Dullahan and a Death Knight. The Swamp of Death has changed so much. Boob at the top brass said there were no problems. See, I told you it was strange. There's no way the water level would increase so much if there were no issues. The grapes were also wilting. Those damn executives. We should have supported Lady Wendy. Rayon smiled while feeling people's anxiety around him. It's proceeding as it should. It was necessary to change the people's mindset on top of the pigs, raining from above in order to change the house. The hideous head of the Dullahan was extremely effective at changing their mindset. Rayon entered the Lord's manor without saying anything in order to amplify their questions and anxiety even further. Wendy opened the audience chamber's door without even knocking. Rayon could see the head of House, Weijin, and the executives of House Arian gathered on the platform. The way they seemed to be discussing something implied that they'd already heard of the news. Ooh. Weijin raised his hand with an awkward smile on his face. Good job, everyone. He gathered his hands and politely declared the words, unlike when they first arrived at the house. You've even slain a Death Knight. The Light Wind Squad is as gallant as the rumors. The executives were also rubbing their hands like flies, distorted smiles on their faces. They were completely different from before, back when they were coldly looking at them. Dorian. Rayon smiled faintly and extended his hand to the right. Dorian gave him the Dullahan's head that he was holding with the tips of his fingers. Rayon took the Dullahan's head and threw it on the platform. Wham! The remaining blood inside the Dullahan's head scattered over the fake smiles of the pigs above the platform. What do you think you're doing? Don't tell me this is alive. The executives freaked out and fell on their asses upon meeting the Dullahan's eyes, still glowing crimson after death. Step. Rayon trampled the red carpet at the center of the audience chamber and went above the platform. The dry pressure creeping from his shoulders revealed his displeasure. Gasp. The executives couldn't panic anymore because they were crushed by his frightening pressure, and they trembled in fear with faces that suggested they were about to die. Rayon didn't even take a glance at them, instead going straight to the top of the platform. Weijin was writhing on his chair, and Rayon shoved the Death Knight's skull at him. The green fires were still sparking from its eyes. The throne fell to the back, unable to withstand the heavy weight of Weijin's panic. This Death Knight was born at the end of the Swamp of Death. Rayon pulled up the throne where Weijin used to sit, placing the Death Knight's helmet on top of it. If the Amber Blade Division leader didn't call us, this head would have been sitting on this throne instead of you after trampling over your corpses. The flames still burning in green from the Death Knight's skull justified his claim. Wendy would have killed a monster like that. Weijin's lips trembled, and he couldn't even look at the Death Knight's skull on the chair. Rayon's lips twisted into a sneer, so you can't even tell its rank. Considering the fact that he could still say that after he witnessed the green light radiating from the empty eye sockets, his head must become empty already. I couldn't have one against it. Wendy bowed from behind Rayon. She looked like she was extremely ashamed of her house. PR Prika, tell us the story. What is that Death Knight? That Death Knight is an intermediate fiend. Moreover, there were 2 Dullahans involved as well. If they attacked us with their army, we would have been annihilated. Prika stated everything he had seen without exaggerating or deprecating the matter. The executives were unable to respond and lowered their heads after hearing the truth from the Rangers. Rayon smiled coldly and put his hand on the throne where Weijin used to sit. Thud, the huge steel throne was crushed like scrap metal, unable to withstand the power from Rayon's hand. Weijin Aryan, you have no right to stay on this throne. I'll deprive you of your position until I get instructions from Zeekhart. What do you mean? Weijin stood up with trembling shoulders. The bulging fat on his chin and belly looked like he'd gotten even fatter in the meantime. I am the head of house here. What right do you have? He ground his teeth, saying that he wasn't allowed to do that. Right, you. Fuck rights, Rayon snorted and was about to speak when Martha stepped forward. She climbed the platform with her eyes burning angrier than ever. This fucking pig still didn't learn his lesson. Pie pig, you little bitch. You almost killed everyone in this house, yet you still dare to talk back. You know nothing. I know everything, you fucking pig. Martha kicked the ground and jumped towards Weijin to punch his face. Smock, Weijin couldn't even defend himself as he was slammed onto the ground after she punched him. Quie, he rolled down the platform, sounding like an actual dying pig. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Martha's furious back. Did this remind her of the past? He didn't know the details, but he guessed that she was more furious than others because Shed experienced the annihilation of her village by the white blood religion. Do you believe you can get away with this? Weijin pointed his finger at her while showing his missing teeth. Who do you think is supporting me? Who is it? Rayon walked down the platform with his eyes glowing in deadly light. A frightening coldness engulfed the entire audience chamber because the pressure of a conqueror naturally spread around as he breathed. Tell me. Say it. Rayon took another step towards him. Weijin Aryan's face turned pale because his footsteps were crushing his soul. Who is backing you up? Rayon raised his chin while looking at his distorted eyes. I'm curious which great name allowed Aryan to be ruined to this point. Weijin couldn't endure his frightening pressure and stepped back with trembling hands. A palace master, he screamed. He looked like he was making a desperate effort. He's not from a mere squad like you. He's the master of a palace. Weijin glared at him while saying that one of Zeekhart's palace masters had his back. A palace master. As soon as Weijin said palace master, he collected the pressure that was dominating the audience chamber. Yes, Weijin violently exhaled and nodded. His jelly belly wavered like an ocean. You must finally realize that you picked the wrong opponent. He showed his teeth and smiled. He seemed to believe that Rayon removed his pressure because he was afraid. How dare you hit me? That little bitch won't have an easy death. Shut up, you look like a toenail. Martha clenched her fist and ran towards him. She couldn't suppress her anger even though he mentioned the palace master. Weijin fell on his ass once again because he didn't expect that the mention of a palace master wouldn't be enough to stop her. Stop. Rayon raised his hand to stop her, and Martha stepped back with a frown. Even you can't do anything against authority. Weijin stood up with fluttering cheeks. His arrogant face looked like he managed to reverse the situation to achieve victory. My lord, are you okay? Those barbarians, you idiots. Did you really believe we had no plan? So who is behind you? Weijin rolled his eyes without saying anything. He seemed to have noticed the strange turn of events. Were you lying? Rayon lowered his hand that was stopping Martha. He was pretty much threatening Weijin to prevent him from coming up with a plot. It's the true martial palace of Sir Balder. Weijin shouted the name of his backer as soon as he met Martha's eyes. True Martial Palace. Rayon quietly murmured the name of True Martial Palace, which he had multiple conflicts with in the past. People don't change. Since there weren't that many palaces in Sieghart, he thought it would be either the Central Martial Palace or the True Martial Palace, and his guess was right. Are you finally regretting it after hearing the name? Weijin tilted his chin with a triumphant expression. His face was even more arrogant than when Rayon had first arrived in the house. Creak. The sound of Martha's teeth grinding could be heard from behind Rayon. She seemed to be suppressing her urge to run ahead to beat Weijin up. Ha. Rayon briefly sighed and looked at Weijin and the executives surrounding him. Are any of you willing to confess your sins and withdraw from your position? The sneers around Weijin and the executives' mouths intensified upon hearing Rayon's question. Stop your nonsense. We've committed no sins. Skipping the scouting a few times shouldn't be a death sentence. We'll reward you for this incident, so keep quiet. The executives shook their heads while telling Rayon to stop his nonsense. The sound of a lump of metal hitting the ground could be heard from behind him. Rayon turned around. The Amber Blade Division leader, Wendy Arian, had put down her sword and was taking off her uniform. I failed to carry out the house's mission. I'll resign as the Amber Blade Division leader and withdraw from the scene. Wendy disarmed herself before she fell on her knees and bowed to show her obedience. Her action confirmed once again that she was the only person among them who deserved to be treated as human. Wendy. Amber Blade Division leader, that damn bitch. The executives ground their teeth at Wendy. They were murmuring that she was trying to ruin their victory. This is what I expected. Now then. When Rayon was about to start beating them up, one of the executives came up next to Wendy. Can I kneel over here? He was Bander. The middle-aged man was the head of Rangers, whom Rayon couldn't see during the previous meeting, and he disarmed himself with a faint smile on his face. My name is Bander. I also failed to fulfill my mission as the leader of the scouts. He went on his knees and bowed at Rayon just like Wendy. Bander, what are you doing right now? Stand up already. Weijin and the executives were shouting at Bander, but he didn't stand up. That man. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Bander. Is this because of his sharp instincts? Rayon didn't expect him to be submissive because he had decreased his pressure and acted like he was going to yield on purpose. He seemed to have sharp wits because he'd been a ranger for his entire life. I can still beat him, though. Since he confessed his own sins, he could just beat him up for them. Rayon unleashed his aura while walking toward Weijin and the executives. The heat intensified every time he took a step, and their skin reddened like grilling meat. What are you doing? Stay back. The true Martial Palace is backing us up. Sir Balder is on our side. So what? The executives mentioned the true Martial Palace and Balder's name to threaten him, but Rayon trampled on their names with his boots and kept walking toward them. You said the true Martial Palace of Balder, right? Yes, his authority is incomparable to yours. Rayon punched Weijin's greasy mouth as he kept rambling. Smock. Along with the bursting sound of a ball, Weijin's yellow teeth were knocked out. Arak. Weijin couldn't even cover his mouth. Blood was gushing out as he writhed in pain. Gasp, yo you bastard. What do you think you are doing? The true Martial Palace is supporting us. Rayon walked towards the executives with a smile. He punched their trembling faces one after the other. Smock. He was controlling his strength, but he was just so strong that the executives either lost their teeth or got their cheeks and chins crushed before getting slammed onto the ground. Kua, ua. They were crying and writhing on the ground, like people who felt pain for the first time in their lives. Hey, Martha shouted from behind. Leave some for me. They are going to break if you hit them. Those fucking dirtbags. She leaped towards them in an instant and started to step on Weijin and the executives. I'm also beating them up. Crane also came running next to Martha and started beating the executives. Do you believe you can get away with this? Weijin weakly declared while trembling. Sir Balder isn't going to forgive yo. Rayon went on his knees to meet Weijin's eyes as he kept running his mouth. I'd love to see that. Weijin's body trembled upon facing his icy cold gaze, because he will end up like you if he does. No nonsense, you can't possibly win against him. His eyes were trembling in disbelief. No, I can't. Then how? Because you aren't the only one who has a backer. What? Do you remember who bestowed me with full authority? A frightening smile appeared on Rayon's face as he grabbed Weijin by his hair. The head of house, Weijin's chin trembled. He seemed to have finally remembered what Rayon had said in the beginning. Boo, but that's for the mission. This is a matter inside our house. You are clearly overstepping your bounds. This is also included in the mission that he gave me full authority over. There was no way Glenn wasn't aware of the situation in the house. Rayon was certain that he wanted him to clean up the pigs in House Arian on top of purifying the swamp. I am disposing of trash, and this is the most important job. Weijin and the executives had never gone through a life and death battle. Because they'd never experienced a crisis before, they were naive enough to count on their blades instead of reading their opponent's mind. Ah, the destructive king of the north. We are screwed. Weijin and the executives' last hope was shattered into pieces, and they collapsed with soulless faces. Damn it. Weijin collapsed with a hopeless expression. It's too early to lie down. Martha hurriedly ran towards him and kicked his head upwards. Along with the shattering sound of the wall, Weijin soared to the ceiling. Seriously, you are. Wrath suddenly appeared and narrowed his eyes. So evil, why? You are giving them pain and despair right after giving them some hope. That's what the original demons used to do in antiquity. He furtively came next to Rayon and clenched his shoulder. There's no other choice. Your talent is suitable for devildom. Let's conquer devildom along with the King of Essence. I am not buying it. At the 3 stone pillars located at the end of the Swamp of Death, peace had returned to the swamp. It was as if the battle between Rayon and the Death Knight had never happened before. A man clad in a black robe descended upon it. He was the Spectre, wearing an Archlick's mask with blue flames burning from the eyes. Was I too late? The Spectre briefly clicked his tongue while looking at the peaceful Swamp of Death. It looks like Rayon Sieghart has been here. He'd been so busy with so many preparations that he wished that he had multiple bodies. The Death Knight that he'd left in the swamp was also part of the plan, but he ended up dying far too quickly. No, maybe it's better this way. The Spectre snapped his gray fingers. A clear sound echoed throughout the area, and the swamp under the stone pillar started to boil like lava. The boiling swamp that looked like it was about to explode was split in half. A bead slowly floated from below. It was as transparent as a lake, unlike the dirty swamp around it. Come here. The Spectre slowly walked towards it and extended his hand. The bead soared from the swamp and spontaneously fell on his hand. He smiled faintly while looking at the bead, which looked ordinary and lacking any kind of energy. His death accelerated the purification. The reason why he scattered the undead in the swamp was to purify the bead, and the death of the Death Knight accelerated the process. He felt like he could just take the bead and leave without wasting any more time. No, the Spectre raised his gaze and looked at the east, where House Aryan was located. This is a chance. According to the intel, Rayon Sieghart wasn't the only important person in House Aryan. The Siren's incarnation that the stupid Merlin missed in the past was also there, along with the King of Lizardmen's incarnation. It was a perfect opportunity to kill Rayon, who kept becoming an obstacle to Eden, and also take the 2 incarnations with him. I can also experiment. He injected the mana of darkness inside the bead on his hand. A black line pierced into the bead. The bead used to be as clear as the sky after rainfall, but started to turn darker. Kring. The Spectre opened his hand, and the bead spontaneously floated into the air while turning darker and vibrating to resonate with the swamp. Death Knights and liches made of gray bones started to float on the clean swamp. A dry smile appeared on the Spectre's face as he watched the undead of the highest rank slowly being created. It'll change history. Rayon threw Weijin and the executives at a corner of the audience chamber and called for Bainder. Despite his boorish appearance, he bowed politely. Why did you volunteer to withdraw? I am pretty quick at reading the situation. Bainder smiled awkwardly while scratching the back of his head. I heard from the others that Sir Rayon was bestowed with full authority by the head of House Sieghart when you first arrived in Aryan. I quickly gave up because I realized this fight was unwinnable. He smiled, saying that he was confident about judging character because he always had to please other people. Why didn't you tell them about it if you knew? I needed someone to take responsibility once the operation to distract you failed. Bainder licked his lips while looking at the executives that Crane had smacked. So you are admitting that you ordered the Rangers to change direction? Yes, I was with them, of course. He kept saying that the other executives were at fault with him. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Bainder, who was surrendering by raising both of his hands. This is repulsive for some reason. He was the typical snake, borrowing Wrath's words. He always tried to create a path for his escape, and he wasn't trustworthy at all. I know that I am at fault. Bullshit. Martha couldn't suppress her anger and ran towards Bainder to kick his mouth when he was trying to speak. Smock. Even though she controlled her strength, teeth came out of Bainder's mouth one after the other from her furious kick. Kua, an apology won't do when you've been a dipshit all along. Bainder collapsed to the side and she smacked his forehead. You fucking hairworm. Because Bainder was trying to take advantage of the others, Martha seemed to hate him even more than Weijin and the executives who were trying to oppose them until the end. She kept kicking him furiously. Just don't kill him. Rayon tapped on Martha's shoulder and went towards Wendy Aryan, who was kneeling on the ground. Why did you want to withdraw? Because I'm also an executive of Aryan. Wendy responded with her head lowered. I realized it after I heard Preeka's story. If the Death Knight attacked us along with the undead, House Arian would have been annihilated. Her fists were trembling on her knees. I should have gone into the swamp on my own if I had to, but I was unable to take action because I was too afraid of the head of house and the other executives. I can't stand how pathetic I am, but you are the one who called us. That was the last bit of courage that I could muster. I wouldn't even be here to speak with you if I didn't do that. Wendy was on the verge of tears as she said that she wouldn't be able to wield a sword anymore because of how ashamed she felt. Instead of talking to Wendy, Rayon unsheathed her sword. The hilt was stained with traces of her touch, and the blade was polished enough to fight at any moment. It was the complete opposite of Weejan's sword. It is nicely maintained. Wendy and her sword division were the only ones in the house that could fight against an enemy. HMPH. The fact that the villain detector Martha wasn't attacking her after she made Bander faint was enough proof that she was different from the others. Take this. Rayon returned the sword to Wendy and put her uniform on her shoulders. He smiled faintly and took the round bead that was the symbol of House Arian's head from the platform to bring it to her. Sir Rayon. Wendy's shoulders were trembling in panic after she received the symbol of her house. You are the only one who can manage this house now. Boo, but I am no different from them. If everyone made a mistake, then the one with a guilty conscience should be in charge. Wendy bit her lip upon hearing Rayon's placid voice. She closed her eyes while clenching the symbol of her house in her hand. I couldn't dare. The only ones I liked among the warriors I encountered in this house were the amber blade swordsmen that follow you as the leader. All of them had nicely trained bodies and minds. They were weaker than the light wind squad, but they were true warriors who'd been polishing their bodies and minds by following Wendy's example. But I won't give the position to you without any conditions. I need to explain to our head of house, so I'm going to stay here for a while to watch how you manage this house. If a manager ends up being dispatched from Sieghart, Arian could become a branch instead of a vassal house. You need to work for it if you want to revive this house. Wendy clenched her stained hilt upon hearing the gentle threat from Rayon. I understand. Wendy raised her head. Her unwavering eyes showed that she had made up her mind. I'll try. I'll report to the head of house about this after this house gets back on track. Since Rayon was thinking that Glenn sent him there for that reason, he was confident he could persuade him as long as Wendy did her job. Understood. I'll sincerely express my gratitude later. I'll be waiting. Wendy bowed politely before leaving the audience chamber. Rayon smiled faintly and turned around. Dorian. Yep, Dorian shoved the snacks he was eating into his belly pocket and nodded. Take the skull and the head from above the platform. He showed his displeasure without even hiding it and took out a sack from his belly pocket to put the Dullahan's head inside. The skull is relatively better. Dorian sighed faintly and went on the platform. It was at that moment that flames were violently ignited from the skull's eyes. Whop! The dancing fire looked like the Death Knight was getting revived, but the skull split into pieces, starting from the top, and turned into gray powder before scattering into the air. Rayon swallowed nervously while watching the scene. That's... Dorian's lips trembled as he looked back. I didn't do anything. It's true, the skull destroyed itself. He frantically shook his hands, claiming that it was his fault that the Death Knight's skull was destroyed. Burin pointed at Weejan's throne, which was crushed like scrap metal. Didn't Rayon accidentally destroy it earlier when he was crushing that chair? Oh, right, it was the Vice Squad leader's doing. Dorian immediately nodded in agreement. Our Vice Squad leader used to destroy everything when he was called the King of Destruction. This must be another case of his destruction. Dorian supported Burin's claim, trying to grasp the opportunity on hand. Martha became curious and went up to the platform. That's not the case. She shook her head after she saw the powdery remains of the Death Knight's skull. It's true that he is stupidly strong, but this was destroyed by a different type of power. She's right. Run-On nodded. She was on the platform before they knew it. An explosion occurred inside of it a moment ago. Run-On licked her lips while rubbing the powder that used to be the Death Knight's skull with a branch that Shed brought from somewhere. Yui. Dorian's face turned pale, terrified by Martha and Run-On's testimony. Please don't kill me. He immediately knelt in front of Rayon and bowed. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the skull powder that Run-On was poking instead of Dorian. Run-On is right. The energy of death burst from inside the skull and burnt the bone. He couldn't understand how the energy of death had suddenly appeared. Wrath, what's up? Wrath emerged from the bracelet and yawned leisurely. Do you know why the energy of death burst out from that skull? There's nothing in the world that the King of Essence doesn't know. Then why? Rayon was trying to ask the reason, only for Wrath to wag his round finger at him. The world functions with give and take as the basis. The grape and blueberry recipes are famous in this region. Start by offering him grape jam sandwiches and blueberry pie. Wrath listed the famous food in the region while humming. Rayon was curious about when he even heard about it to manage to remember it all. I'll eat them all. He nodded since he didn't have any other choice. Two of each, sure, just start the explanation. Ahem. Wrath cleared his throat for no reason and raised his eyes. The reason the energy of death exploded from the Death Knight's skull was because the connection was lost. The connection was lost, which means... You guessed right, the Death Knight was summoned by another being. Ah. Rayon slowly nodded while looking at Wrath. That certainly sounds more reasonable. The Swamp of Death had remained unchanged for hundreds of years after the First Head's era. It sounded more reasonable that the abnormality was from someone's influence rather than for natural reasons. Who summoned the Death Knight? The King of Essence doesn't know. They might be and they might not be. A simple manipulation like this is possible from extremely far away. That's why the King of Essence doesn't know. Wrath said that the position couldn't be known because the skull burned when the connection was severed. But you just said that there's nothing you don't know. This is the only thing he doesn't know. He raised his non-existent nose and confidently declared that he didn't know. Rayon sighed and shook his head. I'm eating nothing but Nadine bread starting from today. What do you mean? What happened to the blueberry pie? You deserve Nadine bread. You are ignorant when it comes to anything important. Rayon couldn't understand why Wrath was pretending he knew everything when he didn't know the location or the identity of the summoner. But he knows that he doesn't know. This is an extremely important factor. Shut up, Rayon pushed Wrath away as he kept struggling and looked at House Arian's symbol engraved on the wall. Now that I think about it. The fact that someone else had summoned the Death Knight reminded him of the information that Judil had given him. They fought a lick in the past. Hundreds of years ago, the first head of Sieghart and Arian combined their forces to fight a monster in the Swamp of Death, and their opponent was an Archlick instead of a Death Knight. Rayon went towards Weejin, who was crushed in a corner, while recalling that information. Weejin Arian. What's the matter, sir? Respect was shoved into him from Martha's beating. Tell me the story of the battle between the first heads of Sieghart and Arian against the Archlick. What? I am asking you about what happened during the foundation of this house. I don't really know about that. Rayon exclaimed. Wait, no, it would be surprising if he knew. Since he was calling himself the head of house despite not even knowing the history of the house, the decline was just a natural result. I know about that one. Bainder raised his hand while kneeling behind Rayon. You know about that. Weren't you supposed to be an outsider who joined the house later? That's why I worked harder to learn about it. Bainder nodded while rubbing his bruised eyes. In short, what you said was correct. The first heads of Sieghart and Arian led their subordinates to fight through countless undead to reach the end of the Swamp of Death, emerging victorious against the Archlick. He calmly continued. After that, the first head of Sieghart asked the first head of Arian to protect this location to prevent it from happening again. That's why. Bainder told Rayon a few more facts about House Arian's history. He was unexpectedly knowledgeable about it, and you never scouted the area despite knowing that fact. Knowing and doing are two different matters. Weejin didn't know anything and Bainder didn't do anything even though he knew. They were both equally pathetic. He still hasn't learned his lesson. Martha jumped down from the platform and kicked him right away. Smock. Bainder was slammed into the wall with the sound of crushing iron. You shameless bastards. Rayon ignored Martha as she started beating up the executives once again and tapped on his scabbard. I should go into the swamp on my own if I have to after the matter is settled here. Considering the fact that Wrath didn't say anything, the summoner of the Death Knight shouldn't have been in the Swamp of Death before. However, they could return to the swamp and cause an even bigger problem later, given that they destroyed the skull. Rayon figured that it was necessary to investigate the swamp probably on his own before he left House Arian. Before then. Rayon turned around and clapped his hands. Gather. As soon as he told them to gather, the frightening gaze returned to the Light Wind squad as they gathered towards him. It's time to keep the promise. Promise? What promise? The Light Wind members tilted their heads in bewilderment. You didn't manage to kill the Death Knight. Wait, but it was impossible for us to kill it. Defending was already too hard because it kept getting stronger, you meanie. Burin, Martha, and Runnan shook their heads, saying that it was an impossible task to begin with. But I killed it, and it only took me a single strike. Rayon shrugged his shoulders, and the Light Wind squad shut their mouths as their own trembled. This training exercise won't be too difficult. Rayon smiled coldly while looking at the Light Wind squad and Mark Goten, because it will be a survival game where only one side is going to die. Sieghart. Lord's Manor. Audience Chamber. Roan placed a white teacup on the round table in front of the throne. This tea is brewed with Barents. He smiled faintly while pouring the orange-colored tea. A sweet fragrance spread around along with the melting sound of the tea leaves. Barents, did you change the tea leaves? Glenn lowered his eyebrows while watching the tea's color grow more vivid. Yes, a tea brewed with Barents can comfort the mind. I didn't dislike the previous tea. I tried changing it because my lord seemed to be having a hard time sleeping recently. Roan smiled faintly while putting down the teaspoon that he used to stir the tea. I see. Yes, drinking this tea should decrease the worries for the young masters who went to House Arian. Ahem. Glenn loudly cleared his throat and shook his hand. WH, what do you mean? They went there for a trial. I don't care what happens to them, despite what you say. Roan shrugged his shoulders and pointed at the windows on his right. Glenn frowned in contemplation and slammed the armrest upon noticing that Roan's eyes started to smile. I told you already, I don't care about what happens to Rayan at all. Hoo-hoo. Roan smiled faintly and nodded. Actually, I'm also a bit curious whether the young Master Rayan will notice the true meaning behind this mission. Glenn calmed down and sipped the tea. Divisions get missions where they have to decide and act on their own accord. If he can't even deal with this matter, even though I gave him authority, he's just not capable enough to run a division. Ah, so you were worried that the young Master Rayan might not be qualified to run a division yet. I told you that's not the case. He shook his hand, pretending he was really uninterested in him. However, he couldn't hide the sweat flowing down the back of his hand. Roan smiled faintly while looking at Glenn's hand. I have a feeling that the young Master Rayan is going to completely overhaul House Arian before he returns. While he was saying that Rayan was going to splendidly complete his mission, the arch-shaped door of the audience chamber burst open. The red-haired elf standing in front of the door confidently entered the audience chamber as if he were entering his own room. You are both here. Rimmer's hair was disheveled, and his clothes were as ragged as Federic's. However, his eyes were as clear and serene as a mountain lake. Glenn glanced at Rimmer's ragged shape from top to bottom and tapped on the throne's armrest with his finger. He has recovered his original appearance slightly. His pressure was on a whole different level, which was surprising even though he was training in that cave. His artificial energy center was stabilized, and the energies inside were settled properly. A small smile appeared on Glenn's face because he was good enough to remind him of the Sword of Light from the past. I couldn't find the kids in the training ground. Where did they go? I gave them the second trial because you weren't coming out. Rimmer gasped and jolted. Really? Yes, you took too long. Well, I'm so glad to hear that. He grinned while smoothing down his chest in relief. I managed to finish the training, but I didn't feel like going on a mission. I was wondering what I should do, and it's already solved. Rimmer started humming, saying that it was worth taking so long on purpose. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan walked away while leaving his signature laughter behind. He must guessed what was about to happen to Rimmer. My lord. Rimmer took another step towards Glenn, who had fallen silent. Actually, Rayan is already capable of dealing with most missions. He will solve the problem and return even if we don't do anything. He smiled while covering the back of his head with his fingers locked together. Glenn forced himself to stop the hand that was trying to attack Rimmer and sighed. But you are the squad leader. You should catch up to them since you said you wanted to be their division leader. What? Rimmer stretched his words to express his annoyance. About Thayat, House Arian is too far. It's also sticky and damp, which isn't exactly to my liking. When he shrugged his shoulders and clearly refused his order, crimson lightning started to appear from the ceiling. Rimmer's jaw dropped upon seeing the spark tearing through the space. Is this already happening? I was mistaken. You haven't changed at all. Glenn's face hardened and the lightning energy filling the ceiling struck at once. Wham! Rimmer's eyes sparkled. With his right hand clad in wind and left hand clad in lightning, he extended both his hands towards the lightning falling towards him. Zap. The moment the lightning touched him, he opened his hands in a cone shape to sever Glenn's lightning into half and make it scatter on the ground. PSSH, the ground was scorched black once the lightning passed through. Wow, Rimmer exclaimed while looking at his hands. I only thought about it, but it actually worked. He grinned while absorbing the remaining bits of Glenn's lightning energy in his body. Hoo. Roan's discontinued laughter expressed his surprise at the situation. Glenn wasn't too surprised and smiled faintly while looking at Rimmer's hands. You are less unsightly now. It actually took too long. My lord, you must got old. It doesn't even prickle. Rimmer laughed loudly with his arms crossed. His lips were raised into an arrogant smile as a bonus. Maybe he'll become the head of house at this rate. Bulging veins appeared on Glenn's forehead upon hearing that. He closed his mouth and raised his hand. Rumble. The lightning energy gathering around the ceiling was incomparably stronger than the previous one. Rimmer's chin trembled violently as he raised his head. I was just joking. I can't stop that one. He slowly stepped back before he turned around. He tried to run away from the Lord's manor as fast as possible when the lightning sparked. Wham! The lightning struck Rimmer's abdomen before he could even react. Rimmer was scorched by the lightning and rolled on the ground. Zap, however, Glenn's hand hadn't finished moving. One hit isn't enough now because I've gotten too old. Wait. Rimmer's chin trembled in fear as he watched the lightning sphere get bigger and bigger. I'm not waiting. The sound of thunder and screams could be heard endlessly from the Lord's manor. Rayan was looking down on House Arian while standing on the western castle wall. Lots of people were busily moving around, but the faint anxiety he felt when he first arrived wasn't there anymore. They've changed a lot. 1 week had passed after House Arian's head of house was changed. Wendy Arian became the temporary head of house, and she chose apologizing as her first task. She gathered every member of the house and explained what happened, asking for forgiveness. Wendy also revealed all of her mistakes, but the people in the house didn't insult her or slander her. Since they were fully aware of how Wendy had been living, they encouraged her instead. The people who used to follow Weejan and the executives were against it, but Martha's fist calmed them down. I knew I chose the right person for the task when I witnessed that scene. Considering the fact that she was the only one that the people kept supporting when every other executive was being insulted, Wendy's personality and sense of responsibility were the real deal. The second task Wendy decided to perform was to reorganize the defense of the house. That was your suggestion. Wrath snorted. Indeed, Rayon nodded. He made her train the warriors in the house and repair the defensive structures because the one who summoned the Death Knight could attack them once again. There was still a ton of work to do because only 1 week had passed, but the workers were extremely energetic. While he was watching people work hard while sweating, a loud bang could be heard from the Swamp of Death. Rayon casually looked around. The Light Wind Squad was fighting against Mark Goat, who was using his astral energy in the Great Light Wind formation behind the violent waves of the swamp. Clang, clong. The Light Wind Squad and Mark Goat were attacking each other to the best of their abilities. If they were facing the archenemy they needed to kill at all costs. They are going all out. Of course they are. You are making the losing team train all night long. Wrath glowered at Rayon's ridiculous treatment. That's a good thing, though. You are the only one who finds it good. He shook his head, telling him to stop saying bullshit. Humans aren't perverts like you who love training so much. Pervert isn't right. Rayon chuckled and lowered his gaze. Ewer and Julius were training their stamina inside the swamp. This is the perfect place to train. There weren't many opportunities to train inside a swamp. He was planning to get everyone used to the swamp and increase their stamina while they were there. Well, that's not Ronham. Wrath interrupted himself and looked afar. What's up? Call them in. What? Call all those weaklings in. Rayon couldn't understand the reason, but he could tell that something outrageous was happening because of how surprised Wrath was. He watched below him while controlling the perception of the snow flower to the maximum. Come up here, everyone. What? Vice Squad Leader. What did you just say? Everyone started at Rayon because he had never interrupted training before. Climb back into the castle. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking towards the Swamp of Death. A huge tsunami was approaching from afar. He could estimate that they didn't even have time to open and close the castle gate. Damn it. He immediately jumped down from the castle wall and picked Ewer and Julius up on his sides. Jump back in here if you don't want to die, he declared and kicked the castle walls to climb. What's wrong with him now? Go inside for now. The Light Wind Squad was surprised but followed Rayon onto the castle wall. It didn't even take 1 minute after everyone landed on the castle wall before a huge shadow appeared on the white fog. What is that? Swamp. It's the swamp. A tsunami is coming from the swamp. The huge tsunami that approached the castle walls looked to be made of the entire swamp. Rayon had the feeling that the entire castle was going to get swept away and disappear. Whop! Rayon chewed his lip and unleashed Glacier's energy to the extreme. He focused a large amount of coldness that made his entire body turn white and extended his hand towards the muddy tsunami. If I can use Wrath's technique. Though, Ring of Fire rotated violently around his heart. The 7 rings resonated in unison, and Rayon could feel a hot fire flowing through his spine. The tsunami of the swamp slowed down, and the screams and breathing of the people on the castle walls came to a halt. The time seemed to have stopped during his extreme focus. Rayon entered that world and called Wrath. You managed to call the King of Essence in that state. You've gotten better. Wrath's eyes turned round in surprise. As Rayon expected, Wrath was inside that world with him since they were connected by their souls. Help me use your technique. Technique? Don't tell me you talking about the one I showed you inside the mental world. Yes. Rayon quickly lowered his eyebrows. That's the only chance we have. He realized it when he extended his hand earlier. Even if he unleashed all of Glacier's frost that he had access to, he was incapable of freezing the tsunami. The incomplete freeze would result in falling ice shards and kill even more people. Teach me the technique you used to freeze the space itself inside the mental world. He felt like time was flowing slowly because he was extremely focused, but it wasn't actually slower. He had to act quick like tsunami was approaching as he spoke. You shameless bastard, Wrath snorted. The King of Essence doesn't even want to teach you, but you won't be able to use it even if he does. What? That technique requires you to be as talented as the King of Essence when it comes to controlling the frost. A weak human like you will only create an icicle by using it. He shook his round hand, saying that it was a meaningless struggle. The King of Essence recommends creating a barrier of astral energy after gathering those mad dog kids behind you. You shall be able to save them at Lee. I'll buy everything you want to eat from today until the day we return. Huh, you won't be able to eat the regional products made from grapes and blueberries if this place is ruined. Who? Wrath didn't contemplate for long. Repeat after the King of Essences, flow and control. Glacier right now, his ice pierced into Rayon's mana circuits. He unleashed Glacier to the maximum output and followed that flow. The pain in his mana circuits made it feel like they were going to burst from utilizing too much frost at once, but he gritted his teeth and endured. The next up is the Wrath. The Wrath seeped into him from Wrath. Rayon unleashed the Wrath dwelling at the bottom of his soul and followed the huge flow Wrath was creating. Rayon clenched his back teeth. He felt like his body was creaking and was about to break. He endured the bone-shattering pain and his mana circuits getting ripped apart to extend his hand once again. Unleash the gathered wrath and ice at once. The name of this technique is. The moment the tsunami of the swamp created a huge shadow on the castle walls, Rayon opened the embankment that was blocking the energy from his hand. PSSH. Along with the cold sensation of freezing blood inside his veins, silver-white frost emerged from his hand. Lastly, the most important thing is the image. Rayon created the image that Wrath had been constantly talking about. He imagined the entire wave of swamp freezing and twisted his wrist. Ring of fire rotating around his heart resonated with the frost scattered all around the world. He incorporated the entire flow of Glacier and unleashed all of it, not leaving a single speck behind. Swaya, the brilliant, shining silver-white flash soared from the center of his right hand to cover the entire tsunami. The ultimate technique of the Monarch of Wrath, silver-white aurora. The wave of swamp was tilted towards them, ready to engulf them at any moment, but it turned a silver-white color and its movement came to a halt. It wasn't because of his extreme focus. The swamp itself froze, falling completely still. The huge tsunami was frozen, not leaking mud in the slightest, and that sight felt alien. It was as if it was a power beyond the balance of the world was present. This is the silver-white aurora. An aurora was often called heaven's curtain covering the sky. The prowess was befitting its name. Did he just freeze that? Is he even human? Mud ice cream. Burin, Martha, and Runan swallowed nervously while looking at the shadow made by the huge tsunami, which was covering the sunlight. Gasp, Vice Squad Leader. He really is insane. I knew he was a monster, but. The light wind squad on the castle wall had fallen on their asses and were staring at him, their eyes trembling like sailboats on a turbulent ocean. Rayon kept rotating the ring of fire without sparing any time to listen to their surprise. Damn it hurt so damn much. Even though he was rotating the ring of fire and had increased the level of his soul, the pain felt like his entire body was being torn apart. It was because he decontrolled too much energy at once with a method that he never used before. Huff. He raised his head while exhaling in pain. He still couldn't believe that he created that silver-white frozen tsunami of mud with his own hands. However, there was a more important matter that needed his attention. The one that created this tsunami must be him. Such a huge tsunami couldn't have occurred naturally from the swamp. It must have been the work of the magician who'd previously summoned the Death Knight. Since they could be watching him from somewhere, Rayon maintained a peaceful expression as if he were unaffected. Wrath violently ground his teeth while looking at Rayon's nonchalant expression. You crazy bastard, how did you do that? Why are you asking when you are the one who taught me about that? Wrath did teach him the flow of the technique, but he didn't think he would actually manage it. He thought the swamp would freeze to a certain extent before it collapsed, but the crazy bastard actually managed to freeze the entire swamp, because he wasn't expecting you to succeed. I imagined it. What? You always say that image is the most important part about using mana. I remembered how you used that technique in the mental world and thought about freezing the entire swamp. The King of Essence is never teaching anything to you ever again. Wrath ground his teeth. He seemed so butthurt. It's fine. Rayon slowly nodded. I've already memorized it. He dememorized the flow of ice because he was using the silver-white aurora while that ring of fire was resonating. It was still going to be difficult to use it on his own, though. Seriously, you aren't likable at all. What a shame. I'm starting to like you now. Shut your trap. Rayon smiled faintly and clenched Heavenly Drive's hilt. He circulated the 10,000 flames cultivation to ease the ice all around his body and drew his sword. Swoosh. The astral energy was unleashed and created a red line, severing the frozen wave of the swamp. The wave scattered into pieces as big as the castle and rained down from the sky. Wham! Because those ice shards were a tremendous size, they created craters on the ground as they fell. Rayon slowly caught his breath and returned Heavenly Drive to his scabbard. Wendy Arian climbed up to the castle wall alongside the Amber Blade Division and the Ranger team leaders. Sir Rayon, Wendy's lips were trembling, her face turned pale. What's happening here? Why did the swamp turn into a tidal wave? The wave must have originated from the end of the swamp of death. She exhaled roughly while looking at the muddy wave that was cut apart after being frozen white. Is it over now? Wendy gathered her hands as if she were praying for it to be over. The others were also licking their dry lips, hoping for the same answer. Rayon walked to the edge of the wall without responding. Rumble. The frozen mud was melting from the dark energy emerging on the ground. The lumps of mud that should have reached all the way to the top of the castle walls were crumbling into dust, and the dark ground was revealed after hundreds of years. Energy of death. It's a nasty stench like always. The energy of death started to slowly rise from the land that used to be oppressed by the vast and deep swamp. Rayon raised his gaze to send it to the end of the swamp of death, which should be changed to ground of death. He could feel a huge presence from a faraway place that even his aura perception couldn't reach. The enemy was revealing themselves on purpose. Ha! Rayon turned around while exhaling in irritation. He shook his head while looking at the people who were staring at him with trembling eyes. It's only getting started. Prepare for war. Considering the fact that the energy of death rising from the ground was getting stronger and stronger, the area was bound to be filled with undead before long. A siege to defend the castle was inevitable. The only relief we have is that they are slightly ready. The first thing Wendy Arian did after she became the temporary head of house was to refill the supplies for war and train the people. That was why they were somewhat ready for battle. War. Wendy's shoulders were trembling as she covered her mouth. He said war. It's going to start soon. War. Her reddened cheeks and neck suggested that she had also noticed the energy of death rising from the ground. What shall I do first? I need to prepareno, send a messenger. Lady Wendy, Rayon walked up to Wendy, who was panicking. We don't have much time. You have to act to save House Arian and these people. You know this place better than anyone else. Ah. Rayon pointed at the people from House Arian who were looking up to the castle walls while saying that. As Wendy saw the trembling eyes of those who didn't have anyone to rely on, her body stopped trembling. Understood. Wendy clenched her fist tightly and nodded. We are entering the defensive conditions. Sword Division and Rangers shall prepare for the siege. Understood. Probably because she was the one who disciplined them. Even the Rangers responded, not just her Sword Division. They quickly started to act. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm bell resounded after hundreds of years, and everyone started to prepare for war. Rayon confirmed that everyone was busy before he turned around. Gather. The Light Wind Squad must realize that it wasn't time to be playing around as they lined up on the castle walls and straightened their backs. Like I said just now, the war against the undead is about to start. Return to your lodgings and cultivate before you return. We are supposed to cultivate right now. Shouldn't we be defending this place? You are also exhausted, Vice Squad Leader. That's right. You are the one who needs to cultivate, Vice Squad Leader. Because they'd been together for such a long time, the Light Wind Squad had noticed that Rayon was exhausted. I can cultivate from here. Rayon shook his head. He was controlling the ring of fire as he spoke, and he could easily recover from his internal injuries. You've been sparring all morning. Quickly go to your rooms and recover your bodies and minds to their best condition and return. Rayon twisted his lips while looking around the land where the energy of death was rising. You won't have any more time to cultivate if you miss this opportunity. I am so nervous. Understood. The Light Wind Squad didn't refuse any further, running down the castle walls after nodding their heads. Dorian, wait a moment. What, by any chance? Rayon called for Dorian, who was the last one to go down, and asked him if he had a certain item. Of course, I have that. It's a necessity. I'll take it out right away. He was putting his hand in his belly pocket and suddenly stopped. But isn't our mission going to fail if we use that one? It's okay. Rayon shook his head with a faint smile on his face, because that's also the Light Wind Squad's power. Ring of Fire and House Arian's people were preparing for war with courage, but he still felt anxious. This is so intense now. The energy of death rising from the land below the swamp was getting stronger and stronger without any limit. An ordinary person without any mana would become unable to breathe and collapse the moment they left the castle. That's not the only problem. Indeed, Rayon nodded and stared at the end of the swamp of death. A countless number of undead were being summoned from far away. It was so bad that he could feel the monster's energies, enhanced even further by the powerful energy of death. This is extremely danger. He's not talking about that. The King of Essence is asking why we aren't eating grape sandwiches and blueberry pies. This isn't time for that. The King of Essence doesn't care. Keep your promise already. The shop is already closed. Then make it open. Rayon was pushing Wrath back as he kept sticking to him like the swamp, and Wendy Arian came running towards him. We have a problem. What problem? Wendy scratched her arm with her nail, saying that the emergency network hadn't been working for hours. I expected it wouldn't. Rayon nodded casually. He never believed that a monster that could summon a growing death knight and create a wave of swamp was going to leave the emergency network alone when it could be used to call for reinforcements. Which means, we have to fight on our own for now. Rayon took out 2 rings from his clothes and put them on his fingers. One of them was the blue and red ring that he obtained from House Yan'an, and the second one was the ring that the Archmage of the Eternal Flame, Chamber, had gifted to him. Wendy hit her forehead and clenched her fist, so we have to defend without any reinforcements. She hardened her resolve and clenched her sword. Indeed, Rayon nodded, and the Light Wind Squad came up to the castle walls. Their complexions were better than before because they finished their cultivation. We are ready. We will protect this place, so you. Martha was about to tell him to go back and cultivate, but Rayon felt the rumbling land from below. Everyone, including Rayon, went towards the edge and looked at the land of death. Screech, along with a grotesque noise that sounded like a bone flower, was blooming. Gray skeletons and green zombies were rising from the ground. The undead were surfacing from everywhere except for the area surrounding Aryan Castle. It was like new leaves sprouting from seeds scattered all around the land of death. What the hell? Are they all undead? Is it even possible to defend? The rangers waiting on the castle walls trembled in fear as countless undead started to rise. This is a lot. Burin chewed his lip while watching the skeletons rise endlessly. There are more undead heads than land at this point. Martha clenched her fist and watched the zombies with flashing eyes. They swallowed nervously with frowns on their faces. That number must have been unexpected for both of them. They looked like bead ice cream. Run-On licked her lips while looking at the skeleton heads. She was really special to have that impression in such a situation. The castle isn't going to collapse, is it? We are all going to die if that happens. Shut up and get ready. They'll be here soon. Everyone was nervous because of the overwhelming numbers. The undead lined up like an army and turned around. Instead of looking at House Aryan's castle, they knelt towards the 3 pillars in the swamp of death and let out a grotesque scream. Grrrrrrrrrr. It was an anthem of darkness. The undead were bowing at the master who summoned them after hundreds of years and singing an anthem for him. Just like the priests who gained holy power by worshipping their god, the energy of death dwelling in their bodies intensified from the action. Kiye, the song of death coming from the countless undead, even made the sun hide behind the clouds in fear. The sky turned gray, and the castle wall's atmosphere that was ready for battle became as gloomy as a mourner's house. Even the sound of people breathing had disappeared. It was as if no one was there anymore. What's happening? What are they doing? My limbs are trembling. Are they gaining their power from a demon? The Rangers and the Amber Blade Division, even the Light Wind Squad, turned pale upon hearing the song of the undead. Cut the crap. Rayon sneered and unsheathed Heavenly Drive. He unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation to the maximum output and pulled his right arm back. His pose looked like he was shooting a bow as he thrust the sword wrapped in concentrated flame forward. Wham! The firestorm rising from the entire blade engulfed the group of undead who were praising the darkness. The hundreds of undead melted down without even leaving a single bone behind. The endless anthem came to a halt, and the sunlight was revived, shining upon the castle walls. Mad Dog Squad. Rayon turned around. He smiled while noticing the fighting spirit in everyone's eyes revive. Flesh next to the bone is usually the most delicious. He raised Heavenly Drive to point at the countless undead that remained after his attack. Chew them up. Rayon exhaled quietly while swirling Heavenly Drive. He could feel that the undead, who were singing the anthem, were turning around. The army of undead numbered at least in the thousands, and a huge tremor occurred from the land as they stepped forward at the same time. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps and vibrations brimming with the energy of death pierced through the fog, as if they were telling him that the zombies and skeletons who had just died from the Flame Dragon art couldn't even count as a vanguard. A countless army of undead revealed themselves. They only consisted of zombies and skeletons, but they were enough to make people's jaws drop because of the sheer numbers before them. It's endless. The Light Wind Squad, the Amber Blade Division, and the Rangers had managed to overcome their tension and fear, but they looked like they were going to be terrified once again. Rayon was pondering what to do when he heard Burin's voice from behind him. Hey, Vice Squad Leader. Burin dragged his lips upwards to create a dim smile. I told you this so many times before. We aren't the Mad Dogs. We are the Light Wind Squad. He shook his head, telling him to stop confusing the two. He's doing that on purpose. Martha frowned while taking a step forward. It's because of that damn bastard that people are calling me Miss Rakshasa. That's not true, though. It's because of your personality in your case. Shut up. She shook her arm towards Run-On, who was rebuking her. Her hand wasn't trembling anymore. Rayon. Run-On took a step away from Martha and looked at Rayon. Let's go to the bead ice cream shop after this fight is over. I heard there's a new flavor. Her blank eyes were blinking as if she had never been nervous to begin with. A new flavor. Is she really talking about ice cream in this situation? Seriously, the Vice Squad leader and the team leaders never get nervous. But don't you kinda like the name Mad Dog? I find it cooler than light wind. Mad Dog is cool. Are you going to tell me now that Miss Rakshasa is also cool? That's just scary. The Light Wind members were also chatting with smiles on their faces. They looked like they weren't even feeling the pressure despite the huge number of undead. There's no reason to be afraid. Wendy Arian raised her fist while looking at the Amber Blade Division and the Rangers. We know these monsters better than anyone else. Don't let them lay a finger on this land. A clear light glowed from the Amber Blade Division and the Rangers' eyes upon hearing her shout. She's right, they are just zombies and skeletons. We've been fighting them for our entire lives. Let's do this. They hardened their resolve in unison, and the pressure emerging from the army was no less than the energy of death coming from the undead. You didn't even need to worry about it. Wrath grinned while poking at Rayon's cheek. Indeed, I was underestimating them too much. Rayon smiled and incorporated aura in his voice. Prepare for battle. Yellow madness glowed from the Light Wind Squad's eyes, and unstained energy shone from the fingers of the Amber Blade swordsmen. The Rangers also raised their bows, their eyes sparkling like eagles. Thud, thud, thud. The zombies and skeletons were approaching without any siege weapons to destroy the castle or any ladders to climb the walls. They seemed to be trying to break through with sheer numbers. They would be called stupid if this were an ordinary battlefield, however it is an effective method for them. The castle walls are weak, and there are plenty of corpses. House Arian's castle walls became higher after the Swamp of Death disappeared. The one who summoned the undead must have been trying to pile up the corpses of the zombies and skeletons to create stairs to climb the walls. Since the undead had a powerful energy of death, they could fissure the weakened castle walls just by touching them. To win that war, it was necessary to defeat them before they reached the castle walls. Rayon raised his hand while looking at the swaying zombies and skeletons as they approached. Swoosh! The sounds of rangers notching their arrows and swordsmen unleashing their auras could be heard. The moment the zombies and skeletons entered their range, Rayon extended his hand. Fire! Wendy Arian repeated after him and thrust her sword. Wham! Hundreds of bowstrings were released at the same time and filled the sky with silver-white rainfall. Thwack, thwack! The rain of steel fell from their parabolic trajectory to storm through the skeletons. Many undead perished in a single strike, but a significant number of them were still alive. The Rangers notched their arrows once again and pulled the bowstring. The arrows filled the sky once again before they fell to pierce through the malice of the zombies and the skeletons. Powerful arrows were raining down like a shower, but many undead managed to approach the castle because there were just too many of them. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive while looking at the Light Wind Squad and the Amber Blade Division. Unleash the sword winds while saving your aura as much as possible. A small wind will be enough to kill them if you target their heads. He slashed with the red blade of Heavenly Drive as if he were drawing a line with a brush. Flower petals blooming from the heated blade spread throughout the wind to attack the group of undead approaching the castle wall. Whop! The pieces of flame flowed down like cherry blossoms and turned into a wall of fire that erased the undead. His mysterious swordsmanship raised the morale of the troops above the castle walls once again. Don't even let them get close to us. Burin stomped on the ground and slashed the barren wind sword. Even though he decreased the aura output to the minimum, the unleashed wind was frighteningly sharp. Slash! The undead coming from the right side were cut in half and collapsed. Stupid bones, I am going to destroy all of you. Martha slashed while grinding her teeth. She suppressed her frustration and unleashed techniques that had a low consumption in aura, but she was just so strong that 5 undead died from each strike. Ill avenged the ice cream. Run-On smoothly thrust her sword. The frost dwelling on her blade spread around to freeze the feet of the undead on the front line. Creak! The undead that stopped walking were disturbing the advance of the rest of the army, and the zombies started to rub against each other while baring their teeth. We should also get started. The Light Wind Squad also stepped up to the edge of the wall and unleashed their sword winds. The battle was long, but they weren't sweating in the slightest. Rayon nodded, feeling that it was worth feeding them the elixirs and making them go through that hellish training. Those who've exhausted their aura should stay back and recover their stamina before returning. Rayon smiled faintly while shooting sword winds at the endless wave of undead. This war isn't going to end in a single day. Prika pulled his bowstring. Wham! The arrow fell in an arc and pierced through a zombie and a skeleton's heads. They fell to the ground once their heads were destroyed. Huff. His breathing was getting rough. He couldn't even remember how many arrows he fired. He kept shooting the arrows from his quiver and refilled it whenever it became empty. Arg. He was attaching the next arrow to his bowstring when a tearing pain could be felt from his middle finger. He continuously practiced with a bow, but he never fired so many arrows in a row. It was a natural outcome in a way. Prika bit his lip tightly and changed the location of his fingers before he fired another arrow. All of his practices bore the result, and the arrow landed precisely on the head of the skeleton that he was aiming at. He strained his knees, which were trembling from exhaustion, and looked around. Even though a day had already passed and the sun was setting once again, the swarm of zombies and skeletons was endless. Whether they were team leaders or members, everyone was shooting a lot slower than in the beginning. The swordsmen were also exhausted, their swords wavering. Despite the situation, none of the swordsmen or the rangers dropped their weapons. Even though they were exhausted, they didn't stop unleashing the sword winds and firing arrows. The reason why they could keep going was simple. Rayon Zeeghart. Prika raised his gaze to look at the back of the man standing at the forefront on the castle wall, because he's still standing. Rayon crushed the biggest number of undead from the front line. Honestly, he estimated that Rayon had killed more undead on his own than the Rangers, the Light Wind Squad, and the Amber Blade Division combined. I can't give up now when he's going this far for us. Moreover, he looked at Wendy Arian, who was swinging her sword next to Rayon. She's the same. He honestly didn't think that Wendy Arian's might was that amazing, even though he looked up to her resolve. Even though she was a master, he didn't expect much from her since she didn't have much practical experience. However, Wendy had slain countless undead, just like Rayon, and kept killing them to raise morale. It was a sight befitting the only swordswoman in Arian who tried to protect the will of the house. For some reason, I have a feeling we can win this fight. Watching Rayon and Wendy's indomitable backs gave him the impression that they could survive the assault of the undead just like the house managed to change. Prika pulled the bowstring once again with his bloody finger. PSSSH. Another arrow pierced through the darkness and destroyed the head of an undead. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the setting sun. This really is endless. Even the sun rose at a fixed schedule, but the advance of the undead was endless. No, I should say that it's only getting started. Indeed, you have a long way to go. The undead approaching from behind the wall of zombies and skeletons were wrapped in even more energy of death. They must be the ghouls and superior species of skeletons. They were devouring the zombies and the skeletons to accelerate their advance. Rayon looked under the castle walls, a hill of corpses. The skeletons and zombies were defeated before they reached the castle walls and formed a hill of corpses in front of the castle. However, Rayon could expect that the incoming assault would be more difficult to defend. Casualties could occur. Dorian, yes. Rayon shook his hand and Dorian approached him. His round face had turned skinny from exhaustion. You managed to send it, didn't you? Yes, I said this before, but we can't guarantee that it will arrive. A problem could occur during the transfer. Dorian shook his head, saying that he couldn't guarantee success. It's fine. Some of them should arrive at least. Rayon nodded and touched the ring around his finger. I need to use this if the worst comes to the shove. Chamber gave him the ring, but Rimmer was the one who told him how to use it. It was the last resort he had for the battle, or rather, for the Light Wind Squad. He quietly sighed and went towards Wendy Arian, Amber Blade Division leader. Yes, Wendy was smiling even though she was exhausted. She looked a lot livelier than when she was doing the paperwork. Go to the jail and bring the executives who want to participate in the battle. What? Boo, but why would we bring them? Poison shall be dealt with poison. Even the nasty ones can be useful sometimes. A few executives, including Bander, could be useful for the battle. Making use of them instead of having them waste food was the correct course of action. Rayon turned around to look at the Light Wind Squad, Rangers, and the Amber Blade Division. Everyone rest for 2 hours and return. This is probably going to be the last rest you get. What about Rayon? Run-On immediately raised her head. I am fine. I can recover while fighting. Rayon was the only one who could recover during a fight, even if it was a small amount. But we can't possibly leave the Vice Squad leader alone. Yes, you are already straining yourself. We should alternate to rest. Rayon slashed the fangs of insanity with Glacier S. Frost instead of responding to them. Whop! The ground turned silver, and the zombies and skeletons that were trying to take that opportunity to advance were frozen in place. Snap! Rayon snapped his fingers, and the frozen undead shattered into pieces. The ice shards turned the other undead into porcupines. Who do you think you are to be worried about me? Rayon shook his hand as if he were chasing away a fly. This is an order. Go away already and rest, since we don't have any time to waste. By the time the sun finished setting and the night fell, the rangers and swordsmen returned. Bander and a few executives were among them, and Rayon could guess that they had accepted the offer. However, their complexions weren't too good even though they'd recovered their stamina and aura. They looked even more pale than when they left the battlefield. Rayon nodded while looking at that reaction. It can't be helped. They probably realized that the real battle is just getting started. The number of zombies and skeletons had decreased, but the stronger versions of them, ghouls and skeleton warriors, were approaching with a frightening energy of death. Grotesquely shaped ghosts were flying around in the sky. Dullahans clad in dark armor were rampaging on their horses from the sides, and Spartwa that were rumored to be created from dragon's teeth were rising from the darkness. Lastly, an undead chimera created as a combination of multiple corpses showed up. Rayon bit his lip tightly while watching the real army of undead where the energy of death was overflowing. This isn't going to be easy. Swordsmen and rangers were fighting on the castle walls while the residents were supporting them from below to the best of their abilities, but he couldn't guarantee that the walls wouldn't be breached. But we still have to do this. He slowly raised his hand. Hold your fire. The Rangers, Light Wind Squad, and Amber Blade Division stood at the edge of the wall once again. Their hands were trembling from the intense energy of death of the undead, but raised their bows and swords once again. The charge of undead washed as reckless as the zombies and skeletons. They were gathered in a proper formation and were approaching slowly. Thud, thud, thud. Even their footsteps sounded heavier than the previous wave. It felt like even the heartbeats from the people around him were louder than before. Thud. Rayon lowered his hand to signal the volley when the undead army stopped their advance. The center of the undead army that looked like a swarm of ants was split apart, and a death knight with green light radiating from his eyes came forth. Humans from Sieghart and Arian. The death knight opened his mouth. The grotesque voice that could be heard sounded like it came from the bottom of the abyss. I propose one-on-one matches. A Spartoy the size of a boulder, a Dullahan, and two death knights stepped forward from behind the death knight as he spoke. Rayon's eyes widened. An undead is proposing a duel. Having duels between leading warriors before the battle was a common occurrence to raise morale. The undead in front of him seemed to be talking about that kind of duel. Is that asking us to have duels? But he's an undead. What the hell? The Light Wind Squad's hands were trembling in surprise because the undead had just spoken and even suggested duels like humans. I heard. Wendy Arian stepped up next to Rayon. That something like this happened in the past. The past, don't tell me. Yes. Records mention that undead proposed one-on-one matches during the war that the first head of Sieghart and Arian fought together. She swallowed nervously, saying that the approaching undead in front of them were doing the same thing. I see. Rayon smiled faintly. Just as he had guessed at first, the arch-lich that was defeated by Sieghart's ancestor must summons the undead in front of him. They must be trying to reverse history. They seem to be trying to take their revenge against the descendants after 1,000 years. What do the records say about the results of the duels? 5 people participated from Sieghart and Arian, and they won all 5 matches. I knew it. Rayon had the feeling that the man who founded Sieghart had definitely won his matches. Who is going to participate? Rayon will, of course. That goes without saying. He will be the last one. Sir Mark and the Amber Blade Division leader should also participate, which means we have 2 spots left. I'll do it. No, it's my turn. The swordsmen on the platform started talking about who is going to participate. Obviously, Run-On, Martha, and Burren started to fight over who is going to join the matches. Rayon jumped down from the castle wall before they finished their argument. Rayon, we haven't decided yet. Are you insane? Why are you going there alone? Run-On, Burren, and Martha called him, but Rayon approached the undead army without looking back. Are you the vanguard? The death knight with green flaming eyes that previously suggested the duels twisted his chin. No. Rayon shook his head with a cold smile on his face. He unleashed the 10,000 Flames cultivation and placed his hand on the hilt. I am the vanguard and the captain at the same time. He stomped the ground and unsheathed Heavenly Drive. The wave of fire appeared at the same time as his sword draw and soared to the horizon. 10,000 Flames cultivation, 100 flames, flawless sea of fire. The high-ranking undead that stepped forward for the duel sand, the undead standing in formation behind them had a crimson line appear on their necks. Swaa. A huge wave of fire burst out while cutting through the red lines, engulfing all of the undead in front of Rayon in flames. Don't talk about duels when you are just filthy undead. GRRR. Kai. Even the evil undead didn't expect Rayon to sabotage the duel. Their formation was destroyed. Wow. Wrath jumped out while gasping. Your personality is just so bad. His jaw dropped as he said that he couldn't believe Rayon was human. They are the ones who started this. Rayon disliked the fact that they were pretending they were offering a fair fight after they tried to kill everyone with the swamp tsunami. Is that really okay? Even monsters are shocked at his personality. It's suitable for the leader of the Light Wind Squad. No, I should say Mad Dog Squad instead. Rayon is damn handsome. Even the Light Wind Squad wasn't cheering for him anymore. They were watching him with their chins trembling in fear. Despite his dastardly performance in the duels, the morale on the castle walls had reached its peak. Rayon was about to return satisfied when a huge amount of energy flooded from the end of the land of death. Quaa! The roar was full of malice, just like the Mad Dragon's roar of the Beast Union. The roar was brimming with the energy of darkness as it assaulted House Arian. It was the lion's roar that only the highest undead were capable of using. Rayon drew the blade of Requiem while controlling Glacier Creek, the yellow blade of ghastly energy soared while scratching the scabbard to burst out a screech of resentment. Wham! The bloody rain advanced and grabbed the lion's roar to drag it down to the ground. Bam! As soon as Rayon removed the lion's roar, he slammed down the hand that he had raised to pierce the sky. PSSSH, along with the powerful sound piercing through the wind, silver arrows and sword winds rained down on the battlefield. The undead army collapsed one after the other before they could defend themselves because their commanders had perished. Rayon's eyes sparkled in a deadly light as he watched the rain of arrows destroy the army of undead. I am sorry, but history repeats itself. Rayon unleashed. Front pond in the midst of raining steel. Heavenly Drive turned into a silver-white ray of light, and a blade of ice followed. Wham! Sharpness and speed weren't the only advantages of Frost Pond anymore. The tremendous wave of power made the army of undead burst like rotten fruit. Whop! Rayon didn't stop even though he'd already slain dozens of undead, and advanced even further to incorporate the principles of revolving sky into the blade of Requiem. The torrid sphere of resentment rotated violently as it rushed toward the group of undead on the right side. Wham! A firestorm surged from the powerful explosion, and not a single undead managed to survive. I have to decrease their numbers right now. The Archlick had placed the powerful undead at the front lines to show their superiority. It was necessary to deal a critical amount of damage to the undead army Evan if he had to spend a large amount of aura and stamina. Kring, Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps while counting on the rain of aura blades and arrows raining from the castle walls. He pierced into the center of the undead and unleashed the Blue Rain with Heavenly Drive and Flame Spirit with the Blade of Requiem. The majestic sword resonance spread around by the Blue Rain made the undead writhe in pain while grasping their heads. The fire pieces covering the sky followed up to melt the heads of the undead. Rayon was literally massacring the army of the undead when a magic array with dark letters appeared on his head. A magic array. It was definitely the magic of the Archlick who was controlling the undead. Wham! A purple ray fell from the magic array. Upon noticing its tremendous speed, Rayon incorporated. Supreme Harmony steps into his withdrawal. Wham! A bottomless pit was created on the land where he used to be standing. Speed wasn't the only thing it had. Even the power was unimaginable. It's so powerful despite being far away it's at least an advanced fiend. Considering the fact that it cast such a powerful spell from the end of the land of death, even the term advanced fiend wasn't enough to describe it. Shall I withdraw for now? Since he had already profited a lot from the action and he was out of the arrows and aura blades range, figured he would withdraw. Another dark magic array was created in the sky. The letters were different from the previous one, implying that it must have been a different spell. Let's stop here for today. Rayon waved his hand as if he were teasing the Archlick watching from afar. See you later. He turned around and leaped towards the castle without even looking around. Nice. Wrath nodded in satisfaction. Rayon Sieghart is the best when it comes to bad personality. The King of Essence has never seen anyone more hateful than you. Your talent is more befitting in devildom than this continent. He patted Rayon's shoulder, saying that his talent was too great to remain in the human realm. You are the one who should return. Rayon pushed Wrath away as he tried to cling to him and kicked the ground. Bomb! A huge explosion occurred behind him and his clothes and hair fluttered to the wind. He jumped onto the castle walls by riding that wind, which looked like he was making fun of the lick even further. Ha! Rayon exhaled roughly and looked down on the land of death. It's nicely destroyed. The undead army looked extremely terrifying to the people until a moment ago, but their formation had been completely destroyed. They were scattered all around the place like some kind of shambled army, and they didn't look threatening at all. Rayon, super damn handsome. Rayon looked around upon hearing Runon's call. Hey, you are insane. He's so evil. He's the Demon King, I told you. I'm glad that we aren't the only ones who have to deal with his bad personality. It's a shame that I can't see their reaction because they are undead. It would have been so funny if he did that against the White Blood Religion or Eden. The Light Wind Squad was waving their hands with grins on their faces. Their faces used to be pale, but their complexions had returned and they were flushing red instead. Sir Rayon, good job. I can't even begin to describe my impression of your swordsmanship. Wendy and Prika also nodded at him with smiles on their faces, which no longer looked as gloomy. That's the White Sword Dragon. The rumors weren't exaggerated. Bander casually whistled as if he were a companion now. Whoa, he's the pride and joy of the annex building. Is that even a compliment? Ewer and Julius were also cheering with bright smiles on their faces. Mark Goten quietly bowed to thank him for his efforts. Rayon smiled while looking at the bright look in the Light Wind Squad, Amber Blade Division, and the Ranger's eyes. It worked perfectly. On top of eliminating the undead, he also managed to raise morale to the peak. He managed to achieve all the objectives he was trying to complete. We just need to last a bit longer. Just as he was trying to give them hope before he moved on, a magic array appeared in the sky above the castle wall. I knew it. Since the Archlick was capable of casting magic to the earlier location where the undead were gathered, Rayon obviously predicted that it could also cast it on the castle wall. I need to slash it here properly. Even for an Archlick, there should have been limits to how powerful the magic could be since they were so far away. It was necessary to properly slash the magic to make them learn the lesson that using a spell would be detrimental. Zap! The moment the purple ray was about to be fired from the magic array, Rayon threw the blade of Requiem like a throwing dagger. Wham! The blade of Requiem, with the power of ghastly flow of mana, cut through the Archlick's spell and magic array. Zap! The magic array summoned by the Archlick crumbled like a dry leaf before it could unleash its spells. It doesn't matter what that skull tries to do from afar. Rayon easily caught the blade of Requiem when it fell back towards him. He rolled his lips into a smile, sneering at the Archlick that should have been watching. This is my last move. If the provocation worked and the Archlick appeared, he could definitely win the battle. However, if they choose the war of attrition instead of coming out it, might be difficult. At the western end of what should have been called the Land of Death instead of the Swamp of Death, the three pillars that used to be under the swamp had returned to their original appearance. There were multiple traces of sword slashes on them. Blue flames were emerging from the empty eye sockets of the Archlick and Death Knight who were leaning against the pillars, watching a large crystal ball. Is that the Sieghart of this era? The Archlick swayed his finger while watching Rayon inside the crystal ball. His power is as intense as before. He just looks like that man. Yes, his bloodline is still powerful, unlike Arian. The Death Knight nodded, his fists touching each other. It's not just about his might. He knows how to win a war. The Archlick lowered the hem of his robe and fiddled with the staff in his hand. I can't even use magic recklessly because of him. The young descendant of Sieghart managed to easily tear apart his spell and magic circle with his small dagger. A long-distance spell required a large amount of mana and willpower. Since he couldn't understand how Rayon managed to destroy his spell, he couldn't attack him recklessly anymore. However, he must spend a lot more stamina and aura than he appears to have. The same goes for the other humans. In that case, let's attack right away. The Death Knight nodded and placed his hand on the longsword hanging around his waist. Get into formation again. I'll lead the troop to destroy those castle walls. All right, let's. No, when the two highest rank undead were about to take action, the Spectre appeared behind them. That's what he wants you to do. Even though the Spectre was talking to them, the Death Knight and the Archlick didn't even think about looking back. They just stood there blankly. He's hoping that you will attack them right now. He took a bead from his robe. The bead used to be as clean as spring water, but more than half of it had turned dark. Instead of going to him, you have to call him over here. That's the only way to change history. The Spectre declared the words emotionlessly and extended the hand holding the bead. I'll help you a little. Black smoke arose from the bead and seeped into the Death Knight and the Archlick. Rumble, the energy of death of the two undead drastically intensified, and the aura of death rising from the Land of Death emanated an even more powerful stench. Arise. The Death Knight and the Archlick raised their hands. Rumble. A huge tremor occurred from the Land of Death, and the undead that fell under the castle walls were revived and got into formation. Yes, the Spectre nodded while stroking the bead that had turned a bit darker. Suffocating them to death is the only way you can win. Blue flames burst from the eyes of the Archlick mask he was wearing. I'll tell you when to draw your blades. Rayon bit his lip tightly while watching the swarm of undead advancing towards them. They must be a smart opponent. 2 days had passed since he went down from the castle walls to slaughter the undead and provoke the Archlick. He was expecting them to be extremely furious and come to attack them directly, but they kept sending low and intermediate class undead to continue a war of attrition. The undead corpses piled up over and over for the past 5 days, and they'd created a small hill that almost reached the castle walls. That's not the only problem. Rayon bit his lip and looked behind him. Damn it, when is this going to end? Even the ants aren't as numerous as them. Iwin sleep. Burin, Martha, and Runnon were biting their lips with their faces turned pale. They weren't afraid of their enemies, but their stamina and willpower must reach their limits because they kept fighting for 5 days without any proper rest or sleep. Does this ever end? They must be trying to suffocate us to death. Damn it, stupid corpses, please stop coming. The light wind swordsmen were even more exhausted than the team leaders, and the hands holding their swords were trembling. Forget sleeping, they couldn't even rest, and many of them had their eyes half closed. I want to sleep. This is endless, since that was how bad it was for the Light Wind Squad. The Amber Blade Division was either on their knees as if they'd lost their mind, or they were leaning against the wall. As for the Rangers, many of them had collapsed from exhaustion. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the hands of the swordsmen and Rangers on the ground. It can't be helped. Even though there was no direct confrontation, the Rangers' and swordsmen's hands were covered in bloody bandages. Since they had managed to last for 5 days while holding their weapons all along, they should have been praised for their tenacity. This is hell. Rayon went towards Dorian, who was taking out clothespins from his belly pocket to attach them around his eyes. Dorian, have you received any news about whether they received it or not? Unfortunately not. It's just a one-sided thing. Dorian shook his head while taking the clothespins from his eyes. We just have to wait. I see. Rayon nodded and returned to the front of the castle wall. The undead were slowly approaching while he thought, I need to find a different method. You should take care of yourself instead. Wrath emerged from the bracelet with a frown. The others at least managed to sleep for a short time. You haven't slept at all for 5 days straight. He started punching with his round fist, telling Rayon to sleep instead of worrying about others. Are you worried about me? No, not at all. The King of Essence just wants you to avoid ruining your body, because it will be his soon enough. Wrath hurriedly shook his head and shouted in denial. I guess that's the case since you were secretly adding some wrath while using the silver-white aurora earlier. Gasp, how did you know? There's no way I wouldn't notice. Rayon smiled faintly. Wrath didn't recover the wrath that he shoved into Rayon when he was helping him with the silver-white Aurora's activation. He must have been planning to use it as a trap later, but Rayon was already aware of it. You really make him not want to help you. Rayon patted Wrath's cotton candy head and caught his breath. I'll buy everything you want to eat after this war is over. He wasn't lying. He wanted to get some proper meals and sleep because he hadn't been able to sleep or eat properly for a while. Ray, really? Yes. What's that change of mind? I want say in return for that, but can you recover my aura and stamina? I'll take your wrath. Aura can be recovered. Injuries can also be healed, but not willpower. Willpower. Your willpower is at rock bottom right now because you kept leading the fight in this castle without sleeping in the slightest. That's one thing the King of Essence can't help with. Wrath continued with a frown. Even if your stamina and aura are recovered, you won't be able to fight if you don't have the willpower. I see. He was right. He could slowly recover his aura through cultivation, but not his willpower. Even though he was aware of that fact, continuing to fight was the only option he had. Rayon quietly sighed, and Wendy Arian approached him. Sir Rayon. Wendy raised her head while smiling awkwardly. Shouldn't we abandon the castle and withdraw? She suggested abandoning the castle with trembling lips. Are you serious? Wendy Arian was a true warrior who kept swinging her sword to save the house even though the entire house was corrupted and destroyed. The fact that she was suggesting an escape, despite her respectable mind, signified that the crisis was extremely serious. Yes. People are more important than the castle. She nodded. She must have already made up her mind. Unfortunately, we can't. Rayon slowly shook his head. That's what they want us to do. The castle built by the first head of Arian was capable of blocking the energy of death. If the castle collapsed or they left the castle, the ordinary people were all going to die from the energy of death, and the swordsmen and rangers were going to be hunted down by undead that never tired. Is he still in the middle of his training? It was so suffocating that Rayon even thought about Rimmer. That was when the team leader of the rangers, Prika, came running towards him. We got a problem. Prika continued while wiping the cold sweat flowing down from his forehead. Weijin Arian and the executives have escaped. What? I don't know how they opened the jail, but they took hostages and escaped over the eastern castle walls. Wendy Arian bit her fingernails in despair. What the hell? Rayon clenched his fist while looking at Prika. I thought I knew he was trash, but I can't believe he fell so low. Even though he was pulled down from the head's position, House Arian was still his house and he ran away during a crisis. Rayon couldn't believe how ugly he could be. Who helped them? Bainder. I didn't. Bainder came after Prika and shook his hand. I've been quietly resting in my room. Prika can testify for me. Yes. Prika nodded, saying that he was right. He was a snake, but people are uneasy because he was still the head of house. They are starting to say that we should all run away together. He ground his teeth violently, saying that the unified spirit of the house was ruined because of Weijin and the executives. Understandable. Rayon nodded. He was still their head of house, even though he was unsightly. Wendy was the new head of house, but it was just a temporary position. It was only natural for the troop to lose morale because Weijin escaped like a loach. That fucking pig, I am going to kill him no matter what. Martha was unable to suppress her anger and punched the ground. Rayon sighed in frustration when a powerful energy of death rose from behind them. Don't tell me. He turned around and saw a dark cloud appear. Rumble, the army of mid to high-ranking undead that were hiding behind the zombies and skeletons were moving again. They must notice the anxiety spreading inside the castle. Specters flying in the sky signaled the start of the battle. They exhaled their dark breath to attack the rangers at the right end of the castle walls. Run-on, who was standing around the right castle wall, kicked the ground upon hearing his call. A frozen barrier was unleashed at the same time as her footstep to block the ranger's front. Clang! The death breath and the ice wall clashed against each other and subsided at the same time. The moment the wall was destroyed, Run-on jumped into the air to unleash her second technique. The frozen strike was fast and soft at the same time, and the two specters who were trying to withdraw were cut in half. However, the undead didn't care about the specters' deaths. They keep running towards the castle at full speed. Rumble, ghouls and skeleton warriors ran from the center. A group of Dullahans charged like a night order, and 3 death knights were lighting up the area with the red fires in their eyes from the left side. However, that wasn't all. Liches and skeleton mages appeared from the right and started to cast their spells. It was the magic squad that the enemy had been hiding all along. Martha Burin. Rayon pointed at the magic squad while biting his lip. Stop their magic by all means necessary. I'll do as you command. What an easy task. Despite what they said, they unleashed their aura with serious expressions on their faces. Wham! The liches and skeleton mages unleashed their spells that were brimming with the energy of death. Burin and Martha fired their aura blades, incorporating the auras of wind and earth to shoot down the spells mid-air. However, the shockwaves from the explosion engulfed the castle walls and created more serious fissures. Head of house, please keep protecting the castle walls overall. Sir Mark, please take care of the ones charging from the center. As for me. Rayon unleashed a silver strike towards the group of Dullahans charging from the left side. A weak aura blade advanced toward them, and deadly astral energy appeared behind it. It was an application of the sword's silvery dream into a long-range attack. Slash. With the frightening sounds of splitting flesh, 6 Dullahans were cut in half and rolled on the ground. I'll take care of the stronger ones. He used the Supreme Harmony steps to the right. The Chimera zombie running towards him looked like 100 zombies had been combined. I can't let it approach us. He fixed the grip on his sword and unleashed a super-speed aura blade. However, the Chimera zombie's body expanded like a balloon before the deadly attack reached it. Wham! The Chimera zombie's body inflated and exploded as the aura blade reached it. Dark flesh and bones flew towards the castle walls. It was a corpse explosion, a suicide attack. Kring. Rayon weakened his grip on Heavenly Drive with his feet on the inclined castle wall. The White Shadow Slash was unleashed to erase the darkness, melting down all of the bones and flesh flying toward the castle. White Shadow Slash, the technique capable of erasing all energy, had completely removed the aftermath of the explosion. 2 magic arrays appeared in the air. Rayon kicked the castle wall without even taking a breath. When the dark spears were about to be fired from the magic arrays, Rayon slashed down with the Blade of Requiem, which was wrapped in astral energy. Slash. The ghastly flow of mana was activated, and the magic spear and magic array were severed altogether. Rayon exhaled roughly and lowered his gaze. Because the group of undead was too numerous and even enhanced, many of them managed to break through the sword aura blades raining towards them. The aura blades were still raining, but the endless rain of arrows had stopped. Rayon looked around and noticed that the rangers were holding their bows with trembling hands. They ran out of the arrows. Hold your spears, Rayon shouted, and the rangers clenched their javelins and went to the front. Throw, Yua. They weren't too proficient with them, but there were so many undead that they still managed to hit the ghouls and skeleton warriors' heads. However, it wasn't enough to stop the advance of the undead. Wham! Rayon unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation S fire and created ice spears with Glacier to fire at them, but it was impossible to deal with the entire army of undead on his own. It's faster than expected, but there's no other choice. Rayon looked at the rangers who were in charge of supplies. Pour the holy water. Upon hearing the order, the rangers opened the lid of the holy water that they'd been saving and poured it into salt water. They quickly mixed it together and poured it over the walls. Swaya. However, the undead didn't stop even though they were soaked in holy water. They came running even faster and started to attack the castle wall. Creak. The fissures on the walls became larger and larger because of the powerful energy of death. Gasp. What? The holy water didn't work. This can't be happening. The rangers and swordsmen's chins trembled violently as they witnessed the strange sight. The undead were unaffected by the holy water. I think that's fake. Wendy shook her hand with a frown. Fake. The previous head once got a large sum of money for himself after selling something, and I think he sold the real holy water. Fake holy water. How is this happening? Morale decreased even further when they heard that the holy water was fake. Let alone the rangers, even the swordsmen's faces were shadowed. Dorian, I have them since they are necessities. But Dorian placed down his sword and put his hand in his belly pocket. Once his hand came back out, he was holding 5 luxurious glass bottles. It was expensive. He added the holy water and salt water into a watering can used for gardening to spread the water over the castle walls. Key. Even though the undead kept charging like bulls through the spears, arrows, and aura blades, they screamed and withdrew as the holy water touched them. The energy of death piercing into the castle wall was also removed completely as if an eraser had been used. Wham! A dark ray was fired from the lick that was commanding the magic squad of the undead. Judging from the direction, Dorian was the target. Slash! Rayon slashed down with the Blade of Requiem in a reverse grip to cut the spell. He jumped down right away and incorporated Heavenly Drive with fire. At the same time as the tip of his sword was extended to the front, a fire dragon's breath burned up the undead approaching the castle wall. PSSSH. While Rayon was attacking, spells and arrows fired by the skeleton archers and mages rushed towards him. Clang! Rayon slashed the spells with the blade of Requiem and slashed the arrows with heavenly drive, and the sound of collapsing walls could be heard from the left. Rayon raised his head and saw that a Death Knight who'd been hiding among the zombies had jumped up on the wall. Clang! Run-On quickly ran there to block the sword falling towards a ranger, but she was immediately pushed back because of her exhaustion. Rayon connected the rotation starting from his ankle to his wrist to unleash Heaven Slaying Dagger. PSSSSH, the deadly blade incorporating the principles of Flawless Throw flew like a ray of light to destroy the Death Knight's skull. Rayon endured the pain in his lungs to jump back onto the castle walls. This is so hard. Rayon's hands holding the swords were trembling as he furrowed his brow. He managed to push them back temporarily with the holy water and the flame dragon art, but it was a matter of time before they returned. His allies were extremely exhausted, while the enemies were only getting started. Rayon clenched his back teeth while looking at the swarming undead and the closed castle gate. The only path I have left now is... Rayon walked up to Dorian while sweeping back his sweaty hair. You have more holy water, don't you? Dorian had an obsession with buying a large amount of supplies. He said that he had bought a lot more holy water because he ended up using all of it when he was saving people from the Black Tower's attack. I do have more, but shouldn't we be saving it? No, we have to use it right now. Rayon shook his head while looking at the undead army. They couldn't approach because of the holy water and the wall of fire, but their advance was bound to resume soon enough. We can't last until morning anyway. What? The castle is going to collapse before sunrise at this rate. He wasn't trying to frighten him. Since everyone was exhausted from 5 days of battle, it was impossible to stop the huge swarm of undead. Then are we giving up on the reinforcements? We can't wait forever, I guess. Dorian took out the remaining 6 holy bottles and gave them to Rayon, his hands trembling in fear. Those are all I have. I am not a bank. Rayon clapped his hands, ignoring Dorian and his complaints about being turned into a bank when he used to be a pocket. The Light Wind Squad had gloomy expressions on their faces as they gathered around him. Lady Wendy and Sir Prika, please come here too. He also called the 2 people since they were leading the Amber Blade Division and the Rangers. You should be aware, but we've reached our limit. Everyone bit their lips without saying anything. Even Martha couldn't say anything, which implied that everyone had accepted reality. That's why we are going to use the last method available to us. Last method? What is that? Say it already. Burren and Martha took a step towards him at the same time. Rayon slowly opened his mouth while meeting everyone's gazes. We are going to open the gate and go outside. Open the gate. Prika's chin trembled. What do you mean? There are still so many enemies. He shook his head violently while looking at the undead army that was slowly surrounding the castle even though they couldn't advance. It's impossible for us to last until morning. The castle will collapse before sunrise, and the slaughter will begin. The castle's protective ability had been blocking the energy of death, but it was going to disappear once the walls collapsed. It wouldn't just be the Familisev and the Rangers were going to collapse, and there was no way they could deal with the enemies. The only way we can reverse this situation is to charge through that army of undead and defeat the Archlick. Rayon looked at the Light Wind Squad, Mark Goten and Wendy Arian. The Light Wind Squad, Lady Wendy and I will be going out. The undead should follow us, but the others should stay here to protect the castle just in case. Since most of the Amber Blade Division members were novice experts, they weren't going to be helpful. It was necessary to bring a small number of elites to break through the wall of corpses as quickly as possible. Understood. Wendy nodded while slamming the left side of her chest with her right hand. The look in her eyes said that she would follow him anyway even if he didn't bring her. I leave it to you, Prika. She smiled faintly while holding Prika's shoulder. It seems unreasonable. Is it really going to work? Prika sighed heavily in worry. All right, I like it. Martha slammed the castle wall with her palm. It was getting frustrating because I had to keep shooting weak aura blades, but it's finally time to shine. She gave a toothy smile, saying that she could finally show her skills. I agree. Burren nodded in agreement. It was a rare sight that he agreed with her. I was getting tired of watching from above. He glared at the undead while catching his breath. Let's finish it quickly and eat some ice cream. Run-On rolled her lips into a slight smile while blinking her blank eyes. We should have gone out earlier. Those damn undead, you are all dead to me. Watch out for your heads, you corpses. A frightening pressure emerged around the Light Wind Squad as they clenched their swords. They also seemed to be frustrated by what had been happening. Dorian. Rayon called Dorian's name and shook his hand at him. Take out the blue cultivation pills. Blue cultivation pills weren't elixirs. They were similar to a healing potion and were extremely efficient at recovering the aura. Yes. Dorian put his hand into his belly pocket and took out as many blue cultivation pills as the number of people and handed them out. Take the blue cultivation pill and cultivate for 2 hours before you return. 2 hours. Even if you spread the holy water, it will dry up in an hour. How are you planning to defend on your own in the meantime? Even for the vice squad leader, you can't do it alone. I'm not alone. Rayon shook his hand towards Yua. who was quietly watching the seniors behind Run-On. I have the Mad Dog Squad's secret weapon with me. We aren't mad dogs. Wendy Arian opened the door to her room, which she hadn't returned to in a long time. It had only been 5 days, but she felt like a year. No. Her body tried to spontaneously move towards her bed, but she stopped herself and sat on the ground. I can't betray his expectations. Rayon was still fighting on the castle walls. If she wanted to follow him, she had to recover her aura and stamina as much as possible instead of sleeping. I can only admire him the more I see him. She was already aware of the fact that Rayon was amazing even before he came to House Arian. There was no way she wouldn't be since he was the youngest master and was given the admirable alias White Sword Dragon. However, that was only about his might. No matter how talented he was, Wendy thought that he would still be inexperienced because he was young. I was completely wrong. On top of his astounding might, he also had excellent wits, mind-reading abilities, and an understanding of the battlefield. He wasn't an inexperienced swordsman. He was a warrior who was nearing completion. It was the first time she had met a warrior worthy of her admiration, even if he was way younger than herself. Ha. Wendy briefly sighed while fiddling with the blue cultivation pill. It will be hard. We might not be able to reach the end. Even if she cultivated to recover her aura for 2 hours, she couldn't even get half of her full power back. On the other hand, the number of enemies was increasing all the time. It was probably impossible to reach the end of the swamp of death through the army of undead. However, she had a feeling that she could create that miracle since Rayon was with her. Wendy unraveled the piece of cloth covering the blue cultivation pill and put it in her mouth. She closed her eyes and started to cultivate, and her lips smoothly curled into a smile. 1 hour passed after Rayon covered the castle walls with the 3 remaining holy waters. Once the holy waters effect had worn off, the undead unleashed even more energy of death and resumed their advance. Sir Rayon, Prika ran towards him while screaming, They are coming." He bit his lip while pointing at the arrows that his family had made for him. We should shoot the arrows at least. Save them for later. Since there weren't many arrows and javelins left, they had to be used when they broke through the formation. It was necessary to use another method to defend, for instance. Yua came towards him with a smile. It was a forced smile, but it still managed to brighten the mood. Do you remember how I played music with my sword when we were training with Sir Roan? Ah, yes, she nodded, saying that she obviously remembered. We will be using the same method. I'll be playing music with my sword, so you should sing a song accordingly. A song. It doesn't matter how you sing nor which song you choose. You just need to sing while thinking about protecting the people in the castle. I'll try. Yua nodded with her twin tails fluttering in the air. Rayon patted Yua's head and went to the front. Rumble. It looked like the land was trembling because the countless undead were moving at once. Since the holy water had dried out and the fire was extinguished, they were advancing without the slightest fear. Sir Rayon, they are coming. We need orders. Prika and the rangers hurriedly shouted. Rayon shook his hand at them to tell them to stop worrying about it and drew the blade of Requiem from his waist. Kring. He stroked the blade of Requiem while enjoying the clear sound of sword draw despite being a possessed blade. I leave it to you. Whir. The blade of Requiem created a small sword resonance, trying to reassure him. I'm going to start. He signaled Yua with his gaze before pouring the 10,000 flames cultivation energy into the blade of Requiem. Whir. The blade of Requiem turned red from the heat and created a majestic sword resonance. The auspicious cry with the willingness to save people instead of resentment slowed the advance of the undead. Yes, Yua stepped forward and put her hands together before closing her eyes. The name of Habun protects the gray walls of the north. She chose a military song, Habun Castle's military song. I can understand why. The song of protection for Yua must have been the military song Shed heard ever since childhood. Whir. The blade of Requiem and Yua's resolutions to save people interlocked with each other in harmony to create a huge resonance to twist the darkness. Wham! Once the melody of aura spread around, the swarm of the undead became unable to move. Their bodies were trembling as they tried to move, but they couldn't even take a single step forward. Prika clenched his right arm where goosebumps were rising. Just like Rayon had reassured him, the undead were unable to move because of the song. How could a melody create such a miracle? He heard of the legend where a warrior managed to stop an advance of thousands of soldiers on his own with melody, but he never imagined he'd witness it. His body trembled from the thrill. Julius stood next to Yua with his mouth tightly closed. His serious expression showed his resolve to protect Yua no matter what. Rayon smiled gently and controlled the ghastly energy emerging from the blade of Requiem even more naturally. Whir, just like when he used the Blue Rain, the flow of sword resonance connected like a river to spread Yua's song even further. Kring, the song of resolution became a sharp blade to push the undead back. They stepped back while swaying and collided against each other as they fell. Hey, While Rayon was controlling his sword resonance according to Yua's song, Wrath emerged from the bracelet. Are you really going out? I have to since I have no other way. The leader of the undead is baiting you. You must be aware of this fact since you are a snake. Wrath frowned, asking why he didn't realize that fact when he was the nastiest human being in the world. I know. Rayon nodded casually. I don't know if it's the Archlick or someone pulling the strings from behind, but they are pretty smart. The undead attacked at the worst possible moment, as if they knew the situation in House Aryan, and exhausted their stamina and willpower with a war of attrition instead of attacking with powerful undead. Considering how smart they were definitely baiting Rayon to come outside the castle like Wrath said. Then why are you still going despite knowing that fact? Because I also have a secret weapon. A secret weapon. Rayon raised his finger to point at Wrath. Is the King of Essence your secret weapon? Yes, the Archlick is being careful about me, who has been fighting for 5 days straight. They must want me to be unable to even create an astral blade because of how exhausted I am. However, Rayon clenched his fist with his eyes covered in coldness. I can at least recover my might if you help me. His mind would be further devastated if he traded with Wrath, but his aura and stamina would recover. Other people wouldn't be able to endure, but he was confident he could since he'd experienced his life as a shadow and a death in the past. I even have holy power. Rayon was confident he could defeat whatever he had to face in a single strike if he used the divinity in his strike after his aura and stamina were recovered. Climb the mountain through the icy wind of the northern ocean. Rayon closed his eyes while listening to Yua's song. Once he opened them again, crimson lightning sparked from his eyes. They will regret doing this while I am here. Rayon looked around while standing in front of the gate. He could feel Blade's sharp pressure from the Light Wind Squad and Wendy Aryan lined up behind him, and their minds are also ready. The reason he gave them the time wasn't simply to recover their stamina and aura. He wanted them to harden their resolve for the final battle, and it was effective enough. The real battle is about to begin. Burin smiled while turning his wrists. Warm yourselves up. He relieved the tension while examining the Light Wind members one by one. It's best to shatter the skulls directly instead of using aura blades. Martha clenched her fist with a cold smile on her face. I'm going to destroy the Archlick's head. She licked her lips, saying that it belonged to her. Are you okay, Rayon? Ranon took a step towards Rayon and raised her head. You never slept. She tilted her head, eyes bloodshot from the lack of sleep. I know, right? He might be the only one to fall behind. We will leave you behind if you're too slow. You should say that to Crane instead. Rayon pointed at Crane, who wasn't saying anything. Oh right, Crane is always the first one to fall behind. It's Crane's specialty. This swordsman specializes in being eliminated. The Light Wind Squad giggled at Crane. That's not true, I was just unlucky. Crane shook his head, his face turning red. You can't blame luck during a competition. That's right, it's a skill issue. Resign from the team leader position if you fall behind again. The Light Wind swordsmen were joking with each other even though they were facing countless undead. Rayon looked at the Light Wind Squad, his gaze full of trust. Crane will lag behind, but the Mad Dog Squad doesn't abandon our companions. The smiles from the Light Wind Squad deepened upon hearing him. It felt like their confident smiles were removing the gloominess of the situation. But we aren't the Mad Dog Squad. Rayon raised his finger while ignoring Burin. What about Rayon? Ranon tilted her head while looking at Rayon's hand. Il opened the path from the front. Rayon tapped on his scabbard. Speed was the key to victory. The goal was to quickly break through the siege and arrive at the end of the Land of Death where the pillars were located. Il be running at full speed. Catch up to me no matter what. Yes, the Light Wind Squad shouted loudly in unison. Il be counting on you. Mark Goat and Wendy Aryan also nodded while clenching their fists. Rayon smiled and soaked everyone's bodies in holy water with the watering can. The effect wasn't going to last for a long time, but it was going to be helpful while it lasted. Now, when Rayon was about to open the gate to leave, he noticed a presence. They are. The families of House Aryan were gathered together. They bowed while praying for success even though their bodies were trembling from the evil energy from above. The fact that they weren't saying anything made their sincerity even clearer. Sir Rayon, they are climbing the hill. Prika's voice could be heard from above the castle walls. You have to go right now. Rayon caught his breath in front of the gate. Once the energy of death reached its peak, he shouted towards the top. Open the gate, open the gate. The gate opened with a creaking sound that echoed throughout the castle. Rumble, the tremendous undead army, was enough to cover the entire land under the dark sky. A suffocating amount of energy of death was emanating from them. Shring. Rayon unsheathed Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem, then threw the scabbards on the ground. The Light Wind Squad scabbards piled up on top of Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem scabbards. It was their expression of determination that they would return alive to recover the scabbards. We will carefully store them until you return. Please return safely. We will be waiting. The family members hugged the scabbards like treasures, their faces pale. Rayon nodded at them before stepping outside the gate. He crushed the land brimming with the energy of death and faced the undead army's approach. The light wind squad followed him like a single sword. Close the gate. Close the gate. Once the gate was closed, the energy of death felt even more intense. Rayon could feel the trembling of the swordsmen behind him. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive while activating the Ring of Fire and 10,000 Flames cultivation at the same time. The moment his sword was lowered, large boulders rolled down from above the castle walls. Wham! The boulders rolled along the walls and crushed the undead to break their formation. Fire arrows rained down to erase the night and pierce the undead. The families of Arian had worked hard to make them despite the short time they had. Keep shooting for dear life, Prika shouted, and the rangers pulled the bowstrings all the way with their bloody fingers before releasing them. The fletching smeared with blood stung the heart. You damn corpses. Once the rangers ran out of arrows, they threw javelins to carve a path for the light wind squad. Rayon brandished Heavenly Drive. The blade turned red and created a flame to erase the darkness. Charge! He gritted his teeth and kicked the ground. Charge! The light wind squad formed the great light wind formation and followed him. Mark Goten and Wendy unleashed their astral energies from the sides. Whop! Rayon pulled flame-covered Heavenly Drive behind his shoulder. In this situation, the enemies were lined up in a straight line, and the best technique to use to kill them was obvious. 10,000 Flames cultivation, 100 flames, flame dragon art. The flame brimming from the blade turned into a firestorm to carve a crimson path through the darkness. Wham! Not a single undead remained on the line where the fire passed through. However, there were too many enemies in the surroundings, and it was necessary to pass before their path was closed. Charge now. Rayon dashed through the land where the heat hadn't subsided yet. He could feel the indomitable iron will from the light wind squad following him. Wham! The light wind squad followed right behind him and charged towards the undead that were still standing. The power of the first form of Great Light Wind Formation, Central Green Whirlwind, which specialized in speed and stability, made the undead burst into black pools of blood. There are Dullahan. Wendy Arian ran towards the left side. She approached the group of Dullahan, slashing them before their charge could begin. The blunt and heavy astral energy shattered the heads of two Dullahans. There are already Death Knights. Mark Goten held his breath and rushed towards the Death Knights. He pierced into them before they could summon Hellfire and slammed his saber down. The saber slash fell down like lightning to sever the Death Knight's body in half. Rayon looked around. So they are coming here. The undead weren't approaching the castle walls anymore, instead turning around to circle the Light Wind Squad. As he anticipated, they'd been waiting for the Light Wind Squad to come outside. I also have a plan. While he was thinking about the enemy's strategy, a huge wave of mana occurred from the right. There were Lick and Skeleton warriors from the magic squad. The huge magic circle they were drawing looked like a linked spell. Whoosh! Rayon stomped the ground violently and threw the blade of Requiem from his left hand. The blade of ghastly energy, incorporated with flawless throw principles, cut through the magic circle and pierced the Lick's skull. The Lick tried to take off the blade of Requiem from its forehead, but the ghastly energy hindered its movement. Wham! Rayon didn't miss the opportunity. He used the Supreme Harmony steps to advance and shattered the Lick's body into pieces with the Fangs of Insanity. The Lick was going to be revived since the Soul Crystal couldn't be found, but it was going to take a long time to do so. Rumble! The Light Wind Squad didn't stop their advance, as if they knew Rayon was going to do that. Thud! They were using the heavy yellow powerful strike form, which consisted of having Martha at the center of the front line to destroy the undead's formation like a huge mace. They definitely. Wrath gave a big nod while watching the scene. Deserve the name Mad Dogs, indeed. Rayon smiled faintly and caught up to them. I am really planning to change the division's name to Mad Dog after we complete this mission. Rayon dashed ahead and slashed with Front Pond while thinking about how much the Light Wind Squad was going to hate it. Wham! The huge blade of ice crushed the undead and shattered their sloppy circle into pieces. Keep moving. He could feel the determination of the Light Wind Squad, Mark Goten, and Wendy Arian following behind him. Their powerful spirit and drive to follow him no matter what to finish the war brought a smile to Rayon's face as he dashed through the land of death. Rayon bit his lip while looking at the ground where even shadows couldn't be found anymore. The energy of death is getting denser. As soon as they left the area around the castle and entered the land of death, the energy of death intensified. The aura wave of the undead approaching from the land of death was on a whole different level. Creek, the skeleton's upper species made from dragon's teeth, Spartwa, Rose, and ghoul lords capable of summoning zombies and ghouls appeared. The low-class Death Knights who had been watching from far away unleashed their hellfires, trying to find the opportunity. Rayon spread the Ring of Fire's resonance to prevent the Light Wind Squad from being influenced by the energy of death before the group of Spartwa dashed at them. Charge! The light wind squad changed into the snow cat's descent and clashed against the group of Spartwa. Wham! The light wind squad's sweeping advance was stopped for the first time. Clong! Wendy Arian and Mark Goten weren't able to help them either because the Death Knights dashing from the sides were stopping them. Ha! Rayon advanced while feeling the bitterness filling his mouth. They aren't giving me any time to rest. Holding the blade of Requiem between his teeth, he grabbed Heavenly Drive with 2 hands. He stepped forward with great weight and turned into a wide circle to rotate his sword. 10,000 flames cultivation, 100 flames, flawless sea of fire. A red line emerged from the tip of his sword like dripping paint to unleash a huge wave of fire. Swaa. The crimson sea soaring to the sky fell back down to incinerate the entire group of undead surrounding them. We have no time to waste. Keep moving. Rayon used footwork while pointing at the path he managed to create. The Light Wind Squad, Mark Goten, and Wendy followed up to slay the undead that still remained alive, but a new wall of undead appeared in no time. How are they so fast? They were gathering here all along in order to kill you. Unlike the front of the castle, the undead were being refilled at a tremendous pace. They must focus the undead in the area, just like Wrath said. Wham! The Light Wind Squad switched their formation. They focused their power on Martha to shatter the Spartwa bones and advanced. Slash! Mark Goten and Wendy Arian also cut through the Death Knights with powerful astral energies to stay next to the Light Wind Squad. Everyone was fighting to the best of their abilities in order to decrease the burden on Rayon. Damn it. However, Rayon's face wasn't looking good. He bit his lip tightly while wiping the sweat flowing down from his forehead. This isn't easy. The high-class undead were further enhanced, and even their number was huge. It was difficult to carve a path because of that. He felt like he'd entered the land of death a long time ago, but they hadn't managed to advance that far. To be honest, he felt like he would need Wrath's help before reaching the pillars at the rate they were going. Why are those fucking skulls so sturdy? They are Spartwa made from dragon teeth. They are even resisting the freeze. Burin, Martha, and Runnon bit their lips. The intermediate class undead, wrapped in a powerful energy of death, were too tanky. It was impossible to cut their bones unless they used aura. The Light Wind Squad's faces gradually turned pale from the high aura consumption. Tusk. Rayon clicked his tongue and slashed with Heavenly Drive using the Fangs of Insanity's principles. The fiercely polished astral energy opened the path, but other undead swarmed towards them from the sides. They aren't the only ones. More of them have arrived behind them. Behind the Spartwa and skeleton warriors surrounding them, another wall of ghoul lords and Dullahans was building. Moreover, specters were flying in the sky to scatter their breaths of death. Slash. Rayon spread the flame spirit to remove the specters before thrusting an astral blade behind him. He managed to remove the specters and Spartwa, but new undead simply replaced them, and he couldn't even see the path anymore. Ha! The tip of his hand on the hilt was trembling. His willpower had reached its limit, and his stamina and aura consumption were accelerated as a result. Die, you fucking skull, enemies of sleep. His vision was getting hazy from frustration when the Light Wind Squad charged forward. Wham! The extremely ferocious strike destroyed the undead's formation once again right after it was refilled. Clong. Mark Goten and Wendy Arian's sharp astral energies carved the path for the Light Wind Squad to pierce even further. They penetrated through the path and destroyed the heads of the undead gathering around them. Huck Crane looked back with a grin. Don't tell me you are falling behind, Vice Squad Leader. No way he wouldn't do that. I know, right? He told us we don't even need to sleep for 10 days at least. The Light Wind Squad shrugged their shoulders, calling him unsightly for being tired already. Those guys. Rayon laughed bitterly and straightened his back. They must be having an even harder time than me. They rested before, but only for 3 hours. Even though they went through mental training, they should wanted to give up from how hard it was yet. They still managed to smile at him. Rayon was really thankful for that fact. I can't be defeated now. He crushed the pain and anxiety all around his body to advance in front of the Light Wind Squad. Who knows what you're going to do if I don't hold your leash? Rayon stood at the front, and a sword resonance ghastly energy blasted from the blade of Requiem he was holding. Kaya, the wail of resentment, blood rain, spread around to stop the undead's movement. Wham! The Light Wind Squad and Mark Goten immediately kicked the ground and smashed the undead bones and flesh. Rayon and the Light Wind Squad slashed the corpses in front of them over and over and ran towards the end. They couldn't even tell how long they'd been fighting and how much they'd advanced. The Light Wind Squad was gradually exhausted and their swords pointed towards the ground. Mark Goten was leaning forward like an old man, and Wendy Arian was sweating profusely. Slash. Rayon unleashed astral energy while grasping his painful energy center to annihilate the skeleton mages firing their spells. We are almost there. He could tell since he'd been there before. They'd passed the midpoint of the land of death, and the end should have been near. The pillars should soon. Kaile. Just as he was trying to give hope to the Light Wind Squad, he could hear a screech that sounded like 100 children's screams combined. Rayon raised his head and saw that a Death Knight riding a horse with green fire burning from his eyes and a banshee, which was a ghost with the appearance of an old woman, were flying towards him. Kring, the frightening green eyes of the Death Knight sparkled as it dashed towards him. Rayon furrowed his brow. Don't tell me. His energy was familiar. It looked like it was the same Death Knight he'd previously killed at the end of the Swamp of Death. Rayon extended his left foot and incorporated the ferocity of a savage beast in Heavenly Drive. Clong, the Death Knight's sword of purgatory fell down like lightning to clash against Heavenly Drive, and a powerful shockwave spread around. His nausea indicated that he was about to get an internal injury. It was definitely him. The Death Knight had become even stronger than before, and he unleashed his hellfire. Kaira, Ki, the light wind squad faltered from the screams of death coming from the banshees and specters from above. They looked like they were about to collapse. Wham! Mark Goten went out of his way to jump and managed to slay the banshee, but he was hit by the specter's attack from behind and slammed into the ground. Wendy was too busy stopping the swarm of undead and had no room to help the others. Damn it. Rayon bit his lip to the point of bleeding. I have no other choice now. He couldn't kill the Death Knight in front of him with his current state in stamina and aura. Even if he managed to win, he was going to be severely wounded, and it was detrimental to the goal. Everyone, you have to keep fighting. He said we are almost there. If the formation was destroyed, the slaughter was going to start right after. They'd reached their limit. Wrath didn't respond and kept looking at the hill on his right. I need it right now. Heal me right away. Rayon frowned and called Wrath. The sound of a horn coming from the hill on the right side pierced through the energy of death. Who is that sound? Dorian was the first one to react. He was about to fall on his knees, but he raised his head with a trembling chin. Is that? Rayon mustered his strength to push the Death Knight back before he looked to the right. An old knight riding a snow-white horse was standing on the hill. This land is full of death. Habun Castle's castellan, Milland, was coldly looking down on the horde of undead, not as much as Habun. The vice-castellan, Terrain, followed him on his black horse and smiled faintly. He raised his spear to pierce the sky, which was getting brighter. Gather! Majestic roars resounded throughout the area, and the Night Fox Knight Order and the Snow Strikers raised their silver spears. The military spirit that started weak sword to pierce the sky. For the benefactor of Habun Castle, charge ye. Milland lowered his spear horizontally and kicked the side of his horse. The majestic sound of a horn resounded throughout the space, and the cavalry ran down the hill. Wham! The charge with Milland at the front was pretty much a spearhead hammered thousands of times. The wall of undead that seemed so impenetrable was mercilessly destroyed, and a silver path was created. How can a young one ask this old man to come? Milland smiled faintly while passing in front of Rayon. You are as insolent as ever. Sir Rayon, it's been a long time. You look even more handsome now. Why are you always fighting difficult battles? The Knight Order and the Snow Striker swordsman bowed to him while passing next to him. Their advance looked like they were about to destroy all the undead. Piwu. Before the deep emotion left by Habun Castle subsided, a hawk's cry could be heard from the left side. I was wondering why that monstrous friend of mine was calling me, but there was a good reason behind it. I've never seen this many undead before. They were familiar voices once again. Owen's third prince, Greer de Owen, and the Azure Razor Sword, Borini Kitten, were there. They got into formation with their Azure Hawk Knight Order and the Silver Knight Order they belonged to, respectively. Send the deceased to the land they belong. Charge. Unlike Habun Castle's cavalry, the Cavaliers lined up in a lengthy formation to charge at the undead. They lowered their postures to increase their speed, and the wall of undead was scattered like a piece of paper upon facing their spears. I was wondering when you were going to use my tablet, but you are working me to the bone. The third prince grinned while coming next to Rayon. I won't count this matter as a request, Sir Rayon. Borini Kitten followed next to him and shook his head slightly. It's my duty to join this battle for the sake of the continent. He shattered the Death Knight who was staying at the back with his astral energy and advanced. The sharpness suggested that he must have honed his skills to a frightening extent. Rayon clenched his chest, which was burning with emotions, and a huge fire burst from the sky. Wham! A huge explosion occurred at the center of the undead's formation, and the corpses left behind by the two Knight Orders turned into ash to flutter into the air. Rayon raised his head and saw Morel with his hand extended to the front. He was the leader of Balkar's magician squad, and the one called Snake of Raging Flame by the people. I don't understand how you convinced our donkey princess. He frowned and pointed his finger at the front. All kinds of fire spells were unleashed by the Salaman magician's hands behind him, destroying the leftover undead scattered around. Kurr. A green gaze sparkled from the cloud of dust rising from the explosion. The Death Knight who managed to recover while hiding dashed towards them with his sword of purgatory. Wham! Someone else stepped forward before Rayon blocked the blow. He deflected the Death Knight's sword with exquisite swordsmanship and destroyed his head. Even though it was a surprise attack, it was a terrifying amount of prowess. Pathetic. The man pulled his sword off the Death Knight's skull before turning around. The short, blonde hair of the middle-aged man gave off a cool impression. It was the Warring Steel Division leader, Trevin Sieghart. Did you really have to call us because you couldn't win against such weak undead? I wanted to help the Warring Steel Division earn some experience. They could use some practice. Rayon smiled faintly and shook his head. You can still talk, Warring Steel Division. Trevin raised his hand. The Light Wind Squad didn't manage to defeat them, eradicate them. Yes, he advanced, and the Warring Steel Division behind him went forward at the same time. Wham. The energy of death got stronger and stronger, but no one could stop the Black Steel Sword formation with Trevin as the leader. They arrived in time. Rayon had used Dorian's disposable artifact to ask them for help before the war started. He was worried because he couldn't guarantee their arrival, but they must receive the message. Rayon clenched his fist to the point of bleeding. This is different from the last time. Unlike during the kidnapping incident when Sieghart came to save him under Glenn's name, those fighting the undead were gathered under Rayon Sieghart's name. Rayon's heart pounded as he witnessed the people who answered his call. Rumble. The knights and swordsmen advanced through the dawn to sever the sea of death, carving a golden path. The night is over. Rayon clenched Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem, then turned around to look at the Light Wind Squad. It's time for us to teach them to fear daylight. Burren's chin trembled as he watched the unstoppable knights and swordsmen open the path. What's going on? What is happening right now? He was mustering all his strength to fight to the death when knights, swordsmen, and magicians suddenly appeared to slaughter the undead. The third prince, Borini Kitten from the Owen Kingdom, Morel from Balkar, and Trevin Sieghart with the Warring Steel Division. His pounding heart felt like it was about to burst as he witnessed their unexpected reinforcements. Moreover, they are. He looked at the cavaliers who were the first ones to appear to crush the wall of undead. He realized who they were upon seeing the emblem on their armor. They were Habun's Castellan, Milland, and his knights, which means this was. Burren swallowed nervously and looked at Rayon. He didn't even need to ask who'd called them. All of them were people related to Rayon in some way. He really is too much for me. Burren was already on the verge of fainting just from fighting the undead. He couldn't understand when and how Rayon planned to call for them when he'd been fighting for the past 5 days without even resting. He didn't even dare to catch up to him. Rah. You called them right. When Burren was trying to approach Rayon, Martha spoke first. Yes, Rayon nodded while spitting bloody saliva. But when Martha turned her head while listening to the knight's warcry, when the tsunami appeared, Rayon said that he'd asked for reinforcement through Dorian's artifact because he had the feeling when he saw the tsunami that something beyond his power might happen. You are so damn meticulous. Martha laughed bitterly and shook her head. Huh, who? Rayon's eyes widened in surprise from Martha's expression of gratitude. However, after Rayon and Dorian were kidnapped and she tried to save them, she realized that she'd gained more people precious to her than just her adoptive father. That was why she decided that she would make sure to say what she needed to say. Anyway, I wanted to say thank you. Huff, Martha bit her tongue while speaking because of how nervous she was. It's okay. Rayon smiled faintly and nodded. You don't need to say that to another SQWAD member. Hey, stop copying me. SH-tap co-opying me. Run-On came next to Martha and repeated after her while twisting her mouth. Stop. Martha punched at her and Run-On hopped backward. It looked fun. Run-On shrugged her shoulders with blank eyes. You fuckers. Martha frowned and briskly turned her head away. Her earlobes had turned red. Tap. Run-On tapped her thigh with her finger while looking at Rayon, Burren, and Martha. Everyone is brighter. It was a huge crisis until a moment ago. They could have died, but they didn't blame or insult anyone. They simply smiled at each other as they rejoiced over the fact that they were alive. They had changed a lot compared to the trainee period, back when they had looked gloomy because of the darkness in their minds. I am so glad. Since Rayon was aware of both the precious and ugly sides of the family, his lips were unconsciously raised into a smile as he realized the Light Wind Squad had become a real family. He had the feeling that he could smile from the bottom of his heart without thinking about that person. Run-On leaped forward to stand next to Martha and tapped her shoulder. Let's go eat some ice cream together later on. I'm not going. Then let's go. Fuck off. Martha extended her hand and Run-On nimbly leaned backward to dodge it. Can you stop? I know, right? You aren't kids anymore. You are becoming more and more childish. Well, that's the fun part, though. Burren tried to stop them, and the Light Wind Squad joined him before they started to laugh. Even though everyone was on the verge of death just a moment ago, the atmosphere was as warm as always. Clap. Rayon clapped his hands to gather their attention. You've gotten enough rest, right? He smiled while looking at the 4 groups eradicating the undead. Let's catch up now. The Land of Deaths. The 3 Pillars. The Archlick's hand that was holding the staff trembled as he watched the crystal that was showing the battlefield. Where did those humans come from? He couldn't understand how Rayon had called for them when he'd cut off all communication networks around the castle. Damn it. He was about to achieve his objective of turning the young Ziegharts into a pool of blood and destroying House Arian's cursed walls, but being faced with yet another disturbance turned his stomach. It's him, the damned Zieghart. Judging from the human's movement, he could guess that the young Zieghart had called for reinforcements, not Arian. He ground his teeth because of how persistent Zieghart was about disturbing him once again after 1,000 years. This isn't the time to be irritated. The Death Knight with green flaming eyes shook his head. He looked up to the sky while clenching his longsword around his waist. They will reach this place before noon at this rate. We need to finish the battle preparations before then. Yes, we should. The Archlick slowly nodded. He opened his hands, and the energy of death rising from the land of death intensified even further as black magic circles were drawn all around the dark land. He's the first one we have to kill. The Death Knight raised his finger to point at Rayon's image in the crystal ball. He's the strongest among them, but he's extremely exhausted and also has internal injuries. The battle will become easier after we kill him. I am aware of that fact. It's his fault that we ended up like this. The Archlick snapped his fingers while controlling the dark energy of death, and mid-high-class undead started to arise from the ground. I'll be making my own preparations. The Death Knight leaned against a pillar and observed how the warriors were moving inside the crystal ball with his green flaming eyes. His finger was moving along with the flow of the swordsman's martial arts. While the Death Knight and the Archlick were preparing the defense, the Spectre quietly emerged from behind them. This was unexpected, even for me. The Spectre licked his lips while watching Rayon's face inside the crystal ball. I thought he liked to deal with everything on his own, but he can actually employ other people. He's even more dangerous than I thought. Should I abandon them now since the experiment with the demon's soul bead is over? He glared at the undead with cold eyes for a while before he clapped his hands. No, I should see this as an opportunity. The ones attacking them were powerful people who were famous on the continent. Killing all of them was going to be another step towards his goal. All right, I'll help you until the end. The Spectre took a bead from the sleeve of his robe. A frightening current came out of the dark bead and shoved a huge amount of energy of death into the Death Knight, Lick, and even the land they were standing on. The energy of death created by the Spectre spread around like a living creature, unlike the Archlick's black magic circle. Rumble, the Spectre spread the energy of death until the 3 pillars started to tremble and took the bead back. The Archlick and the Death Knight were focused on devising a plan to kill Rayon and the swordsman. They didn't even seem to be aware of the Spectre's presence. Something's missing. The Spectre scratched his chin before he raised his head. His mask swayed a little from his twisted lips. That will be perfect. His body disappeared into darkness, leaving blunt laughter behind. Rayon went next to Habun Castle's cavaliers who were destroying the undead from the forefront. Castellan, Habun's Castellan, Milland snorted while looking around. A bit late to be greeting me, isn't it? Despite what he said, he looked extremely glad to see Rayon again. It's been a while since the last time we saw that geezer. Wrath also looked glad to see him, since he was waving his round hand at Milland. Why are you always in the middle of a difficult battle? Milland sighed while looking at the swarm of undead, which was still numerous. You were already slightly crazy when you stayed with us. He was extremely crazy, not just slightly. Who the hell in the world would jump down from the castle walls to rescue people? If I remember correctly, he held his position in front of the wall until sunrise to save everyone. Indeed, no one under the castle walls ended up dying. The Night Fox Knights and Snow Strikers swordsmen nodded while grinning. A young swordsman from the Snow Strikers raised his hand. He bowed to thank him and said that he was a soldier back then and was awakened to aura after the incident. The great feats you've accomplished are still spoken of at Habun Castle. Milland had been only riding forward so far, but he came up next to Rayon and tapped his shoulder. Don't worry about it, since we're only repaying the debt from back then. You should be saving your strength. He urged his horse to move faster. I want to have a meal together later. Let's talk again after it's over. I'll be looking forward to it. The knights and swordsmen waved their hands before they advanced toward the undead to destroy the wall of Spartwa and skeleton warriors. Rayon bowed at Milland before heading to the Owen Knights. It's only natural since the tablet was returned to me. Don't worry about it. The third prince smiled, a hawk sitting on his shoulder. It seemed to be the one that had made the sharp cry earlier. It's been a while, swordswoman Martha. He looked behind Rayon and winked at Martha. Rayon could see that he was still in love with Martha because his eyes had grown slightly softer. What the hell? You are so gross. Martha frowned in irritation at the third prince's wink and briskly turned her head away. The third prince bent his neck in shock. The hawk sitting on his shoulder looked like it was trying to comfort him because it started patting his cheek with its beak. Like I said before, this is my duty. Borini Kitten came up next to the depressed third prince. I am the one who should be thanking you for allowing me to participate in such a battle. He said that he was honored because it was going to be a great experience for him. He was truly an exemplary knight. Rayon also thanked him and went towards Moral and Salamon's magicians. It was really far, really far, really far, sir. Wait, I don't need to add sir anymore. Moral started to nod but shouted instead, I was just kidding. Rayon smiled while looking at Moral's flushed face. Rather than that, how did you even captivate our princess heart? She was pretty much begging me, saying that we needed to help you as fast as possible. Moral was amazed because he'd never seen Princess Jaina plead like that. Are you actually in that kind of relationship? Not at all. Rayon firmly shook his hand. She's the donkey princess like you said before. I can't have that kind of relationship with her. Then how did it happen? It's a simple promise between us. Anyway, I appreciate your help. I'm looking forward to your cooperation until the end. The corpses of black magic are unsightly for magicians who control the truth of the world. I'd clean them up even if you didn't ask. Moral extended his hand, saying that those filthy creatures were a disgrace to magic. A huge snake emerged and wiped out the skeleton mages in front of them. Division leader. Rayon went to the Warring Steel Division, which was the last of the reinforcements, and started joking with them. Why did you arrive so late? I came as fast as I could. The Warring Steel Division leader, Trevin, frowned. It'd gotten a lot closer because the Warring Steel Division and the Light Wind Squad had been sparring against each other since the first trial. I'm only here because they kept saying that it would be boring without you. Trevin took a glance behind him and shook his head. What is he even saying? It was him who kept urging us to get ready even faster. He can't be honest. He was the one who came running while only wearing underwear to ask us to save Rayon. The Warring Steel swordsmen tilted their heads, calling it bullshit. Hey, shut up. Trevin frowned while looking behind him, and the swordsmen shut their mouths. Rayon smiled faintly and bowed at Trevin. I'll repay this favor no matter what. I don't need it. Trevin shook his head. Make sure to get promoted to the Light Wind Division if you want to thank me. It'd be embarrassing if our Warring Steel Division's rival had to remain as a squad. He dashed forward, saying that he would be satisfied with that. That's what he says, get promoted already. I'll be looking forward to it. Rayon gasped while watching Trevin and the Warring Steel Division. Is he really a member of the Direct Line? He felt strange because he was too different from the other direct lines he'd seen so far. Rayon was even more thankful for how casually he'd said that because the other direct lines were bound to dislike him for it. Hey, Vice Squad Leader, we should also go there and mess them up. That's right, we can't leave everything to our guests. Let's get it done and go to sleep. Burin, Martha, and Runun were controlling their auras while clenching their swords. The eyes of the Light Wind Squad behind them were glowing with fighting spirit. You are right. Rayon nodded and fixed the grip on Heavenly Drive. Catch up to them. He dashed towards Habon Castle, Owen, Balkar, and the Warring Steel Division's backs as they carved a path for them. Wham! The converging fire from Moral and Salamon's magicians destroyed the undead army's sturdy formation, and the Cavaliers of Habon Castle, led by Milland, became a spear to accelerate the collapse of their formation. Rumble. The third prince and Borini kitten spread their knights into a wide formation like a hawk's wings to eliminate the undead without missing a single one, while Trevin Sieghart and the Warring Steel Division used the Black Steel Sword formation to only focus on mid-high class undead that the other three groups missed. Rayon led the Light Wind Squad and ran to the front lines to attack the Chimera zombie that was rolling towards them. GRRR, Rayon used Supreme Harmony steps when 5 Chimera zombies were expanding to activate the corpse explosion. He leaped through the space as if he were folding the land in between to close the distance in an instant and slashed with Frost Pond, clung. The Chimera zombies' bodies were expanded to the limit and were about to explode, but their heads rolled while their bodies froze from the second strike of Frost Pond slash. The Light Wind Squad followed up to sever the Chimera zombies' frozen bodies. I told you to stay back. Milland smiled faintly while commanding his cavaliers and swordsmen. You are so slow. Moral sighed deeply and incinerated the group of undead with a snake of fire. This much weight is understandable since they are exhausted. Borini Kitten smiled gently and cut apart a banshee's body. Indeed. The third prince was busy peeking at Martha with his wavering eyes as she destroyed the undead with her powerful sword. They will still do their job. The Warring Steel Division leader, Trevin, nodded while saying that they could be trusted once they took action. The Mad Dog Squad will take the lead once again. Rayon smiled at them and moved forward. Come on, we aren't the Mad Dogs. Woof. Burin, Martha, and Runun led their team members to ruthlessly destroy the approaching undead. Wham. Even though the 5 groups had never worked together before, they worked together like a well-oiled machine to wipe out the battlefield and continue their sweeping advance. Since none of them fought excessively compared to the others, they managed to save their strengths until the pillars at the end of the Land of Death finally entered their sights. The large number of monsters as powerful as Spartwa, Ghoul Lords, and Dullahan implied that they were prepared for the last battle, and low to intermediate class Death Knights and Liches were also mixed into them. Rayon caught his breath and looked behind them. He's there. An archlick with blue flames burning from his eyes was located in front of the pillars at the end of the Land of Death. The The frightening amount of energy was telling him that the Archlick was an advanced fiend, just like Hedi thought. However, the troops in the energy of death weren't the only preparations Hedi made. Rayon sent aura messages to the 4 leaders at the same time. I'll go towards them first. You don't need to defend me even if I'm attacked. Judging from what happened up to that point, the enemies were definitely targeting the Light Wind Squad, and their vice squad leader Rayon specifically. They must made a lot of preparations to kill me. Attacking at once was going to activate the Archlick's traps and cause countless casualties. Following the initial plan was the correct course of action. You must have a plan. Sir Rayon looks tired, but I believe in you. Do as you wish. Are you showing us a weird strategy again? Milland, Borini Kitten, Moral, and Trevin didn't ask any questions as they slowed their troops. Rayon nodded at them slightly before stepping onto the dark land. Can this even be called land? The intense stench of the triangular ground felt like it was made of the energy of death itself, instead of soil and sand. Even the expert-class swordsman wouldn't have been able to endure that evil stench. Rayon swallowed nervously and walked into the land of death, and the sky and land wavered as the dark energy started to rampage violently. Kring, countless black magic circles appeared from the sky, and the land as a death knight emerged from the ground, with green flaming eyes to thrust his sword of purgatory. He was the advanced fiend Death Knight who'd been hiding his presence from below the darkness on the ground. It looked like a crisis that he couldn't overcome no matter what he tried, but Rayon's eyes were as still as ice. Wrath, it's time for the trade. Rumble. Rayon increased the Ring of Fire's output to the maximum while looking at the rain of spells and the sword of purgatory approaching his neck. Because the resonance happened in an extreme situation, time felt like it was flowing even more slowly than usual. I knew it. Rayon had noticed when he entered the land of death, where the 3 pillars were located. The energy of death was on a whole different level compared to the other locations, and countless magic arrays were hidden everywhere including the sky and ground. It's only natural. The Archlick had been observing the people while commanding the undead army ever since the siege, and there was no way he wouldn't have made preparations against them. That much preparation was obvious since he was trying to kill the warriors who managed to charge their way to the pillars. Among them, I seem to be the one he wants to kill the most. Even though only one person had entered his range, he activated the magic circles and even revealed the advanced Death Knight hiding under the energy of death. Rayon could feel his determination to kill him before starting the war. But you aren't the only ones who are prepared. Since Rayon was already aware of the fact that the Archlick had been observing the battlefield all along, he knew that it was going to happen. Rayon rolled his lips into a smile while looking at the approaching sword of purgatory and spells. Wrath, let's trade already. Don't wanna, huh? What? The King of Essence said that he doesn't want to. He unexpectedly shook his head in denial even though Hedi told him that Hedi recover the aura and stamina and even lend his coldness and wrath. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at the approaching sword of purgatory. Why are you saying this now? You promised to trade. The King of Essence thought about it and came to the conclusion that you are the only one who benefits here. Wrath closed his eyes, saying that it was disadvantageous for him no matter how he thought about it. His curved lips suggested that he knew that he had the upper hand in the situation. However, he seemed to be willing to negotiate because he transferred his strange power to make the time flow even more slowly while they could think at the same speed. Rayon's heart tightened because he didn't expect that to happen. I'll take more wrath from you. Deal. Wrath had been shoving his wrath into Rayon in order to take over his body, but it wasn't always bad for him. Since Rayon learned how to use the wrath from him, it had its pros and cons. Wrath pouted instead of responding. That wasn't it. Rayon thought Wrath was obviously trying to give him more wrath, but he wasn't saying anything. We have no time to waste. We are going to die if you don't say it already, and you won't be able to gain Enith. Wrath suddenly licked his lips. Wait, don't tell me. Rayon frowned as he watched Wrath lick his lips. I'll eat all of the delicious foods until we return to the house instead of just after the war. I'm also going to eat the new bead ice cream that Run-On mentioned. Call, you damn glutton. Rayon couldn't hold back his insult because of how he tried to negotiate in that emergency. Wrath didn't seem to be aware, but the result of the negotiation wasn't going to be in his favor. The King of Essence shall make sure to give you what you want. Along with Wrath's excited voice, vitality returned to Rayon's body, which felt as heavy as wet cotton. Heat and coldness emerged endlessly inside his empty energy center. The coldness was especially huge, enough to overflow from his huge energy center. Rayon lowered his center of gravity and thrust the blade of Requiem. Whop! The extreme coldness and the wrath of the Demon King were dwelling inside the yellow ghastly energy. Deadly light radiated from the red blade wrapped in the alien power. Kring! He made the ghastly energy, coldness, and wrath he could feel from his left hand at the same time. The blade of Requiem's intense vibration felt like it was about to break, and the coldness bursting out seemed capable of freezing the entire world. Swaya, the silver-white aurora emerged through the blade of Requiem, and the spells falling from the sky and the Death Knight's hellfire froze at the same time. Rayon bit his lip while looking at the frozen world. This isn't easy. He felt nauseous and tired. He wanted to collapse right away. It was previously possible to use the silver-white aurora. The creaking sound of the Death Knight's body inside the ice could be heard. He was even stronger than he expected, as he could still move after Wrath's skill was used on him. Kring, Rayon endured the throbbing pain in his heart and incorporated Heavenly Drive, which was in his right hand, with the 10,000 Flames cultivation S heat. Crack, the line of fire surged over the crimson blade to destroy the advanced Death Knight's frozen body. Wham, the huge pillar of ice created through the silver-white aurora was destroyed by the crimson slash and fell into pieces. What the hell is that? Habans Castellan, Milland, dropped his jaw while looking at the ice wall created by Rayon. It looks like magic, but it isn't. It's actually a phenomenon. Moral's widened eyes looked like they were about to pop out as he described the absurdity that just happened in front of him. Did he change his swordsmanship? I think he just got better in the meantime. The third prince and Borini kitten swallowed nervously at the crimson slash that severed the Death Knight in a single strike, instead of the silver-white aurora. This should be called a circus at this point. The Warring Steel Division leader, Trevin, shook his head while sighing. Is he even human? He's even more terrifying than the undead at this point. I am going to be a good boy in front of him. The Light Wind Squad was also murmuring in amazement as they witnessed the impossible scene. How is this happening? The Archlick stepped backward while looking at Rayon, who managed to block hundreds of spells and the Death Knight's sword with a single move. This can't be happening. How did he suddenly recover his aura? He was aware that the young Sieghart was capable of creating that wall of ice, but he judged that it was impossible with his remaining aura and stamina. However, a tremendous amount of aura that shouldn't have existed exploded from his energy center right before the sword and spells reached him, creating a wall of ice that should have been impossible. What the hell? He couldn't understand the situation no matter how hard he thought about it. However, rather than unraveling the secret, he had to focus on overcoming the crisis at hand. The young Sieghart wasn't his only enemy, after all. What should I do? Resummoning the Death Knight wasn't a difficult task, but he couldn't find the method to kill all the humans in front of him. While the Archlick pulled the strings of death to revive the Death Knight, the young Sieghart shook his hand behind him. It's done. Come inside now. The humans who'd been waiting from behind slowly stepped inside the land of death, following his signal. This is my chance. The humans shouldn't have been aware, but the magic circles that he prepared could be used continuously instead of having a single use. He expected that even the young Sieghart in front of him wouldn't be able to create the wall of ice consecutively. That was why he thought he could inflict a critical amount of damage by activating the magic circles after his enemies entered the area. The humans stepped into the land of death without hesitation and started to wipe out the non-frozen undead. Now is my chance. The moment the last person stepped inside, the Archlick activated his magic circles once again. He was about to resume the Death Knight's revival after firing the attack spells, but his movement came to a halt. He couldn't activate the magic circles. No, the activation wasn't even the problem, since the magic circles were melting even though they should have lasted for at least a month. What's happening to the magic circles? He even stopped the Death Knight's revival in his panic, and the young Sieghart's voice could be heard. What's wrong? You can't activate the magic circles. He smiled cheerfully while twirling the dagger he used to create the wall of ice around his finger. Don't tell me you used that dagger. The Archlick had seen that ominous dagger destroy the spells and magic circles many times in the past, but he never imagined that he could nullify all of the magic circles in the area. Who the hell are you? What's wrong with you? I wonder. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at the Archlick's trembling chin. He seemed to be panicking, since his green flaming eyes were trembling so hard that they looked like they were about to be extinguished. It worked. Even the Blade of Requiem couldn't destroy the huge number of magic circles at the same time. Rayon had used the Ring of Fire to find the center of the magic circles, then he destroyed the circles with the silver-white aurora and the ghastly flow of mana, which ended up being effective. This is great stress relief. Burin grinned while destroying a Spartwa body. Give me your heads, you fucking skeletons. Martha was only focused on destroying the heads. She looked like she was venting her accumulated frustration. Let's finish this quickly so I can sleep, sleep, sleep. Run-On cut a Dullahan in 4 different pieces, her purple eyes burning with fighting spirit. She looked like Shed reached her limits. We can see the end. They weren't even a big deal. Kill them all. It wasn't just the Light Wind Squad. The warriors and magicians from the 4 different factions were also slaughtering the undead while consuming a huge amount of mana since the war was coming to an end. Since all of them were powerful groups, all of the undead monsters perished in no time except for the Archlick. That Skelly is the only one left now. Millen stood next to Rayon and pointed his sword at the Archlick. An advanced Archlick, what a rare sight. It will be a fun experiment. A frightening smile appeared on Moral's face as he compressed a firestorm on his hands. We have to eliminate him no matter what, as he can control such a powerful army of undead. Borini Kitten walked up to him, wrapped in his sharp pressure. So he's the perpetrator that made us come all the way here. How arrogant. Trevin glared at the Archlick while unleashing the astral energy from his sword. The tips of the Archlick's fingers looked like they were trembling as he faced the powerful pressures from his 4 enemies. What are you going to do now? You are the only one left. I am not the only one. The Archlick raised his hand while grinding his teeth. A huge amount of energy of death rampaged in the Death Knight, and advanced undead that had died a moment ago emerged from underneath the Archlick. I am sorry. The Death Knight immediately raised his sword and apologized to the Archlick. You don't have to apologize. Rayon responded instead with a faint smile on his face. Your friend is also going to die the same way soon enough. Shut up. The Death Knight charged at Rayon while grinding his teeth. He was even faster than before, probably because he was using his footwork as fast as possible. He's fast, but I already know his methods. Rayon extended his right foot to the front and slashed upwards with heavenly drive. Clong, the brutal strike of the fangs of insanity fended off the Death Knight's sword of purgatory. What? The Death Knight's chin trembled in disbelief from how his sword was easily pushed back. The Death Knight that was here before was your mirror image, right? How did you know? Because you are using exactly the same swordsmanship. The advanced Death Knight in front of him was wielding his sword exactly the same way as the Death Knight that could grow while fighting. Since even the footwork and swordsmanship were the same, Rayon could tell that the one he previously encountered was the mirror image, and he managed to fend off the blow without much difficulty. Nonsense. You can't possibly understand my sword just from fighting that. The Death Knight charged at Rayon once again. His footwork and swordsmanship had changed slightly, but there wasn't a huge difference. The flow of swordsmanship was learned with body, and it couldn't be changed so easily. It's still similar. Rayon deflected the Death Knight's sword of purgatory with heavenly drive, incorporating the flow of the Blizzard sword art before he advanced. Once he reached right in front of the Death Knight, he unleashed the sword's silvery dream with the blade of Requiem. Crack, the short blade passed like a dream, and the blade of ghastly energy appeared from its shadow to pierce through the Death Knight's core. Ah. The Death Knight dropped his sword of purgatory without even realizing what killed him. What is? You didn't see that before, right? Rayon had used countless techniques to kill the undead, but he purposefully didn't show the sword's silvery dream. The Death Knight turned into ash, his core destroyed by the sword's silvery dream that he'd never seen before. Even though the land was brimming with the energy of death, he wasn't going to be revived anytime soon. Wham! The Archlick also fell on the ground from Moral's fire snake while trying to dodge Milland and Borini Kitten's combined attacks. The Archlick's hand was trembling as he groaned. He seemed to have taken some damage even though he shouldn't feel any pain. Why, you bastards? The Archlick broke out of the fire snake and tried to activate his black magic, but Rayon used the Prime Harmony steps to approach him. He's definitely going to dodge if I attack him normally. Even though the Archlick was a mage, he couldn't be underestimated considering what he'd done so far. It was necessary to use powerful techniques even though he didn't have much time. The Archlick raised his hand while looking at Rayon. A dark purple light flashed from his gray finger bone. Kring. Rayon drew a wave with heavenly drive. The white shadow emerging from the blade gently embraced the Archlick's flash. At the same time, crimson sword resonance burst from the blade of Requiem, rushing from the left side. Blood rain. The Archlick had already seen it before, but he had never heard the wail of the deceased that stopped his movement. And one more step from here. Rayon stepped forward with his left foot and cut into a cross shape with the white shadow slash, which managed to absorb the black magic, and the blade of Requiem, which just scattered the rain of blood. The Archlick tried to move while looking at the two swords approach, but the wail of the blood rain didn't release his limbs. Crack. Once heavenly drive and the blade of Requiem reached him, the Archlick's body was split into 4 pieces. Wham! Milland and Borini Kitten's astral energies assaulted the Archlick's severed body, and Moral's firestorm created an explosion. Whop! The Archlick disappeared under the ground that was brimming with the energy of death without even leaving a single piece of bone behind. He was going to be revived eventually since his soul crystal wasn't destroyed, but it was bound to take a tremendous amount of time. Whoa, it's over. We finally killed them all. Sniff, I can finally sleep. Since the Light Wind Squad had been fighting for 6 days straight, they cheered in delight at the fact that they could finally rest. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the land where the archlick had perished. This is a bit strange. The battle wasn't actually that hard, even though the energy of death from the archlick and the Death Knight was extremely terrifying. Even if he considered that he managed to destroy the archlick's plans and the fact that he had powerful helpers, he still felt like the battle should have been harder. He had a bad feeling about it. Castellan. Rayon turned around and walked up to Milland. Didn't you find this too easy? Rayon was about to tell him about what he just thought. You realized it so quickly. The land of death wavered once again as the frightening voice could be heard. Unlike what happened so far, the energy of death itself was moving throughout the land. Swoosh, dark hands surfaced from the ground and bound everyone's hands and feet. Gasp, what is this? BL Black Hands. Is the lick still alive? The warriors and magicians attacked the black hands with their aura blades and magic, but the hands didn't disappear. Oh no. If even astral energy can't destroy it. Milland and Borini Kitten were looking at the black hands with trembling eyes because they couldn't even remove them with astral energy. This isn't magic. Why can't I cut this? Even Moral's fire magic and Trevin's astral energy, which was at the highest level of master, were unable to destroy the black hands. It's absorbing our mana. Unleash your aura. Stop your energy from leaving you. Just like the third prince and Milland said, the black hands were also absorbing their stamina and mana on top of stopping their movements. Damn it. Rayon struck the black hand, holding his wrist with the blade of Requiem. Even though he was using the ghastly flow of mana, the black hand didn't disappear. This isn't a spell. The hand wasn't made with magic. It was a phenomenon created from energy, just like the silver-white aurora. We are going to lose all our vitality and become zombies at this rate. We have to move no matter what. I want to, but what can we do? People were panicking and struggling, and a small resonance occurred from the land where the three pillars were located. Thud, slow and huge ripples spread from pillars, as if the swamp was going to rise again in the land of death, and a mysterious man clad in a black robe emerged. Rayon's fingertips trembled as he looked at the archlick mask that the mysterious man was wearing. The Spectre. It must have been Spectre, Eden's officer who supposedly inherited the power of a high-class archlick. This is the first time we've faced each other, Rayon Sieghart. With a heavy voice, the Spectre slowly floated into the air to look down on them. I'm extremely thankful for you bringing all of these people here. He extended his right hand downwards. Powerful light incomparable to the archlick radiated from the black bead he was holding. It was worth experimenting instead of returning right away. Rayon bit his lip while looking at the purple light becoming as colossal as the sun. I thought someone must have been behind this, but it was the Spectre, damn it. No, it was my mistake. I shouldn't have simply believed that Eden wouldn't be here. Merlin did mention that the officers received various independent missions. Since Eden was a group of lunatics, he had to consider the possibility that they would attack on their own accord, regardless of the fallen. However, it's not completely impossible to reverse the situation. Rayon gathered the wrath from the bottom of his soul and the ring of fire at the same time. Rumble. The release of power was huge enough to twist his bones and skin, and the black hands holding his limbs shattered into pieces. Thud. Rayon kicked the clammy ground and jumped towards the Spectre. As Rayon aimed to nullify his spell with the white shadow slash and cut his neck with the blade of Requiem, he extended his left hand. You'd better stop. Ewer and Julius appeared from his left hand as he spoke. They looked like they had lost consciousness, as they were faltering like shirts hanging on a clothesline and their eyes were shut tight. Fakes, no, their vitality. Rayon wanted to believe that they were fakes, but their presences and existences were the real deal. He would have ignored them if they were fakes, but he couldn't attack because they were the real ones. She's the real pineapple girl. Damn it, there was no mistake since Wrath confirmed it. Rayon controlled his aura to the best of his ability to force himself to stop mid-air. Splash. Once his feet reached the ground once again, black hands even bigger than before rose up to strongly pull his legs. Wise decision. The Spectre's sneer could be heard from his voice. Because I personally brought those children from House Arian, but I didn't notice your movements, because I've been hiding inside the energy of death. He said that he spread the energy of death to the entire land for that purpose. Don't be so sad. I am the one who found them first, not you. You are the one who took them away from me in my point of view. The Spectre smiled while looking at Yua. She had even better qualities than I thought. She was corrupted because of you, but don't worry. I'll make it so she can kill thousands of people with a single song soon enough. He smiled coldly, saying that he was looking forward to it. Let's put an end to this. A powerful light flickered once again from the bead in the Spectre's extended hand. Rumble. It was releasing a power to crush their bodies with the energy of death that even the white shadow slash and the blade of Requiem's ghastly flow of mana wouldn't be able to stop. Since Rayon used the card to get help from Wrath, he couldn't come up with any way to stop it. Should I attack again? But he might use Julius as a shield. But everyone's going to die if I don't do anything about this. His head ached from his thoughts, but he couldn't think of any way to deal with it. Even though he didn't come up with a solution, the specter's sphere of death was ready to fall. There's no other choice. I wanted to save it, but... Rayon started to gather the divinity that he was planning to hide until the end when a refreshing wind tickled his nose. No, it wasn't just wind. The sharp and aloof scent of lightning was there as well. Could it be? Rayon raised his head and saw him right behind the specter. The blade of wind and lightning from the red-haired elf severed the specter's body. Rimmer didn't stop after the first slash. He regained his balance from mid-air to attack consecutively until the specter's body was cut into pieces. Wham! As soon as the black hands released Rayon's limbs, he used the Supreme Harmony steps to catch Ewer and Julius. Ha! He breathed out a sigh of relief as he confirmed their state. They are safe. Fortunately, there were no problems whatsoever with Ewer and Julius except that they were unconscious. He used the 10,000 Flames cultivation S-heat to completely erase the energy of death the specter had used to make them sleep. Heave-ho! Rimmer landed on the ground and put his sword on his shoulder. His lips curved into a huge smile, showing that he was getting carried away with his heroic arrival. Squad leader. Rayon tried to talk to him, but he extended his hand and shook his head. You don't need to thank me. It's my job to protect you. The smile on Rimmer's face deepened. His nose was rising so high that it looked like it could reach the stratosphere. The Light Wind squad leader, which means is that Elf Sieghart's Sword of Light. Amazing. I didn't even realize he was here. What amazing speed. I can understand why he's called the Sword of Light. He just destroyed the specter. I heard he was severely injured, but he's still amazing. Is this the Sieghart's power? The swordsmen and magicians who were being crushed by the specter's energy of death admired Rimmer's swordsmanship. Ahem, that wasn't a big deal. Rimmer cleared his throat and raised his chin. He looked extremely arrogant. Rayon exhaled in irritation and walked up to Rimmer. I am thankful that he saved us, but before that, why did he come so late? Watching him boast made him extremely angry because it reminded him of how much he suffered for the past 6 days. Why did you arrive so late? Do you think you are the protagonist or something? What have you been even doing to arrive so late? I think he must have been napping somewhere, always late. Even Martha, Burin, and Runnan glared at Rimmer and frowned just like Rayon did. Yeah, the timing was too perfect. It was the perfect time for a hero's arrival. I bet he was sleeping in a tree because he didn't want to fight and came rolling down. The Light Wind swordsman also glared at him in suspicion before anything because of what he'd done in the past. Rimmer's jaw dropped. He looked like he didn't expect that response. But I am your squad leader, and I just saved you. You should do the squad leader's job since you are the squad leader. You didn't come here right after you finished your training in seclusion, right? That's true, but... Rimmer nodded awkwardly at Rayon's question. Then what have you been doing, It's not over yet, I noticed. Rayon nodded and looked above him. The specter's robe, which was torn to pieces from Rimmer's sword, was starting to gather together. That implied that the specter was still alive. Burin, Dorian. Rayon threw Ewa and Julius at Burin and Dorian behind him. They were surprised but still managed to smoothly catch them. Take the members and leave. Everyone leave this land except for the masters. Why that's. They were about to ask the reason why when their chins started to tremble as they noticed the specter's robe being regenerated in the air. He didn't die. Leave this land, everyone. Milland and Morrill ordered the retreat to the swordsmen and magicians they'd brought. Your Highness, retreat with the knights. You can't handle this. Borini, Kitten, and Trevin also made their knights and swordsmen retreat. Rimmer tilted his head while looking at the specter regaining his original form. I knew he could revive, but I've never seen that ability before. He briefly clicked his tongue, saying that he never knew that the specter could immediately revive himself. It must be because of that bead. Rayon pointed at the black bead glowing from inside the specter's robe. He's been using that bead to amplify the energy of death all along. Ever since the specter first appeared, he used that dark bead to summon the black hands and cast spells. Considering the fact that his body was gathering around the black bead, it was a plausible assumption, which means... Yes, we should attack it. Rayon kicked the ground as soon as he finished talking. Rimmer also jumped and unleashed his astral energy, when Rayon was about to slash the specter with the blade of Requiem wrapped in 10,000 Flames cultivation, dark energy emerged and created a round barrier. Clong, the frightening black barrier was sturdy enough to block the two astral energies. Crack, it was destroyed soon enough, but the specter had already finished his regeneration and moved back in the meantime. Rayon turned around midair to step on Rimmer's shoulder and charged towards the specter. Clong, heavenly drive, wrapped in astral energy, smashed the bead he was holding, unfortunately. It didn't even leave a scratch, let alone cut it. Scram, a dark light radiated from the specter's hand. Rayon felt like his heart skipped a beat upon witnessing the light. Thud, Rayon hurriedly increased his weight to return to the ground and used the Supreme Harmony S. Third step to withdraw. Wham! The ground where he had been standing exploded, and a bottomless pit was created. Did you just fail to cut it? My shoulder was too good for you. It's harder than I thought. Rayon shook his head at Rimmer, who clicked his tongue at his pathetic performance. But this situation isn't too bad. Since he showed that his astral blade was incapable of cutting the bead, the specter was bound to become careless. If he used that power at the correct opportunity, he would be able to destroy it. You vermin! The specter was trembling so hard that his mask was getting shaken off. Rayon could almost see the expression on his face. I'll remove you from this world without leaving the smallest trace. Like how you ended up just now. Rimmer smiled faintly while pointing at the specter. Shut up. Spectre extended his hand holding the black bead, and a huge wave occurred in the land of death to revive the undead that they'd finally managed to kill with even more powerful energy of death. Every single one of them was clad with even more power than low-class Death Knights, and even powerful people like Milland and Borini Kitten weren't going to be able to get rid of them easily. We just need to get rid of him instead of them. Rimmer smiled, saying that it wasn't a difficult task. Indeed. Rayon nodded and used the Supreme Harmony steps. Zap! Rimmer caught up to him and unleashed his wind and lightning. He must train properly at least, since he could naturally control the lightning. Rumble! Rayon tried to approach the specter, but the land he was standing on started to fissure and collapse as if an earthquake were happening. Wham! The dark land became distorted, and a dragon's head covered with blue fire emerged. A dragon's body and wings as huge as a mountain followed. A sharp tail appeared at last, like a long spear capable of reaching the sky, and slammed into the trembling land. There was no mistake, as it was an ice dragon made of bones without skin. It was the bone dragon that competed for the place of strongest among the undead. Roar! The specter mounted on the bone dragon's back as it roared and extended the bead to the front. Your chance is over. You won't be able to reach me ever again, he declared and floated into the air with the bone dragon. Rayon, I know. Rayon kicked the ground with enough power to burst his thigh muscles. Slash. He cut the black hands trying to stop him by surging up from the ground with Blizzard Sword art and thrusting Heavenly Drive above him. The technique I need to use is... The bone dragon had already started to fly. Since the specter was probably going to fend off the attacks, dragging it back down on the ground was the highest priority. Rayon Sieghart-style swordplay. Second form, Heavenly Heavy Cannon. The sphere of astral energy was created at the tip of Heavenly Drive, and the tremendous gravity from it dragged down the bone dragon's body. I knew it would work. Heavenly Heavy Cannon could create gravity, and he could pull his opponent with it. The gravity had grown even more powerful since he had become an advanced master, stopping the bone dragon from flying. What the hell? Our vice squad leader is pretty good, isn't he? The specter's chin trembled in panic, and Rimmer went above his head with a cold smile on his face. He has a bad personality, but his skills are the real deal. Rimmer gritted his teeth and slashed down with wind and lightning. Wham! The specter hurriedly created a dark spherical barrier, but it couldn't perfectly defend against the tremendous power of Rimmer's strike. The bone dragon lost its balance. I should do it now. Rayon didn't miss the opportunity as the bone dragon tilted its body and exploded. The Heavenly Heavy Cannon's energy focused at the tip of his sword. Bam! The flash of light extending from Heavenly Drive's tip destroyed the specter's dark barrier and severed the bone dragon's left shoulder and wing. Wham! Rimmer crushed it from the top and Rayon destroyed it from the bottom. The bone dragon ended up falling to the ground with its body turned upside down. Whoosh! Because of its huge size, a huge sandstorm occurred from the ground. Rayon dashed to finish it off, and a blue light burst from the dust. Don't tell me. It was a tremendous amount of ice. The bone dragon was using the ice breath. Since it was an undead, it didn't feel any pain and counterattacked right away even though its body was destroyed. Swaha! The ice breath coming from the bone dragon was incomparable to the drake's breath that he previously encountered, even though Rayon's water resistance was at 7 stars, he couldn't tank it with his body. Even so. I'll do it. Rayon didn't dodge the ice breath. He increased the Ring of Fire and the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's outputs to the maximum and dashed toward the ice storm. Crack! He cut through the coldness with the sharpness of the Crimson Slash and stabbed the bone dragon's jaw with the blade of Requiem before using the Flame Dragon art. Whop! The fire breath unleashed from the red blade pierced into the bone dragon's body. Creak! The coldness surrounding the bone dragon was pushed back by the Flame Dragon art's fire and its bones started to be crushed. Smack! The coldness was the bone dragon's vitality. Once the coldness melted down from the heat, it couldn't last any longer. GRR. The bone dragon's chin trembled in regret before it collapsed. My side is done. Rayon confirmed that the light had disappeared from the bone dragon's eyes before he raised his head. Kring, Rimmer caught up to the specter, who was trying to run away, and unleashed astral energies of wind one after the other. You failure. The specter extended his bead. His energy of death was amplified in an instant, and countless black spears started to rain down. Rumble. Every single one of the spears was as powerful as an advanced master's astral energy. Yuwa. Rimmer screamed like a girl and turned his body to dodge the spears of death. However, the spears of death were endless. Rayon could predict that Rimmer was going to die at that ratan, so would the people behind him. Seriously. Rayon gritted his back teeth and dashed towards the specter. Kring, he unleashed the white shadow slash with heavenly drive while he hacked with the sea of fire using the blade of Requiem. The white shadow removed the spears of death and the crimson flames engulfed them. The white and red waves emerged as beautifully as a dancer's performance, and the spears of death disappeared without even leaving a trace. Kring, Rimmer didn't miss the opportunity presented to him, advancing like the wind to slash down the specter. Klong, however, his sword didn't manage to reach the specter. A red gate suddenly appeared from the ground and blocked the sword. Is this? Rimmer frowned while looking at the red gate. Do you believe that the strongest undead summoned by an archlick would be a death knight or a bone dragon? The specter sneered, and the chains dropped from the gate. With a noise that sounded like thousands of people screaming in unison, the crimson gate opened up. From the darkness inside the door, a knight wearing red armor with noticeably large shoulder pads appeared. His face couldn't be seen because of his helmet, which was the shape of a dragon's head, but Rayon could tell that he wasn't alive. He must have been an undead, just like the Death Knight. Rumble. The power of the red armored knight was even stronger than an advanced Death Knight. The will inside his crimson eyes wasn't malice towards the living but fighting spirit as he craved battle. What is this? Rimmer licked his lips in anxiety and leaped backward. Oh. Rayon frowned while looking at the unknown monster, and Wrath quietly exclaimed, Do you know him? Of course that monster also exists in Devilldom. What? That's a monster called a Hell Pilgrim. It's an evolved version of a corrupted Death Knight, which happens when its soul transcends and reaches Devilldom. Wrath said that Rayon should be careful about him since he was a pilgrim of Devilldom. Shring. The specter raised his hand, and the Hell Pilgrim unsheathed his longsword. The frightening sound of the sword draw made Rayon nauseous. Go kill them all, he shouted, and the Hell Pilgrim stepped forward. Wham! It felt like his entire vision turned red as the Hell Pilgrim appeared in front of his eyes and slashed down with his longsword. The extremely weak dark flame burning on the blade, unlike the sword of purgatory, made a chill run down his spine. I'll die if I don't defend to the best of my abilities. Rayon unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation to the extreme and thrust the most defensive technique of the Fangs of Insanity division slash. Klong. Astral energy burst from the clash between crimson and dark flames and created countless sparks in the air. GRR. The Hell Pilgrim seemed to enjoy the fact that Rayon managed to block his attack, and he moved on to the next strike with grotesque laughter. Whoosh. His sword was falling in a curve from the right side, but it was fast and variable at the same time, which made it difficult to read the flow. Rayon resonated the ring of fire as fast as possible, and he could finally see the trajectory of the Hell Pilgrim's sword. Kring. He deflected the Hell Pilgrim's strike with the Blizzard Sword art using Heavenly Drive and extended his left foot to thrust the blade of Requiem. GRR. The Hell Pilgrim wasn't surprised at all and deflected the blade of Requiem with his shoulder pad before he attacked with his elbow. He has a fast reaction time. Since the close quarter combat wasn't unexpected, he fended off the elbow with the back of his hand before he smacked the Hell Pilgrim's stomach with his knee. Smock. Since he was using the 10,000 flames cultivation, the Hell Pilgrim's armor was crushed like scrap metal, but he only groaned faintly and withdrew. Where are you going? Rayon advanced with the Supreme Harmony steps as smoothly as gliding through ice. He reached the Hell Pilgrim's back and unleashed Frost Pond, Clayang. Rayon's two blades attacked one after the other, and the Hell Pilgrim deflected Heavenly Drive while burning the frozen blade with Hellfire. The reaction was appropriate on top of being fast. Rayon felt like he was facing a properly trained knight or swordsman instead of an undead. GRR. It was time for the Hell Pilgrim's counterattack. He bent his right knee to lower his posture and raised his sword, the upper posture. The upper posture was the sword posture with the strongest attack. Focusing on defense was the best course of action. However, defense didn't suit him since he had the Ring of Fire. Rayon believed in his own skills and advanced. Wham! The Hell Pilgrim's sword fell towards him. It was slow, but the heavy weight pressing upon his body gave the impression that it was unmanageably fast. The principles of the heavy sword polished to the extreme were dwelling in his sword. That sword. Rayon bit his lip. I'll destroy it. Rayon had trained enough with the heavy sword that he wouldn't lose to any swordsman. He stomped the ground with his left foot and unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation to the extreme. The rotation coming from his ankle was connected to his waist, shoulder, and wrist before he pushed with heavenly drive. A crimson sphere appeared from the tip of his sword and rotated violently. Kring, it was the 10,000 flames cultivation's revolving sky. The raging sphere condensed to the extreme and clashed against the Hell Pilgrim's strike head-on. Wham! Alongside a tremendous firestorm, the land of death fissured like a spiderweb and the ground shook. Ha! Rayon exhaled heavily and a frightening light flickered from the smoke. He was coming. Rayon immediately prepared his defense. The longsword burning in black pierced through the smoke and rushed toward Rayon's heart. Clang! He deflected the blow with the blade of Requiem, which was engulfed with the Blizzard Sword Art's wind, and slashed down with heavenly drive wrapped with a crazy beast's bloodlust. Clang! Rayon twisted his lips while pushing the Hell Pilgrim's sword back with his two swords from close quarters. He's rather strong. He had an unreasonable amount of physical strength, probably because he de-transcended from being a human and a death knight. Moreover, judging from the Hell Pilgrim's unwavering eyes, he must have been hiding his skills. I'll force you to use your power. He covered heavenly drive with fire and the blade of Requiem with ice to push back the Hell Pilgrim, but he suddenly lost strength in his limbs. His head hurt from the dizziness, and the world started spinning and grew blurry. He lowered his gaze slightly upon feeling something flowing from his nose. It looked like it was bleeding. The impact shouldn't be strong enough for that. He did gain some internal injuries, but they were definitely not bad enough to lose strength in his limbs and have a nosebleed. You idiot. Rayon swallowed nervously in confusion, and Wrath's voice could be heard. The King of Essence warned you. Stamina and aura can be recovered, but not willpower. That's. Moreover, you already used the Silver White Aurora twice. Even though the King of Essence helped you, you were eating away at your soul. You were only getting the rebound from it. Wrath complimented him, saying that he lasted long enough for a human. It was such a rare occurrence coming from him. But I have to endure for now, Ka. Rayon tried to push the Hell Pilgrim back, but he must notice that Rayon was having some trouble since he kept pushing even more powerfully. PSSSH. The Hell Pilgrim's sword pushed heavenly drive and the blade of Requiem to start burning Rayon's shoulder when a clear wind blew from behind to reduce the heat. Clang! Rimmer had appeared before he knew it and easily fended off the Hell Pilgrim's sword. GRR. The Hell Pilgrim briefly ground his teeth and stepped back. Huff. Rayon exhaled roughly and Rimmer walked up to him. I didn't teach my disciple to grow so weak. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders while looking at Rayon. How long did you even fight to be panting like a puppy? Man, I've been fighting for 6 days straight. Rayon bared his teeth and glared at Rimmer. He wanted to argue that he'd been fighting for 6 days straight without even sleeping, but his voice wasn't coming out. Well, I guess it's not a bad idea to do a teacher's work once in a while. Rimmer smiled and went towards the Hell Pilgrim. You asked me about the Swordfield creation, right, squad leader? You should witness it with your own eyes and learn what has changed. His sword pierced the dark sky and his left hand pointed at the ground. Swordfield creation. Rimmer's quiet voice crushed the darkness. Song of wind and lightning. Lightning capable of destroying evil struck the ground and pierced through the land of death alongside his aloof declaration. Not a single trace of clouds existed above the land of death because of the intense energy of death, but the wind started to blow and lightning rained down. In the midst of the storm where monsters crumbled into pieces and the specter stepped back in fear, Rimmer was quietly standing. Rayon swallowed nervously. His sword field has changed. The previous sword field Rimmer had used was called the Eye of the Storm. It consisted of creating a windless area to decrease the opponent's power while increasing his own. However, Rimmer's sword field had changed. The name itself was different since it was called the Song of Wind and Lightning, and the wind was blowing like crazy around him as lightning struck nonstop. It's possible to change the sword field. No, it's normal that it can change. Rimmer once mentioned that the most important part of the sword field was the mental world of the individual. Since that world was bound to change as the person grew and gained different experiences, it could be called natural that the sword field could change. Indeed, Wrath nodded while watching Rimmer. Like the King of Essence said before, the most important aspect of all kinds of martial arts, magic, and skills is image. His sword field has changed because Shitty Ear's image in his head has changed. He raised his lips into a slight smile, saying that Rimmer had managed to achieve a rather interesting change. Rimmer casually shook his hand to tell Rayon to watch closely before he walked up to the Hell Pilgrim. Rayon increased his aura perception to prevent the specter from playing his dirty tricks and focused on Rimmer. The Hell Pilgrim seemed to have noticed that he was in a crisis as he lowered his posture and gathered his energy of death. The black astral energy bursting from his longsword looked like a burning shadow. I knew it. He wasn't going all out against me. The Hell Pilgrim's pressure was on a whole different level from before. He must have mustered all of his energy upon noticing the danger from Rimmer's Sword field creation. That's the correct decision. Rimmer nodded while facing the Hell Pilgrim. He smiled with an easygoing attitude, because you would died right away if you didn't go all out. Kua, the Hell Pilgrim slashed without the slightest hesitation. He seemed to have taken it as an insult. Rumble. Even though he was using a thin longsword, it felt like he was using a heavy weapon as his powerful and heavy energy wave engulfed the space, falling towards Rimmer before he suddenly disappeared. Zap. The Hell Pilgrim's sword cut through the thin air with nothing but green sparks, and Rimmer was already at his side. Is he using lightning and wind in his footwork? It was difficult to believe even though he was watching it. It almost looked like a spell-like. Blink instead of footwork. Rimmer extended his left foot. His sword unraveled like silk alongside wind and lightning. Clang. The Hell Pilgrim must have been using his aura perception since he immediately reacted by raising his longsword, but he was pushed back 5 whole steps, unable to properly fend off the strike of wind and lightning. We still have a long way to go. Rimmer smiled coldly and dashed forward. He scratched the space with the windy blade, aiming a slash toward the Hell Pilgrim's neck. Grr. The Hell Pilgrim exhaled roughly and extended his longsword, which was covered in black flames that were burning from the blade. Clang. Even though it was a clash between swords, the tremendous noise made it sound like the entire world was collapsing. The shockwave spreading from the explosion engulfed the space. Zap. When Rimmer and Hell Pilgrim's swords clashed, wind and lightning fell from the sky. Rumble. As if someone was controlling those winds and lightning, they smashed at the Hell Pilgrim's waist. Grrr. The Hell Pilgrim groaned in surprise and stopped trying to push Rimmer back with his sword, and then he leaped backward with footwork. Zap. However, the wind and lightning caught up to the Hell Pilgrim and continued their violent assault. You seem so confused. Rimmer smiled and rushed towards the Hell Pilgrim from the left. His sword stretched with the power of his footsteps and sparkled like a ray of light. Clang. The Hell Pilgrim twisted his blade upwards diagonally to push Rimmer back, but lightning fell in the meantime to pierce through his thigh. Grrr. The Hell Pilgrim leaped backward and wrapped himself in a huge amount of energy of death-like armor. He realized that the wind and lightning around him weren't natural phenomena. You are getting a grasp of it, huh? Rimmer clicked his tongue while wagging his finger. All of this lightning and wind are pretty much my sword. He smiled and pointed his sword at the Hell Pilgrim. Perish while dancing in the wind and lightning. Rimmer turned into lightning to advance and rotated his right wrist. His blade fell diagonally like the light coming from a setting moon to pierce the right side of the Hell Pilgrim's chest where his core was located. Grrr. The Hell Pilgrim growled like a beast and pushed with his heavy sword, which weighed like a great mountain. Wham. The overwhelming heaviness managed to push Rimmer back, but his wind and lightning kept striking non-stop. Rumble. The armor of death that the Hell Pilgrim had made was defending against the wind and lightning, but his swaying body suggested that he was taking damage. Zap. Rimmer stepped back and pointed his finger. The wind and lightning intensified even further to push the Hell Pilgrim into a corner. The energy of death protecting him was wavering violently, and it looked like it would fade away soon enough. Kua. The Hell Pilgrim couldn't keep defending anymore and dashed towards Rimmer while screaming. Heaviness wasn't the only principle in his sword anymore. It was the destructive sword with the power to destroy anything in his path. Not bad. Rimmer didn't try to simply fend off the blow anymore and used his footwork of the wind. His body fluttered like a piece of paper in a breeze to avoid the Hell Pilgrim's strike. It's my turn now. He didn't stop with evading, thrusting his lightning blade at the Hell Pilgrim's right arm. Clang. The Hell Pilgrim hurriedly pulled his longsword back to try to defend himself, but the lightning falling from above stopped his movement for an instant. Rimmer didn't miss the opportunity and pierced through his armor of death to sever the arm. PSSH. The energy of death that made up the Hell Pilgrim's body flowed out from the cut in his forearm. Grrr. A painful groan came out of his mouth. Ignore those puny lightning strikes and focus on destroying the field. The specter couldn't suppress his urge and moved his bead. Countless spheres floating into the air were the concentrated energy of death. You errant aloud. Rayon turned around and slashed upwards with the blade of Requiem. A yellow flower bloomed from the red blade, soaring from the ground. Whop. The pieces of flames of resentment scattered around to clash against the specter's energy of death. Wham. The encounter between the flame of ghastly energy and the energy of death created countless explosions. Rayon. Rimmer praised him by winking at him. Sweat. His forehead and the back of his hand were extremely sweaty. He was pretending to be fine, but he didn't look like he could maintain his sword field for much longer. Stop bothering me. Grounding sound of teeth could be heard from the specter as he looked at Rayon. However, his orders must have been properly delivered since the Hell Pilgrim stopped his unnecessary movement and gathered his energy while standing still. Rumble. He raised his longsword above his head, and a huge amount of power soared from it. The endless flood of energy of death looked like he was trying to destroy the sword field in a single strike. You are challenging me to finish this in a single strike. Rimmer nodded while looking at the huge energy of death, which almost looked frightening. Bring it on. He smiled and extended his sword to the side. The wind and lightning of the sword field gathered around his blade. Rayon narrowed his eyes. It's the same as before. The method of concentrating the wind and lightning was the same as his previous sword field, Eye of the Storm. He was gathering the elemental power around him in his sword. Qa. The Hell Pilgrim's sword was engulfed by not only his own energy of death, but also the energy of death from the land itself. Whop, the dark flame burning from his sword was almost reaching the sky. Zap, the power inside Rimmer's sword was also powerful, but it didn't look like it could overcome the huge dark flame of the Hell Pilgrim. Squad leader. It's okay, wait there and watch. Rayon wanted to help, but Rimmer shook his head with his usual smile on his face. Finish him off. The specter shouted, and the Hell Pilgrim's hands started to move. As he unleashed the strike with the principles of the heavy and destructive sword, the entire area felt like it would burst from the pressure. Rumble. When the sword field was about to collapse, Rimmer took a step forward. Wind and lightning are my swords. He wasn't simply talking. The voice carried his will to resound throughout the world with a beautiful melody, and they can cut through anything. The area of the sword field jolted wildly, and the ray of light soaring from him was on a whole different level from before. Qa. The Hell Pilgrim intensified the energy of death upon feeling the danger in his life, and Rimmer's sword advanced like a raging storm. Swoosh. The dark green wind and lightning cut through the dark blade and even managed to sever the Hell Pilgrim's body. The Hell Pilgrim fell on his knees with his sword snapped in half, and his bloody-looking armor started to disappear into ash. PSSH. With the light glimmering from Rimmer's sword, the sword field dissipated. Rayon clenched his pounding chest. Was this why it's called the Song of Wind and Lightning? He had wondered why there was the word song in the name. Rimmer had amplified his final strike with a song of his will. It was truly a special sword field that even used the power of melody, which was characteristic of elves. I think I'm starting to understand. Upon witnessing the new sword field from Rimmer, Rayon got a grasp on how to use affinity and swordsmanship. He felt like another weak flame and sword had emerged from his mental world where countless swords were stuck in the ground. Squad leader. He was trying to go towards Rimmer, but his body swayed. He looked like he'd used all of his power on the sword field. Damn it. The specter's green flaming eyes were wavering like a sailboat in the turbulent ocean. The Hell Pilgrim's defeat must have been completely unexpected. I'll kill you myself. However, he must also notice that Rimmer was exhausted as he started to use his black bead to create a storm of death. The squad leader can't move right now. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps to stand in front of Rimmer. Fuck off, you came to kill me, don't get distracted now. Rayon unleashed the Flawless Sea of Fire with the Blade of Requiem. The tidal wave of fire welled up from the ground to clash against the storm of death falling from above. Wham! The clash between the fire and death destroyed everything in the surrounding area, and Rayon pierced through the violent storm to rush toward the specter. You bastard. The specter tried to escape in surprise, as he didn't expect him to charge through the storm. However, the Supreme Harmony's second step crushed the land and allowed Rayon to approach the specter faster than he anticipated. Kring, silver coldness emanated from Rayon's hand. The extended blade was engulfed in frost as it advanced towards the specter's heart. Like any other magician, the specter controlled his energy of death to create a dark barrier instead of moving his body. Clong, both the first and the second blades of Frost Pond were unable to break through the specter's dark barrier and bounced off of it. Rayon couldn't regain his balance mid-air and fell toward the ground. You've become so much weaker. He could hear the specter's sneer in his voice. I'm going to kill you, Alyu, that elf and those worms you brought with you. He extended the black bead. A sphere brimming with the energy of death floated on it and created powerful sparks. Rumble. Even though it was still incomplete, the tremendous amount of energy made his heart skip a beat. However, Rayon's eyes didn't waver. A crimson spark occurred from his eyes as he turned around to glare at the specter. It's working perfectly. He hadn't destroyed the specter's barrier on purpose. He was showing him once again that he was weakened to bait him into being careless. Rayon put his hand in his clothes to grasp the heaven-slaying dagger. Now is my chance, he incorporated. Glacier as coldness and the divinity blooming from the underworld that he'd been saving into the heaven-slaying dagger. Flawless throw, special technique, frozen soul stealer. The heaven-slaying dagger, wrapped in extreme sharpness, turned into a silver flash of light as it rushed toward the specter. A pointless struggle. Because the specter had already managed to fend off Rayon's strike twice, he maintained his barrier and ignored Rayon to instead accelerate the concentration of power around his black bead. However, smack the heaven-slaying dagger, with holy power and the principles of Frozen Soul Stealer capable of piercing through the soul, broke through his barrier in an instant and pierced through the black bead in the specter's heart at the same time. Clong. By the time Rayon landed on the ground on his back, The black bead was shattered into pieces, and the specter could be seen falling towards the ground while coughing up blood from his mouth. Kua. Unlike when Rimmer cut him into pieces, the specter screamed in pain and grasped the hole in his chest. Red blood and the black energy of death gushed out at the same time through his hand. Rumble, however, the energy of death that scattered around when the bead was destroyed, gathered around the death sphere to make it even bigger. Why, you idiot. The specter raised his head with trembling shoulders. His lips curved into a terrifying smile as he watched the sphere get bigger and bigger. No one can control that anymore. 1,000 years' worth of energy of death is going to explode at once, and it's going to kill you and those humans altogether. He jeered while pointing at the people who were watching them from afar. It's a shame to lose the bead, but it's not too bad if I can kill all of you in return, because I will be Rei. Shut up, Rayon threw the other heaven-slaying dagger, piercing the specter's head. You damned bastard. The specter fell backward while groaning in resentment. He turned into ash and disappeared without even leaving his corpse behind. It was as if he really turned into an undead. Ha! Rayon caught his breath and walked up to the dark sphere that was getting bigger. This looks like. Rimmer sighed while looking at the sphere. We are screwed. He shrugged his shoulders, saying that he didn't have enough strength left to stop it. Rayon bit his lip. He regained some strength and willpower to go all out once again, but he couldn't think of any method to remove the sphere. What should I do? He could see all the way to the bottom of the pillar that he couldn't previously see because the swamp had disappeared. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the bottom part. That's. The traces on the pillars looked somewhat familiar. Rayon focused on the scars and the ring of fire and the 10,000 flames cultivation activated by themselves as if they had a will of their own. A golden flame surged and changed the world. He couldn't even see the smallest star in the dark sky, and an olive-colored swamp as shallow as a brook was splashing beneath his feet. Rayon inhaled and could feel that the atmosphere was different from before. The air wasn't stuffy and sticky, brimming with the energy of death. It was a pleasant, hot, and refreshing heat. He slowly raised his head while calming himself down, and he could see the back of a man. The swordsman, with his characteristic brilliant golden hair contrasting the silver armor he was wearing, was the first head of Sieghart, so it was his traces after all. Rayon got a familiar impression as soon as he saw the trace of the sword, and it was left behind by the first head of Sieghart, just like he thought. He's a bit younger. Unlike the previous encounter, his hair was short. He couldn't see his face, but he looked younger than when he'd seen him in the dungeon or the Central Martial Palace's cave. After he confirmed that he was the Sieghart ancestor, he looked next to him. A blue-haired swordsman wearing a yellow uniform was holding his sword. He must be the first head of Aryan. The navy blue hair and narrow eyes were similar to Wendy Aryan's. It might be because they had a similar appearance that she inherited his will. Lastly, Rayon looked up to the sky. Clad in a robe as dark as the night sky, the archlick holding a staff with a dark bead engraved in it was looking down on them. There were over 30 death knights and banshees below him, and they revealed their intense bloodlust against Sieghart and Aryan's ancestors. It must be that situation. It was the story he'd heard from Judiel. It must have been the battle where Sieghart and Aryan's first heads killed the archlick that arose from the swamp of death. The archlick raised his staff, and countless black magic circles appeared on the sky and land. Dark magic fired from the magic circles rained down toward the two warriors. Sieghart's ancestor used footwork to advance while leaving red footprints behind and drew his sword like lightning. The fire bursting from his blade easily incinerated the death knights and banshees. Aryan's ancestor called upon a blue storm with his green sword to sever the archlick's magic and magic circle altogether. The archlick stepped back in surprise. His back reached the black temple that was brimming with the energy of death. The pillars I saw must have been the remains of that temple. Rayon had thought it was strange because the 3 pillars in the swamp were way too big, and it must have been the pillars of the temple where the archlick used to serve the demon god. The archlick summoned the death knights once again with the power of his staff in the temple, unleashing even more powerful black magic spells. However, the 2 warriors annihilated the undead and the magic even faster than before. It was as if they'd finished warming up. As soon as the Sieghart ancestor killed the last death knight, he jumped while crushing the swamp to rush towards the archlick. Just like the specter, the archlick created a black barrier with the energy of death, but it couldn't stop the fire of the Sieghart's ancestor and was torn apart like a piece of paper. Sieghart's ancestor continued his advance and went to sever the archlick's chest, and Aryan's ancestor unleashed astral energies of blue wind to cut the archlick's neck. It was a perfect victory. The 2 warriors managed a sophisticated combined attack without holding any conversation or gestures. They almost looked like the Light Wind Squad, who could understand each other just from looking into their eyes because of the countless training they'd done together. However, Sieghart and Aryan's ancestors didn't lower their swords. They frowned while looking at the archlick, who who was still floating in the air despite his severed neck and chest. The archlick gathered all the energy from the bead on his staff and the temple to create a huge death sphere from his body, a suicide attack. It was an expression of his determination to kill his two opponents even if he had to blow up all of the energy of death in the area. Sieghart's ancestor thrust his sword towards the sphere. The flame breath bursting from the center of his blade was the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's Flame Dragon art. However, even the fire dragon's roar was unable to break through the death sphere and scattered in vain. Arian's ancestor also unleashed sharp astral energies of wind in the shape of a scythe one after the other, but he couldn't cut through the death sphere that was getting bigger and bigger. The archlick's head giggled at them while rolling on the ground. Sieghart and Arian's ancestors spoke to each other for the first time and nodded. Arian's ancestor grabbed his sword with two hands and gathered the wind in the area. The wind advancing through the blade's trajectory intensified even further to sever the energy of death and carve a path toward the dark sphere. Sieghart's ancestor raised his sword around his shoulder's height and used his footwork as if he was telling him that was enough. Red astral energy burst from his snow-white blade. He crushed the land with his left foot and thrust his sword. Dozens of red lights burst from the single blade to pierce the dark sphere. There were 36 in total. A single strike had created fires to engulf the dark sphere from 36 different directions. Spark, wham! Like a pumpkin getting crushed by chains surrounding it, the dark sphere was crushed by the combined power of fire and wind before a huge explosion occurred. The shockwave reached the back and destroyed the Temple of Death. Sieghart's ancestor slashed down diagonally with his sword towards the falling archlick. He turned into ash and disappeared before he could even scream. He raised his head slightly. Rayon met his crimson eyes like a burning fire, and the principles of the technique he'd just witnessed were drawn into his mind alongside a burning pain in his brain. It is a technique from the 10,000 Flames cultivation. However, the technique wasn't the only thing he'd obtained. He could feel with his skin that the principles used to achieve that trajectory had achieved further growth. Sieghart's ancestor nodded faintly. He must have been nodding at Arian's ancestor instead of Rayon, but Rayon felt like he was asking him whether he could do it. Of course I can. Rayon nodded back to tell him he could, and darkness even darker than before covered his eyes. He could hear a buzzing sound. On Rayon, he blinked his eyes and could see Rimmer waving his hand at him. What are you even thinking right now? We have no time to waste. He pointed at the dark sphere, saying that they needed to take care of it before it was too late. Rayon raised his head to look at where he was pointing at. It didn't even feel like the trance had lasted for 10 seconds, but the death sphere had already grown big enough to cover the sky. You bastard. Rayon bit his lip, and wrath suddenly appeared to shove his face onto him. Where did you go again this time? What did you eat this time to get stronger again? Wrath ground his teeth violently at Rayon. What the hell is wrong with this guy? It was already annoying enough that he was falling into trances way too often, but his soul sometimes disappeared just to return even more powerful than before. The damn brat had gotten stronger during that short time frame. It didn't even last 10 seconds. Which doormat is giving you power now? Doormat, you say. Rayon smiled faintly while pointing at the sky. A generous person in heaven keeps sending gifts. He must have taken a liking to me. Don't tell me, are you even extorting the hypocrites in heaven? That's a good thing. Wrath suddenly started to nod, saying that scum deserved to be extorted to their bones. Rayon shook his head because of Wrath's unexpected reaction, and Rimmer walked up to him. You got the ring from Chamber, right? Yes, let's use it. There's no other wowit, he might be here. Rimmer pointed at his ring but suddenly raised his head. He shouted with a lot of aura in his voice, but no one appeared. What are you doing? Shit, I thought he would definitely be here, but I guess not. Let's use the ring. There's no need, I'll take care of it, so just help me. Rayon shook his head and rotated the ring of fire. The resonance of the rings spinning around his heart awakened his mind. Why, you are taking care of it. Yes, I think I can cut it, but I'm going to need some help. He bobbed his hand at Wendy Arian, who'd been watching them. Lady Wendy. Wendy widened her eyes like a surprised rabbit because she didn't expect that her name was going to be called. Please come this way. Ah, yes. She ran towards him without hesitation, even though she could die at any moment. Is there, by any chance, a martial art that uses the wind to cut through the energy among Arian's sword techniques? We have a technique called the Windy Path, but how do you know about that? She tilted her head in bewilderment because Shed never used it in front of him, and it wasn't even an attack skill. Please use that technique to carve a path towards that death sphere. And Rayon shook his hand at Rimmer. Squad leader, please help Lady Wendy. She should be more than capable of doing it. Rimmer licked his lips while wiping the sweat flowing down his chin with the back of his hand. I am kinda exhausted right now. He shook his head, saying that he was too exhausted from the extended fight. Are you really panting like a puppy now after that short of a fight? You are going to train your stamina once we return. But the sword field creation uses a large amount of stamina and aura. I don't know about that. Get ready to climb the cliff with the others if you can't even do this. Rayon returned what Rimmer had told him right back at him, and his face turned as pale as a blank piece of paper. How cruel. You are the one who raised me this way, squad leader. Rayon shook his hand and advanced to stand in front of the dark sphere. Wendy's lips trembled as she watched Rayon's back. Can I really do it? Someone like me? It was Rayon's request, but she wasn't confident she could carve a proper path of wind. It wasn't because she lacked training. It was because it was such an important moment that the smallest mistake could cost everyone's lives, and she was unsure someone like her should be the one to act. I don't think I can do it. Her hands trembled and her heart pounded violently. Forget the windy path, she couldn't even remember how to swing her sword. Her head felt completely empty. When she was about to tell Rayon that she couldn't do it, he turned around. 1,000 years ago, our ancestors severed the darkness together. It's our turn now. He smiled gently as if he knew how nervous she was. Wendy Arian, you are the only person in House Arian who inherited your ancestors' will. You can do it. Rayon didn't hear her answer, turning his head to look in front of him. His unwavering back told her how much he trusted her. Don't worry too much. Wendy's shivering started to subside and Rimmer came up next to her. Since that arrogant subordinate of mine said that you can do it, you are definitely capable of it. Don't feel too pressured and do like you always do. He smiled broadly, telling her to stop being so nervous. Upon realizing that the unprecedented genius called the White Sword Dragon believed in her, she felt like a thick rope binding her heart was severed. She didn't stop trembling completely, but she definitely didn't feel like she was going to make a mistake anymore. I ill-start it now. Wendy bit her lip tightly and thrust her sword powerfully like a sword draw. The raging wind emerging from the silver blade created a navy blue path toward the dark sphere. Spark, whoosh, it was Rimmer's doing. He gritted his teeth and severed the flow of death with his sword, engulfed in green wind. The thin green wind of his blade soared like a whirlwind to pierce into the windy path created by Wendy. Kring, the two different winds entangled with each other to carve a clean path of wind toward the dark sphere. Squad leader, you deserve to be worked to the bone since you've been lazing around for too long. Rayon closed his eyes while walking towards the dark sphere. He was imagining the sword of Sieghart's first head that he witnessed a moment ago, the absolute technique that engulfed from 36 directions at once. It's impossible to completely copy it in my current state. Even the head of house that I saw today was stronger than my current self. No, it wasn't even a question of how strong or weak he was. It was simply impossible to perfectly recreate an absolute technique he'd never seen before without any practice, even with the Ring of Fire. That's why I need your help. Rayon smiled while fixing his grip on the blade of Requiem in his left hand. Rayon stood in front of the dark sphere while listening to the pleasant resonance of the blade of Requiem. You arrogant subordinate of mine, I'm going for real now. Alongside Rimmer and Wendy's shouts, the energy of death was perfectly pushed back and an emerald path of wind was created towards the dark sphere. Thud. The entire land trembled as Rayon stomped the ground, and he unleashed all of the remaining energy of the 10,000 flames cultivation from his energy center. He endured the burning pain of his mana circuits and got into the first head's posture that he witnessed in his trance. With the perfect middle posture, he thrust the two swords from in front of his energy center. Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem advanced like rays of light with the breath of fire dwelling on top of them. 10,000 flames cultivation, 100 flames, 36 crimson slash. 18 smooth flames advance from each blade to engulf the concentrated sphere of death. Rumble, just like a shooting star dashing through the night sky, the 36 lines of fire surrounded the dark sphere and created tremendous pressure. Spark, however, the energy of death in the dark sphere was too huge and it didn't disappear so easily. Not yet. He couldn't give up yet. He controlled the 10,000 flames cultivation and the Ring of Fire until his heart and energy center ached to unleash all of his remaining energy. Crack, blood started to flow from his nose and mouth, and his bones and skin felt like they were being smashed apart. However, Rayon bit his lip and advanced one step further. Whop, Wendy Arian and Rimmer's winds also intensified. The warm winds felt like they were pushing against his back. Wind makes the fire grow. The red flame and the blue wind moved together like well-oiled cogs, and the 36 crimson slash S lines of fire became even thicker. Rumble, the powerful flames crushed the sphere of death and started to incinerate the energy of death inside. Rayon mustered his aura and the strength in his muscles until the last drop to melt the dark sphere as much as possible before throwing it into the sky. Wham! The dark energy was almost invisible in the burning sphere, and it created a huge explosion in the sky. Rayon lowered his sword after he confirmed the black and red energies falling like cherry blossoms. It's over. He managed to completely get rid of the sphere by using all of his power. The three pillars that had enlightened him had turned into ash in the aftermath of that tremendous clash of power. Rayon bowed while thinking about Sieghart and Arian's ancestors. Ha! Rayon sighed and Rimmer came running towards him when he stood up. What the hell was that technique? I've never seen it before. His shoulders were jolting in joy as he asked if Rayon managed to create another technique. Rayon closed his eyes while watching the sweat flowing down Rimmer's forehead. He was acting carelessly, but it must have been a desperate fight for him as well. Not at all, this much is normal as a squad leader, but I really have no strength left now. You should carry me on your back and go to House Arian. Ah, now that I think about it, why were you so? He wanted to ask Rimmer why he came so late, but his vision turned hazy. The blue screen looked like system messages, but he couldn't bring himself to read them. Late, you bastard. Rayon lost consciousness and fell backward while complaining about Rimmer's late arrival. Huff, Rimmer crushed the ground to run and catch him. He's fainted from exhaustion. Rayon had fainted because he had used all of his stamina and aura without leaving a single drop. Good job. Rimmer gently patted Rayon's back. He smiled while looking at his student, who'd grown so big that it was difficult to hold him in his arms. You saved all of us. He was telling the truth, as everyone could have died if Rayon hadn't done that a moment ago. Just like Hidi said he would, he managed to perfectly defend them against the energy of death. He was a reliable student, just like Hidi always been. Rimmer bowed at Rayon slightly with a warm gaze in his eyes. My young king. Glenn Sieghart pulled back his extended right hand. He could see Rimmer supporting Rayon's body from where his hand used to be located. They managed to wrap it up somehow. Cheryl came up next to Glenn. I honestly didn't think that Rayon would resolve the issue, though. She sheathed the twin swords that she was holding and gasped, saying that Rayon was becoming a real monster. Same goes for me. I've never seen a warrior grow as fast as him. Roan was watching Rayon with trembling eyes. The hill blocking the path is bound to become higher and higher as the realm is increased, but the young master Rayon never stops his advance. It almost looks like he's walking on flat land. He proudly smiled at him, saying that he'd never seen such a talent that made him jealous. I also didn't expect Rayon to resolve this matter. Glenn nodded while preventing the corners of his lips from soaring up, because the scale was too large for them to solve. Rayon was mentally exhausted, even though he still had some aura and stamina. Rimmer was utterly worn out from using the Swordfield creation, and House Arian's successor wasn't really helpful to begin with. Glenn was going to help them since he judged that they wouldn't be able to remove the Death Sphere even if they worked together, but the situation had suddenly changed. He got stronger in an instant. Falling into a trance because the focus reached the extreme while facing a crisis of death was rare, but it was possible. However, Rayon managed to get stronger, both physically and mentally. In a short period of time, it didn't even last for 10 seconds. Unbelievable. Trances did increase a warrior's realm drastically, but it still needed some time to take effect. 10 seconds was simply too short, even for a trance, but I can't say otherwise since I've witnessed it with my very eyes. He would have brushed it off as a lie if someone else had told him about it, but he witnessed it himself. His grandson was the one who created that miracle. It only made him more excited. I'm looking forward to seeing how far that monster is going to reach. The young Master Rayon might really reach the Grandmaster realm at the age of 22 and duel against the Axe King. Cheryl and Roan smiled gently while watching Rayon being carried on Rimmer's back. We might not even need to take any action if that happens. We should sharpen our blades just in case. We've been constantly gathering information about the South-North Union's location and members anyway. We have most of the information except for the elders that never show up. The smile that Glenn had been suppressing ended up appearing on his face as he watched Cheryl say that she had all the information about the South-North Union, and Roan say that he would sharpen his blade. The fact that the two people who didn't usually compliment others were admiring Rayon's talent and cherished him from the bottom of their hearts made the corners of his lips reach all the way to his cheekbones. Roan. Yes, my lord. Roan bowed while taking a step forward. Did you manage to draw the picture? Of course. He raised the booklet he was hugging. I've sketched the scene of the young Master Rayon's fight during this mission in the 3rd volume of Rayon's Gospel. I also wrote down the famous lines, so please read it later. It could be better than a sketch, don't you think? Cheryl licked her lips in regret. Of course, I'm planning to color it as soon as I return. Nice. Glenn gave him a big nod as soon as he said that he would color it. I'll help you. The Heavenly Blade Division leader should be tired. I'll do it on my own. Don't be so reserved, I just want to contribute to Rayon's Gospel. Hoo-hoo-hoo. While Roan was contemplating how to refuse her, Glenn raised his hand. The Heavenly Blade Division leader should stay out of it. What? You are bad at painting, but I can color at least. Coloring is the most important part of painting. Glenn shook his head firmly. He seemed to be telling her that he would never allow her to ruin the painting of Rayon. Cheryl groaned since she couldn't deny it and hung her head. We will return now. Glenn patted Cheryl's depressed shoulders and turned around. Aren't you going to go down there to see them? There's no reason to ruin the atmosphere. Glenn closed his eyes upon hearing Cheryl's question. Today's victory belongs to them. We should be satisfied with sending a round of applause from here. Does that mean that Sir Rimmer is not going to be punished anymore? Roan carefully brought up Rimmer's name. Glenn scratched his chin while watching Rimmer carrying Rayon on his back. Let's overlook it since he acted like a proper teacher this time. Then I'll remove Sir Rimmer's beating from the schedule. Sure, oh, wait, why did he arrive late again? Rimmer was waiting behind the pillar until he had the right moment to save Rayon, but he should have arrived at House Arian a long time ago. Glenn suddenly got curious about why he was so late. About that. He was being a drunkard again. Roan hesitated to answer, and Cheryl's lips parted in his stead. Cheryl revealed everything Rimmer had done with a cold smile on her face. Even after he arrived here, he was slacking on a vine because he didn't want to fight the undead or step on the land brimming with the energy of death. That's what he was doing before he appeared at the last moment while acting cool and shit. She even mentioned the fact that Glenn already knew to make him even angrier. Swaa. Glenn's gaze had become warm as he watched Rayon, but it quickly turned into a cold fury. Roan, yes, call that drunkard to the training ground as soon as he returns. Ah, understood. Roan sighed quietly while watching Rimmer's happy face because the war was over. He said the training ground. The fact that the head of house called him to the training ground implied that he was going to thoroughly beat him up. Hoo-hoo-hoo. He gathered his hand in a prayer and lowered his head towards Rimmer. Rest in peace. Huff. Wendy Arian exhaled roughly and raised her head. It's bright. I can see the sky, the huge sphere of death that had been expanding until a moment ago to destroy the area, and even the world beyond that had disappeared, and the blue sky could be seen. He really did it. Her violently pounding heart felt like it was going to burst. Just like Rayon's confident declaration, he managed to incinerate the sphere of death full of malice and save everyone's lives. Moreover, he even allowed me to get stronger. She could feel that her prowess had surpassed a wall, probably because she helped Rayon erase the sphere of death. She had advanced to the next realm by destroying the wall that she hadn't been able to break for the past several years. She could only gasp because of how ridiculous it was. Wendy swallowed nervously while watching Rayon being carried on Rimmer's back. How can such a person even exist? Rayon had been leading the war for the past 6 days as the commander without even resting. Since he didn't even sleep or rest, he should have fainted a long time ago. Instead, he delasted until the very end and finished the war with his own hands. Even a grandmaster would have had a hard time achieving such a feat, yet a young warrior at 20 years of age had done it. It was preposterous and impressive at the same time. Rayon didn't even feel like a human being at that point. She could almost see the halo from his back. Rimmer came towards her with a smile. He was holding Rayon's legs tightly to prevent him from falling, his hands trembling in exhaustion. I didn't really do anything, since Sir Rayon did everything. He would have managed without me. She was telling the truth. She believed that Rayon would have managed to remove that sphere even without her help. That's not true. Rimmer shook his head. He's really stubborn and a huge hellion. He pointed at Rayon on his back with his chin. He tries to do everything on his own, and that's why he only asks for help when he really needs it. He would have never managed to remove that energy of death without your help. You can be proud of it. Rimmer winked and went towards the others. Ah. Wendy's hand holding her sword started to tremble. The trust Rayon had shown her, and Rimmer's honest words warmed her heart. Does that mean that he really believed in me when he entrusted me with the position of head of house? Shed thought that she became the temporary head of house just because there was no one else, but Rayon must really trusted her if she believed Rimmer's claim. She wasn't confident she could manage the house after suddenly becoming the head, but she was gaining a little bit of confidence. Rayon, you madman. Rayon, are you okay? The Light Wind Squad's team leaders came running towards Rayon at full speed while faltering. Vice Squad Leader. He really managed to cut that energy of death. Our Vice Squad Leader is crazy. He's never been sane before. He's the real mad dog. Whoa, the Light Wind Squad cheered while running after the team leaders. Everyone's faces were filled with delight and admiration. He really became a monster now. His personality has always been a monster, though. Millens smiled while sweeping his hair up while Moral frowned, saying that it was going to be more painful in the future. What do you think? I won't even be a match against him anymore, but I still would like to try fighting him. The third prince asked Borini Kitten his thoughts, and the man clenched his fist while pulling his chin back. What an insensitive guy. Did you really have to show me your growth all the way here? Trevin clicked his tongue while looking at the small smile on Rayon's face in his unconscious state. Hey, why aren't you talking about me? Why does no one care about me? I am the one who saved you all. Rimmer frowned and screamed at the Light Wind Squad who came running at him. Clench. Wendy clenched her fist while watching Rayon, Rimmer, and the Light Wind Squad. Light Wind Squad. She first thought that it was full of a bunch of crazy people, like the rumors of the Mad Dog Squad suggested, but she felt like she could see how House Arian should advance in the future. Wendy bowed at the unconscious Rayon. "I'll repay this gratitude by following you for the rest of my life." Rayon furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. He could see a slightly damp gray ceiling. Ouch. He could feel the pain from all around his body as soon as he regained consciousness. It wasn't just his muscles and the skin that were a Chinjevin, his energy center and mana circuits hurt. What a disaster, considering how bad it was despite the healing effect from Sloth. He realized once again that he de-strained himself too much. "You idiot," Rayon sighed and a blue cotton candy flew towards him. "That's why you shouldn't have worked yourself so hard. I had no other choice. You had other choices." Wrath murmured that the matter would have been settled even if Rayon hadn't done all of that. However, he didn't tell him how. Rayon smiled and Wrath groaned painfully. "Let's see how much you donated this time." Damn it." Wrath grasped his head and Rayon was about to load the messages while ignoring him when he suddenly heard a crunching sound from the right. He raised his head and saw Dorian eating some snacks at the table. Vice Squad Leader. Dorian hugged his snack like a treasure instead of throwing it away and slowly walked up to him. "You woke up. I am so relieved." He grabbed Rayon's shoulder with crumbs on his hand, saying that he was relieved. "Yeah." Rayon shook the crumbs from his shoulder and nodded. "How long have I been asleep? It's been exactly 3 days now." He pointed outside the window, where the sun was starting to set. 3 days. 3 days was relatively short considering how hard he fought. He could understand why he was still feeling the pain. "I see. Did anything special, him?" He was about to stand up, but he felt something at the side. He turned his head and saw that Runan was sleeping on the bed on her face. "Why is she here?" "She's been sleeping here ever since we returned, even when she wasn't in charge. I tried to pull her away, but I couldn't remove her." He murmured it was a mystery she could sleep like that since her back should have been hurting. "I see." Rayon smiled faintly and tapped on Runan's head. "I should buy her some ice cream after we return. Keep your promise to the King of Essence before thinking about ice cream. Let's start with blueberry pie." Wrath suddenly remembered about his promise and started ordering the food he'd been wanting to eat. "And we did have something special happen." "What?" Wrath danced while listing the food, and Rayon watched him before he briskly turned his head. "What do you mean?" "Battles against the undead were the only thing that could be called special at House Arian." Rayon's heart pounded from anxiety. "Ah, it's not something you should be worried about, Vice Squad Leader." Dorian must realized his thought process and shook his head while saying that it wasn't a bad thing. "Which means, you know that the executives of the house ran away while we were fighting." "They did." Rayon clenched his fist so hard that his hand turned white. "They deserve death." Even though their house was in a huge crisis, Weijin Arian and the executives took the residents hostage to run away instead of volunteering to fight. Rayon was determined to find them no matter what in order to revive the ruined House Arian. They got caught. "What?" Dorian said that they were very special and amazing guests. However, Rayon wasn't listening anymore. "I have no time to check my stats. I have to take care of those bastards first." Since the executives were family to Wendy, she couldn't be too cruel towards them. Rayon had to personally take care of them. He picked up Heavenly Drive from next to the bed. He stood up while enduring the pain all over his body. Vice Squad Leader, let's go." Crimson flames were burning in Rayon's eyes. "Guide me to those scumbags." Wendy, Weijin Arian, who used to be the head of House Arian, was kneeling on the ground and staring at Wendy Arian. "Do you really believe you can run this house?" He confidently raised his head even though he was the first one to run away during the crisis. Weijin rolled his eyes, which were glowing with desire. "You are different. You and the new executives have only been swinging your swords instead of learning how to manage the house. I'm sure you are clueless about how to run the house." Wendy was unable to respond and bit her lip. Weijin licked his lips while looking at Wendy's expression. "It's working." He was worried he was going to die because he got dragged back to the house by that monster, but the speech he'd prepared was fortunately working. It was truly fortunate that Rayon was still unconscious. Weijin started by pressuring her before gently persuading her to lead the conversation in a way that Wendy had to consider his offer. "Do you have anything to say about abandoning the house and running away?" Wendy asked the question she'd been holding back with a hoarse voice. "I had no other choice. In return, I'll offer everything I have for the sake of the house from now on. Amber Blade Division Leader, please accept this old man. I'd like to give my life for the house since I've missed the opportunity to save the house. I'll contribute to Arian's development as much as possible if you forgive me. I'll accept any punishment. However, that should come after we revive this ruined house." The executives bowed, following the atmosphere that Weijin had created. None of them were talking about why they ran away, nor what punishment they deserved. "Wendy, please forgive this unworthy father." Wendy's face was as cold as ice, but Weijin approached her, pretending he didn't see that. "I'll help you and the house in the future to the best of my ability." Wham! As Weijin was calling Wendy's name while trying to catch her trembling hand, the door burst open. Whoosh! In the midst of the yellow cloud of dust, Rayon entered in his hospital gown with his body covered in bandages. Sir Rayon, are you okay? Wendy and the new executives were surprised and ran toward Rayon. I am fine. He nodded heavily and walked up to the financial officer, who was kneeling on the edge. You are the financial officer. Rayon raised his chin while standing in front of the financial officer. Do you have any excuse for abandoning the house and running away? His extremely hoarse voice implied that he was still severely injured. I had no other choice. Why did you not have any other choice? Did someone drag you out or something? About that. Because Rayon got straight to the point, the financial officer couldn't respond and stayed there with trembling lips. I'll devote my life to the house if you give me another chance. Please trust M. Your chance is already over. Rayon was holding Heavenly Drive with his right hand as soon as he finished speaking, and a red line appeared on the financial officer's neck. Who? The financial officer grasped his neck. The line became thicker and blood gushed from it. He couldn't even scream and collapsed with his neck split apart. Rayon shook off the blood from Heavenly Drive, his deadly eyes sparking blue. Next. You are Bellison. He killed him. He cut Bellison's head off. He's insane. The executives of House Arian screamed while looking at the financial officer's corpse. His head was rolling on the ground. What have you done? Weejan Arian raised his trembling finger, his face turning pale. How can you do such a cruel thing? Cruel. Rayon twisted his lips while looking at Weejan Arian's trembling pupils. You are the cruel ones who abandoned your house in a crisis and ran away. He ignored the former executive's screams and criticisms and stood in front of the quartermaster. Tell me what you've done wrong. Aye. The quartermaster's chin trembled as he saw Rayon's emotionless gaze. I need to beg for mercy. The man in front of him was different from Wendy. His head was going to roll just like the financial officer's if he underestimated him just because he was young. It was necessary to abandon his pride and beg for life. I am sorry. I beg your forgiveness. The quartermaster leaned forward and lowered his head. He kept shouting that he was in the wrong without giving any excuses. What are you sorry about? Rayon's voice was completely devoid of emotion. He pierced the core of the problem without being distracted by his words once again. Tell me, what are you sorry about? I ran away when the House was at war. The quartermaster said the truth that no other executive could say. Correct. He gained some hope upon hearing Rayon's voice, which became slightly softer, and raised his head. This is my chance. I need to convince him no matter what and survive. I'll submit to any punishment. I'll work to my bones for the sake of our house, so please give me a chance. That chance is already gone. Wait. I know the secret of the house cough. The quartermaster noticed light passing in front of his eyes and lowered the hand that he was raising. What happened? I can't put strength in my body and it hurts so much. He collapsed, unable to grasp the red line on his neck. His widened eyes revealed his disbelief at his death as he looked up at the other executives next to him. Again, he killed again. Arian's executives stepped back into the corner of the audience chamber as if they were running away from the blood flowing from the quartermaster. This is murder. Why are you doing this to us when we've already surrendered? Weejan Arian barked the question while hiding behind other executives. Even if Sieghart bestowed you with full authority, this is still beyond your rights. Are you calling this an arrogance? Indeed, we are still the executives of this house. What right do you have to kill us? What you just said is wrong in two aspects. Rayon raised his index and middle fingers. First of all, the authority I got from Sieghart isn't the only one I have, he declared, pointing at Wendy behind him. The current head of Arian, Wendy Arian, appointed me as the commander of this war. I haven't declared the end of this war yet. Rayon couldn't declare that the war was over because he decollapsed right after burning the Death Sphere. That was why the war was still not over in House Arian. Since the war isn't over yet, I have the right to execute you on the spot as the commander. I execute. The executive's shoulders trembled upon hearing that he could execute them on the spot. And secondly, Rayon folded his middle finger and pointed at them with his index finger. You aren't executives anymore. You are criminals. You are thieves who tried to sell your own house and deserters who abandoned the house during a war. I can still execute you on the spot even after the war. The arrested executives didn't deserve to live. There were no exceptions. Rayon might have forgiven them if they at least made some effort to transport rocks during the war, but they'd taken hostages and run away without even looking back. It was necessary for the revival of House Arian to eliminate them. Since I answered your question, let me continue. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive and walked up to the executives. Their faces turned yellow in fear from the murderous intent dwelling in his eyes. Don't come any closer. Go away. We just wanted to survive. Damn it. The executives crouched in a corner like worms and threw out the smallest executive as a scapegoat. Rayon could only laugh at how they were picking a scapegoat among themselves in that situation. Please spare me. I just followed their orders. Rayon put strength in his wrist before he could finish speaking. Heavenly Drive curved like a scythe to brush past the executive's neck. Ah. He tried to stop the bleeding from his neck before he fell backward. Rayon cut off 6 more heads from the executives after that before he lowered Heavenly Drive. His fingertips were tingling slightly because he got up and swung his sword when he hadn't completely recovered yet. That's why you should know your place. Wrath clicked his tongue at his pathetic behavior. You could take care of those worms later on. There's no reason to be so hasty. It's because they can potentially destroy the hierarchy of the house. They had been ruling over the house for a long time. If it weren't for Rayon, who came from outside, they would have been stretching their influence over Wendy and the new executives by running their mouths. That was why it was necessary to kill them as fast as possible. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the executives clumped in a corner like a single mass. The only ones left were Weijin and his siblings. They were Wendy's family, Lady Wendy. Instead of swinging his sword right away, Rayon turned to look at Wendy. Are you okay with this? Yes. Rayon was planning to kill them even if she said no, but she immediately nodded. It must be difficult for you. You can stay outside. No, I'll stay here and watch. Wendy Arian shook her head with completely unwavering eyes. It almost looked like she had heavy boulders instead of pupils in her eyes. What happened to her? The atmosphere around her had changed. It felt like the wool rising from her shoulders had transcended something. Are you sure? Rayon bit her lip slightly while asking for the last time. They are her family. They were simple criminals and strangers to Rayon, but they were family to Wendy. Rayon was concerned by the fact that she wanted to watch them until the end. I am fine. I'll witness the last moments of the criminals as the head of house. Wendy looked down at the executives coldly. It was as if she were looking at complete strangers. Wendy, I am your uncle. I carried you on my back when you were small. The general administrator with a goatee, who was at the very front, waved his hand at Wendy. Please give me a last chance, if you forgive me. You are the one who threw away the last chance you were given. Wendy glared at him without even turning her head. Deserters shall be answered with blades. She nodded, telling Rayon to continue the execution. She has changed. Yes, something has changed in her. Wendy Arian had completely changed from the inside. Rayon couldn't tell yet if it was a good thing or a bad thing, but it should still be painful for her. It was impossible for a person's personality to change in 3 days. She must have been enduring the pain, so Rayon wanted to make it as clean as possible for her sake. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive and swung it down. His blade fell without hesitation and cut through the general administrator's neck. Red blood flowed onto the ground and soaked the feet of the executives cowering in the corner. Wendy, how can you do this to us? Don't you remember how we raised you? How can you instigate him when you should be saving us, you fiend? The executives shouted at Wendy, but she stared at them without even batting an eye. Rayon dropped their heads one by one, starting with the ones who insulted her. Warm blood was dripping from Heavenly Drive, and Weijin Arian was the only person left. Wendy. Weijin Arian crawled towards Wendy on his trembling limbs. I am sorry. Everything was my mistake. Please save me. He cried like a baby while holding onto Wendy's ankle. He seemed to be panicking because he'd never imagined such a situation. I can stay in prison for the rest of my life. Please spare my life. Do you remember the lollipop you gave me when I was a child? Low lollipop. What are you talking about? This isn't the time to be joking. Please convince that monster. Wendy closed her eyes as she looked at Weijin, who was begging while kneeling on the ground. The reason why I've been enduring everything under you was because of the lollipop. She remembered the lollipop Weijin had bought her when she was a child. The warmth of her father's touch and the sweetness of the lollipop had made her live in submission for over 30 years. She had asked the question because the lollipop was the first and last gift Weijin had given to her, but he didn't seem to remember it, just like Shed thought. The lollipop finished melting down now. Not even a shard remained from Weijin's lollipop after the previous war. Wendy didn't have any more attachments to him. She raised her head. She could feel the trust in Rayon's gaze, trust that she hadn't even felt from her family. She remembered her resolution to follow him, and her tightened heart pounded violently. Father, Wendy went on her knees to meet Weijin's eyes. I wanted to revive this house alongside you. In that case, I was planning to appoint you as an advisor in deference to your position as the previous lord, to ask for your advice after you paid for your sins. However, you had to commit a sin that you never should have. Her eyes turned as cold as the wind on the northern ocean. You took hostages and ran away from the house as a head of house, even though the house was in a crisis. This is an unprecedented matter in the continent's history. Wendy stood up with an icy expression on her face. But you don't need to worry about it. Weijin raised his head. Hope returned to his dead eyes. You are gravely mistaken. What? I said you don't need to worry about it because I am going to pass down in history how unsightly you were and how ugly this house was. Wendy shook her head, saying that he misunderstood her. Sir Rayon, I am sorry. I leave it to you. I understand. Rayon nodded and walked up to Weijin. Wait, I am the head of house. Rayon cut off his speech and his neck at the same time, reducing the burden on Wendy. Huff. Weijin collapsed while scratching his severed neck with his dirty fingernails. Ha. Rayon shook the blood off Heavenly Drive and caught his breath. As for Wendy Arian, she examined the corpses one by one before she finally raised her head. Sir Rayon, a narrow stream of tears flowed down her cheek as she looked at Rayon. Can you give me a lollipop? In a dark room without even a small window, which would have been in complete darkness if it weren't for the blue flame inside the white skull at the center, the twisting sound of muscles and bones could be heard. Crack! The grotesque sound continued for around an hour before it finally came to an end, and the specter, wearing the Archlick's mask, rose from the white skull. However, he had a different appearance from before. The energy of death that had surrounded him like a second skin was completely gone, his robe was torn apart, and there was a huge scar on the mask's forehead. Damn it, the specter screamed while slamming the ground. Rayon Sieghart, you vermin, how dare you? It was finally complete. He was confident he could kill Rayon Sieghart and his reinforcement because his jewel was finally complete after gathering the energy of death for 1,000 years. Rimmer interfered, but he was exhausted from fighting the Hell Pilgrim, and he wasn't going to be a problem either. However, everything was ruined because of Rayon Sieghart just as he thought the fight was over. You rat bastard. Rayon Sieghart was purposely hiding his power to make him believe that he couldn't break through the barrier of death. After that, he used holy power inside his throwing dagger to destroy the jewel and his core at the same time. The holy power even ended up hindering his revival, and he only managed to stand back up after 3 whole days. Moreover, he didn't even die. The specter couldn't tell how it happened, but Rayon managed to survive the explosion of that huge amount of energy of death. He must have gotten extremely lucky. I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you no matter what. He considered him a simple annoyance, but that wasn't the case anymore. He wanted to make sure to kill him by using any means necessary. No matter how long it takes, I'll kill him. However, he wasn't going to give up. He was going to follow him to the end of the continent and kill him. I am definitely going to kill you. It serves you right. A frightening voice echoed throughout the room when he made his resolution to kill Rayon. That voice. There was no way he wouldn't recognize the voice of that madwoman Merlin. Merlin, why are you in this room? The specter turned around while shouting, but he couldn't find Merlin anywhere. Where are you? Come here right now. He tried to search with magic, but he couldn't use any power because he didn't have enough energy of death in his body. You should have gone insane the right way. The specter gave up on finding Merlin and placed his hand on the wall to unleash the small amount of energy of death he had in order to leave. However, the door didn't open. The only passage leading to the outside remained still, not moving in the slightest. What is happening? The specter's chin trembled violently as he raised his head. He could finally see the upper part of the room because his eyes had adjusted to the darkness. That was when he realized that he wasn't inside the room that he designated for his resurrection. He was in some kind of translucent fish tank. Fish tank. It can't be the fish tank of imprisonment, right? The fish tank of imprisonment was an artifact with the ability to imprison a target. It looked like a powerful ability, but it was usually considered a pointless tool since the target had to spend more than 2 days inside the fish tank before being imprisoned. However, the specter was sent to his room of resurrection right after he died and remained as small bones for 3 days straight. That meant that he met the condition to be captured inside the fish tank of imprisonment. Merlin, you crazy bitch, what do you think you are doing? Come here right now. The specter barked, and the wall on the opposite side splashed like spring water before Merlin walked out from it. You should have never done what you did. Merlin revealed the frightening glow of her eyes as she stared at him. I should never done what? What do you even mean? Rayon fainted while bleeding. What? My dear had to fight for 6 days straight without eating or sleeping. You deserve to rot here for eternity. She declared that it was a price he obviously had to pay with a frightening smile on her face. Do you believe the fallen will overlook this matter? He won't notice as long as I don't kill you. My real body is on a mission in a different location. Merlin shook her head, saying that she was nothing but a clone. Considering your personality, you wouldn't have appeared before the fallen until you recovered your power. That's why he won't suspect anything. The way her old woman mask's lips curved into a smile made his hair stand on end. And I don't care even if he finds out. What? Because my path doesn't lead to restoration anymore. That was the last thing she said before she turned into bubbles and disappeared from the fish tank. Since Shed mentioned that she was a clone, she must return to her main body. The specter gritted his teeth. You are insane. You are completely insane. Restoration was the ultimate goal of Eden. The fact that she wasn't interested in it anymore implied that she was completely in love with that brat Rayon. It's still okay. As long as she didn't keep watching, he would have countless opportunities to escape the fish tank. It was going to take a long time, but he should be able to destroy the fish tank and leave. Merlin, I am going to kill Rayon right in front of your eyes. The mana inside the fish tank was extremely scarce, but it wasn't completely impossible to gather. He tried to gather the small amount of mana that he could, but the back of his neck prickled and a chill ran down his spine as if someone were watching him from behind. What's happening? He thought it was strange and raised his head. were. On top of the dark sky, pupils with crimson crosses inside were twitching. Merlin was there. She was watching the fish tank from outside instead of leaving. His heart tightened and felt like it would explode upon seeing those eyes that were full of killing intent. Who are you going to kill again? Red lips twitched under the pupils and a frightening voice could be heard. Who are you going to kill again? 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 He covered his ears because her voice felt like a blade piercing into his ears, but her voice didn't stop. Stop. Merlin's voice finally came to a halt when Spectre screamed his head off, but it was only getting started. I'm always watching you. 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 I'm always watching you so that you won't harm my dear, forever. Rayon went to the reception room with Wendy. She was walking in front of him and her steps were wavering slightly as if she were drunk. It must be difficult for her. Even though she had resolved herself, she must have been mentally exhausted after witnessing the death of her family. It was praiseworthy enough that she was walking. People usually don't change easily, but she seems to be an exception. Wrath licked his lips, saying that she had become a rock when she used to be as tender as jelly. Her core has always been full. Wendy was the only warrior in her house who inherited her ancestors' will. Considering the fact that she managed to reach master level by training on her own while everyone else was idling around, Shed always had the potential, and her core finally blossomed through this occasion. Her martial art wasn't the only growth Shed obtained from the war against the undead. She also achieved mental growth and managed to overcome the pressure from her family. Since the chain called family that used to bind her was gone, she was bound to climb higher in the future. Please sit over here. Wendy pointed her finger after opening the door to the reception room. Rayon followed her and entered the room. Did Weijin make this room? The room was extremely luxurious even though it didn't look like it was used often. It looked even more extravagant than the reception room in the Lord's Manor at Sieghart. As soon as Rayon sat on the fluffy sofa, Wendy Arian lowered her head. Lady Wendy. Wendy's shoulders trembled as she tightly bit her lip. It was my obligation as the commander of this war. Please don't do this. Rayon shook his head. Executing them was necessary in order to revive the house. He didn't just do it for Wendy's sake. What they did was unforgivable for the leaders of a house. Morale had plummeted when Weijin and the executives' escape became known, and the undead used that opportunity to attack. The solid defense was broken through, and fatalities appeared for the first time. Because Rayon had learned in his life as Rayon Sieghart what the meaning of a house was, and what kind of mindset a leader should have, he was furious from the bottom of his heart at Weijin and the executives who abandoned the house to run away. This was my job. Since he was planning to kill them even if he had to search the entire continent, there was no reason for Wendy to thank him. Rayon sighed quietly while looking at Wendy, who was still bowing at him. How about you, Lady Wendy? Are you okay? I would be lying if I said I was. Wendy raised her head. The violent trembling of her pupils slowly subsided. But I'm well aware that it was a necessary task in order to revive this house. She understands perfectly. I thought she would. If Weijin and the executives managed to survive, they would have taken advantage of Wendy's kindness and broken the unity of the house. Getting rid of their influence and creating a new foothold was the correct course of action to revive House Arian. It was going to be difficult at first because the footsteps of the previous lords were gone, but Arian should be able to soar even higher in the future. Head of house, you will have to work hard in various ways, since removing the shadow of the previous executives won't be an easy task. I'll do my best. Wendy bowed, asking him to trust her. Please stop thanking me. You don't need to. It's not just about what happened today, she continued without raising her head. Wendy didn't straighten her back, saying that she's been wanting to express her gratitude ever since the war came to an end. Since Rayon was aware of how stubborn she was, he nodded with a smile on his face. I see. I accept your gratitude. Please raise your head now. Rayon nodded, but Wendy still didn't raise her head. She went on her knees instead and pressed her head down on the ground. Lady Wendy, did she finally lose it? She wasn't unconscious. Her breathing was rough, but her pressure was extremely clean. We have something we'd like to tell you, Sir Rayon. Please stand up before then. No, I have to say it like this. Wendy raised her forehead slightly as she spoke, but pressed it back on the ground. We'd like to serve you as my lord. Please allow me. She raised her voice, saying that she wanted to serve him as a lord along with her house. What? Rayon's eyes widened as he looked at Wendy. What's happening right now? House Arian was already Zieghart's follower as a vassal house. He couldn't understand what she meant by suddenly telling him she wanted to follow him. What do you mean? Means what it is. Would like to follow you, Rayon Zieghart. But isn't Arian already Zieghart's vassal house? Indeed. Wendy slightly raised her head. The pure light radiating from her eyes showed how sincere she was. She suddenly mentioned a benefactor, and Rayon could tell who it was. Yes, the vassal houses don't always follow Zieghart as a whole. Each vassal house supports a different faction, and our Arian would like to walk the same path as our benefactor, the Light Wind Squad. Why did you get such an idea? I've been observing my benefactor and the Light Wind Squad from up close during the war. You kept your individuality, but you also looked like a single storm when you fought together. Wendy's slightly distorted smile revealed her envy towards them as she continued. I'd like Arian to become a house that cherishes each other and helps each other in their lives, just like the Light Wind Squad. That's why I'd like to share the path with the Light Wind Squad. And she carefully raised her hand to point at Rayon, the major force that created the Light Wind Squad in the current state, and the one who leads the Light Wind Squad, is my benefactor. That's why I'd like to serve you as my lord. Wendy said she wanted to run her house like the Light Wind Squad, who risked their lives for each other's sake and bowed once again. Rayon touched his lips while looking at Wendy. What should I do? He was planning to refuse if she said it was because of his talent or excellent martial arts. However, Wendy talked about the bond within the Light Wind Squad. He could feel her sincerity from the way she said she was jealous of how they protected each other's characteristics and fought together. I'm just a vice leader of a mere squad, and the squad in question is the Light Wind Squad. I believe it will become the strongest armed group of Zieghart in the future. I am not even a member of the direct line. Did you think I would be bothered by bloodlines? Ha. Rayon sighed. He felt rather uncomfortable because people started to ask him to be his follower wherever he went, just like Mark Goten and Wendy Arian. Indeed, you are just a brat who has a long way to go. It's incomprehensible why they want to follow you. Wrath clicked his tongue in displeasure. Wait, no, she's the head of house here. Yes, perfect. Accept her as your follower and order her to offer 10 dishes of each of their specialty foods. Rayon slapped away Wrath with the back of his hand because he kept saying stupid shit. I feel uncomfortable, but didn't actually feel bad. It could have been because he'd been alone for his entire life in his previous life, but it was honestly making his heart burn. All right, Rayon nodded, and Wendy went on one knee with her fist placed on her left chest. Wendy Arian greets my lord, Rayon Zieghart. Just like my ancestor followed Zieghart's ancestor 1,000 years ago, I'll protect your back for the rest of my life. Wendy's pledge reminded him of the perfect combined attack between Zieghart and Arian's ancestors. Her pledge reached deep in his heart because he fought alongside Wendy just like they did. On top of reproducing the history, she will be extremely helpful for me by herself. Wendy Arian had reached the intermediate master from the war. She had the potential to climb even higher since she had a solid foundation in martial arts. I accept your pledge. Rayon smiled gently and grabbed Wendy's shoulder. As Wendy Arian, I'm going to follow you as your vassal, even if you want to destroy the entire continent. Wendy bowed once again with overwhelming emotions. I'm never going to destroy the continent. Rayon shook his head while wiping off the sweat flowing from his temple. A chill ran down the spine because she was already mentioning the destruction of the continent. Instead of destruction, here's my first order. I hear and I obey. She stayed on one knee and placed her hand on the left side of her chest, just like when Shed made her pledge. Make Arian into an even greater house than 1,000 years ago so that every member of the family can smile brightly. I'll accomplish your order with my life. Wendy nodded naturally. And please stand up now. Your neck is about to bend like a turtle's because you keep bowing to me. Yes, Wendy finally stood up and sat on the sofa on the opposite side. Now that I think about it. Rayon licked his lips. He remembered what Dorian had told him once the situation was stabilized. I heard some guests have captured the executives. Who are they? Have you not heard about them yet? Wendy's eyes turned round, surprised that he didn't know about it yet. The Sword Demon did it. The Sword Demon? Is he? Yes, he's the Sword Demon you are thinking, the strongest of the 5 great swordmasters. As the peak of the 5 great swordmasters, the Sword Demon was an extremely powerful warrior who was considered to be a match against the 10 heavens of the continent. Since he remained neutral without any affiliations, the fact that he brought the executives to them made Rayon's jaw drop in surprise. Where is he right now? Wendy pointed at the land of death. He went to the land of death where we ended the war along with the Light Wind Squad. Yawn. Rimmer's mouth widened to the brim as he yawned and rubbed his eyes. How long are you planning to watch? Let's go back since I am so sleepy. He waved his hand towards the back of a tall and bulky white-haired old man. The white-haired old man had been examining the traces, but he finally stood up. The red sword hanging around his waist trembled slightly. Did that boy called the White Sword Dragon really make this trace? The white-haired old man turned around. His sharp eyes and broad shoulders were an impressive contrast to his white hair. I told you he did. I kept saying it. Rimmer shook his hand in annoyance. I can't believe that a 20-year-old warrior created those traces. The old man murmured that a monster had appeared in the continent while examining the traces on the ground. Master, is it that amazing? The red-haired young man who'd introduced himself as the disciple of the sword demon came next to him. Look at this trace. The sword demon pointed at the thin traces left at the location of the 3 pillars. A single strike. No, a single move with 2 swords created over 30 trajectories. It's not complete, but even a grandmaster would have a hard time fending off against the power of this technique. He enlightened his disciple of how dangerous Rayon's technique was. Rimmer licked his lips while watching the old man. Did he just recognize that? I guess he deserves to be called the Sword Demon, the strongest of the 5 great swordmasters. There were barely any traces left in the land of death because it was a soft ground that used to be under a swamp. It was difficult to tell whether it was the trace of a sword or a trace of a crawling bug, and the fact that he figured out Rayon's technique implied his extraordinary abilities. I heard that the Sword Demon could be compared to the 10 heavens of the continent. It's definitely not wrong. I can't estimate his realm at all. The 5 great swordmasters being weaker than the 10 heavens of the continent was common knowledge, but the Sword Demon's sword seemed capable of reaching them at least. I'm curious how a wanderer managed to become so powerful. The Sword Demon didn't say it by himself, but he was in a neutral position without any affiliation with any faction. Rimmer was curious how he became so strong when he was pretty much a wanderer, by the way. Rimmer furrowed his brow while examining the Sword Demon's face and the shape of his body. That geezer, why does he feel so familiar? He'd never seen him before, but he felt familiar for some reason. How strange, oh, whatever. Rimmer was trying to figure out why he felt so familiar but shook his head because he couldn't be bothered anymore. I probably saw him in a gambling house or something. After the conversation with Wendy, Rayon returned to his room. She's still doing this here. Run-On was still sleeping on the bed facing forward. A purring sound like a kitten could be heard. I guess she wasn't sleeping here because of me. Considering the fact that she still hadn't woken up, she must just wanted to sleep there. Rayon chuckled and sat at the table. When are you going to eat? The King of Essence is starving right now. You are fine. Look at how fat you are. Rayon snickered while pulling Wrath's plump and soft belly. Stop touching. How can a mere human dare touch the King of Essence's body? Are you a cat or something? He started to shout as soon as Rayon touched his belly, even though he didn't mind when his head was slapped. He almost looked like a cat. I'm going to eat after I check this. Wait a little please. Check. What are you checking now? This. Rayon tapped on Wrath's head and loaded the messages that he couldn't previously read. Oh no. Upon seeing the messages, Wrath grasped the back of his neck, which was as plump as a sandwich, and fell backward. Wrath fell on his face on the table, and Rayon pushed him away before checking the messages. You've achieved the impossible. Your soul level has drastically increased. All stats have increased by 20. Defeating the Spectre and destroying the Death Sphere must have been considered impossible, and he received 20 stat points as a result. The increase in soul level must have drastically increased his pain and fatigue. However, there were a lot more messages left. Trait. Aura of Death Resistance has been created. Trait. Backstab has increased in rank. Trait. Focus has increased in rank. Trait. Divinity Blooming from Underworld has increased in rank. The second set of messages was all about the traits. The Aura of Death Resistance was created probably because he'd been fighting the energy of death for 6 days straight, and the traits he'd used during the fight had increased in rank. The most satisfying part was Divinity Blooming from Underworld getting another rank, and there's more. The system wasn't showing as messages, but the Ring of Fire, the 10,000 Flames Cultivation, and Glacier S proficiencies had also increased drastically, and the same went for his swordsmanship realm. A smile appeared on his face because the gains were even bigger than the Enlightenment. It's finally Ove, is there more? Wrath was climbing on the table while swaying, but his jaw dropped upon seeing the additional message. Title. Commander of the Victorious War has been created. Next up was a title. He hadn't gotten a title in a long time since he'd received the Survivor, and he finally had a new one. Damn it, why does this never end? Wrath's lips trembled as he looked at the new title, Commander of the Victorious War. Title given to the one who carved their way to victory in an unwinnable war. Ability, all stats +5, slightly increase everyone's focus and physical ability during a group battle. Did it just say that focus and physical ability increases for everyone? It implied that even the Light Wind Squad's abilities were increased on top of Rayon himself. Is it raising morale? Morale was important when it came to a group battle. Raising morale could draw out the full potential of the warriors, and the titles seemed to affect morale. It's over now, right? Wrath moved onto the table while faltering. Let's eat now. When he was trying to beg him for food, another set of messages appeared. You fell asleep after exhausting all your stamina and willpower. The quality of sleep has increased to the extreme and enhanced. Sloth as efficiency. All stats have increased. Sloth has been enhanced. Wrath started foaming at the mouth and collapsed upon seeing those messages. Sloth, you stupid doormat. Rayon's eyes widened like full moons as he read the new messages. Sloth has been enhanced, the trait. Sloth had an outrageous effect of increasing his stats during his sleep and even increased the regeneration speed of his stamina and aura. He couldn't believe that overpowered ability could be enhanced even further. The same went for Wrath. He was tightly biting his lip because he didn't expect Sloth to be enhanced. Sloth, the king of essence, should have killed that sleepyhead a long time ago. It was his mistake to let him live. Go play somewhere else. Rayon slapped Wrath away as he started to rampage on the table and checked the new messages. 30 points of emotion of Sloth have been created. The trait. Sloth's ability to increase stats and regeneration speed of aura and stamina has been enhanced. Rayon unconsciously slammed the table with his palm. MMMH. Runan slowly woke up because of the sudden noise. She nodded at Rayon before getting back on the bed to sleep. What the hell is wrong with her? Runan's mentality was the most questionable among the Light Wind Squad or even the entirety of Zeekhart. Rayon shook his head and was about to check the messages again when energy emerged from Sloth's black flower bracelet, entering his body. This is. Rayon could feel the energy of Sloth seeping into him. It was the same energy that surrounded Sloth back at Habun Castle. He could block it, but he left it alone because he couldn't feel any malice, unlike the wrath from Wrath. So this is the emotion of Sloth. He felt drowsy. It felt similar to lying on a bed under the bright sunlight of a weekend afternoon to nap. Not bad. It was bringing peace to his mind, unlike Wrath. He could easily suppress it with his soul level without even activating the Ring of Fire. Moreover, it's not like Sloth will ever try to take over my body. Since Sloth wasn't in his soul, unlike Wrath, he didn't need to worry about losing his body from gaining too many Sloth points. It was something he could take advantage of without any drawbacks. This should accelerate the growth at least twice. He tried to calculate the Sloth's effect, and the stat increase was twice as much as before, while the aura and stamina regeneration were 3 times faster than before. He could estimate that he could recover his aura to full in a few days just from sleeping without even cultivating. Damn it. Wrath's face became even more flushed as he confirmed the increased effect of Sloth. He looked like strawberry cotton candy. As soon as the King of Essence regains his body, he's going to kill that doormat, Sloth. Wrath furiously trembled, and Rayon briefly clicked his tongue while looking at him. But you are the king of doormats. He could only laugh because Wrath was insulting someone else for being a doormat when he was the biggest doormat in the world. Wrath's lips trembled in anxiety. I need to ask him how to use the emotion of Sloth I've obtained. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the black flower bracelet. Sleeping shouldn't be the only ability I have. Since he was a demon king at the same rank as Wrath, there must have been another ability besides sleeping. Why, you don't need to go. Wrath shook his head while looking at the black flower bracelet. The sleepyhead's ability is nothing special. It's okay. I need to drop by for Yua's sake anyway. You are the worst doormat, Sloth. Wrath realized he wouldn't be able to stop him and started to insult Sloth once again. Unforgivable, whatever. Rayon chuckled and swept back the hair flowing over his forehead. Rather than that. Once he finished checking all the new abilities, he remembered the guest that Wendy had mentioned. The Sword Demon Rector. I am somewhat related to him. Since the first nickname he gained after the war in Habun Castle was the Young Sword Demon, it wasn't an overstatement to say that he was related to him. I wonder what kind of person he is. He heard rumors that the Sword Demon could match up to the 10 heavens of the continent as the strongest of the 5 great swordmasters, but he had no idea how good he was since he'd never seen him before. He wanted to experience the skills of the Sword Demon. The King of Essence doesn't care whether he's a sword demon or an evil demon. Just keep your promise right now. Wrath frowned while tapping the table with his plump hand. Promise? What promise? Did you already forget about it? You promised to eat everything the King of Essene wanted. Ah, that promise. Rayon slowly nodded and took out a Nadine bread from his subspace pocket. I'll eat this Nadine bread. What do you think you're doing? Wrath started having a seizure as soon as he saw the Nadine bread. Get that horrible thing away right away. He screamed as if it was some kind of deadly weapon. I don't want to though, you dirty bastard. Are you going to break your promise? You are gravely mistaken about that. Bullshit. The King of Essence remembers what you said without missing a letter. Tell me about it. Fine. Wrath nodded and recited the trade they'd had before fighting the Archlick. You said I'll eat all of the delicious foods until we return to the house instead of just after the war, and even added that you would eat the new product that Ice Cream Girl mentioned. Don't you find it strange, though? HMPH, the king of essence won't be deceived. What kind of trick are you trying to play? He glared fiercely at Rayon like a savage beast. There's nothing strange about a simple sentence like "I'll eat all the delicious foods, huh?" Wrath started thinking about the line, but suddenly stopped. He must finally realize the problem in that trade. You finally realized. I didn't mention whose standard it was. Rayon rolled his lips into a smile while watching the trembling Wrath. He did promise he was going to eat, but he never mentioned Wrath's name, which means I'm going to eat wherever I find delicious, just like this Nadine bread. How can you play such a petty trick? You started it with your dirty trick. He had no excuse since he was the one who changed the contents of the trade during an emergency after making a promise beforehand. Rayon was simply returning the dirty trick with a petty trick, and he didn't feel guilty about it at all. You should eat the beet ice cream for 100 more years before you can even think about challenging me again. Please, anything but Nadine bread. He started to beg him to stop eating the Nadine bread, saying that he would never try such a negotiation ever again. That's a no, Rayon smiled while lifting the Nadine bread. We are eating Nadine bread every day until we return. Of course, he wasn't actually planning to do that. Since Wrath had done a good job, he was planning to eat whatever he wanted the next day. However, it was necessary to properly discipline him while he was at it. Rayon dug into the Nadine bread that tasted like rubber while listening to Wrath scream. You'd better behave yourself in the future. Rayon opened his eyes under the bright sunlight. He still felt drowsy, but his improved condition was incomparable to the day before. Is this the true power of Sloth? He could really say that he could get stronger by sleeping. Wrath is still unconscious. Wrath was still unconscious. His eyes had rolled back from the shock of the Nadine bread's taste and getting scammed in the trade. Rayon tapped on him and was about to stand up when he felt something on the blanket. He turned his head and saw Run-On sleeping face down on the bed in the exact same posture as before. What's going on, Vu? He dethroned her into a different room the previous day, but she was back in his room just to sleep in that uncomfortable position. He couldn't understand why she did that. It's such a mystery. Rayon chuckled and was about to stand up when the door opened and Dorian entered. Vu. He tilted his head while looking at Rayon, who was about to stand up, and Run-On, who was sleeping with her arm all over the bed. It's not. Rayon simply shook his hand. How is your body? Are you doing better now? Yes, a lot better than before. He defilled his stomach, and his aura, stamina, and willpower had significantly recovered. He still had the injuries, but his body felt light enough that he could fight right away. In that case, shall we go together? The squad leader said that the guests are returning right now. Guests, do you mean Sir Rector? You already know about him. Dorian murmured how he even knew about it when he left before he told him. Lady Wendy told me. Rayon raised himself up and put on his coat. Let's go. I need to thank him since he helped us. Thanking him for capturing the executives was one thing, but Rayon wanted to feel how powerful he was as a warrior. He left the recovery room and followed Dorian towards the west gate, and people from Arian gathered around them. Benefactor, you woke up. Is your body all right? I'll never forget this gratitude. The families of Arian politely put their hands together and bowed to him while shouting their gratitude for leading the war to victory. We will follow Sieghart and the Light Wind Squad for the rest of our lives. We are eternally thankful. Lots of people were shouting their gratitude for him getting rid of Weijin and the executives. The rumors about the bloody execution from the previous night must already spread, just what I expected. Many people still missed the previous executives before the war, but their reputation plummeted after they abandoned the house and ran away. Not a single person in the large crowd wanted the previous executives anymore. This should make it easier for Lady Wendy. What, did you already wake up? Burin raised his hand and smiled. Why didn't you stay in bed for a bit longer? You keep collapsing every time you fight. Martha smiled. It was difficult to tell whether she was worried about him or was sneering at him. Vice Squad Leader, are you okay? Isn't this too early for you to get up? Why are you already out? You should rest a bit longer. I'm fine now. Rayon met the Light Wind members' eyes and shook his hand to tell them that they didn't need to worry about him since he was fine. Rayon, I had to go all the way there because you were unconscious. Rimmer walked up to him while limping like a zombie. Rayon sighed because he was the only one who was expressing his annoyance instead of being worried about him. By the way, why did you have to go outside, Squad Leader? Martha forcefully dragged me out because she was worried what they would do even though they are guests. He created an aura barrier to block the sound and pointed at the back. Rayon raised his gaze and saw where he was pointing at. A white-haired old man wearing white clothes was slowly walking towards him as if he were taking a stroll. He was a tall man with a powerful body, and his gaze was as sharp as a polished blade. Is he the Sword Demon? He thought there would be a sharp pressure around him since he was called a frightening name like Sword Demon, but he couldn't feel any pressure at all around him. He's so powerful that I can't even feel any pressure. It should be impossible at your level. Wrath nodded while examining the Sword Demon from top to bottom. Not bad. It's nice that there are lots of decently powerful humans in this era. Is he that good? He was even acknowledged by Wrath, who looked down on everyone in the world. The rumors about his sword reaching the 10 heavens of the continent must have been true. The sword demon noticed him and approached him with his gaze fixated on him. He looks rather mysterious. His appearance resembled a hermit living in tranquility, but his gaze was as frightening as a blade. He looked like a combination of a hermit and a fiend. Greetings, sword demon Rector. Rayon went towards the sword demon and bowed to him. It wasn't a big deal. The sword demon shook his hand. His voice was as cold as the wind on the northern ocean. That voice was the only thing that matched his expectations. I was heading to this location after feeling the powerful energy of death and encountered some fellows acting like bandits. That's why I asked them to guide us here. He said that he was originally planning to kill them, but spared their lives and brought them with him because they'd said they were the executives of House Arian. Are you Rayon Zeekhart, the one called the young sword demon? Yes, I am. The sword demon mentioned the nickname Rayon had gotten in Habon Castle instead of the white sword dragon. He must have known about him for a while. I've always been curious what kind of swordsman earned my nickname. I am returning from checking out the traces you've left and... He was taking another step toward Rayon while talking about the traces, but he suddenly stopped. The sword demon's widened eyes violently trembled as he stared at Rayon's face. He looked like he'd just witnessed something unbelievable. Sir Rector, Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the sword demon's face as he frowned before returning to normal again. What's happening? He thought Rector would ask him about his swordsmanship since he was called the sword demon, but he kept staring at his face without saying anything. Sword demon, my bad. The sword demon shook his head slightly before taking a step back. See you again later. His lips twitched as if he wanted to say something, but he simply shook his head and left. Master, the young man wearing white clothes, must have been the sword demon's disciple since he followed him while calling him his master. Rayon tilted his head while looking at the sword demon, who suddenly lost his spirit. What's wrong with him? He must have gotten hungry. That evening, with Rayon's awakening, House Arian held the festival they'd been postponing because he was the most important participant. The entire castle sparkled brightly, and the tired people were smiling even more brightly. Rayon was standing at the western castle wall and smiled faintly while watching them laugh and cheer. This is what a house should look like. There was one thing he realized during his life in Zeekhart. A house shares happiness and sadness. If a member of the house was in a crisis, they had to be rescued no matter where they were, and if they were killed, their death had to be avenged no matter who they were. House Arian couldn't be such a house so far, but it should be able to become a huge wall to protect the members in the future since Wendy was the new head. And the same goes for me. He still had no intention of becoming Zeekhart's head of house, but he was determined to protect the Light Wind Squad no matter what. That's a mindset that a leader should obviously have. Wrath nodded while listening to the people laughing. Devildom also has countless houses and castles, but the only ones that survive until the end are the ones where the monarch or the head of house share their life and death with their subordinate demons. He sneered, saying that even demons did that but humans were incapable of it. Well, that's not always the case though, is it not? I know one person who is doing perfectly fine even though he only relies on his own power without caring about his subordinates at all. Like Sloth, that doormat is just a lazy bones. It's not him, it's one of the other demon kings. Wrath was about to say the name of the demon king, but he started to sniff towards the bottom. The smell. What smell? This is the sweet smell of compressed fruit juice melted down from the heat. He raised his round hand while glaring at the center of the street where the festival was ongoing. Over there, they are selling blueberry pie over there. Rayon licked his lips and touched the subspace pocket in his clothes. I was planning to eat Nadine bread for dinner though. Please stop, anything but that. Wrath started to beg him to stop eating that rubber. I'm not sure. Rayon was going to tease him a bit more, but Run-On waved her hand from below. There's a lot of ice cream. She raised a bowl containing several different ice creams and stamped her feet. What are you doing there, trying to look stylish? Martha frowned, asking why he was looking so pathetic on his own. Seriously, you can't fit into the atmosphere. Burin chuckled while holding his beer glass. I've prepared your seat over here. Dorian set up a huge table and chairs that he took out from his belly pocket before waving at him. SC, that's what he says. Wrath smiled awkwardly and pointed at them with his chin. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at Wrath's pupils splashing like a fish. He must have learned his lesson by now. Since he taught him the lesson by using the Nadine bread as a stick, it was time to give him delicious food as a carrot. When he was about to go under the castle wall, something suddenly emerged from the swamp where the mud had returned. The creature with hard shells on the back and a long mouth was the swamp crocodile. Crocodile, Rayon's jaw dropped. The crocodile's face was shaped into a grotesque smile as it waved its short arms towards Rayon. The madwoman is here. Rayon shook his hand towards the table where the Light Wind Squad was sitting before jumping down the castle walls. I'm going outside for a moment, but the festival is just getting started. Where are you going? I'm going to meet a crocodile. Rayan replied honestly, telling them that he was going to meet a crocodile. Who? A crocodile? What kind of bullshit is that? Burin, Runnan, and Martha widened their eyes, and the other light-wind swordsman asked what he was talking about, but Rayan simply went down the wall without responding. He stepped over the swamp as if he were on the ground and reached the crocodile, which shook its hand at Rayan before turning around. The crocodile seemed to be telling him to follow it. It shook its hand. Crocodiles were unexpectedly smart. They are supposed to be the most intelligent species among reptiles, but there was still no way they would be shaking their hands to guide humans. It was clear that it was Merlin's doing. Rayan sighed and followed Merlin's wagging tail to enter into deep bushes. GRR. The crocodile finally stopped once they reached a place that couldn't be seen by people and turned around. Rath's entire body was trembling violently. He seemed to have even forgotten his desire to eat. The King of Essence can't even imagine what kind of madness she's done this time. I agree, I wonder what she's going to say. Merlin had previously mentioned that Eden's executives didn't know exactly what the others were doing since they were on separate missions. It was possible that she wasn't aware of the Spectre's attack on House Arian, and Rayan was unsure of whether he should trust her or not. Rayan. Merlin raised her gaze and rolled her reptile eyes. How are your injuries? My injuries. I'm asking whether you've recovered from the wounds that damn skull inflicted on you. It wasn't certain whether she knew from the beginning, but she was aware of the Spectre's attack. She extended her front foot, asking him to tell her if he was still injured. I'm fine now. Rayan shook his hand while saying that he was fine because he was fully recovered. By the way, did you know? He was going to ask her about the Spectre's attack, but she hung her head before then. Even though she was a crocodile, she was clearly lowering her head. I am really sorry. She sighed deeply, saying that she had no excuse for what happened. What are you sorry about? Rayan went on his knee to meet Merlin's gaze. I didn't manage to warn you about the Spectre's attack. I learned about it too late. Tears dropped from her eyes as she said that she couldn't provide any information nor stay by his side at the most important moment. Crocodile tears, people said crocodile tears shouldn't be trusted. Because Merlin happened to take a crocodile's appearance, the saying about crocodile tears, which signified insincerity, came to his mind. However, he couldn't suspect her for no good reason because Shed helped him a lot. Did you know about the Spectre's attack? No. Merlin's voice trembled as she shook her head. That skull's mission was to return after filling the jewel he recovered from the swamp of death with the energy of death. Attacking House Arian and trying to kill you was his own decision. She scratched the swamp with her front foot while saying that it wasn't the Fallen's orders but the Spectre's own decision. Rayan quietly observed Merlin's expression, but he couldn't tell at all because she was a crocodile. You don't believe me, she licked her lips. The piece of flesh stuck between her upper teeth was slightly frightening. Not completely. I know you would have used another method if you wanted to kill me. Merlin wasn't an idiot, just like the Spectre. If they were both trying to attack Rayan, they could have found a much better method, which implied that she should have been telling the truth. He was just keeping a distance from her, because she belonged to Eden and couldn't be completely trusted. A wise decision. Hanging around with a madwoman like her will only ruin your mentally. When Wrath was about to tell him to just go back to eat already, Merlin raised her right foot. I thought that would be the case, so I made some preparations this time. Merlin weakly tapped on the swamp with her front foot. Along with a sticky splashing sound, the swamp under the moonlight became transparent and a scene appeared. Rayan narrowed his eyes while looking at the swamp below him. Someone was grasping his head inside a dark room and wriggling like an insect that had been turned upside down. What is this? The end of the one who dared to attack you. The corners of Merlin's lips twisted upwards. Her smile gave him goosebumps, and it wasn't even because she was a crocodile. Don't tell me he's... You guessed right, he's that rude skull. She nodded, confirming that he was watching the Spectre. Rayan carefully examined the squirming person. His robes were ragged, and he was wearing a skeleton mask with a hole at the center of the forehead. He was definitely the Spectre that he fought a few days ago, just like Merlin had said. What happened to him? I locked him inside an artifact called the Fish Tank of Imprisonment. She responded casually, as if she were saying that she had caught a mouse with a mouse trap. Why, you locked him up? Yes. Merlin's eyes turned crimson as she nodded. He dared to injure you when he's nothing but trash. She murmured that it was already too late for her to help when she realized what was happening, so she just locked the Spectre up so he wouldn't ever show up in the world ever again. Isn't the Fallen going to find out if you do something like this? He won't as long as I don't kill him. My main body is at a different location, after all. Merlin shook her head. A frightening smile appeared on her face as she said that Shed already thought about how the other executives were moving when she did it. By the way, Rayan pointed at the Spectre that he could see on the swamp. His violently trembling body looked like he was experiencing intense pain. Why is he looking so pained? He couldn't understand why he looked so pained when he was just locked inside a fish tank. It's because I am cursing him. Curse. Yeah, I'm repeatedly reciting a curse with the power of will to give him mental pain. It's closer to sorcery than magic. Merlin briskly rolled her eyes to look down on the specter. He won't be able to escape the fish tank, but even if he does, he will run away the moment he sees you. She hit the swamp once again with her front foot and the video changed. The scene showing the ceiling seemed to be the point of view from the specter's location, looking towards the top of the fish tank. That's. Merlin was above the fish tank with crimson light sparking from her eyes. Her red lips were twitching endlessly. Hua. Wrath saw Merlin's eyes floating above the fish tank and almost fainted. She's a real madwoman. She's so extremely crazy. He said she was even more insane than his stalker in Devilldom and hid inside the ice flower bracelet. Rayon swallowed nervously and nodded. He didn't really feel anything when Wrath had previously called her insane, but watching how she was cursing the specter tightened his heart. Do you know what's even scarier? Wrath secretly poked his head out from the ice flower bracelet. The madwoman is using her own lifespan to show you that video right now. Rayon remembered that Merlin had to spend her lifespan to use magic as an animal. Everything about her was seriously frightening. You can stop now. Don't you want to keep watching him? He gave you such a hard time. You won't get tired of watching him all day long, but you are losing your lifespan. Are you worried about me? I can throw away 1,000 years for your sake. Merlin was deeply impressed and tried to make the screen even bigger with a smile on her face. She was really difficult to deal with. I don't need it, just shut it off. Rayon sighed and touched the swamp where the specter was shown. The surface splashed and the screen disappeared. I really don't mind this much. Merlin looked like she wanted to show him more as she licked her lips and removed the spell to show the video. Anyway, the specter isn't coming out ever again, right? Yeah, even if he does, he will be crippled and won't be able to do anything. I see. Rayon nodded. He could see that no one would retain their sanity when the huge Merlin kept cursing from above endlessly. Just thinking about it made a chill run down his spine. Anyway, I'm glad to hear that. The specter had an outrageous ability. Even if he couldn't use that jewel anymore, he was definitely a powerful opponent. Getting him out of the picture must have been an important loss for Eden. I also need to get stronger. If the 4 factions, including Milland, hadn't helped him, and if Rimmer hadn't been there to take him by surprise, lots of people could have ended up dying. It was necessary to keep advancing to a higher realm instead of being satisfied with his achievements. Rayon decided he was going to start a hellish training with the Light Wind Squad as soon as he returned to the house and lowered his gaze. Merlin was quietly looking up at him. Are you sure you are okay? What do you mean? What are you going to do if the Fallen ends up finding out about this? Wow, this is the second time today you are worrying about me. My love is finally bearing results. Stop with the nonsense. He's not going to find out, but I can just leave if he does. Merlin whispered to him that she didn't care about Eden anymore, and she was only staying for Rayon's sake. Ha. Rayon's shoulders trembled. Every single thing she said and did gave him goosebumps. The time is almost up. Merlin smiled cheerfully and waved her hand. I'm leaving now. See you later. Her smile looked like she was telling him the meeting was over. Merlin's eyes became round and her lips curved into a thin smile. It looked like she didn't expect him to say that. I knew I made the correct decision. Stop saying those strange things. The crocodile wants food, right? Rayon smiled faintly while looking at the crocodile's teeth. That's easy. He just needed to go over the castle walls and he could find plenty of meat. He could just take out some of them. No, Merlin casually shook her head. It wants you to scratch its back. Be back, scratch its back. Yeah, 30 minutes should be enough. See you later. She told him to scratch all over its back to make it feel more satisfied and waved her hand. GRR. Once Merlin's presence disappeared, Rayon noticed the wilderness return to the crocodile's vertical pupils. GRR. The crocodile shoved its back onto Rayon, urging him to keep the promise. Ha. Rayon sighed while putting his hand on the crocodile's bumpy back. Am I really doing this now? Is she gone? Mustin narrowed his eyes while observing the back of his master, Rector. Why is he acting strange today? His master wanted to see Rayon Sieghart's swordsmanship, but his face stiffened as soon as he saw Rayon. He was supposed to ask about his swordsmanship, but simply left without asking anything and kept staring at the sky all day long. Mustin had been serving him as a disciple for a long time, but he'd never seen that happen before. What's happening? It can't be. His master was amazed when he saw the traces of the blade created by Rayon and fell speechless when he actually met him. Since the sword demon signified that he was crazy for swords, there was only one explanation for his behavior. Is it because of his talent? He became certain that his master's reaction came from his admiration for Rayon Sieghart's talent. Damn it. He was irritated by the fact that his master's expression was filled with emotions because of a young warrior just out of his teens when he'd never done that for Mustin. I didn't like him to begin with. He should have been the one to be called the young sword demon and the white sword dragon because he was the disciple of the sword demon. Mustin clenched his fist, thinking that Rayon had it all even though he was younger than himself. Moreover, the fact that he wasn't a normal disciple of his master was stirring his inferiority complex even further. Mustin exhaled the irritation weighing down on his heart and walked up to Rector. "Master, what's the matter?" Rector emotionlessly responded without even looking at him. "Master, are you all right? Don't mind me. Go out there and enjoy the festival." He shook his hand as if he were chasing away a fly. He'd never seen TH look in the eyes of his master's reflection on the window. Is he that amazing? He became anxious that his master was regretting having him as a disciple since he hadn't done it on his own volition. Is Rayon Sieghart that great? What? Rector looked at Mustin for the first time. A frightening glow was emerging from his eyes. "I've never seen the look in your eyes when you saw him or the traces he'd made." Rector raised his chin and stared at Mustin. "What are you trying to say?" "I'd like to spar against the White Sword Dragon." "Spar, yes. I'm going to defeat Rayon Sieghart and prove that I am the most suitable disciple of my master," Mustin confidently declared and clenched the hilt of his sword. "You want to spar?" Rector coldly closed his eyes. Mustin couldn't tell at all what he was thinking. "Are you confident?" "Of course." Mustin nodded, saying that he was obviously confident. "Fine." Rector nodded and stood up from the sofa for the first time. "Do whatever you want. I won't disappoint you." Mustin nodded and left the room. "I must be mistaken." Rayon scratched the crocodile's back for about 30 minutes before returning to the castle. The festival had already started, and people were laughing and cheering from all around the place. "The King of Essence is exhausted from dealing with the madwoman. Let's start eating already. Let me clean myself up first." Because the crocodile kept jolting while he scratched its back, his body was covered in mud. It was necessary to clean his hands and face before eating. "Ha!" Rayon sighed and went into the castle. "Did you play with mud or something? What happened to your clothes?" Burin laughed bitterly while looking at Rayon's clothes covered in mud. "Did you really play with a crocodile?" Run-On asked if it was fun, her eyes wide. She looked like she also wanted to join him. "Are you really playing with mud at your age? Keep your dignity as our vice squad leader." Martha shook her head, calling him pathetic. "I didn't." He simply shook his hand before heading to the well, because he figured he would sound even crazier if he said he scratched the crocodile's back. He drew the water and was about to clean his hands and face when a young man wearing fluttering white clothes came walking towards him. He was the young man who'd called the sword demon his master. Rayon remembered him because he had a ferocious pressure around him even though it was the first encounter. The sword demon was following behind him. He was drawing people's attention because of how tall he was. Did he come to enjoy the festival? He had a strange reaction in the morning, but Rayon figured he should go ahead and greet him since he was previously helped. When he was about to go towards the sword demon, his disciple stood on his way. Rayon looked around and was about to ask why he was doing that when Mustin bowed. "Nice to meet you. I'm Master Rector's disciple, Mustin. I'm Rayon Sieghart from the Light Wind Squad." Rayon greeted him back since Mustin was being polite despite his ferocious gaze. "Excuse me, but I have a request. Can you grant it to me?" "What kind of request is it?" Mustin glanced at the sword demon coming towards them from behind before tapping on his scabbard. "I'd like to feel how powerful the White Sword Dragon is since your great name is known throughout the continent. Would you spar with me?" He bowed once again and requested a spar. The sword demon's disciple, he's definitely powerful. Rayon could feel an outstanding power from him, as he would have expected from the disciple of the sword demon. He could feel that he was a powerful warrior who'd managed to incorporate countless martial arts in his swordsmanship. It wouldn't be a bad idea. He was bound to gain a lot from the match regardless of the outcome. However, Rayon licked his lips while looking up to the sword demon standing behind Mustin. "I would be able to gain even more if I fought his master instead of the disciple." Since even Wrath had acknowledged how powerful he was, he could learn a lot more than the spar against Mustin even if he was defeated in a single strike. It was a great opportunity for him since he had to get stronger even faster. "All right." Rayon nodded at Mustin before looking at the sword demon. "In return, can I also make a request?" "A request?" The sword demon's lips parted for the first time. "If I can still fight after the match against the disciple, I'd like to have an opportunity to cross blades against Sir Rector." Crossing the blades implied that he wanted to learn from him rather than sparring against him. "How can you say that?" Mustin bared his teeth and unleashed violent pressure around him. "You want an opportunity." The sword demon's gaze quickly became serious. "Are you confident?" Rayon smiled faintly while touching Heavenly Drive's hilt. A crimson heat haze appeared on his eyes. "I'll answer that question with the result." Rayon bit the inside of his cheek. He felt like his heart was splitting apart because of the sword demon's frightening gaze, but he activated the Ring of Fire to endure it. He's a real deal. He hadn't spread his pressure nor used his aura. The pressure came from his presence alone, which meant that the sword demon's fame resounding throughout the continent wasn't exaggerated. However, what did the expression that appeared on his face from time to time mean? Even though the sword demon was overwhelmingly superior in every aspect, including might and willpower, his eyes were trembling like a lake with a pebble thrown into it. Your pressure and confidence are befitting the name of White Sword Dragon at least. The sword demon nodded. His eyes weren't wavering as if a boulder was weighing down upon them anymore. All right, I accept that bet. It's not exactly a bet. Rayon shook his head at the sword demon. I just wanted to witness my senior's sword as a junior in the path of swordsmanship. You can still talk after how arrogant you were. Mustin fiercely glared at him like a savage beast looking at its prey. Your sword is never going to reach my master because I'll be putting an end to it. He threw away his pretense of politeness and ground his teeth. We won't know until we actually fight. Rayon smiled faintly while meeting Mustin's animosity-filled gaze. I am sorry, but I'm not about to stop with you since this is a great opportunity. Mustin hadn't become famous yet, but was powerful enough to be called the disciple of the sword demon. Rayon could already gain a lot from fighting against him. However, clashing against the sword demon a single time was far more beneficial for him in his realm. He wasn't underestimating Mustin. He just wanted to catch the better opportunity. Fine, draw your sword. Let's fight right away. Stop! Mustin was about to draw his sword when the sword demon raised his hand. He's not in perfect condition yet. He noticed at a glance that Rayon's might hadn't perfectly recovered yet. 2 days should be enough, right? Yes, sloth, but he simply nodded because he needed some time after that to get used to his growth. Let's set the date for noon in 2 days. The sword demon turned around after that and returned to his room. Mustin didn't follow him, biting his lip tightly while glaring at Rayon. I'm never going to lose to you. He glared with a frightening glow in his eyes as if he were holding some grudge against Rayon before he turned around to follow the sword demon. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Mustin. Why is he so angry? It's not simply because I requested a spar with the sword demon. Mustin's gaze was already hostile from the first encounter, and he could feel malice in his voice. He definitely hated me even before we met. Rayon couldn't understand his reaction because they'd never met before. He's jealous. Wrath snorted and rebuked him over the fact that he couldn't recognize human emotions even though he was also human. You seriously don't look like a human. Jealous? Why would he be jealous of me? Rayon couldn't understand why he would be jealous of anyone when he was the disciple of the sword demon that everyone looked up to. Envy is one of the ugly instincts of human beings. The reason doesn't really matter. Wrath murmured that he should wash himself already and start eating because it was obviously not an important reason. Envy, maybe you are right. Humans couldn't exactly tell their own emotions. Rayon had the feeling that Mustin probably didn't even know why he was so angry. Rayon washed his muddy hands and face before heading to the festival avenue. Since enough time had passed, people were already getting tipsy and had scattered around to enjoy the festival. The Light Wind Squad wasn't the only one on the long table that Dorian had taken out. Milland, Borini Kitten, Moral, and even Trevin were drinking with them. Everyone's together. Rayon smiled faintly and walked up to the table. Why are you bustling around so much? Rimmer frowned. His face was completely red because he'd already drunk so much. Come here already and pour a drink for your great squad leader. Sure, sure. Rayon ignored the drunkard and sat next to Milland. He bowed while pouring the drink into Milland's empty glass. How many times did you say that again? Milland shook his head while accepting the glass. This much is nothing compared to what you've done for Habun Castle. He grinned, saying that the Habun Castle knights and swordsmen who came to help had volunteered for it. Rayon's heart pounded upon hearing that everyone had volunteered to help him. It was a pleasant pounding that didn't feel repulsive at all. Milland simply tapped his shoulder. He seemed to know that feeling. It was the same for us. Borini Kitten smiled while putting down his fork. If it weren't for you, our Owen would have been disgraced from being unable to stop the Fallen as the host of the Conference of the Six Kings. You saved our people and our honor at the same time. Nothing I do will be enough to repay that gratitude. He bowed, saying that he wouldn't be able to repay that gratitude even if he tried for the rest of his life. Borini Kitten smiled gently, telling him to not consider it as a request. Isn't it true, Your Highness? Ah, yes, of course. The third prince was staring at Martha as she sipped her drink and awkwardly responded. Hey, why do you keep glaring at me? Hugh, Martha shouted at him, and the third prince quickly averted his gaze, pretending he wasn't looking. Rayon chuckled while watching them, and Wrath suddenly appeared to grab his collar. Stop talking. Please stop talking and start fucking eating already. Wrath screamed while asking why he had to keep running his mouth when there was so much food around. Which one do you want to start with? Let's start with the pie right in front of you. Rayon nodded and put the blueberry pie in his mouth since Wrath wanted it so much. Crunch. The crispiness of multi-layered pastry and the sour, sweet flavor of blueberry filled the mouth. The small pieces of almond scattered around added a nutty finisher, and satisfaction welled up in him from a single bite. This is pretty good. He could understand why Wrath kept begging him to eat it. Ooh. Tears dropped from Wrath's eyes as soon as he finished eating the pie. Is that how much you loved it? It's not just about the taste. The King of Essence couldn't help getting teary because of how much he had to suffer. He patted his own shoulder, praising himself for enduring a hard life under the evil human. Next up, bring the grape jam sandwich and the clay-baked duck. Wrath shouted the names of the next bit of food he wanted. Rayon chuckled and granted all of his requests because he almost looked like he hadn't eaten for days. Ahem, Wrath smiled in satisfaction while leisurely lying on the ground with a potbelly. This is the life. His eyes were blinking because he got drowsy after the meal. Rayon ignored him and went to Moral to pour some wine into his glass. This wine is rather decent. I don't like everything else though. Moral licked his lips, saying that he might come back to drink the wine again. I'm glad it suits your palate. Arian's wine is priceless, after all. He raised his gaze along with the glass. Are you still not going to tell me? What do you mean? I'm curious how you are controlling our donkey princess. I'm not controlling her. She simply promised that she'd grant a few of my requests. Rayon smiled faintly and shook his head. Well, I guess it's not that important. Moral sipped on the wine. The fact that the donkey knelt in front of me and pleaded was good enough. His lips rolled into a smile as he told him that it was his first time seeing that donkey princess bow to anyone even though he'd known her ever since her childhood. I'm glad to hear that. Rayon chuckled. Moral's reaction was natural because, considering her personality, Jaina wouldn't have acted differently in her kingdom. Rayon clinked glasses with Moral before going to the Warring Steel Division's table and sitting next to Trevin. Are you enjoying the festival? It's not bad. Trevin nodded, saying that the food and liquor were good enough to justify his help. Seriously, he wasn't honest, but he couldn't bring himself to hate him. He was different from the other members of the direct line of Sieghart in many ways. I was just getting bored. Trevin shook his hand, saying that he only came to help because he had nothing else to do. Our division leader is doing it again. You made a huge fuss because you wanted us to come to the rescue. Let's be honest, please. I wonder how long he's going to do that. Shut up, all of you, the Warring Steel swordsman murmured, and Trevin slammed the table with a flushed face. You don't need to thank me since we are swordsmen of Sieghart. Don't worry about it, Trevin declared and guzzled down his drink. Rayon's fingertips trembled as he watched Trevin keep wolfing down his drink. I don't need to thank him because we are swordsmen of Sieghart. He would have sneered if it were another member of the direct line who'd said that line. However, because it was Trevin, who came to save the Light Wind Squad without expecting anything in return, his heart pounded violently. I want to remember that line. Trevin was right. It was the house's job to save its members regardless of the situation or circumstance. Rayon wanted to make a house where people could trust each other like that if he ended up making one in the future. Rayon bowed to Trevin and the Warring Steel Division once again before sitting at the table. Wrath, who'd been hanging on his shoulder like laundry, poked his head over his bulging belly. Is it the second round? The King of Essence can keep eating. My stomach is about to burst, though. Nonsense. You might shove some Nadine bread into it if you have space left in your stomach. We need to fill even more. Ha. Rayon shook his head and filled his plate with food that he hadn't tasted yet. By the way, what took you so long? Martha was glaring at the third prince before she started to drink again and suddenly asked. I know, right? You took so long in the swamp and also when you washed yourself. Burin tilted his head, asking what happened. Did you fall asleep? Run-On asked if anyone gave him a blanket to sleep on the road. That's not it. I met the sword demon and his disciple on the way. Why would you do that? It just happened. We are going to have a spar. Spar? Where is this even coming from? The Light Wind members suddenly stood up and dropped their jaws, and the same went for the warriors from the other factions. What happened was... Rayon briefly explained what happened at the well. A spar against the sword demon. That's an amazing opportunity. It's an extraordinary occasion indeed, as he's the strongest of the 5 great swordmasters and an expert in swordsmanship. I am jealous. They licked their lips, jealous that Rayon had a chance to spar against the sword demon. Wait, no, you have to defeat his disciple beforehand. He had an extraordinary pressure. I could tell at a glance that he is a mighty warrior. Moreover, there should be more than his realm since he's the sword demon's disciple. He must be several times stronger than his realm. But Rayon is still going to win. Indeed, he didn't earn the name of White Sword Dragon by gambling. Everyone clinked their glasses and started to guess who was going to win the spar. Rimmer's eyes sparkled like a star even though he'd been quietly drinking. A spar. He quietly stood up from the table while holding his glass. I shall make my preparations. Rayon picked up Heavenly Drive from next to the table and stood up. He clenched his right fist and nodded. I am in perfect condition. He rested for a day to recover his body and trained the next day to get used to his improved body and aura. He was certain that he was in his best condition. You are still a weakling. Rayon looked aside upon hearing Wrath's sneer. A plump cotton candy was jeering at him. It was the result of eating everything he wanted for 2 days, as he had to get enough nutrition for recovery anyway. Do your best so that you won't lose to a mere disciple. I was planning to do so even if you didn't tell me to. I need to get stronger even faster. He didn't even have a year and a half until the duel against the Axe King. Fighting Mustin was going to be educational, but he wanted to try facing the sword demon in order to advance even higher. Rayon changed into the combat uniform and equipped Heavenly Drive around his waist before leaving his room. Because the rumor about the spar had already spread, lots of people were gathered around the training ground with a bunch of food vendors. This is pretty much a festival. There are chicken skewers over there. Clay-baked chicken skewers are rare delicacies. Let's go there and eat them. Wrath licked his lips while looking at the clay-baked chicken skewers that were being sold at a stall on the right. I am about to fight, though. Eating before you fight will make you better. I already ate, though. Snacks are a part of a meal. Rayon started at wrath in bewilderment before he sighed. He couldn't understand why his wrath kept decreasing and his gluttony kept increasing instead. Monarch of useless eating. Rayon came to the conclusion that he picked the wrong name. He wanted to meet the one who gave him the name Monarch of Wrath. Let's go already. I am not. Rayon slapped Wrath away because he kept clinging to him and went towards the center of the castle while looking around the stalls. One more beer. I need popcorn. Wow, I'm looking forward to the match. I wonder who's going to win. Do you even need to ask? Our benefactor is obviously going to win, but his opponent is the disciple of the sword demon from the 5 great swordmasters, and he's way older too. He has extraordinary skills, that's for sure. People were trying to guess who was going to win the match while enjoying the food. Rayon was going towards the arena, but he found a large stall with even more people than the others. I'm going to bet on our benefactor, Sir Rayon. Me too. I am obviously betting on the benefactor, but the swordsman called Mustin was rather amazing. His eyes looked like a savage beast's. It's understandable since the sword demon must know how to teach a disciple. He could see a large amount of gold and silver coins being poured into the stall. They seemed to be gambling. People would be gambling, of course. Since the outcome wasn't obvious at all, it was only natural that people would gamble about it. Since it was part of the festival, there was no reason to stop them. I wonder if the squad leader is there. A dung fly wouldn't miss out on dung. True. Rayon figured that the punk elf must have been there and tried to find him, but unexpectedly he couldn't see him anywhere. Did he already bet and get away? He thought Rimmer would check the odds before betting, but he must bet before the others and left. Rayon decided to leave them alone, but a familiar voice could be heard from inside the stall. Ha, you ignorant fools. Rayon didn't put an end to this war, I did. You can't tell who wins until it happens. Rayon looked at the stall once again upon hearing that loafer's voice. A red-haired elf was grinning from the shopkeeper's seat. Rayon and Wrath's jaws dropped as they found Rimmer, who was running the gambling house instead of simply betting on it. How far is that elf planning to go? You won't get such a great opportunity to hit the jackpot ever again. You can make money while watching Rayon's match. This is hitting 2 rabbits with 1 stone. Rimmer clapped his hands and raised his voice to gather more customers. This is a match between Rayon Sieghart, the kennel master who leads the mad dog squad full of rabid dogs, and the young sword demon Mustin, who will become famous all over the world as the disciple of the sword demon. Gambling here will make it even more fun to watch. People gathered upon hearing his cheerful shout and filled the gambling area. Wrath shook his head while watching Rimmer. The King of Essence has seen quite a lot of shitty ears in the past, but he's never seen anyone with such a peculiar personality. He murmured that it was a mystery how he was born among those proud elves. Rayon nodded stiffly. Same goes for me. I never thought I'd meet an elf like him. The elves were characterized by their beautiful appearance, high affinity to nature, and their tendency to reject other races and live a quiet life in nature. However, the appearance was the only feature that suited Rimmer's description. The King of Essence told you. His ears are detachable. Just try pulling them and they will come off. Maybe you are right. Rayon chuckled and nodded. He really acted like some punk in the backstreet except for his appearance. He really started to wonder whether it was possible to disassemble and reassemble his ears. Rayon went to Rimmer's gambling stall, which was getting more and more crowded. People were trying to guess who was going to win before betting. I don't know who I should be betting on. Bet on Sir Rayon, of course. He didn't earn the name White Sword Dragon by gambling. I would normally choose our benefactor, but look who he's fighting against. I agree. He's no other than the disciple of the sword demon from 5 great swordmasters. He's not some pushover. This is so hard. What should I do? They would have normally bet on Rayon, who was the hero from the previous war, but they couldn't easily decide because the name of the sword demon was too important. I don't even know anymore. I'm going to believe in our benefactor. Same. I'm going to be loyal since I can't tell who's going to win. Certainly, the White Sword Dragon is more likely to win. Look at how he single-handedly ended the war. I'm also betting on Sir Rayon. The people right in front of the stall bet on Rayon, and those at the back nodded their heads while saying that they also wanted to bet on him. Everyone's so ignorant. Rimmer smiled like a snake while watching the money pile up on the stall. I already told you, but Rayon didn't single-handedly end the war at all. I helped him. He excitedly proclaimed that his help was what allowed him to end the war, and Rayon was just limping from exhaustion. We have the said person there. Rayon, Rimmer waved his hand towards Rayon, who was staring at them blankly from the back. Rayon gasped while looking at Rimmer. Seriously, that guy. He never imagined he would try to use him for his gamble instead of being embarrassed about it. He was almost as shameless as Merlin. Rayon, you tell them. Did you finish the last fight on your own? I didn't. Rayon shook his head since he wouldn't have been able to cut the death sphere without Rimmer and Wendy's help. What would have happened if Habun Castle or I didn't help you? It would have been extremely dangerous. Rayon responded honestly because he had no other choice. See, his rumors are exaggerated. It's as bad as the bubbles that appear when you frantically rub your hands of soap. Rimmer was calling him Bubbles even though he just praised him as the kennel master of the Light Wind Squad and the White Sword Dragon. It hurts me to see all your confusion. I'll give you a hint. The rumors said that the disciple of the Sword Demon has defeated an apostle from the White Blood religion and a floor overseer from the Black Tower before coming here. He was rambling nonsense since he previously said during the festival that he didn't even know that the Sword Demon had a disciple. Moreover, Rayon was called the Young Sword Demon in the past. Mustin is going to do his absolute best to take away that title. Gasp, he defeated an apostle and a floor overseer. His pressure was extraordinary indeed. He looked even stronger than what we'd expect from the disciple of the Sword Demon. He will definitely be desperate to win with the title of Young Sword Demon on the line. I am even more confused now after hearing that. People were contemplating it when the third prince came to the stall and put down his gold pouch. Thud, the heavy sound of the pouch hitting the table gathered everyone's attention. I'm betting 500 gold on Rayon Sieghart. Desire welled up in people's eyes upon seeing the huge amount of money. Huff, 500 gold coins. That's so much. They were so focused on calculating the dividend that they didn't even sound like they were breathing. I decided, I am betting on the disciple of the Sword Demon. 10 silvers for Mustin. Get away, it's my turn. I'm also betting on Mustin. Take the money that I was going to spend to buy candy for my daughter. People stopped contemplating and pumped their money on the table. Your Highness, Rayon called the third prince. The third prince's shoulders flinched before he averted his gaze to look at Rimmer instead. What's happening? He looked like a kid who was found out while stealing, even though he just bet the money. It was rather suspicious. Could it be? Rayon frowned and sent an aura message to the third prince. Did our squad leader ask you to do this? About that. His trembling voice confirmed that he was following Rimmer's instruction. But why would your Highness even join our squad leader's gamble? Rayon tried to think about it and could figure out how Rimmer was ordering the third prince around. Is it because of Martha? Yuha, the third prince was startled, and it confirmed Rayon's suspicion. Rimmer must have asked him to help him increase the amount of bets by offering information about Martha since he knew about his feelings for her. Rayon bit his lip. Seriously, what should I do with him? It was pretty much gambling fraud. He couldn't believe Rimmer was doing that. My turn, take my money already. I'm betting on the Sword Demon's disciple. I'm betting on Sir Rayon. Rayon thought about stopping them, but people's eyes were already filled with madness. They looked like they would start a riot if he tried to stop them. It's your turn now. Rimmer shook his hand to the side because he couldn't deal with all the customers on his own. Yes. Dorian came from the corner where he'd been hiding and wrote down the amount of people's bets before shoving their money into his belly pocket. And what are you even doing? I am the bank for today. Dorian sniffled while taking the money. A portion of the gambling commission will be donated for House Arian's reconstruction. Consider it as a donation and bet your money. Rimmer shouted that a large portion of the commission he would be earning was going to be donated to House Arian. A donation? I'm going to bet more money. Shut up and take my money already. Rayon, Mustin. Once he mentioned that he was running the gambling place out of goodwill, people even took out their pocket money to bet. That shouldn't be the case though. Wrath shook his head, saying that there was no way Shitty Ears would be doing a good deed. He will have to donate after he declares it like that. Rayon believed he was going to lie even though he was Rimmer. He laughed bitterly because he never imagined Rimmer would be doing a good deed. He noticed that it was written on the signboard that he was going to donate some of the profit. I never thought I would see the squad leader in a different ligha. Rayon was reading the phrase and suddenly dropped his jaw. At the end of the signboard, it was written 40 commission with extremely tiny letters that even masters would need to focus on their eyes to see it. F40%. Even the illegal gambling took 10-20 commission, yet he was charging 40. Even the loan sharks were no match for his crazy rate. I can understand why he's donating it. He was literally going to make a bank with a 40 commission rate. He must have been planning to give away a small portion of it. The King of Essence told you, Shitty Ears is incorrigible. Ha. Rayon lamented while looking at Rimmer's pupils that had turned into gold coins. That's what we call a dark elf. Mustin went to Rector's room once he was ready for the match. Master, he bowed to Rector, who was sitting on a sofa and watching outside the window. It's time for the match. Indeed. Rector turned his head for the first time in 2 days. He had been staring outside the window ever since the encounter with Rayon. Mustin bit his lip tightly while looking at the enervated look in his master's eyes. Damn it. He requested a fight against Rayon to prove that he was better than him, yet his master ended up witnessing Rayon's spirit instead. Rector hadn't looked at him since he met Rayon and kept drinking his wine while staring at the sky. Mustin clenched his scabbard. He could almost see Rayon's reflection in Rector's eyes. Arrogant bastard. Defeat me and cross swords with my master, you said. He unconsciously clenched his grip because he remembered Rayon's face as he arrogantly rambled without even knowing his opponent's skills. Creak. The twisted scream of the scabbard sounded like it was about to break. His stomach ached as he thought about Rayon, who took away the title of a sword dragon that he'd always wanted to have and even his master's attention. I'm going to defeat you no matter what. Rayon was affiliated with Sieghart, but he didn't inherit Glenn's martial art. Since Mustin inherited the sword demon's martial art and had been training for longer than him, he thought he was obviously going to win. Master. Mustin took a step towards the sword demon. I'm going to win the spar today and stop his sword from reaching my master. Be careful. Rector slowly turned his head. That boy is powerful. Don't underestimate him. Consider him as the strongest opponent you've faced so far. The strongest opponent. Mustin bit his lip, so he really does acknowledge him. Rector rarely acknowledged people's skills. His master was such an aloof person, yet he was praising a young bastard when he was the disciple. Mustin's heart tightened upon reaching that thought. Moreover, he wasn't personally chosen by Rector when he became a disciple, and that fact made him further infuriated. Please watch me. I'm going to prove that I am the only one suitable as my master's disciple. Mustin turned around with a frightening look in his eyes. Rector shook his head while looking at Mustin's back. He's completely mistaken. The first disciple he ever had seemed to be gravely mistaken, but he had a feeling that it would be pointless to say anything in his state. In fact, he figured the experience could help him improve in the future and decided to leave alone. Rector sighed heavily while looking outside the window once again. I'll be able to find out today whether I guessed right or not. Rayon entered the arena before the sun reached the center of the sky. Because the rumor about the spar had already spread, the warriors who came as reinforcements and House Arian's members were gathered around the arena. Woa, he made his entrance. Rayon, 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 White Sword Dragon, White Sword Dragon, White Sword Dragon. Their cheers were even louder than back in Sieghart, probably because Rayon had already encountered every single one of them before. Rayon raised his hand to respond to their cheers, and the crowd on the other side split apart to make way for Rector the Sword Demon and Mustin, his disciple, to make their entrance with heavy steps. Mustin bowed to the Sword Demon before entering the arena. Woa, Mustin, Mustin, the disciple of the Sword Demon, the rising star who's slain an apostle and a floor overseer. Mustin walked towards the center with a vicious glow in his eyes that looked like he was about to fight to the death. You don't realize how much I've been looking forward to this day. Same goes for me. Rayon nonchalantly nodded. The titles of Young Sword Demon and Sword Dragon. You only managed to get them because you got lucky. Those names would be describing me instead if I made my appearance before you. I'm not interested in them. Take them. Rayon wasn't exactly interested in titles. He shrugged his shoulders because he didn't mind having no other name than Rayon Sieghart like how it was in the past. That's the part I don't like about you. You are too arrogant. That doesn't seem to be the only reason. Mustin's pressure was just as fierce during their first encounter. Arrogance couldn't be the only reason for his animosity. I'll make you shut that mouth of yours. He grabbed his scabbard with a powerful glare that looked like his eyes were burning. Everyone who has said that has failed to achieve it. Shut up. They swore at me the exact same way as you. Rayon snickered and took a step forward. He faced Mustin at a distance, only the sound of their breathing reaching each other. Once they got into their postures to signal that they were ready, Borini Kitten entered the arena. I'm Borini Kitten from Owen. I'll be the referee of today's match. He politely lowered his head at Rayon and Mustin one after the other. Killing moves are prohibited. Please respect your opponent since this is a spar. Yes, all right. Borini Kitten withdrew to the edge of the arena after they answered. The spar between Rayon Sieghart and Mustin is starting now. He lowered his hand that was raised towards the sky before leaving the arena. Rayon Sieghart. Mustin immediately drew his sword and dashed. He unleashed all of his aura from the beginning and slammed down his sword with his eyes brimming with an inferiority complex. Rayon furrowed his brow while watching Mustin's strike fall toward him. What is this? Too many principles were dwelling in the strike. Swoosh. It was fast, heavy, powerful, sharp, variable, and illusory at the same time. Thud. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps to withdraw to the left side to further observe his technique. Where do you think you're running? Mustin's sword twisted like a snake chasing after a mouse to follow up. Precision and flexibility were added on top of the previous principles. Kring. Rayon leaned backward to dodge Mustin's sword. His bangs got cut before they could descend and could be seen fluttering in the air. Thud. He forced his ankle to withdraw as if he were gliding through ice and narrowed his eyes. It must be a versatile sword. Swordsmanship had as many principles as the number of swordsmen in the world. Most of the techniques were made by combining a few different principles, but those who could use the versatile sword were an exception. They could endlessly develop their technique by using the arts they'd already learned, and even the ones that they were going to learn in the future. The sword demon could use the versatile sword. Glenn Sieghart and Darius Robert were the only people known to the public as masters of the versatile sword, but the sword demon must have been another one. However, Rayon briefly clicked his tongue while watching Mustin's consecutive attacks, which were wrapped in raging astral energy. He's just superficial. The versatile sword should have been a unique technique with a concentration of countless arts, but the principles weren't forming any harmony in Mustin's sword. His swift sword wasn't fast, his heavy sword wasn't heavy, and the powerful sword wasn't powerful. All kinds of techniques were mixed together, but he hadn't mastered any of them, nor were they properly blended in. Moreover, he's not even looking at me. His shoulders were stiff and his hands were excessively strained. He was exerting too much strength for no reason from the beginning, and he seemed to be trying to show off to the sword demon behind him instead of fighting his opponent. This match is pointless. Rayon's gaze became ice cold. There was no reason to waste any time since there was nothing to gain from an opponent who was simply venting his anger. You won't be able to dodge this. Mustin rushed in like lightning and thrust his sword. He surrounded Rayon from 4 directions with the principles of heavy sword to prevent him from dodging, incorporating the principles of swift and powerful swords into the attack while adding the variable and illusion swords to confuse his opponent. Rumble. The heaviness of Rayon's body felt like gravity had intensified, and his vision was covered by the radiance of the red astral energy engulfing the sword. It was truly an excessively flashy technique. Even an outstanding master shouldn't be able to counter that flashy and powerful strike. However, I am different. Because Rayon was ahead of Mustin on the path of the versatile sword, it was an easy task to shatter such a shabby mixture of techniques. He decided to bestow a lesson on the fool who was walking the same path of the versatile sword. Thud, Rayon stomped the ground. The heated power rising from his legs engulfed his body as he closed the distance towards Mustin. Kring, when the tip of Mustin's sword was about to reach Rayon, he unsheathed Heavenly Drive, the explosive energy of the 10,000 Flames cultivation dashed through the mana circuits all around his body to unleash a powerful, raging crimson flame from his right hand. Mustin's jealous gaze gradually changed. His eyes expanded in astonishment, and his mouth widened. It's already too late. It was too late to realize his mistake because Rayon's sword draw was already reaching the tip of Mustin's sword. Wham! Heavenly Drive didn't have as many principles as Mustin's, but the speed, precision, and power that he needed were perfectly blended into one. The combination of the principles was simple yet perfect. They distorted like moonlight and clashed against Mustin's powerful strike. Clang! The principles were erased one after the other from Mustin's sword. The swiftness disappeared, the heaviness was destroyed, and the change and illusion subsided. An ordinary sword was left once all of the principles disappeared. Creak! Rayon strained his wrist holding Heavenly Drive to slash all the way. Clang! The bare sword of Mustin was split in half and got stuck in the ground. Ah! Mustin was shocked and Rayon twirled Heavenly Drive to bring it to his neck. He couldn't even show any reaction and simply stood there with trembling lips. I kept my promise about answering with the result. Mustin's unfocused eyes looked like he still didn't understand what was happening, and Rayon didn't even look at him anymore. He lowered Heavenly Drive while looking at the sword demon behind him. I'd like to request the second match. The spectators were watching the fight in bewilderment, and the light returned to their eyes the moment Mustin dropped the remaining half of his sword. A single strike. Did the sword demon's disciple really lose in a single strike? What the hell? How is this even possible? Let alone the sword demon's disciple. Was it even possible for a master to defeat another master in a single strike? I can't believe my eyes. Wasn't it a bit too fast? It was way too fast. They say much noise, no substance, but this is even worse. The spectators sighed deeply because the match between Rayon and Mustin ended in a single strike despite how much they'd been looking forward to it. Ah. Mustin looked at the remaining half of his sword with a trembling chin. He could see the clean cut at the center of the blade, and the other half of the blade was slammed into the ground. What's happening? Did I really lose while using my master's technique? He couldn't believe that the sword demon rector's martial art was defeated by a single strike from that young bastard. He felt like he was having a nightmare. Impossible. Defeat was a possibility since Rayon Sieghart had the title Sword Dragon, which signified that he was the strongest among the young warriors. However, he couldn't understand no matter how he thought about how he could lose in a single strike, and to a casual sword draw that didn't even seem to be a special technique. This isn't right. Mustin raised his broken sword and pointed at Rayon. I haven't lost yet, I won't admit it. He ground his teeth, saying that he couldn't admit his defeat. Tusk. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue while watching Mustin shout at him. Pathetic. Wrath shook his head while looking at Mustin as if he were an insect. His unsightly behavior is even worse than his pathetic performance. Indeed, he fails to surpass my expectations. Even though it was a single strike, the match was already decided. He would have died right there if it was a real battle. The position as the Sword Demon's disciple was too good for him with the way he was denying reality. It was a problem with his personality rather than skill. So what do you want to do now? A rematch. I can keep fighting in this state. Astral energy burst from the remaining half of Mustin's blade as he tried to keep going with the fight. It's a bit annoying, but I should thoroughly crush him while I am at it. A proper match against Mustin would be a difficult one, but it was going to be rather easy since he was even more agitated than before. Mustin. Just as Rayon was about to raise Heavenly Drive once again, the Sword Demon entered the arena. Step. Even though his footstep was faint, it quietly descended upon Rayon's ears through the loud clamor from the spectators. Master. Mustin swallowed nervously while looking at the Sword Demon's cold eyes. This is a spar and a duel at the same time. The Sword Demon raised his hand, and the blade stuck on the ground floated by itself to land on his palm. You have to admit your defeat, even if it was a single strike, and even if you were being careless. Go down. Mustin bit his lip to the point of bleeding and left the arena. However, he glared at Rayon with bloodshot eyes. He seemed to be saying that he would never forget the humiliation. I apologize in his stead. The Sword Demon walked up to Rayon and closed his eyes. He's lacking manners because he only recently appeared in public. Please understand him. The broken blade on his hand turned into iron dust and fluttered into the air. Rayon wasn't sure if it was supposed to be an apology or a threat. It's fine, Rayon reluctantly nodded. Then what about the spar against Sir Rector? Let's get started in a moment since you must need some rest. The Sword Demon told him to cultivate before the match and left the arena. Rayon licked his lips while watching the Sword Demon's back. There's no reason to refuse since he's giving me a chance to fight better. He nodded and sat on the chair right below the arena. What the hell is wrong with you? What else? He's crazy. Burin gasped and Martha rolled her lips into a smile. Rayon, super damn handsome. Runan gave him a thumbs up to praise him. Please guard me while I am cultivating. Rayon asked the three to guard him before he closed his eyes. Mustin's swordsmanship must have been the Sword Demon's martial art. He closed his eyes while thinking about the small portion he could learn from Mustin's technique. I beg your pardon, Mustin went on his knees as soon as the Sword Demon left the arena. This foolish disciple ruined my master's reputation. He almost sounded like he was screaming as he slammed his head on the ground. However, Mustin raised his bleeding forehead. His eyes were distorted like a fiend. I really was just careless. I can win if I do my best. Mustin, the Sword Demon, furrowed his brow while looking down on Mustin. Did you just say that you can win if you aren't careless? Indeed, he only won by sheer coincidence. I'll recover our honor if you give me another chance. Are you telling me that you can win without even looking at your opponent? What? Mustin's lips parted in surprise since he was unable to comprehend. Your sword was directed at me instead of that boy. Your mind was sparring against me instead of Rayon. The Sword Demon's cold eyes were staring at his disciple's trembling shoulders. Weren't you solely focused on showing me some advanced technique instead of facing the opponent in front of you? Do you truly believe you can win against a sword dragon in that state? About that. Mustin couldn't respond and hung his head. He's right, I wanted my master to watch my swordsmanship, not Rayon. He was defeated in a single strike because he used the versatile sword that he hadn't mastered yet, intending to prove that he was the only disciple of the Sword Demon. Damn it, he finally realized it. His defeat was only natural because he used an inexperienced technique without focusing on his opponent. You finally realized it. The Sword Demon slowly nodded. You would have had a good match against him if you did your best instead of trying to copy my technique. Og. Mustin's body trembled as he bit his lip. Today's defeat will become a foothold to reach even higher in the future. Don't forget about it for the rest of your life. And the Sword Demon took another step towards Mustin. You are gravely mistaken about something. Let me tell you. What? Mustin blankly raised his head. It was my decision to take you as my disciple, but I have no intention of canceling it. Don't worry about pointless things and focus on training, since you are the only disciple I have. The Sword Demon turned once he made his declaration. It should be enough with everything I told him. Mustin had always had low self-esteem and became easily agitated because he had always been concerned by the fact that the Sword Demon didn't personally choose him as his disciple. Even though he took a disciple against his will, he had no intention of going back on the decision. Rector wanted his disciple's shortcomings to be fixed through the incident. Rayon was cultivating with his eyes closed, and the Sword Demon weakly bit his lip while watching him. It's strange no matter how I think about it. He doesn't look similar, but he does at the same time. Rayon Sieghart kept reminding him of that child. He had different hair and eye color than Rayon's flashy blonde hair and red eyes, but the perfect facial features were way too similar to be normal. He's reminding me of bad memories. The sword demon sighed while watching Rayan, and Mustin also glared at him while clenching his fist. The gamblers came back to their senses after the shock of the first match and ran towards Rimmer's stall. Sieghart sort of Leeite, "Hey, you fucking scammer, give my money back. Are you telling me that worthless guy killed an apostle and a floor overseer? Bullshit. He's just some shitter. I should never believed in an elf." The rushing gamblers looked like they were about to break the stall as they grabbed Rimmer by his collar. Madness was overflowing from everyone's eyes because they'd lost their money way too easily. Dorian's lips trembled violently because of their bloodshot eyes. "Hey, calm down, everyone." Rimmer didn't panic at all and shook his hand to calm people down. Business is business. Rayan won in a single strike, but he still took a significant amount of damage. You can see that he's cultivating over there. He pointed at Rayan, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, and the gamblers stopped screaming for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a saying that people get 3 chances in their lives. Your first chance was that you got to witness this match, and your second chance was that you could bet your money on this match. Your third chance is the fact that there's another game ahead of you. Rimmer shouted, and everyone's jaw dropped whether they won or lost. "A chance? We are getting another chance. What do you mean? Let me go for now and take a step back, please." The spectators released Rimmer's collar and withdrew. "You should already be aware, but the upcoming match is a spar between Rayan and the Sword Demon. It's more like a small lesson rather than a spar, but the situation has changed." Rimmer smiled coldly while pointing at the Sword Demon. "Rayan just blew up his precious disciple in a single strike. Do you think the Sword Demon would overlook this matter? What do you think? I'm asking you right there." He pointed at the gambler who'd been holding his collar until a moment ago. "Dear customer, what would you have done if you were the Sword Demon? I'd destroy him in a single strike just like he did." Correct, the Sword Demon is still a human being, and skin is nearer than a shirt. He must be harboring an extreme hatred towards Rayan, who humiliated his disciple. He is obviously going to try crushing Rayan in a single strike. That's why. Rimmer slammed the table and stood up. "We are getting our third chance. Can Rayan withstand the Sword Demon's first strike or not? Let's start gambling." He announced the new gamble and asked them to start betting already. What the hell? Isn't that too one-sided? I know, right? The Sword Demon's strike is way too powerful, even for Sir Rayan. I agree. This doesn't even work as a gamble. Shut the hell up and give my money back. People sneered, saying that no one was going to bet on Rayan unless they were idiots. They were simply glaring at Rimmer, without betting any money, when the third prince pushed his way through the crowd to reach the table. "I'm going to bet the money I won from the last round, and the original sum that the swordsman Rayan will withstand the first strike." The third prince declared that he didn't need to get the money back since he was going to bet on Rayan. Rimmer lowered his head with a smile on his face when he heard the third prince's aura message. "I'll be counting on you to keep your promise and tell me Lady Martha's preference." "Oh, of course. I'll tell you what she likes the most after it's over." He immediately nodded while looking at the third prince. "She just likes fighting and insulting. It's not anything special." Since Martha was never going to fall for the third prince, he was planning to tell him whatever she liked and call it quits. "Dorian, make sure to write it down." Yes, Dorian nodded and wrote down the third prince's bet on his account book. Wait, didn't the third prince wager 500 gold coins earlier? He did. It must have increased to 1,000 gold because he won. Is he seriously gambling all that money? What the hell? He has the nerve of steel. People swallowed nervously while looking at the third prince, who bet a large sum without hesitation. "I am betting on the Sword Demon." "Me too. God damn it. Take my emergency fund. This is the third chance. He's so right. I need to take this third chance no matter what. I'm going to Cameloon after this." Everyone started betting once again, whether they won the previous round or not, and the table was filled with money. Rimmer grinned while watching a pile of money grow big enough to cast a shadow. He gathered his hands and lowered his head towards Rayan, who opened his eyes after his cultivation and started to pray ardently. "Oh my god of wealth." Rayan shook his head while watching the huge ruckus at Rimmer's gambling stall. He's definitely not starving to death no matter what he does. The way he turned the crisis in his favor like a snake was almost admirable. "Let me pull those long ears off." Wrath angrily punched into the air with his round fist. "Yeah, it's irritating to watch." Rayan chuckled and entered the arena. Since he warmed up during the previous match and the cultivation replenished his aura, his condition was even better than during the match against Mustin. The Sword Demon had been looking at him, and he nodded before walking into the arena. "Are you ready?" "Yes." Rayan nodded heavily. The Sword Demon narrowed his eyes while looking back at Mustin. "I'm glad to hear that." Rayan licked his lips while looking at the bloody look in Mustin's eyes despite what Sword Demon was saying. "Since you've enlightened my disciple in a single strike, I'd also like to finish this match in a single strike. Do you want to try it out? I'm honored." Rayan slowly caught his breath and unsheathed Heavenly Drive. "Here I go." The Sword Demon drew his sword from 10 steps away from Rayan. The blade reaching towards the sky was slightly red. A A majestic amount of power could be felt from his form, which was too natural to be called the upper posture. His sword slowly descended. It was so slow that even a kid would have been able to easily dodge, but Rayon's heart tightened to the point of bursting. What is going on? The speed was so slow that he could get bored, and the blade wasn't even surrounded with aura, let alone astral energy. However, Rayon couldn't even begin to guess how to defend against it. I'm going to die if I dodge, but I'm also going to die if I block it. His body was being crushed by the sword's pressure, which felt like the entire world was falling toward him. His bones were creaking and he couldn't even breathe anymore. He started to wonder if it was even possible for a human being to use such a technique. This is an interesting lesson. Wrath seemed to be entertained as he licked his lips. His voice acted like cold water pouring onto Rayon and he returned to his senses. I can't lose like this. I need to find a way. He stimulated his heart, which was frozen in fear, and activated the ring of fire. The rings slowly rotated and resonated with each other to release his body from the pressure that was binding him like a chain. However, he still couldn't figure out how to defend against the strike, even with the ring of fire. The only way to dodge was to kneel in front of him. Is he trying to make me pay the price for humiliating his disciple? The sword demon's attack was a supreme one for Rayon, who was facing him, but it only looked like a joke to the spectators. Rayon could guess that the sword demon was trying to return his disciple's humiliation with interest. This is a bit unsightly if he's serious about this. He started to boil with rage because he never thought the famous sword demon would resort to such a cheap trick. Rayon bit his lip tightly and clenched Heavenly Drive. The techniques I've used before aren't going to work. None of the techniques he learned and created in the past was capable of stopping the sword demon's attack. If my current realm isn't enough, I just need to advance even further. Rayon increased the ring of fire's output to the maximum while watching the sword demon's attack. Kring. The resonance of the rings stimulated his upper energy center, which wasn't completely open yet. His heated brain felt like it was melting, and a new scene was displayed in front of him. The slow descent of the sword demon's blade looked faster instead, and he could see the principles inside it like a panorama. This technique. It was the same technique as Mustin's, but it was on a whole different level of completion. The dignity of the versatile sword that combined countless principles of swordsmanship was roaring towards the world. No emotion could be read from the sword demon's eyes behind the completed versatile sword. He looked so apathetic that he looked like he was crushing a bug to death. Rayon didn't want to lose once he realized the technique's nature and saw the sword demon's look of disdain. The 7 rings combined into one, and he could feel the world's energy as if the mana in his body returned to nature. The sword demon's sword was fast, slow, heavy, light, powerful, soft, flexible, precise, variable, and illusory at the same time. Even though it should have been impossible for those contradicting principles to coexist, they were dwelling together inside that single strike. I would have never been able to defend against it if it was my first time seeing this. However, I've witnessed an even more amazing technique from the closest spot. The flow was different, but he'd witnessed the sword of a warrior who'd managed to combine all of the martial principles in the world. Glenn Sieghart. Watching his back came with an expensive return. Because he'd witnessed the sword of the destructive King of North, he could bare his fangs at the versatile sword falling towards him. I'm going to advance. 1 step, 2 steps. Rayon imagined the sword of the Transcender, who managed to push back the White Blood's religion's leader and the Fallen at the same time. The ring of fire rotated as fast as possible, and the huge resonance coming from their distortion sounded like they were about to break. Inside his mental world, there was nothing but sword buds in that white world, but a new sprout slowly emerged. Rayon enjoyed the burning pain of his brain and fixed the grip on Heavenly Drive. He controlled the 10,000 flames, cultivation S heat, and glacier S coldness at the same time as he extended his left foot. Thud, the extreme heaviness of his step created a huge fissure in the arena. He connected that majestic power with his waist and remembered the martial arts he'd learned before. I can't incorporate all of them at once. Mustin was the perfect example of that. It was better to leave out the principles that weren't mastered yet. Rayon chose the techniques that he'd been practicing all along to incorporate into himself. Rayon Sieghart's fast, powerful, variable, and precise sword along with a majestic radiance. Rayon slashed through the sword demon's pressure and advanced with the new versatile sword he'd created. Creak, his entire body was screaming in pain. His fingertips were trembling from the pain that felt like his bones were smashed into pieces and his muscles were being torn apart. His brain was the most painful part. He felt like his head was being scorched into ash because his upper energy center was overheating. Rayon clenched his back teeth and raised his gaze. He could see the sword demon's undisturbed blue eyes. He must have expected that Rayon would manage that much, so I didn't surpass his expectations. Considering that he wasn't surprised at all, the sword demon must have expected Rayon's growth during the clash. It was an insight befitting his fame. Fine, I'll break that composure. Enduring pain was pretty much breathing for Rayon. It felt like his heart and head were about to burst, but he endured the pain and clenched his grip. His upper energy center glowed red from the ring of fire's heat. The swords that were buried in his mental world were further revealed, and dazzling light radiated from the principle of versatile sword in heavenly drive. One step and one more step. The sword demon used to be so far away, but he was finally right in front of his eyes, and heavenly drive was close enough to reach his sword. Clang! Heavenly drive clashed against the sword demon's blade. There was no shockwave, nor was there a thunderous noise. The clash between the versatile principles in their swords created a ringing resonance. Rumble. Unlike that elegant resonance, the pressure coming from the sword demon's blade became twice as powerful and started to crush Rayon's body. His ankles trembled as if he were standing on mud, and his knees bent at an unnatural angle. He felt like his entire body was screaming at him to stop. But I am still going to continue. I'll break his composure. He unleashed the small amount of aura left inside him and made the ring of fire resonate. The world turned white, and he could only see the sword demon and his sword. Along with an illusion that looked like the sword buds in his mental world suddenly rose, the martial art dwelling in heavenly drive became more mature. Crack! The continuous descent of the sword demon's blade was stopped for the first time. Rayon's versatile sword started to sever the sword demon's versatile sword like a salmon swimming up a waterfall. Creak. With the cutting sound of thousands of papers, the sword demon's blade was elevated by more than a handspan. The sword demon groaned for the first time, and eyes that used to be completely immobile and emotionless started to waver like a sailboat in a turbulent ocean. Just a bit more. The physical pain felt like he was dying, but his mind was clearing instead. I think I can break through the wall. He had just managed to break through the wall towards the highest level master, but he had the feeling that he could destroy an even bigger wall. He mustered the small amount of aura remaining in him and polished his principles to the extreme before incorporating them into heavenly drive. The sword demon's blade was pushed back even further. Rayon and the sword demon were the only ones inside the white space, but a blue cotton candy suddenly appeared. You idiot going to d. Wrath appeared in front of his eyes and shouted something while floundering his round hands, but Rayon couldn't understand what he was saying because he couldn't hear it too well. Your head burst stop. He must have found another food he wanted to eat. I'll eat it later for you. Rayon ignored him and unleashed even more power. The distortion of his mental world felt like it was going to expand soon enough, and a majestic brilliance covered his vision. I can advance even higher. He started to see the wall to reach a higher realm. He advanced towards the wall, thinking that he would be able to reach it soon enough, but the sword demon's blade, which had been guiding him, bounced back way too easily. Rayon felt like he just lost his heart, dropping heavenly drive on the ground. The huge wall that he was about to reach disappeared, and the white space where he was with the sword demon faded away. The world that could have been a dream or an imagination crumbled away like a fallen leaf. Damn it, I was almost there. It was so close, I just needed to surpass that wall. Regretting that he was unable to grasp that wall, he clenched his fist. In fact, he was trying to clench his fist, but he couldn't muster any strength. Cough, he fell on his knees before he knew it from the terrible pain coming from his heart and brain. The pain was actually happening from all over his body. Huff, huff, he couldn't even breathe. He grasped the left side of his chest and forced himself to breathe. Air filled his empty lungs and his vision opened up. He could see the countless spectators that he had forgotten and a destroyed arena. Rayon wiped the sweat flowing down his cheek with his sleeve. His uniform was turning red. He must have been bleeding from his eyes and nose. What's happening? You must be insane. Wrath popped out and grabbed him by his collar. You almost died just now. He shook his hand grabbing Rayon's collar, saying that he almost died from a forceful activation of his upper energy center. I almost died, indeed. You tried to tear off your upper energy center's door by force with your mana of fire and ice at the same time without even breathing. There's no way your body can survive that. Your body belongs to the King of Essence. Don't do anything reckless with it. Wrath headbutted him, telling him to never do such a crazy thing ever again. Are you okay? The quiet voice lessened his nausea. Rayon suppressed his groan and raised his head. The sword demon was looking at him with the same look in his eyes as at the beginning of the match. No, it wasn't exactly the same. His pupils looked composed at first, but they were trembling slightly. Hey, do you realize you almost died just now? The sword demon let out a small sigh while saying the same thing as Wrath. You could have learned a lot just from defending against my attack, but you almost suffered a loss from trying to push it back. That loss would have been the only life you have. His eyes were glowing furiously. He seemed to be scolding him from the bottom of his heart. Rayon's hair stood on end because his piercing gaze felt even sharper than his blade. He's right. If that geezer didn't withdraw his sword at that moment, your upper energy center would have exploded and you wouldn't be standing here anymore. Wrath licked his lips, saying that he saw the sword demon in a new light. He withdrew his sword. Rayon remembered how the sword demon's sword was pushed back way too easily when he thought he was about to reach the huge wall. He thought the sword demon was hindering his progress, but he was actually saving his life. Was he really trying to teach me? Just like the sword demon had said before the match started, he must have been trying to help Rayon's development as a senior instead of repaying the humiliation of his disciple. Rayon bit his lip and bowed politely. Physical injuries can be healed. Internal injuries take a bit more time, but they still can be recovered. However, the energy center can hardly be recovered once it is destroyed. The sword demon tapped on his own temple with his index finger. The upper energy center is especially dangerous because you can be crippled or lose your mind if you make a mistake with it. You need to control it a lot more delicately than the other energy centers. Some children's upper energy centers are already open from the moment of their birth, but it usually opens up upon becoming a grandmaster for most people. The sword demon looked at Yua, who was watching from far away. However, you don't belong to either of the cases. Your upper energy center wasn't open when you were born, but the path opened up during your growth. It's a special case, but you ended up like this because you tried to use the small gap into the upper energy center beyond its limit and lost control. He explained how it happened with a calm voice. You are already an advanced master at 20 years old. No, I should say the highest level of master since you just surpassed the wall. You reached the peak way too quickly. The sword demon's serious eyes seemed to be observing him. If the stairs you climbed so far can be compared to sharp rocks, the stairs awaiting you in the future might be made of rotten hardwood or extremely thin pieces of paper. He must have been trying to tell him that it was necessary to be more careful in every step in the future, unlike before. Even an excellent lumberjack needs to sharpen their axe from time to time. You should take it easy for a while since you just surpassed a wall today. I'll keep it in mind. Rayon nodded while listening to the sword demon's wise advice. He's right. He managed to reach the highest level of master from the spar against the sword demon and even gained massive enlightenment about the versatile sword. He still had a long way to go until the realm of Grandmaster and the sword field creation, but he should be able to reach it soon enough if he slowly advanced step by step. The fact that you entered a trance during a battle implies that you've always done your best during training. I'm starting to understand how you managed to reach your realm at your age. The sword demon returned his sword to its scabbard with a faint smile on his face. Keep working on it. Yes. Rayon bowed once again, and the spectators started to shout by the time he raised his head. Woa. The white sword dragon managed to defend against the sword demon's strike. Rayon, 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 white sword dragon, white sword dragon, white sword dragon. They kept shouting the white sword dragon's name without realizing that the sword demon had pulled his sword back for Rayon's sake. How is he getting stronger every single time I see him? What realm is he in right now? Do you think he can win against the top dogs of the 12 stars of the continent? It's easy for him. The spectators cheered while discussing Rayon's realm. That's not the case. Rayon raised his hands. As for this match, He wanted to tell them that the sword demon withdrew his sword on his own, but it was pointless because every single spectator around the arena was shouting. It's okay. The sword demon shook his head, but it will sully your reputation if I don't explain it to them. I don't care about my reputation. He declared that reputation was meaningless for him before he lowered his gaze. I can't exactly say anything in return for that, but may I ask you a few questions? Of course. Rayon nodded, then suddenly heard Rimmer's shout from behind. A flower path. The flower path is waiting for me in the future. Even though countless people were shouting at the same time, Rayon could still perfectly hear Rimmer's voice for some reason. I'll answer any question as long as I can. However, can I? Rayon's eyes sparked in a frightening glow as he looked back. Burn some flowers before then. Rimmer jumped towards the arena as soon as he realized the accident inside Rayon's body but stopped himself. He seems to be fine now. What a relief. Rayon was forcing his upper energy center beyond the limits, but the sword demon fortunately had stopped him in time. That was unexpected because I heard he had a cold-hearted personality. He stayed alert just in case the sword demon might try harming him, but he actually helped Rayon increase his realm and saved him from the crisis. This proves once again that rumors shouldn't be trusted. Considering how he was even advising Rayon when he humiliated his disciple, he was a broad-minded man despite the rumors that described him as dangerous. The spar ended successfully, and I am rich once again. The money he entrusted to Owen's third prince was further increased from the gamble, and he was even about to get the 40 tax. He was pretty much raking in the money at that point. Some of them will fight back because of the commission, but they should calm down once I tell them I'll be supporting House Arian with the money. He expected them to riot once they heard about the 40 commission fee, but they had no other choice than to accept it if he told them he was using it for House Arian. I am such a genius. And Rimmer put his hands together and started to pray towards Rayan, who was facing the sword demon. Rayan, you are my lucky charm and the only god of wealth I serve. I'm looking forward to your cooperation in the feudum. Rimmer narrowed his eyes while looking at the sword demon, who was standing in front of Rayan. Oh, this is why he felt so familiar. He finally realized why the sword demon looked so familiar to him even though it was his first encounter. He waved his hand towards Dorian, who was blankly applauding from the next seat. Dorian, yes, don't you think that Rayan and the sword demon have similar appearances? What? The sword demon is rather handsome, but he's not as good as our vice squad leader. Watch their facial features carefully instead of looking at their hair and eye colors. Dorian examined Rayan and the sword demon's faces one after the other while scratching his head. Huh, ooh, he rapidly nodded while looking at Rimmer. They definitely look similar when I see them like this. Sir Rayan is a lot more colorful, but he looks similar to the sword demon in some aspects. Dorian nodded, saying that they actually look the exact same on top of being similar. Is this a coincidence, or Rimmer licked his lips, but Rayan suddenly waved his hand towards him. He was asking him to come into the arena. Squad leader, I think the vice squad leader is calling you. Indeed, I wonder why, maybe. Since Rayan never cared about his fame, Rimmer figured he might be trying to avoid an annoying situation by shifting the praise. It's time for me to make an appearance. Rimmer cleared his throat and straightened his clothes before entering the arena. Woa, the Light Wind squad leader. He's the teacher of the White Sword Dragon. Because of how amazing Rayan's performance was, people cheered for Rimmer just because he was Rayan's teacher. Am I needed? Rimmer asked in a dignified voice. It was difficult to believe he was running the gambling stall until a moment ago. I'm going to let everyone know about my squad leader's great deed. Great deed. Even though he said a great deed, Rimmer noticed a disturbing glow in Rayan's eyes. He almost looked like a hawk targeting a rabbit. Rayan raised his hand, and the shouts inside the arena suddenly came to a halt. He nodded in satisfaction and stood at the center of the arena. Everyone should be aware that our squad leader was running a gambling stall. People tilted their heads in bewilderment because they couldn't understand why he was suddenly talking about gambling. You must thought it was strange because Sieghart's squad leader was running a gambling stall. However, it was actually our squad leader's great plan. What Rayan was saying definitely sounded like a compliment, but Rimmer's heart tightened for some reason. You shouldn't be aware, but our squad leader set a 40 commission fee for this gamble. F40, what the hell is that? In which world do you commission 40 from gambling? He's a fucking scammer. Catch him and pull his ears off. The 40 commission fee was written on Rimmer's stall in extremely small letters that only masters could read. Because people finally realized that fact, they drew their swords and activated their auras as if they were about to jump into the arena right away. What? Why are you telling them about it now? Rimmer covered Rayan's mouth with his hands. What's happening right now? He wanted Rayan to explain it to him, but he didn't even look in Rimmer's direction. You must want to insult him right now. You must want to scream at him that even the loan sharks are less greedy than him. However, our squad leader's plan is only getting started. Rayan raised his hand with an evil smile on his face. Our squad leader decided to donate all of the commission from the 2 rounds of gambling to House Arian, which was devastated from the previous war. Did I? Rimmer's face turned pale upon hearing that, and the people cheered once again. Woa, Light Wind squad leader, I knew I could count on you. There was a good reason behind the 40 commission. It was for a greater purpose. I'm fine with it if he's donating it to House Arian. Rimmer. People shouted Rimmer's name once again, their swords still raised into the air. However, Rayan hadn't finished talking. Rimmer wanted to stop him right away, but he couldn't muster any strength. Our squad leader additionally decided to donate 1,000 gold and hold a second festival in 2 days. Donating 1,000 gold meant that he had to cough up all the money he won by making the 3rd prince bet in his stead. Everything was going wrong. And no, I never said that, you lunatics. Rimmer tried to deny it by flailing his whole body, but no one was listening to him. Woo-woo, Rimmer, sword of light. Rimmer, you are the donation angel. I can't live without you. The cheers from that were the loudest so far, and people from House Arian, including Wendy, thanked him with teary eyes. Sword of light. The sword demon walked up to Rimmer and bowed slightly. I thought you were unsightly because you were running a gambling stall, but I never expected you to have such a great purpose. I need to apologize. He smiled gently, saying that he was seeing Rimmer in a new light. That's our squad leader for you. You are so cool. I thought you were just blinded by greed, but you actually had such a nice plan. I'll follow you from the bottom of my heart. Even the Light Wind squad applauded Rimmer with gazes filled with admiration. Rimmer lowered his hand and stopped trying to stop them. I'm screwed. If he tried to deny it, he would be stabbed to death by thousands of blades. Rayon lowered his head while feigning ignorance. You should wave your hand to everyone. This is the flower path you wanted. Rayon went ahead and waved his hand, urging Rimmer to repeat after him. You crazy bastard. This isn't a flower path. This is a flower path too. The flower path of doom. Oh, of doom. Rimmer forced a smile onto his face and waved his hand at the spectators. A tear slid from his eye. You are the worst son of a bitch. Wrath giggled while watching Rimmer, who couldn't even let out his despair. You used to be his young king, but now you're the worst son of a bitch. Rayon snickered while watching Wrath stick his tongue out at Rimmer. It would be fun if those two ended up meeting each other. Because Wrath and Rimmer competed to be the most childish people in the world, Rayon could only smile as he thought about what would happen if they met each other. I wonder if they would start fighting like children. While he was imagining the conversation between Rimmer and Wrath, Wendy Arian entered the stage. She walked up to Rimmer and leaned forward at a 90-degree angle. Light Wind Squad Leader, I am really thankful for what you've done. When Rimmer asked for permission to run a gambling stall in the arena, she thought he was just keen on money, but she was completely mistaken. She realized he planned that gamble to help House Arian financially after he saved them during the war alongside Rayon. He's from Sieghart, after all, and from the Light Wind Squad at that. There were many bad rumors about Rimmer, but Wendy realized they were groundless. She was moved to tears and unconsciously clenched her fist because she had met another hero after Rayon. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Rimmer nodded while laughing gently like Roan did. The tears welling up in his eyes fell towards the ground. You are donating such a large sum to us. House Arian will never forget this gratitude. We will serve you as our benefactor in the future. Woa, the newly appointed executives of Arian also bowed to Rimmer and cheered. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Rimmer simply nodded while letting out bitter laughter. Let's celebrate by tossing him into the air. Woa, Sir Rimmer, we are really thankful. Wendy and the executives tossed Rimmer into the air and thanked him once again. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Rimmer kept laughing like a gentleman even as he floated into the air and came back down. He almost looked like he was broken. Benefactor, Sir Rimmer. People tilted their heads and Rayon went up next to Rimmer. He does that when he's happy. He's always loved to donate money after all. Ah, I see, that's so admirable. That's really amazing because it's difficult to decide on the donation. On top of Arian's executives, even the spectators praised Rimmer and raised their hands. Actually, I did hear something like that in the past. One of the executives licked his lip while looking at Rimmer. A friend of mine told me in the past that he saw Sir Rimmer donating at an orphanage. He was uttering some unbelievable claim with a warm smile on his face. He donated. Are you sure he didn't rob them? Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Rimmer. Squad leader, did you really donate by yourself? Isn't that about someone else with the same name? It was a ridiculous story, but Rayon asked Rimmer about it just in case. I don't know, screw it. Rimmer briskly turned his head around and left the arena. He shook his hand, telling him to take care of the rest. Bank, yes, Dorian leaped onto the arena upon hearing Rayon's call. Did you finish the calculation? Of course. Dorian skimmed through his account book as if he were the president of a bank before he nodded. Deliver our squad leader's donation to Lady Wendy. Understood. He took gold coins from his belly pocket and gave them to Wendy Arian and the executives. Ah. Wendy and the executives fell speechless as they looked at the pouch, which held a huge amount of gold coins. Contact the Cephia Company and tell them to trade with House Arian. They will immediately come running here since this is a great opportunity for them to monopolize the best grapes and blueberries. Since House Arian and the Cephia Company were pretty much allies at that point, they were naturally going to become great partners, and it brought a smile to Rayon's face. I'm sure our president will be happy. Dorian immediately nodded and took out the communication crystal that the president had given him. Light Wind Squad, Light Wind Squad, Light Wind Squad. You are wrong. They are called the Mad Dog Squad nowadays. Mad Dog Squad, Mad Dog Squad, Mad Dog Squad. The spectators were loudly praising the Light Wind Squad that saved House Arian and even donated a large sum of money. We are the Light Wind, not Mad Dogs, you bitches. Martha became furious as soon as she heard them being called the Mad Dogs. Ah, Miss Rakshasa is here. She is the Hellhound of Sieghart. That fucker Rayon is the Hellhound, not me. She ran into the spectators' seats and started to rampage, but it was just a trivial incident. Everyone around the arena was enjoying the festival with smiles on their faces. Ah, except for one person. The only person who wasn't smiling was the red-haired elf who was shedding tears of blood while shrinking in a corner. My money, my flower paths. He bit his lip tightly while looking at the gold pouch Dorian had taken out from his belly pocket. I should keep the promise with the sword demon now. Rayon was about to walk up to the sword demon but stopped himself. That man. Mustin, standing behind the sword demon, was glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. That makes two people total who aren't smiling. Rayon didn't manage to hear everything, but the sword demon sounded like he was encouraging Mustin after his match instead of scolding him. However, it looked completely ineffective. Mustin wasn't spreading any pressure, but the malice in his eyes had further intensified. I need to thoroughly crush him at some point. Since Rayon had reached the highest level of master, he was confident he could defeat Mustin without much difficulty even if he managed to show his full potential. Rayon figured he would need to crush him and show him the difference in their power to make him learn his place. Sir Rector. Rayon walked up to the sword demon without being affected by Mustin's piercing glare. I am ready now. The sword demon nodded and pointed at his room. Let's have tea at a quiet location. The sword demon raised his eyes while touching his teacup. He caught his breath while watching Rayon, who was sipping on his tea on the opposite side of him. He looked so similar no matter how I look at him. Rayon would have looked exactly like him if his hair and eye colors were brown and blue instead. Moreover, the expression he had on his face during the fight was the exact same as his. His peaceful expression was simply similar, but the way he was fighting to the best of his ability almost looked like he had returned to wield the sword once again. It was possible to have a similar-looking person in the vast world, but it was difficult to imagine that a non-blood relative would share so many similarities. Sir Rector, Rector came back to his senses upon hearing Rayon's call and cleared his throat. My bad, my thoughts were wandering. No, it's fine. Rayon quietly shook his head. He looked a bit lonely just now. The sword demon had just looked like a sad old man of his age instead of a demonic swordsman. Since he said his thoughts were wandering, he must have been reminiscing about the past. I wonder what he's going to ask me. It would have been understandable if he wanted to make a request or ask for a rematch against his disciple, but Rayon couldn't figure out his intention because he was just going to ask some questions. It might sound strange, but I'd like to ask this question. Sure, can I hear about your father and mother? My mother and father, indeed. I'd like to know what kind of people they are to raise you into such a splendid man. Despite his composed eyes, the sword demon smiled awkwardly while saying that he found it curious that Rayon had such great might, willpower, and even personality at the age of 20. Personality. Rayon figured that the sword demon was well aware of Mustin's repulsive personality. Rayon liked him even more because he seemed to be asking for advice for his disciple's sake. It's not exactly a secret anyway, since many people were aware that he was Sylvia's son. Answering his question wasn't an issue. My mother is Sylvia Sieghart. She was originally a swordswoman of Sieghart, but she's currently living in peace. However, her heart is even stronger than a swordsman and makes people comfortable when they are around her. Rayon responded with his feelings and thoughts about Sylvia honestly. He told him about how Sylvia wanted Rayon to wield his sword for the sake of others like the Sieghart swordsman in the past. I see. The sword demon quietly groaned and nodded. Then what about your father? It might sound strange, but I don't really know about my father. How come? He perished before I was even born. I never met him. He died. The sword demon's voice remained placid, but his lips were trembling slightly. How? Did he die from an illness? It's a delicate matter to explain to a third party, but he was murdered. The sword demon closed his eyes. His shoulders used to look as sturdy as steel, but they felt as weak as a twig. My mother never talks about my father, and I didn't even hear his name, to be honest. Were they on bad terms? No, she said that they got along extremely well. I believe she was being considerate so that I wouldn't feel his absence. Sylvia was smiling whenever she talked about his father, but she also looked sad at the same time. He purposely didn't ask about his name because it was so hard for him to see her sad expression. According to my mother's expression, my father was a foolish man. He was tall and had excellent sword skills, but he had no talent with aura and couldn't become famous. Rayon told him about the description Sylvia had given him of his father. However, she said that my father wielded his sword for the sake of others and became stronger when he protected people. The reason I care about other people right now must be because of my father's influence on my mother. Because he'd been an assassin in his previous life with a worn-down personality, he could become a psychopath like Mustin if it weren't for Sylvia. Meeting Sylvia and the people from the annex building was the luckiest encounter in his life. The sword demon quietly stared at the teacup on the table. It looked like the small amount of tea left at the bottom of the cup was evaporating. I'm sorry to ask this, but can I hear who murdered your father? It's important for me. Eden, Issy. He put his hands together and lowered his head. His fingertips were trembling faintly even though they had been unshakable during the match. Rayon touched his lips while watching the sword demon, who looked unstable for some reason. Do you know about my father by any chance? The way he was acting could only be explained if he knew about his father. Not yet. The sword demon calmly shook his head. He'd managed to control his emotions in that short time frame. Not yet. Rayon couldn't tell what it was even supposed to mean. I guess it's impossible to recognize my father from a simple explanation like this. It would have been stranger if he decided he was acquainted with his father when he hadn't even heard the name. Can I make another request? The sword demon briefly inhaled and raised his head. Please do. Can I go with you when you return to Sieghart? Are you planning to meet my mother by any chance? There's something I'd like to confirm about your father. I swear that I won't cause any harm. He gave his pledge as a swordsman while putting his right hand on the left side of his chest. That's fine. The sword demon wasn't an enemy, and he didn't seem to be holding any malice against his father even if he ended up being his acquaintance. Since he was a big help, there was no issue with inviting him to Sieghart. The sword demon raised his gaze. Mysteriously, his gaze felt as hot as a griddle even though he definitely looked nonchalant on the outside. Don't mention it. Please prepare in advance since we are leaving in 5 days. All right. He nodded and told Rayon to take care of his body before he closed his eyes. Rayon bowed before leaving the sword demon's room. I'm curious what business he has in Sieghart. He went to the first floor while thinking about the relationship between the sword demon and his father, and Mustin was climbing the stairs. He could still see the 2 blades in his eyes. What did you talk about with my master? The frightening pressure around Mustin felt like he was about to draw his sword at any moment. Why do you want to know? Rayon snorted at Mustin. He would have called you into the room if it mattered to you, you arrogant. Mustin's brow crumpled like a piece of paper in a grip. Do you really believe you won fair and square when you just attacked me while I was careless? It's a fact. We would have had a different outcome if I did my best from the beginning. You won't be a match against me if we fight once more. He clenched his scabbard. He looked like he wanted to go for round 2 right away. I'll overlook it once for Sir Rector. Don't mention my master's name with your dirty mouth. Rayon was about to go down the stairs after he sighed, but Mustin grabbed his shoulder violently. You seriously don't know your place, do you? Rayon turned around and walked up to Mustin. Rumble. The ring of fire naturally resonated. The sword art released from his mental world, and his increased pressure from reaching the highest level of master created a powerful aura wave. Mustin mustered his aura in order to fight back the huge pressure, but it simply got torn into pieces by the pressure that was as sharp as a blade. How is this happening? His chin clattered as he stepped back on the stairs. Yuha. Rayon's aura wave intensified even further, and Mustin missed his step and rolled down the stairs, falling to the ground. Mustin. An emotionless voice could be heard from Rayon as he looked down on Mustin on the ground. Carelessness can't be an excuse in the world of competition. Your head would be rolling by now if this were a real battle. Shut up and scram if you finally understood. Rayon left the trembling Mustin behind and left the sword demon's lodgings. He is devoured by envy. Wrath clicked his tongue. Envy has always been difficult to control. It's also called the mind of a snake because the emotion is as nasty as a snake. Mind of a snake. There was someone like him in Devildom. She always got jealous of others and begrudged them no matter how they tried to help her and how well off she was. However, she managed to obtain tremendous power with that envy. Wrath murmured that he was the most unsightly person among the devils. Are you talking about? You guessed right. She managed to become a demon king with that unsightly power of envy. Rayon could understand who she was even though her name wasn't mentioned, the monarch of envy, Envy. She was another demon king that Wrath had previously mentioned. She was the one who supposedly had a rough handling of her subordinates. Did she reach your level with the power of envy? Bullshit. The King of Essence is way stronger than her. Wrath snorted, saying that she could easily crush envy both in terms of sheer strength and the quality of subordinates. Well, a loser like him won't be able to become a demon king. Rayon shook his head while looking up at the sword demon's room. But I'm still curious about why the sword demon accepted an idiot like him as a disciple. The sword demon sighed heavily. It's almost certain of it now. A righteous personality that made him act despite his abilities, excellent swordsmanship despite having a weak aura and a tall height on top. He still needed to confirm with Sylvia, but he could tell that Rayon's father was the one he had in mind. How is this happening? While he was training in seclusion, he heard that he left the Alliance after paying a huge price, but he never expected such a development. It had to be Sieghart of all places. The fact that he was in Sieghart out of all houses made it painful for him. I guess he never cared about it to begin with. The sword demon laughed bitterly and tried to suppress his nausea when the door opened and Mustin entered the room. Master, what did you just talk about with Rayon? His face was somewhat twisted as he approached. It wasn't a big deal. The sword demon shook his head. He simply declined to answer because he couldn't tell him about an uncertain matter. You should train for 4 days instead of having those pointless thoughts. We will go to Sieghart with the Light Wind Squad on the 5th day, so prepare yourself. What? Mustin's jaw dropped. Are we going to Sieghart? Why would we do that? I have a business with them, but they are our enemies. Even though they don't know about our identity, why would we? Just as you said, our affiliation hasn't been revealed yet. That's why it won't be possible later. The sword demon closed his eyes while he swept his hair up. Master, I've seen you bestow your teachings to talented warriors of the 6 kings a few times in the past, but this case is different. Mustin ground his teeth furiously. The bad blood runs deep between us and Sieghart, unlike the other 6 kings. I understand you took a liking to Rayon Sieghart, but you've crossed the line this time. He went on his knees in refusal. Master, please return to your senses. I'm your disciple. It will be a huge problem if an incident happens now. The Alliance should be calling us soon. Mustin categorically refused and slammed his head on the ground, even though it might happen. The sword demon opened his eyes, which had been tightly closed. The frightening glow of his pupils revealed an unyielding determination. There's a matter I need to confirm. Rayon opened the training grounds door during the dark time before sunrise. Because everyone enjoyed the second festival with Rimmer's money to their heart's content, the training ground was completely empty. This is a nostalgic feeling. It was a scene he'd seen every day in Sieghart, but he hadn't been alone on a training ground before sunrise for a while because so many things had happened in House Aryan. Lots of things happened. He'd previously thought it was a simple mission, but his job was to drive away the darkness inside the house instead of fighting monsters. However, the true dark enemies started to attack after he drove away the darkness, and the entire place could have been destroyed. The reinforcements from Habun Castle, Owen, Balkar, the Warring Steel Division, and the always late Rimmer allowed him to drive away the Spectre, but it was actually a really close call. It was dangerous. Rayon clenched Heavenly Drive's scabbard while looking up to the dawn sky. It's because I am too weak. People called him the most talented person in the continent because he'd reached the highest level master at 20 years of age, but that was the extent of his abilities. Being young doesn't help during a fight. An opponent could be considerate of the younger ones during a spar, but being young and inexperienced only created weaknesses during real battles. He was bound to encounter more powerful opponents as he got stronger. It was necessary to reach a higher realm, regardless of his age, in order to deal with those monsters in the future. I need to focus on myself now. Every single member of the Light Wind Squad had reached at least the advanced expert during the war, and many of them had attained the highest level. Burin, Martha, and Runnan were already facing the wall, and Dorian was going to follow soon enough. It was time to focus on his own development while leaving the Light Wind members to train on their own. Wrath groaned while emerging from the bracelet. He'd become as flabby as a cumulus cloud because of how much he'd been eating. It was nice how quiet you've been recently, but you are going to resume that boring sword swinging at daybreak. He sighed, saying that the good days were over. Give me some advice then. HMPH, there's no reason for the King of Essence to help his enemy. Wrath murmured that he wasn't going to help his enemy and returned to the bracelet. It took him some time to enter, probably because he'd gained too much fat. Boring sword swings from daybreak, he says how nostalgic. Wrath's complaint made him feel like he'd returned to being a trainee. I'm still doing the same training though. Just like in the past, he still started his practice with the basic techniques. He was about to draw Heavenly Drive to train the basics when the training grounds door was opened. Who is it? Rayon thought it was strange because he hadn't noticed with his aura perception, and the sword demon appeared. Sir Rector, I am simply here for some exercise. Keep training, don't mind me. The sword demon shook his hand and went away from him. Rayon gasped while looking at the sword demon. Is he still practicing at daybreak despite his realm? No, that must be the reason why he managed to reach his realm. Witnessing a warrior who competed with the 10 heavens of the continent practice from so early in the morning hardened his resolve. Rayon drew Heavenly Drive. He raised his sword above his head. The blade falling from his upper posture was as heavy as a mountain. Rayon warmed himself up by practicing vertical slash, horizontal slash, diagonal slash, and stab before he lowered Heavenly Drive. It's clearly different. The basic techniques were enough for him to notice the drastic improvement in his swordsmanship after the spar against the sword demon. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive once again around his waist. Next up is the Fangs of Insanity. He unleashed the Fangs of Insanity S-forms one after the other, which consisted of prying open his opponent's weakness. Just like the previous swings, the Fangs of Insanity had been further enhanced. It was as if the beast's fangs had become even thicker. After he finished one round with the Fangs of Insanity and was about to start the second technique, the rotation, he noticed a presence from behind him. The sword demon was there. He was right behind his back before he knew it, even though he used to be far away. It would be nice if you weaken your grip. He murmured quietly while glancing at Heavenly Drive. What? Rayon stopped the Fangs of Insanity and turned around. You must have heard me. I was just talking to myself. You were talking to yourself. Is it really called talking to yourself when you said it right in my ears? The sword demon smiled awkwardly, saying that he was talking to himself despite how clearly he stated it. By the way, may I ask what you meant by weakening the grip? Are you asking me right now? What? Oh yes. Well, I guess I have to respond in that case. He gladly nodded and came up next to Rayon. What's the name of the intuition sword that you just used? It's called the Fangs of Insanity, since the Fangs of Insanity is an intuition sword. It's important to perfectly understand your own abilities. The sword demon unsheathed his sword and swung it down to demonstrate. It looked extremely similar to the first technique of the Fangs of Insanity. Because you surpassed the wall into the highest level of master in the blink of an eye, you are still not accustomed to how much your sword principles have grown. He continued to speak while swinging his sword in a similar manner to the Fangs of Insanity's second technique. Your swordsmanship looks more powerful at first because your body and aura have both gotten stronger, but you are actually an easier opponent than before. Try to perfect your swordsmanship while focusing on the principles without touching the aura. The sword demon told Rayon that he was unable to utilize the growth of his principles. Relax your shoulders and weaken your aura. Try to incorporate the martial principles you previously came to understand even further. You will manage to create a strike that is even fiercer than before and more profound at the same time. Rayon lowered his sword and bowed to him. He's the first seat of the 5 great swordmasters for a good reason. Amazing wasn't enough to describe him, because he managed to figure out his problem at a glance of his basic technique, and the Fangs of Insanity. He really deserved his name as the sword demon. Rayon unleashed the Fangs of Insanity once again while thinking about the sword demon's advice. The power focused at the center of his sword spread throughout the blade, which was engulfed by the newly polished principles. The Fangs of Insanity's ferocious roar that resounded was on a whole different level from before. It might be nice to slightly intensify the principles of heavy and precise swords from there. The sword demon murmured while passing next to him, pretending he was talking to himself. Did you hear it again? My bad, I talk to myself a lot because of my old age. He laughed gently and shook his hand. Rayon tilted his head while looking at the sword demon's subtle smile. What's going on? Why is he doing this? Rimmer scratched his chin while watching the training ground from above the castle walls. His eyes were focused on the sword demon who was giving Rayon advice. Does he want him as his disciple? Since he witnessed Rayon's talent during the spar, it wouldn't exactly be strange if he wanted to make him his disciple. It doesn't matter since Rayon isn't going to accept it. However, their similar appearance is bothering me. They looked even more similar because they were right next to each other. Rimmer honestly felt like they were blood-related, and it's also strange that he's coming all the way to Sieghart. It will be interesting if he's really his family. Rayon's maternal grandfather was Glenn Sieghart from the 6 Kings. If his paternal grandfather was the Sword Demon, the first seat of the 5 great swordmasters, his bloodline was going to be so overpowered that it wouldn't be realistic even for theater. Our head of house won't be able to stay back anymore if that is the case. Glenn had been hiding his heart because he believed he was Rayon's only grandfather, but he wouldn't be able to take it easy anymore with the Sword Demon in the picture. I hope I'm not mistaken about this. Rimmer smiled in excitement while hoping for something more interesting to happen in Sieghart. My god of wealth, keep granting me super interesting situations in the future. He suddenly looked at the spire at the center of the castle during his prayer. The Sword Demon's disciple, Mustin, had climbed there to glare at Rayon. Why is he even there? Rimmer had seen the Sword Demon ordering him to practice inside the training ground on the opposite side, so he couldn't understand why he was glaring at Rayon from the spire instead of training. I understand getting angry because his master is caring for someone else, but he shouldn't be making that expression. His face was brimming with jealousy. Despite his age, Mustin's personality didn't seem mature at all. The Sword Demon might be great at wielding a sword, but he must have been pretty bad at raising a disciple. Rimmer gave a thumbs down to the Sword Demon with a grin on his face. I am the better teacher here. Rayon lowered Heavenly Drive after the sun reached the center of the sky. His smile looked as satisfied as the amount of sweat flowing down from his forehead. He's amazing. The Sword Demon immediately noticed what could be improved in Rayon's movements like a real demon and told him how to get better. I didn't expect to get used to it so quickly, Sir Rector. Rayon sheathed Heavenly Drive and walked up to the Sword Demon, who was awkwardly exercising. It's still far from being incorporated. You should keep training in the future. The Sword Demon nodded, telling him to keep improving instead of being satisfied with his state. By the way, Rayon rolled his eyes while rubbing the back of his head. It looks like your disciple has been watching us for a while. Isn't that a problem? Mustin had been glaring furiously at them. It looked like he hadn't learned his lesson the day before. That's how unsightly it is to be blinded by envy. Wrath clicked his tongue at his pathetic behavior. It's not like he's going to lose his master just because he helps you a little, but it's so pathetic how he's wasting his time. Wrath frowned, saying that he'd rather use that time to eat some delicious food. It's fine. The Sword Demon looked up to the spire. Mustin hurriedly went down upon meeting his eyes. He's older than you, but he is extremely inexperienced in worldly affairs. He should eventually realize it as he gains more experience. You'll need to keep teaching him in the meantime, though. His voice was brimming with worry for his disciple as he smiled faintly. It looks like someone is doing similar things to you. The Sword Demon looked at the western castle walls. He seems even more interested in us than my disciple. You don't need to worry about him. Rayon sighed while looking at Rimmer. My squad leader has always been a voyeur. Rimmer proudly waved his hand once he realized he had been found out as if he were trying to prove what Rayon had said. He loves to be the protagonist and only appears to help during the crisis. We are both suffering in our own way, indeed. Rayon nodded with a cheerful smile, and the sword demon smiled in return. An awkward moment of silence followed after they stopped smiling. The sword demon walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. I'm leaving for now. You should keep training. It wasn't a big deal. He shook his hand before he left the training ground. Rayon said goodbye to the sword demon before he raised Heavenly Drive once again. Whoosh, he created a frozen wind with the Blizzard sword art and suddenly heard a quiet voice from the training ground's door. It would be nice if you slightly raised the direction. He's still here. At the eastern gate of House Arian, the swordsmen from the Light Wind Squad, Haban Castle, the Warring Steel Division, and Moral's subordinate magicians were lined up together. They looked like they were ready to leave since they were riding horses in their armor and combat uniforms. Wendy walked up to them wearing a robe with a blue wind emblem, which was the symbol of Arian's head of house on it. We won't forget the help we received from Arian's benefactors for the rest of our lives. She neatly folded her sleeve and bowed politely. People from House Arian bowed just like her from behind her. Rayon looked aside while receiving the gratitude of the entirety of Arian. Milland, Borini Kitten, Trevin, and Moral were smiling gently. Since unfavorable events have come to an end, I wish you prosperity and recovery of your fame from 1,000 years ago. Rayon bowed while accepting their gratitude. We will go ahead and leave since we are done with the farewells. Moral was the first one to turn around. I tend to get goosebumps in situations like this. Don't worry about it. After all, I was here because of our donkey princess. He shook his hand to stop him from thanking him, but you still helped to the best of your abilities. Let me know if you ever need help later on. That's not going to happen. See you later. Moral and his magicians turned into light and disappeared after he said goodbye. Hey. Trevin came up next to Rayon and tapped on his shoulder. I won't be there anymore since we should be going on a mission right after this. Let's have a match after we return. You are always welcome. Let's do it before the end of this year. Trevin and the Warring Steel Division left through the gate with nice smiles on their faces. Sir Rayon, Borini Kitten nodded at Rayon. He smiled brightly, saying that he had a fun time. I should be saying that. I was reassured by your help. Rayon thanked Borini Kitten back and looked at the third prince. The third prince nodded faintly, his eyes as blurry as a zombie's. Judging from the blue bruise around his eye, the information he got from Rimmer must have been useless. See you next time. Let's have a spar when we see each other again. Because the third prince seemed to be out of his mind, Borini Kitten dragged him away as he left through the castle gate. We should also get ready. Burin turned around and ordered the light wind swordsman to prepare to leave. That was so annoying. Martha's frown looked like she was irritated from the bottom of her heart. It looked like the third prince only left her with an unfavorable impression. I couldn't pack enough. Run-On bit her lip while holding onto the blueberry ice cream that she couldn't eat anywhere else tightly. Her blank eyes were brimming with sorrow. Dorian. Rayon walked up to Dorian and extended his hand. Can you give that to me? How am I supposed to understand what that is? Dorian murmured that he was a mind reader and took a large paper bag from his belly pocket. You did it perfectly fine. Rayon accepted the bag and went to Wendy Arian. Do you remember what you asked me last time? What? Did I ask something? She tilted her head, wondering what he was talking about. Rayon stood in front of Wendy with the paper bag in his hand. Because the bag was completely full, a few of its contents fell on the ground. They were red and yellow lollipops. Those lollipops. Wendy picked up the 2 candies that fell on the ground and looked inside Rayon's bag. All kinds of candies of different colors were filling the large bag. I was just saying it. She swallowed nervously while looking at the candy. New memories cover up old memories. Please do your best for the people who trust you. Rayon smiled and handed over the candy bag. I shall. Wendy exhaled nervously and nodded. Because I am the head of this household now. She smiled while feeling an illusion where her memories of childhood with Weijin were overwritten with happy memories with Rayon and the other people. Well, be leaving now. Rayon smiled in satisfaction upon seeing Wendy's smile. When he was about to turn around to leave, he heard the rustling sound of clothes sweeping the ground behind him. House Arian, including me, will be waiting for our lord's call. Well, be waiting for your call. Wendy went on one knee and clenched her scabbard. The other swordsmen of House Arian followed her into the same posture and shouted that they would be waiting. Rayon's heart pounded violently upon hearing the entirety of House Arian express their will to follow him while calling him their lord. I'm also looking forward to the day I'll summon Arian once again. He returned their smile with a wholehearted one of his own before he turned around. While meeting the Light Wind Squad's Ice Witch were surprised, dumbfounded, and confident at the same time who went towards the castle gate. It was wide open, unlike when they arrived. Let's go. Rayon took the lead with the black dragon coat fluttering into the wind, and the Light Wind Squad and Haban Castle's swordsmen followed him. Rayon. Wrath took a glance back before he sat on Rayon's shoulder. Rayon figured he must have been deeply impressed by the situation just like himself, as his expression was rather strange. What's up? He was wondering about this. Wrath licked his lips and glanced backward. Rayon was filled with joy because of how impressed Wrath was, but his deep emotion came to a halt upon hearing what followed. Do you have any more candy left? Under the purple evening sky, the Light Wind Squad and Habon Castle's knights were having a friendly chat at the camping ground after finishing their dinner. Rayon ate the swamp grapes that Dorian had taken out as dessert and rubbed his lips. It's delicious for sure. The swamp grapes were plumper than ordinary grapes, and they had a delicious red color like a ripened apple. The lack of seeds made them easier to eat. Rayon could understand why people were so fond of the wines made from the swamp grapes. Sniff. Wrath was lying on his stomach over Rayon's head, sniffling while looking at the swamp grapes. Why are you crying? And come down from my head already. We don't have many swamp grapes left anymore. Living without tasting those delicious grapes would be a waste of human life. Wrath complained that the blueberries were already gone and that there weren't many grapes left anymore with teary eyes. Wait, Urea demon. Stop pretending to be a human and come down from my head already. Why does happiness always have to end so quickly? Wrath pouted while looking at the grapes that were gradually being reduced without listening to Rayon. Come down. Quay, Rayon slapped away Wrath as he kept rolling on his head before he stood up. Clap. He loudly clapped his hands to gather the attention of the Light Wind members who were playing around. Don't tell me you're planning to waste this golden dinner time. About that. I think I am fine the way we are. The Light Wind members' lips were trembling in surprise from the clapping sound. Squad leader, please help us. He's already getting started. We just left House Arian. The swordsman asked for help from Rimmer, but he was still out of his mind because he couldn't recover from the huge loss he suffered. Rimmer gulped down the grapes while drooling from his mouth. How can he be so wasteful? Wrath pulled his hair while watching him. What is he doing right now when those grapes should be properly savored one by one? Take them away from him right now. Stop him yourself. Rayon threw Wrath at Rimmer and looked at the Light Wind Squad. Do you prefer that I train you myself, or will you start training already? Rayon rolled his lips into a smile while looking at the Light Wind Squad's panic. We are obviously going to train by ourselves. I was going to do it even if you didn't mention it. Burren stood up before anyone else and tapped on his scabbard, because I made the painful realization during the war that I am still too weak. His eyes sparkled enthusiastically as he declared that he didn't want to experience that ever again. I can agree with you for once. Martha swept her hair up from her forehead and straightened her back. It's extremely irritating to admit, but it's true that I wasn't too helpful this time. She pushed Burren's shoulder away and went into the forest. Ill train. Run-On nodded and clenched her cherished sword, Snow Flower. I don't want to stay back anymore. She didn't even finish the ice cream she was eating, going into the forest on Martha's other side. Even though they'd reached the wall to become masters, they still thought they were too weak and started to train. Vice Squad Leader. Mark Goten walked up to him and bowed. I'm also heading out. He was also enthusiastic about training even though they were on the move because he was about to reach the intermediate master level. Me too, I am going to train. Yua jumped like a frog and started to swing her sword right next to them. She was extremely energetic, probably because she was about to see her grandfather again. I'm also doing it since you are. Julius went right next to Yua and drew his sword. He swung his sword at least twice as fast as usual, feeling competitive. This is making it difficult. It can't be helped, we should also train. I guess we need some exercise for digestion. I don't want to be protected anymore either. The Light Wind members were influenced by their team leaders and Mark Goten, scattering around the forest with determined expressions on their faces. Millen put down the grapes he was eating and looked at the knights and swordsmen who were sitting around, clearly uncomfortable and with awkward expressions on their faces. Are you going to sit there doing nothing? His gaze was even colder than the evening wind. The Light Wind Squad just went to practice when they are stronger than you despite being younger. Can you still sit there and eat grapes in this situation? Not at all. We going as well. The knights and swordsmen quickly stood up and ran into the forest. Whoosh, the forest used to be quiet, but the shouts of concentration from the swordsmen created a small orchestra. I'm also going to exercise a little. Rayon bowed to Milland. You haven't changed at all from the past. Milland smiled while throwing firewood into the campfire. You pretty much monopolized the training ground when you stayed at Habon Castle. People die if they suddenly change. Yes, that's how you are. He waved his hand to send him off. Rayon nodded with a faint smile on his face and went to the area of the forest behind him that was still unoccupied. Just as he was about to draw Heavenly Drive, the sword demon and his disciple Mustin appeared behind him. I'd like to watch your training. Is that all right? The sword demon quietly asked for permission. I'm fine with it. Since Rayon was planning to practice basic swordsmanship, the fangs of insanity, and the lizard sword arts, it didn't matter if other people saw his practice. Moreover, the sword demon helped him in various ways, so he didn't mind him watching. Make sure to properly observe him. The sword demon called Mustin to his side and pointed at Rayon. You need to witness various techniques because you still lack knowledge and experience. Watching him shall be a good lesson for you, as he's walking the same path as you from a further point. I understand. Mustin glared at Rayon, looking like a flounder. It was obvious that he didn't appreciate the idea. Well, it doesn't matter whatever he does. I've already overcome him. Rayon drew Heavenly Drive. He slashed down vertically with his sword using the flow of heavy, swift, and powerful swords. Whoosh! Even though he didn't use any aura, a heavy wind cut through the evening air. Even for the basic techniques, the power and speed will be different depending on the principles you incorporate. You should practice your swordsmanship differently each time to find the most suitable method for you. The sword demon pointed out Mustin's shortcomings while advising him. He doesn't look like he's listening to his lesson. Judging from the jealousy brimming from Mustin's expression, the sword demon's advice must have been going in one ear and out the other. Too bad for him. The sword demon's teachings were easy to understand and right on point at the same time. Rayon could only sneer because Mustin was voluntarily missing out. Next up is... Rayon started to practice the Fangs of Insanity after the basic techniques. While he was using the third technique, which consisted of slashing in a cross shape, he heard the sword demon's voice from behind him. It would be better if he extended his left foot a bit further and turned his sword's trajectory around 5 degrees to the right. He was advising while pretending to talk to himself instead of teaching Mustin. As for this one, it would be better if he lowered his center of gravity by about 10% and focused on the heavy sword. He also murmured to point out the shortcomings of the fourth technique. He's getting started again. Rayon tried to modify the Fangs of Insanity according to his comments. It's a lot better than before. The third technique became a lot faster and more powerful, while the fourth technique gained a thicker aura when blocking the opponent's space. You can see that a small change can result in a huge difference when it comes down to swordsmanship. You should always try to find a better method. Yes. Mustin nodded at the sword demon, but his dangerous glare looked as sharp as a blade. The sword demon was, of course, teaching Mustin a lot more than he was helping Rayon. However, Mustin's expression was gradually turning more fiendish. Is he trying to make us get along? I don't think that's happening, though. Rayon had the feeling that the sword demon wanted Mustin to get closer to him, but it looked totally impossible. He breathed a small sigh and continued with the Blizzard sword art, and he could hear the sword demon's advice once again. It would be perfect if the angle between his ankles was slightly wider. Rayon licked his lips as he heard Mustin's groan. I am thankful for your advice, but why are you doing this to me? Mustin chewed his lip to the point of bleeding. You said I was your only disciple, so why are you teaching him now? Even though his master had told him that he had no intention of taking another disciple, he was still giving Rayon advice. He was also teaching him, but he couldn't understand why his master was helping a potential enemy improve. Circumstances, he said. What the hell are those circumstances? When he previously asked why his master was teaching Rayon, he simply said that there were circumstances around it. His master had told him that he would tell him about it as soon as he confirmed the matter, but Mustin couldn't believe it. Damn it. He didn't like it, neither Rayon, who was gladly accepting his advice, nor his master, who kept teaching him. He couldn't even hear what the sword demon was telling him because of the boiling anger in his chest. There's no way I wouldn't get suspicious when you are going all the way to Sieghart for him. You must be planning to take him as your disciple. The Alliance treated House Sieghart as the biggest threat, and this is all because of that son of a bitch. His talent was recognized in the Alliance, and he became Rector's disciple. He was going to become the strongest once he inherited his swordplay, yet the appearance of Rayon had ruined everything. He wanted to jump at him and assault him with his sword immediately. Mustin, that swordsmanship is an intuition sword, which consists of prying open the opponent's weakness. The real way of using an intuition sword is to incorporate the right principle depending on the situation, instead of using the strongest principle. With the level of mastery he has, showing his techniques won't become his weakness. I see. Mustin clenched his fist so hard that his nails dug into his hand. He glared at Rayon without hiding his jealousy. I won't lose to you no matter what. He thoroughly observed Rayon's technique in order to crush him and reclaim his master's attention. Sieghart, Lord's Manor. Glenn was looking outside the window while leaning his back against the throne, then lowered his gaze under the platform. Did you finish the preparations? Yes, Roan bowed from the left upon hearing his question. The golden tablet for the young master Rayon and the silver tablets for the other young masters are ready. We've even made new ones. Roan walked up to Glenn while holding a large wooden crate in his hands. You can check them out. He opened the crate, and the plates prepared as rewards were shining brilliantly from inside. Glenn narrowed his eyes while looking at the golden tablet embedded inside the crate. I think the sword emblem on the golden tablet is slightly tilted. It must look that way because Thave used a deeper color in order to emphasize Sieghart's emblem. Roan gently brushed his hand over the golden tablet in denial. Don't worry about it. It was made with the utmost care for Sir Rayon. Moreover, it's only covered in gold on the outside, it's actually made of platinum. Not bad. Glenn nodded in satisfaction as soon as he mentioned that it was made with the utmost care for Rayon, my lord. Shirl walked up to Glenn as he rolled his lips up into a faint smile. Judging from Rayon's personality, he will be happy enough that my lord is bestowing a golden tablet to him. Don't worry about it. Ahem. Glenn shook his hand while clearing his throat. I don't care what he thinks about me. I was just worried because it would hurt my dignity if the emblem looked strange. I wasn't really giving him any special treatment. He shook his head and murmured some shabby excuses. Shirl smiled faintly while watching Glenn's slightly flushed face. He's so cute. Glenn had ordered them to make the golden tablet as soon as he returned to the house. Because Rayon could come back at any moment, he deorganized the treasury to look for the gift and even wrote down a list of liquors he wanted to drink with Rayon. She could only smile because he blatantly loved his grandson yet still tried to hide it. Shirl and Roan smiled while meeting each other's eyes because of how cute Glenn was, and the leader of Shadow Agents, Chad, entered the audience chamber. Greetings, my lord. Chad bowed politely and stepped forward. What's the matter? The Light Wind squad leader sent a message. He took out a yellow letter from his clothes. Did you read the contents? No, I brought it as soon as I received it. Read it here. Understood. Chad nodded and opened the letter. A thin piece of paper could be found inside. His chin started to tremble after he skimmed through the letter. Leader of Shadow Agents. Ah, yes. Read it as it is without adding anything without reason. Ah, understood. Chad licked his lips and started to read the letter. R. Rayon defeated the Spectre. Wow. His trembling voice sounded like he was having a seizure when he said wow. He secretly peeked at Glenn. It almost looked like veins were bulging on his forehead. Chad felt like his shoulders were being crushed by the heavy atmosphere. It was as if the sky were falling. He could feel the cold sweat flowing like a waterfall down his back. We will be back after playing around at Habon Castle. I don't know the exact date. Peace. His hand trembled violently as he lowered the letter. He was unable to speak any further because he was getting frostbite from the cold atmosphere. What a crazy bastard. He's completely insane. Shirl shook her head while clicking her tongue. While Chad was wondering what to do, the letter floated by itself and flew towards Glenn. Glenn confirmed that it was really written on the letter before burning it up without leaving a single piece. He thought that he was the real grandfather. His lips curved into a thin smile. Chad felt like his heart skipped a beat just from seeing that frightening smile. Roan, Shirl. Glenn bared his teeth while crushing the throne's armrest as if it were a piece of paper. Prepare the funeral for the Light Wind squad leader. Crimson sparks were glimmering around him, showing that he wasn't joking about it. I shall grant his wish since he's so eager to die. Yes, hoo-hoo-hoo. Shirl nodded while clenching her fist, and Roan laughed like always. Chad swallowed nervously while looking at the pressure around the three people who were making his hair stand on end. Light Wind squad leader, rest in peace. Rayon raised his gaze after he climbed the hill covered in white snow. He could see the high castle walls covered in traces of dried blood and yellow dirt. Habon Castle, where he'd gone through the last trial to become a swordsman and gained an alias for the first time, looked no different from before. This is a nostalgic scent. The nostalgic stench of blood brought a small smile to Rayon's face. Ag, this is the same scent as before. Dorian scowled while screaming like a dying pig. He wasn't retching like the last time, at least. Looking at Habon Castle, where the traces of battle still remained, reminded him of his stay in the past. He could feel the violent pounding of his heart as it served as a foundation to grow into his present self. The commander is returning. Open the gate. Open the gate. Habon Castle's gate opened up with a tremendous noise that sounded like the entire land was being twisted. Millen stared at the opening gate, which was the silver color of the snowy mountain, before he turned around. You were just an unwelcome novice mercenary when you first came to this place. His smile deepened, and he pounded the left side of his breastplate with his fist. His powerful gaze looked like he'd returned to being the castellan instead of a traveling companion. We welcome our benefactor, Rayon Sieghart, upon his return under the name of Millen Brydon, the Habon's castellan. Woa. People cheered loudly from inside the castle following Millen's shout. A chill ran down Rayon's spine upon witnessing Habon Castle's military discipline, which was as heavy as a lance. They said return. His heart pounded violently because he was still considered a member of the castle by them. Rayon pounded the left side of his chest with his fist while looking at the knights and the scouts waving their hands at him. I am back. Go. Wrath groaned in pain while looking up to the yellow walls of Habon Castle. This place left nasty memories on the King of Essence. He remembered the worst moment of his demon life, where Rayon pressured Sloth by using his name. Damn it. He hated every single moment of his life except for when he was eating delicious food of her since he was reduced to his present state. but the encounter with Sloth was the worst moment where he most wished he could speak. Rayon licked his lips while putting his hand on Wrath's head. Really, they are the best memories for me. He managed to meet nice people after coming to Habun Castle, managed to rescue Yua, and earned countless rewards especially. Sloth, unlike Wrath, Habun Castle was a lucky place for him. Rayon entered through the castle gate while the cheers from the knights and the scouts poured down on him like sunlight. Woa, it's been a long time. I can't even call you young sword demon anymore. Welcome, white sword dragon. You've gotten even taller than before. I keep hearing news about Sir Rayon. The scouts inside the castle gate waved their hands with happy smiles on their faces. Yua is also here. Yua, why did you come earlier? I missed the food you used to make. How have you been, everyone? Yua smiled brightly at the rangers, who were jumping up and down upon spotting her. I remember all of these faces. Rayon was familiar with all of their faces, probably because he started as a scout when he first came to Habun Castle. It's been a while. Rayon lowered his head slightly to answer their cheers. The rumor about his return must spread. Even Habun Castle's residents came to see him behind the row of scouts and knights. The shouts of joy coming from countless people were almost painful to the ears. Wow. While looking at the crowd gathered around them, Burin's jaw dropped so much that a fly could have entered without any issue. What did you even do here to make them so happy about your return? He was amazed because it almost looked like the return of a hero. You are treated as a hero everywhere, even though I became Miss Rakshasa because of you. Martha frowned while covering her ears. Why don't you just live here? It looks like Habun Castle is your hometown. She was extremely irritated because people called her Miss Rakshasa before they came to Habun Castle, but they are calling you Miss Rakshasa because of your personality. The reason why her nickname ended up Miss Rakshasa was because of her temper and the tenacity shed shown during the tournament. Rayon couldn't understand why she was blaming him for that, since it was the result of her actions. North cold. Run-On excitedly looked around with sparkling eyes. Ice cream. She observed the buildings behind the people while murmuring that there had to be excellent ice cream shops around. Unfortunately for her, there was obviously no such thing as ice cream shops in Habun Castle. However, Rayon decided to leave her alone since her energetic appearance was a rare sight that didn't even happen once a year. All of them are so unusual. Rayon laughed bitterly as he advanced, and a familiar old man with a bandana covering his forehead walked up to him. He was Yua's grandfather, the manager of the pub branch of Frost. Woa, Grandpa. Yua even used footwork to dash at the manager. Heave-ho. The manager bent his knees to smoothly pick you up. Hoo-hoo. It's difficult to hold you in my arms now because you grew up so much. He hugged Yua tightly and straightened his wrinkled face. I wanted to see you. Yua rubbed her cheek against the manager's chest with teary eyes. Same goes for me. I'm glad you returned. The manager's smile was brimming with warmth as he patted Yua's back while she sniffled. HMMPH. Julius turned his head and covered his mouth. The reunion between Yua and her grandfather must have been a touching scene for him. The manager briefly spoke with Yua before coming towards Rayon. He bowed before Rayon could say anything. Please don't do this. Rayon shook his head while making him stand. We are the ones being helped by her because she is such an energetic girl. It was true. Because of Yua's bright and kind personality, she created a warm atmosphere around her wherever she was, just like Sylvia. Even the annex building became more cheerful than before after Yua joined them. Yua, go ahead and rest with your grandfather. Can I really do that? Yes, I'll prepare some delicious food. Yua linked her arm with the manager and went to the branch of Frost while saying that it was time to increase sales. Rayon tilted his head while looking at Wrath, who was limp on his shoulder. How unexpected of you. What do you mean? I am wondering why you are so quiet. Normally, you would said something like, what are you waiting for? Follow her right now and order the pineapple pizza made by the manager. By now, there's no way the King of Essence would interrupt them since they need some time to speak to each other. Wrath snorted, saying that the grandfather and granddaughter needed some time for their reunion. I really don't understand you. He usually acted like a kid, but he sometimes showed a serious side of himself. That was why Rayon couldn't bring himself to hate him. The King of Essence isn't a useless mouth. Oh, you are indeed a useless mouth. That much is certain. What? Rayon smiled while tapping on Wrath's nose to push him back as he charged. While Rayon and the Demon King of Wrath were hitting each other's noses, Dorian's eyes were trembling anxiously. He was rubbing his belly pocket while looking around at the Habun Castle residents that kept shouting Rayon's name. What's going on? I also fought with them, so why is there such a huge difference in the way they are treating us? When Habun Castle turned into hell, Dorian also fought until the end without sleeping, just like Rayon. Moreover, swinging his sword wasn't the only thing he'd done. He dropped logs, pumped out boulders, and even gave away a large amount of supplies. That was why he never expected that they would treat him like an invisible person. I admit that the Vice Squad leader is amazing. Of course I do, but not a single person is calling my name. This is too mean. Not a single one among the countless people surrounding the Light Wind Squad was shouting Dorian's name instead of Rayon's. Moisture welled up in his eyes because it reminded him of the traumatic experience when everyone ignored him when he returned to the house after the trial in Habon Castle. They are going too far, aren't they? His fist trembled from the boiling rage, and he could hear a small voice calling his name from somewhere. Dorian, he wasn't hearing things. Someone was definitely calling him. He turned his head towards the source of the sound, and a middle-aged man wearing a white windbreaker was waving his hand towards him. It was Raiden, the leader of the 3rd scouting party that he joined in the beginning. Sir Raiden, Dorian smiled brightly and ran towards Raiden. His heart was pounding violently because he was the first person who was welcoming him. Long time no see, Dorian. You are the only one who cares about me. Dorian nodded while sniffling. You are the same as before. It looks like you've barely changed. Not at all. I've also changed a lot. He could understand why no one was greeting him if they couldn't recognize him because of how much he changed. That was why hearing that he hadn't changed made him even sadder. By the way, do you have the yellow apples you gave us back then by any chance? I still can't forget that taste. Raiden licked his lips while saying that he kept thinking about that yellow apple because of how delicious it was. Does this mean that he called me because of the apple, not because he was glad to see me? Veins bulged on Dorian's forehead. He was actually thinking it was suspicious that the sly man in front of him was being so friendly. Apples, I have them of course. He released the rage he'd been choking down and put his hand inside his belly pocket. He took out the whole apple crate and smashed Raiden's head with it. Smock, the apple crate crumbled into pieces and Raiden fell back while screaming. Eat up. Wham, wham, Lefun Robert violently pounded on Darius Robert's office door. Father, father, he kept hitting the door and calling Darius' name. Enter. A kind-hearted voice could be heard from inside the room soon enough. Yes, Lefun Robert straightened his clothes and opened the office door. Lefun. Darius Robert put the pen that he was holding on the desk and raised his gaze. Generous warmth could be seen in his eyes. Considering how hurriedly you came running, it must be about the swordsman Rayon. It is. Lefun Robert gave him a big nod. He grew to admire Rayon even more after the Six Kings tournament, and everyone in the house was aware of how much he liked Rayon. So what did the swordsman Rayon do this time to make you so excited? Do you know about House Aryan? Of course I do. Sir Rayon went to that House Aryan and executed the corrupt leaders. He even defeated the Spectre who tried to attack. He told him everything about how Rayon rescued House Aryan and drove away the Spectre and his undead. I see. He really is an amazing fellow. Darius quietly nodded after he carefully listened to the story about Rayon that his youngest son had brought him. And you must become a real fan now. I've already been a real fan. My uniform with his signature is still hanging on my wall. Lefun smiled happily and said that he shook the dust off the uniform with Rayon's signature on it once a day. Sir Rayon's might is worthy of admiration, but the fact that multiple factions took action in order to save him during the crisis was even more surprising. It makes my heart overflow with emotions. It makes your heart overflow with emotions. Yes, that's the only way to describe it. He put his hand on the left side of his chest with an excited expression on his face. Sir Rayon is my goal. I want to follow him and participate in the same battle no matter what. I think you told me about this before. Darius Roberts smiled gently and shook his hand towards Lefun. I believe you shouldn't be idling here if you want to become like the swordsman Rayon. Ah. You went outside again instead of training, didn't you? I am going to train right away. Lefun nodded at him and hurriedly left the office. Tap. The moment the office door was closed, Darius Roberts' eyes which were smiling as if he were fond of his son froze like a glacier. Sirith. A dark shadow emerged from the ground upon hearing his call. The shadow wavered like a tidal wave and shaped itself into a handsome young man with impressively long black hair. Yes, sir. The man called Sirith went on his knees and bowed. What's the progress on gathering information about Rayon Zeeghart and the Light Wind Squad? We are gathering everything about them without missing a single hair. This incident allowed us to learn that Habon Castle, Owen, and the Warring Steel Division are supporting him, which is a great result. What about Balkar? As for the Balkar's magicians, the rumors said that they only joined because of Princess Jaina's request. He seems to be related to Princess Jaina instead of Moral. They didn't seem to be on good terms, though. Darius' brow furrowed while thinking about Rayon and Jaina, who he'd seen at Owen. We tried asking the black market, but they seem to be hiding important information about Rayon. It's understandable after everything Rayon has done for them. Just like I said before, don't unconditionally trust the black market's information. Treat it with suspicion. We will. Sirith nodded his head. Zap. Darius took off his black leather glove. The sticky blood flowing from the back of his hand was connected to the glove like a spider web. He grasped the blood with his hand with a frightening smile on his face. So he defeated the Spectre. Can't be true, can it? Rimmer must have helped him since he must only be at the advanced master realm, even if I consider his growth. He already reached advanced master at 20 years old. He's really an unparalleled genius. Sirith shrugged his shoulders while whistling. He's not just a genius. He's a monster beyond human comprehension. However, we shouldn't need to take any action anymore. Darius bobbed his finger while looking at the back of the hand that kept bleeding. I am thinking the same thing. Sirith licked his lips and continued. Rayon Sieghart antagonized 4 out of the 5 demons. Since the last one is also on bad terms with Sieghart, he's pretty much a common target of all 5 demons. Making use of them will be the best course of action. Indeed. Darius faintly nodded, satisfied with Sirith's assessment. Which faction do you think we should help? It would be Eden or the White Blood religion, of course. The Black Tower had begun to act, but their grudge is a lot weaker than the other 2. You are unfortunately wrong. He closed his eyes, denying his answer. Eden and the White Blood religion are blindly chasing the Restoration and Doctrine, respectively. That is why they don't care too much about their companions. They must have already forgotten about their grudge, and they should be preparing a different plan, which means we need to look at the South-North Union, but they aren't exactly doing anything while taxing people for money. I'm not talking about the South-North Union itself, but their vice-head of the senator, Surin. Darius mentioned the name of a person from the South-North Union. Do you think he will stay quiet after he lost his only grandson? I don't think so. Tyler was Surin's grandson, and he was torn to death by Rayon after he toyed with the lives of the Blue Lugs. Since the South-North Union still had human affection, unlike the other 5 demons, he must have been preparing revenge for his grandson. Investigate what Surin and the senators are doing and carefully approach them. Understood. Sirith nodded and became a shadow to disappear just like when he appeared. Enjoy it while you can. A dangerous smile appeared on Dara's face as he forcefully squeezed the blood from the scar on his hand, because you shouldn't have much time left to live. The Light Wind Squad and the Knights stopped their advance in front of the Castellan's mansion located at the center of Habon Castle. Millen smiled in satisfaction while looking at the Knights and the swordsmen. You've done well. Take a good rest since I'm giving you a week's break. Woa. The Knights took off their helmets and cheered upon hearing his command. Same goes for us. Rimmer finally came back to his senses and raised his hand. Since you went through those difficult times, you can consider this vacation and play around. Or are we really having a break? Rayon is going to be mad about this. I know, right? Please stop the vice squad leader. Ahem. The Light Wind swordsman pleaded with Rimmer for help with their gazes, but he cleared his throat and averted his gaze, pretending he didn't notice. He's a puppet squad leader. He's so useless, gambling addict with protagonist syndrome. La la la. Rimmer started humming, ignoring whatever the Light Wind members were calling him. Let's go, Sir Rector. I have some decent liquor to share. Millen smiled while pointing at his mansion. It'll be in the Castellan's care today. The sword demon smiled faintly and nodded. Since they were around the same age, they'd gotten rather friendly during the trip. He started to follow Millen into his mansion, but suddenly stopped and looked at Rayon. Can I make a request? Please do. Can you bring him with you and show him around Habon Castle? He's awkward around people. Mustin was standing next to the sword demon and he pushed him forward. Master, I am drinking with the Castellan. There's nothing for you to do by staying with us. There aren't many places in the world brimming with the scent of battle. You should look around to see what kind of battles took place here and try thinking what you would have done to defend. The sword demon told him to find what he could learn from them. He must figured that it would be a great experience for him. Understood. Rayon didn't like Mustin, but he nodded because it wasn't exactly a difficult request, and the sword demon had helped him a lot. Let me join. Rimmer followed the sword demon and Milland with a broad grin. Are you really leaving us now, you damn gambling addict, slothful elf? The Light Wind members shouted at Rimmer, but he didn't look back no matter what they said and left even faster. As for today. Rayon slowly opened his eyes while standing in front of the Light Wind squad. He'd only started his speech, but fear was already welling up in everyone's eyes. We will rest. Rest? Really? What happened to you? The Light Wind members widened their eyes because of his unexpected declaration. They kept asking back to confirm his intention. You can rest for 2 days since you've been working hard. The scout leader who was smacked by Dorian with a crate is going to guide you to the rooms you will stay in. Rayon pointed at Raiden, who was eating an apple while covering his head before he turned around. I am done here. Let's go. He waved his hand at Mustin. I'll finish it quickly since I am sure you don't like this either. Mustin twisted his lips but still followed him. He seemed to dislike the idea but was still doing it because of his master's order. Rayon traced his memory back and introduced Mustin to various places at Habon Castle. Mustin seemed to be reluctantly enduring it at first, but his face turned as dark as a catfish in a brook every time the residents they encountered greeted Rayon with great moods. He's so annoying. The sword demon must made that request in the hopes that they would get along with each other. However, Rayon couldn't imagine them getting on friendly terms, no matter how he thought about it. He half-heartedly showed him around the castle and went on the castle walls in order to quickly finish the tour. This is Haban Castle's wall. Pandemonium happens here at the beginning of every year because they have to defend against the attack of thousands of monsters. At your level, you should be able to smell the blood engraved in this land. Mustin still didn't speak. He simply furrowed his brow while looking at the snow field that still had some traces of blood on it. This is the last place. You can do whatever you want now since I finished showing you around. Rayon Sieghart. Rayon was turning around after he waved his hand, but he heard Mustin's voice for the first time. Don't approach my master anymore. His voice was brimming with jealousy. Rayon could guess what kind of face he was making even without looking. Ha. Rayon briefly sighed and turned around. Mustin's face was even more distorted than he anticipated as he violently exhaled. My master has changed because of you. He was like that before. I didn't approach Sir Rector. He was the one who came to me. Get it right. He's been only looking at me even though he was sometimes interested in other people's swordsmanship. Yet you, how dare you? Mustin shouted, saying that the sword demon had only been kind towards him so far, and Rayon had ruined everything. Remember how he gave you advice about swordsmanship before throwing the leftover fishbones to me? You idiot, it was bullshit. After advising Rayon, the sword demon explained to Mustin why he gave that advice and what change it brought. Both the quality and quantity of the lesson were incomparable. That was why Mustin's complaint didn't make any sense. Rayon met Mustin's eyes. It felt like the jealousy extending from his tilted gaze was reaching his skin. He can be called amazing in a way. Rayon had seen all kinds of people in his previous and current life, but he'd never seen anyone who was devoured by envy to such an extent. Just like how Wrath called it the mind of a snake, his pupils almost looked vertical like a reptile's. Let's stop. Don't try to steal another person's master just because your master is an idiot. Rayon stopped walking even though he was about to leave. You said you wanted a rematch, didn't you? What? I'll give you a chance. The frightening coldness of his rage glimmered from Rayon's red eyes and overwhelmed the jealousy. You need a beating. Why is he sparring now after he told us to rest? Martha furrowed her brow while watching Rayon and Mustin go down to the snow field. Moreover, why is he fighting someone he's already destroyed? She clicked her tongue, murmuring that it was pointless. That child soul must made a mistake. Burin narrowed his eyes while looking at Mustin. Child soul, did you mean old soul? He's acting like a child despite being older than us. Oh, you are so right. He seems exactly like a whining kid. Martha snickered, saying that it was unsightly how childish he was. Run-On was pouting with her arms stretched on the castle walls. She didn't seem interested in the spar at all. There's no ice cream shop. You idiot, this place is a winter battlefield all year long. There's no way they would sell any ice cream. Martha is Miss Rakshasa. Her teasing was completely unrelated to the situation, but veins bulged on Martha's forehead. You sleepyhead, Martha weak.